A mysterious beam of light suddenly appeared on the moon, triggering intense lunar tremors that claimed the lives of hundreds of researchers. It was only when humanity grasped the true implications of this phenomenon that a profound terror engulfed them, for they realized that civilization stood at the brink of annihilation. Would it be the end of civilization, an irrevocable severance of legacy, or would they rise to battle, seeking that infinitesimal glimmer of hope? Chen Luo understood that he had never been one to resign himself to fate. Chapter 1. Lunar Base. Here lies the dark and frigid expanse of interstellar space, vast and void, devoid of all but high-energy particles and trace amounts of cosmic dust. The nearest star is light years away. Amidst this darkness and emptiness, a faint red sphere of light, unsupported by any tangible entity, suddenly materialized. It rippled continuously, akin to a jellyfish drifting through ocean waters. It floated gracefully toward a distant, radiant star. In the year 2085, on the moon, in the stormy sea. After a day filled with rigorous endeavors, researchers and engineers at Lunar Base 1 either indulged in dinner at the cafeteria or ventured to the game room to engage in virtual combat. Laughter echoed from various chambers, and an atmosphere of tranquility and leisure enveloped the entire base. Chen Luo, the head of the security team, had just completed a thorough inspection of several critical equipment chambers. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 7:30 p.m., and there remained less than 20 minutes until the scheduled communication with Earth. Ligu, Sun E. You two continue the inspection, focusing on the gas exchange chamber and the power compartment. It is imperative to ensure that there are no safety hazards. Ligu, a seemingly indolent young man with a perpetual lackadaisical demeanor, chuckled in response. Team Leader Chen, why are you in such a hurry? Chen Luo smiled. There are some minor matters I need to attend to. With a hint of exasperation, Chen Luo pointed at Li Gu and finally chided him. You, young man, need to take this seriously. Watching Chen Luo depart, Li Gu immediately turned to Sun E with a sulky expression. Why did you pull me into this? Without the team leader, how long do we have to inspect before we can clock out? I must tell you, I have plans to play games with Si Ruofan tonight if I miss that. Sun E shot him a disapproving glance. All you think about are beautiful women. Can't you think of something else? Do you even know what day it is today? What day could it possibly be? Today is the day when Team Leader Chen is scheduled to communicate with Earth. Li Gu paused, then reluctantly replied, why didn't you mention it sooner? Well, for the sake of the team leader's family, I suppose we can endure a little longer. Sun E rolled her eyes at him again. At least you have some conscience. By the way, Sun E, I heard that Team Leader Chen's wife's illness has been diagnosed? It was diagnosed long ago, lung cancer. Otherwise, why would Team Leader Chen, who was doing quite well as a captain in the space fleet with a bright future, voluntarily relinquished, had to take on the role of security chief here? It is merely because this position offers more financial resources to ensure better treatment for his wife. Ali Gu inhaled sharply. Team Leader Chen was once the captain of the Space Force. That position surely holds great promise. How could he just abandon it? Alas, in this day and age, men like the team leader, who are so devoted and principled, are becoming increasingly rare. When Si Ruofan discovered that the team leader was already married, she secretly wept countless times. What do we women truly seek? Just a man who genuinely cares for and cherishes us is sufficient. Noticing that Sun E was about to embark on a lengthy discourse, Li Gu quickly interjected, Indeed, you are absolutely right. Let us resume our work and not cause any trouble for Team Leader Chen. Sun E retorted, You, a fickle-hearted scoundrel, think you can pursue Ruofang? Dream on. Wretched woman, do you dare curse me? Do you believe you will never find a husband? Hey, stop hitting, we are working. Lunar Base 1, Communications Room. Chen Luo glanced at the time with a hint of impatience, anxiously awaiting the arrival of 7:45, that once the moment arrived, he would have half an hour to converse with his wife, Li Shuyan. For those working within Base 1, such an opportunity arose only once a week. Yet, at this moment, it was still only 7:38 when the hatch of Communication Pod 7 swung open, revealing Yang E, the leader of the mechanical team. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback as he approached, hearing Yang E chuckle. Chen Luo, everything at home is fine, there's nothing much to discuss. You may proceed to speak with your wife. In the presence of Yang E's warm smile, Chen Luo gently lowered his head and expressed, Thank you. Brother Yang. Yang patted Chen Luo on the shoulder, replying, "There's no need for thanks. Go on." Upon entering the communication pod number 7 and closing the door, Chen Luo realized that for the next 30 minutes, this space was entirely his. With a soft press of the communication button, in less than a second, the visage of his wife, Li Shuyun, appeared on the screen before him. In the image, Li Shuyun was clad in a hospital gown, reclining on a bed, with her parent Chen Luo's father-in-law and mother-in-law attending to her side. Upon seeing Chen Luo, an indescribable joy welled up within Li Shuyun's heart. "Chen Luo, isn't your communication time supposed to start at 7:45? Why are you so early?" Beside her, Li Shuyun's father interjected. "Shuyun has been waiting since the afternoon." After a brief communication delay of just over a second for the message to travel from Earth to the Moon, Chen Luo smiled and replied, "My colleagues took care of me, and especially Ri. Serve this time. How has work been lately? Is it going smoothly? Don't worry, mother. Everything is well here. Oh dear, we are getting old and can't be of much help to you. Chen Luo, I understand your feelings for Shuyun. Alas, it seems Shuyun has become a burden to you. Why is it that good people receive no rewards? Shuyun has always been kind-hearted since she was a child." As Li's mother spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Nearby, Li's father admonished, "What are you doing? All right, let's step outside for a moment," allowing the young couple to converse in peace. Chen Luo chuckled, "Dad, Mom, it's nothing." Eventually, Li's parents departed from the hospital room. Li Shuyun fixed her gaze intently on Chen Luo, who in turn focused on the screen displaying Li Shuyun. After several seconds of silence, Li Shuyun suddenly burst into laughter, eliciting a smile from the corners of Chen Luo's lips. "I win. I told you long ago that during this communication, my mother would surely reiterate those words. How could you not believe me? Now you do, don't you?" Chen Luo grinned and shook his head. All right, you win. Now tell me, what shall the punishment be? I need to think." Li Shuyun reclined slightly on the hospital bed, her large eyes gazing upwards, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen Luo observed her thinning hair and somewhat pale, gaunt cheeks, feeling as though a sharp knife was relentlessly stabbing at his heart. Once she had been such a beautiful and kind girl, yet now she was ravaged by illness, reduced to this state. Despite the turmoil within him, Chen Luo did not allow a trace of sorrow to surface on his face. He maintained a gentle smile, awaiting the punishment Li Shuyun was about to impose upon him. Feigning a distressed expression, he pleaded, "Isn't that punishment a bit too harsh? Could we perhaps consider an alternative?" He quickly begged for mercy. Shuyun, I was wrong. I accept this punishment wholeheartedly, without reservation." "That sounds reasonable." Li Shuyun seemed perpetually optimistic and cheerful. Even upon receiving her diagnosis of lung cancer, when everyone around her was engulfed in sorrow, sure, remained hopeful. It is noteworthy that despite humanity having established 4 bases on the moon and even forming a space military, thereby tentatively stepping into the era of sea exploration, cancer still remains, in many respects, an incurable affliction, yet to be fully conquered. Even under the most favorable circumstances, the likelihood of Li Shuyun's remaining life extending beyond a decade is exceedingly slim. Each time this reality crossed Chen Luo's mind, it felt as though his heart were being mercilessly wrenched. Time swiftly slipped away within the melody of Li Shuyun's laughter, and before long, 20 minutes had elapsed. The remaining moments were to be entrusted to her attending physician, which signified the imminent conclusion of this exchange with Li Shuyun. It was only at this juncture that a flicker of melancholy and reluctance surfaced within her. "Do not worry, it won't be long. Shuyun, you must be obedient and cooperate fully with the doctors to ensure your swift recovery. All right?" Chen Luo dared not reveal to Li Shuyun that he had signed a 5-year service contract with the United Government of Human Civilization's Aerospace Bureau, binding him to the lunar base 1 for the duration of his service. To secure sufficient funds for Li Shuyun to receive the best treatment and medications available, he had no alternative but to commit to his contract. After a heartfelt farewell to Li Shuyun, the communicator was transferred into the hands of her attending physician, Jian Junming. With a trembling voice, Chen Luo inquired, "How much time does she have left?" "At most, 1 year." Chen Luo's eyes finally reddened, and his fist slammed fiercely against the table. If sensing Chen Luo's anguish, Dr. Jian Junming sighed and said, "Chen Luo, You must understand that medicine is not omnipotent. You have done your utmost, and so have we. In the remaining time, cherish your moments with her. No, there must be a way. Dr. Jian, do not worry about the financial aspect. I can provide any amount necessary. I implore you, please think of another solution. I'm truly sorry, Chen Luo. As physicians, we are the ones who desire to save our patients the most. Dr. Jian, I beg you, I am willing to accept any conditions. It is of no consequence, Dr. Jian. Just tell me how much is required. I can procure any sum. Dr. Jian Junming sighed once more and disclosed a figure. It will not be less than 10 million. Chapter 2. Gene Therapy. Dr. Jian Junming, a vibrant and erudite expert in lung cancer in his 40s, possesses profound knowledge, particularly concerning the small-cell lung cancer afflicting Li Shuyun. It was initially to ensure that Li Shuyun could receive treatment from Dr. Jian that Chen Luo resigned from the Space Force to enter into a contract with the Aerospace Administration. That 5-year contract had secured Chen Luo a sum of 3 million. However, this fortune has now dwindled, transformed into a multitude of expensive medications injected into Li Shuyun's body, leaving scarcely anything behind. Their household savings had long since been exhausted. For Chen Luo, the figure of 10 million represents an unimaginable sum. Moreover, as he is still in service, he finds himself unable to seek new employment at this juncture. The glimmer of hope in Chen Luo's eyes gradually fades. Observing Chen Luo's despondency, Dr. Jian appears to comprehend the gravity of the situation and sighs. Chen Luo, it is time to let go. None of us possess boundless capabilities. You have done your utmost, and that is commendable. Frankly, it has been quite some time since I have encountered a young person as loyal and devoted as you. With Dr. Jian's words, a renewed focus emerges in Chen Luo's gaze, and his tone inadvertently grows solemn. Dr. Jian, could you kindly enlighten me about that gene therapy? Given the current circumstances, what is the latest point at which Shuyun could receive this treatment? Dr. Jian ponders for a moment before responding. With our utmost efforts to manage the progression of the disease, we might have approximately 6 months' time left. If more than 6 months have passed, the treatment window will have closed, and the laboratory will refuse to accept such patients. Dr. Jian Junming solemnly stated, Chen Luo, you must consider this carefully. 10 million is not a trivial sum, and the success rate of gene therapy is uncertain. We do not wish to end up with neither wealth nor health. Chen Luo replied resolutely, Dr. Jian, there is no need for your persuasion. I am well aware of that. Now, could you kindly pass the communicator to Shuyun? There are still 2 minutes left, and I would like to speak with her a little longer. With a sigh, Dr. Jian Junming exited his office and approached the ward, delivering the communicator to Li Shuyun. In that brief moment, Chen Luo had entirely composed himself, presenting a smile to Li Shuyun. Shuyun, did not expect to see you again, did you? Li Shuyun chuckled. What happened? Why are you so cheerful? Your recovery is progressing splendidly. Of course I am happy. Li Shuyun pouted, deceiver. If you were truly recovering well, my parents would not wear such troubled expressions. I simply do not understand them, whether happy or sad. It is all just a day. Why can't they choose to be a bit happier? Chen Luo laughed. I am not deceiving you, truly. If you do not believe me, you may ask Dr. Jian. Li Shuyun turned to Dr. Jian Junming and inquired, is that true? Dr. Jian Junming forced a smile and replied, indeed. We now have a new therapy available for trial, and your chances of recovery are quite substantial. Li Shuyun nervously asked, how much will it cost? We are currently short on funds, Li Shuyun murmured softly. I merely worry that you may become too fatigued. Dr. Jian Junming responded with a hint of awkwardness. Oh, it doesn't require much, really. All right, my time is running out. Let us conclude our discussion for today. Comrade Shuyun, you must rectify your mindset, recognize the present circumstances, and clarify your primary responsibilities. Do not disappoint the expectations of both the organization and your family. Li Shuyun chuckled lightly. Yes, rest assured, Comrade Chen Luo. I assure you I will fulfill my duties. Until next week. Very well, see you next week. As the communication ceased, the smile vanished from Chen Luo's face, replaced by a grave expression. At that moment, it felt as though a colossal weight bore down on his heart, rendering him almost breathless. 10 million, such a staggering sum, with scarcely 6 months to acquire it. After half a year, even if he were to secure the 10 million, it would bear little significance. But where could he possibly procure such an amount? Chen Luo had sold 5 years of his life to the Aerospace Agency for a mere 3 million. Was he to sell another 15 years or more? Yet even if he wished to sell, who would be willing to purchase? He trudged out of the communication chamber when a colleague approached. As they passed by, the colleague inquired with genuine concern, "Team Leader Chen, what troubles you?" Chen Luo forced a smile, barely managing to respond. "It's nothing, nothing at all." "Oh, is it your turn to communicate with your family?" "Yes. Go ahead then. Time is precious." "What seems to be the matter with Team Leader Chen? What has transpired? Isn't Team Leader Chen always quite amiable? Why is he ignoring me this time?" "Alas, are you not aware? Team Leader Chen's wife has been diagnosed with cancer. It seems her condition has taken a turn for the worse. Truly unfortunate." Chen Luo lay on his bed in a daze, motionless for an extended period. After an indeterminate time, he finally made his way to the desk, pushed aside the clutter of books, and retrieved a blank sheet of paper and a pen, beginning to sketch. Space Station. Supervisor Zhang Wenguang, 400,000. Brother Yang, 200,000. Qi Zimo, 200,000. Following the title of Space Station, Chen Luo took another blank sheet and inscribed comrades at the top. Su Pengtao, 100,000. Su Ziyang, 50,000. After comrades, he proceeded to another sheet beginning with the word friends. On this sheet, Chen Luo similarly wrote down a dozen names. Following friends, he moved on to family. However, after a prolonged pause, he found himself unable to inscribe any names on this paper. Being an orphan, he had no relatives, and the family of Li Shuyun had long since exhausted their means. With 3 sheets filled with names and numbers in hand, Chen Luo commenced his calculations. After a simple addition, he arrived at a final figure, 523,000. This amount, evidently, fell far short of the 1 million he sought. Yet he could no longer recall who else might be willing to lend him money. Furthermore, Chen Luo uncovered another troubling issue. Zhang Wenguang, the supervisor, has recently acquired a new home, which likely leaves him with scant financial resources. I fear he may not be able to lend me the 400,000 I require. At most perhaps a mere 200,000. Brother Yang has just welcomed a daughter, leading to considerable household expenses, so he could extend no more than 100,000. Su Pengtao seems to be on the brink of matrimony, and it appears that Su Ziyang's father is unwell. It remains uncertain whether his condition has improved. As I sketched upon the 3 blank sheets of paper, the total sum swiftly dwindled from 5,230,000 to less than 2 million. Leaning back in my chair, I endeavored to think, yet my mind ached without yielding any further avenues for financial assistance. Even if I were to cast aside my pride and solicit loans from everyone willing, the resulting figure would still fall woefully short of 10 million. Could it truly be that there exists no solution? At that very moment, the image of Li Shuyun re-emerged in my mind. She is a girl full of laughter and vivacity, radiating kindness. I vividly recall that sunlit morning when, after 2 hours of searching breathlessly, she finally returned to me the identification I had lost. It was then that I indelibly marked her in my memory. To this day, I am unwavering in my belief that encountering Li Shuyun is the most fortuitous event of my life. Yet, I crumpled the 3 sheets of paper and discarded them, only to retrieve a fresh sheet upon which I inscribed the word application. Dear Commander Tao Xiangro, I hereby submit my application for a long-term service contract with the Aerospace Agency. Chen Luo was acutely aware that the likelihood of approval was slim. The fact that Commander Tao had previously made an exception by advancing him 3 million in service funds had already placed him at considerable risk. Should an unforeseen event prevent him from continuing his service, the burden of responsibility would fall squarely on his shoulders. Moreover, this time, he sought not 3 million, but a staggering 10 million. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. As Chen Luo fervently penned his application, a faint crimson orb, seemingly devoid of any tangible support, plummeted rapidly through the sky above the storm ocean on the moon. Within mere seconds, it crashed violently onto the lunar surface, causing the entire moon to tremble as if a bomb had detonated nearby. Chen Luo was violently thrown to the ground, and the bookshelf behind him collapsed, scattering books and debris across the floor. The chandelier above shattered upon impact, plunging the room into darkness. What had transpired? In the distance, faint cries of anguish and alarm echoed. Chen Luo's heart raced as he swiftly scrambled to his feet and dashed out of the room. Chapter 3. Lunarquake Earth. Capital City Tumor Hospital. After a lengthy wait of over 3 hours, Mr. and Mrs. Li finally encountered Dr. Jian Junming, who had just emerged from the operating room. His face etched with fatigue. Dr. Jian, we have come to inquire about our daughter's condition. Mr. Li spoke with a palpable sense of unease, to which Dr. Jian sighed inwardly and replied with a gentle demeanor, Please, come in, let us discuss this. The two individuals sat down somewhat uneasily, while Dr. Jian Junming retrieved two disposable cups and poured a glass of water for each of them. Li's mother spoke first. Dr. Jian, yesterday you mentioned to Chen Luo that there is a new treatment method. Li's father interjected, gene therapy. Yes, what is it called, gene therapy? Dr. Jian, how much does this treatment cost? Gazing into the eager eyes of Li's parents, Dr. Jian felt a certain reluctance to utter the figure. After a moment of hesitation, he replied vaguely, it won't cost too much. We have inquired, and it seems this treatment requires a substantial amount, at least several million. Dr. Jian sighed, at least 10 million. Both Li's father and mother froze simultaneously, their eyes beginning to redden. After a brief silence, Li's father asked then, what is the success rate? The success rate remains uncertain, but based on preliminary clinical trials, it is unlikely to exceed 30%. Alas, Li's father sighed, appearing suddenly aged. Li's mother began to sob quietly. Oh heavens, why are you so cruel? Just take this old body of mine and spare my daughter. Woe is me. Dr. Jian offered reassurance. You need not worry too much. I spoke with Chen Luo yesterday. He will find a way regarding the financial matters. Li's father remained silent. While Li's mother wept, Dr. Jian, you do not understand. For the initial treatment costing 3 million, he has already sold 5 years of his life to the government. How could he possibly come up with 10 million? I have heard that certain corporate spies are particularly inclined to seek information from individuals like him. I truly fear that in a moment of despair, he might stray from the right path, which would only bring harm to Xiaoyun. Fatherly trembled as he lit a cigarette, utterly disregarding the anti-smoking sign that hung on the office wall, taking a deep drag. Dr. Jian Junming initially intended to intervene, but ultimately relented. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Fatherly murmured, there is no hope left. Motherly simply wept softly, remaining silent. Fatherly continued, Xiaoyun is already in this state. We cannot allow her to further endanger Luo. Dr. Jian Junming wished to offer words of comfort, but found himself at a loss for words in front of these two haggard elders. In the end, he could only sigh and suggest, this is a significant matter. It would be best for both of you to discuss it with Chen Luo next week. Moreover, it would be wise to inform Li Shuyun. She has the right to know. Motherly sobbed, Xiaoyun and Luo share a strong bond. She would never want to push him towards despair. My concern lies with Luo. I fear he might lose hope. Dr. Jian, when you speak with him next week, I hope you can also persuade him. At this critical juncture, Dr. Jian Junming felt compelled to acquiesce, sighing in acceptance. As Motherly spoke, she staggered through the crowd towards the hospital entrance, while Fatherly stood motionless for a moment before turning to head towards the inpatient area. In the confines of the hospital ward, Li Shuyun lay quietly upon the bed, her vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, her gaunt cheeks etched with sorrow. Yet upon hearing the sound of the door and catching sight of her father's figure, that melancholy was swiftly eclipsed by a radiant smile, though the redness and swelling around her eyes remained stubbornly evident. On the moon, amidst the storm ocean. At the moon base 1, when Chen Luo burst forth from his room, he was confronted with a scene of utter chaos. The once pristine and orderly corridor of the living quarters now appeared distorted. Damaged cables sporadically emitted sparks, and the decorative ornaments, lighting fixtures, and countless debris lay strewn across the floor. The base personnel, their expressions fraught with panic, trembled in fear, while some cried out in anguish. Seemingly injured from the earlier tremors. Lunar tremors. At that moment, a term surged into Chen Luo's consciousness, corresponding to earthquakes. Lunar tremors refer to the vibrations occurring on the moon. However, it was curious that the tremors, caused by tidal forces and daily temperature fluctuations, typically exhibited a low intensity, insufficient to precipitate such profound disruption. The only conceivable cause of such intense lunar tremors would be an external impact. Yet, any external object capable of inducing such violent tremors would undoubtedly possess considerable mass. How then had it evaded detection by the Earth and Moon space monitoring networks? Unable to unravel the mystery, Chen Luo set it aside. At this juncture, disaster relief took precedence. As the head of the base's security team, he bore significant responsibility in this regard. Do not stand there. Everyone, to the safe zone, quickly. Who is injured? Can anyone still move? Accompanied by Chen Luo's thunderous shout, countless panicked individuals finally found their anchor. People supported each other, slowly making their way towards the safe zone. Chen Luo seized the emergency communicator, continuing to bellow, Li Gu, Sun Yi, Yao Chunxue, all security team members, mobilize immediately. Yes, Supervisor Zhang. This is Chen Luo. calling Supervisor Zhang. A foreboding feeling surged within Chen Luo. Setting down the communicator, he dashed toward the supervisor's office. In an environment with merely a fraction of Earth's gravity, Chen Luo's figure advanced with the swiftness of flight. Upon reaching the terminal hall of the base, he witnessed a researcher in a white lab coat struck down by a metal frame, blood streaming from his head, groaning softly. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Chen Luo resolutely abandoned his forward momentum, rushing to the researcher's side. He forcefully lifted the metal frame and helped him to his feet, urgently inquiring, "Can you still walk?" The researcher, with a quavering voice, lamented, "My leg is broken. My leg is broken." At that moment, Chen Luo caught a glimpse of Li Gu rushing toward them and immediately shouted, "Li Gu, take him to the safe zone." "Understood. Leave it to me." "You can rest easy," Li Gu replied. Chen Luo admonished, "What are you doing? Get it together." Li Gu paused, then sheepishly responded, "I apologize. It's a habit. I'll head out right away." Observing that although Li Gu remained somewhat disorganized, his actions were swift, Chen Luo felt a slight sense of relief. Just as I was about to move forward, a sudden burst of sparks erupted from a nearby cable, igniting a pile of debris that had been toppled over. Chen Luo's pupils constricted instantly. This was not Earth, it was the moon. The emergence of uncontrolled open flames within the confines of a sealed lunar base signified an immense peril. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo leaped forward, dashing to the fire control station, seizing a fire extinguisher, and rushed back. Fortunately, the flames had only just ignited and were small in scale, allowing Chen Luo to extinguish them swiftly. However, his heart remained heavy with unease. Who could fathom how many other dangers lurked in the base at this moment? It was imperative to locate Zhang Wenguang, urging him to step forward and unify the command for disaster response and evacuation. Rushing through the transit hall and maneuvering around the experimental area, he dashed to the administrative office amidst the wreckage, only to feel his heart plummet. There, he saw the head of the medical team, Peng Jianhai, surrounded by several doctors, all diligently attending to a figure lying on the ground. Nearby, the mechanical team leader, Yang Yi, awaited anxiously. The motionless figure, whose fate hung in the balance, was none other than the base supervisor, Zhang Wenguang. A significant indentation marred his forehead, crimson blood flowing profusely alongside a viscous fluid whose origin was unknown. Upon Chen Luo's entrance, Peng Jianhai cried out in a choked voice, "Supervisor Zhang is dead." Years of military training and rigorous discipline allowed Chen Luo to regain his composure with remarkable swiftness. According to the lunar protocol, in the event of an emergency where the supervisor was incapacitated, the head of security would temporarily assume command of the base. "Do you have any opinions?" The medical team instinctively shook their heads. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "Chen Luo, you were once the captain of a space battleship, and we place our trust in you." "Very well." Chen Luo gestured grandly. Members of the medical team, proceed immediately to the emergency shelter and simultaneously find a way to communicate with the communications team. Urgently contact Commander Tao Xiangrong and establish an emergency communication system within the base. Brother Yang, accompany me to the main control room. We must cut off the power supply to all areas except the emergency shelter to prevent any secondary disasters. Moreover, ensure that all base personnel are notified. All uninjured members must come forth to search for the wounded, assess the extent of the damage, and take immediate action to address the compromised areas. With Chen Luo as the backbone, everyone present quickly regained their composure. Individuals dispersed to execute their tasks and promptly departed from the supervisory office. As for the body of Zhang Wenguang, it would have to wait for later handling. At that moment, on Earth, in the command office of the Lunar Exploration Program's central base, a confidential telephone began to ring. Tao Xiangrong frowned, diverting his attention from the documents, and picked up the receiver. "Commander, an unidentified lunar tremor has occurred. The Lunar Base 1, Lunar Base 2, Hubble Station, and Peace Station have all lost contact with the ground base." Tao Xiangrong abruptly stood up, his complexion ashen. Chapter 4. The Everest-class spaceship. Merely a few minutes later, Tao Xiangrong hurriedly arrived at the command hall of the ground base. The communications director promptly arrived to report, "Commander Tao, it has been determined that our loss of contact with the lunar base is due to the failure of the lunar communication relay satellites." Tao Xiangrong furrowed his brow. "All 78 satellites have failed? How could a lunar quake cause such a widespread failure? The cause remains unclear. Coordinate with the Space Monitoring Network and investigate immediately." "Yes. What was the magnitude of this lunar quake?" Where was the epicenter located? How far is it from the lunar base? Can we ascertain the extent of the damage inflicted upon the lunar base? The lunar seismic detection equipment, installed at various locations on the moon, recorded the intensity of this quake at a staggering magnitude of 8.2, with the epicenter approximately situated at the center of the Oceanus Procellarum. However, further intelligence is unattainable, as the lunar relay satellites have ceased functioning. The center of the Oceanus Procellarum? Tao Xiangrong felt a slight dryness in his mouth. He was acutely aware that all 4 human bases established on the moon are located within the Oceanus Procellarum. Although the distances from the epicenter vary, it is foreseeable that if the quake indeed reached a magnitude of 8.2, all 4 bases would be adversely affected, particularly now, with the relay satellites down. The ground stations are utterly incapable of guiding the lunar bases in their self-rescue efforts, which will inevitably lead to more severe consequences. Tao Xiangrong sensed that the gravity of the situation had surpassed his expectations, and he knew he must report to his superiors. Yet, before he could take action, a secretary hurriedly approached him, phone in hand. It was a call from Director Li Xiuqing of the Aerospace Administration. Tao Xiangrong answered the phone, his expression remarkably grave. Aside from the hurried footsteps and low murmurs surrounding him, there was an eerie silence, punctuated only by Tao's occasional loud affirmations. 2 minutes later, he hung up and stated, "The chairman of the United Government has personally conveyed directives to Director Li, mandating that the Aerospace Department must exert every effort to rescue the personnel at the base, and if necessary, request the support of the space fleet." The technical supervisor interjected, "The space fleet possesses only low Earth orbit maneuverability and is incapable of reaching the moon." The propulsion supervisor exclaimed, "If we deplete the combat readiness storage to reduce weight and add 2 fuel tanks, theoretically, the Zhuming-class spacecraft is fully capable of executing a round trip to the moon." Tao Xiangrong immediately commanded, "You must establish communication with the space military and request their assistance." Understood. The same applies to the moon. As the celestial body nearest to Earth, there are over 20 exploratory satellites orbiting the moon, with the highest resolution satellites capable of capturing objects as small as 1 millimeter on its surface. Yet, at present, all lunar satellites have lost contact, and we can only rely on overseas astronomical optical array telescopes to directly observe the conditions of the 4 lunar bases. The propulsion supervisor approached Tao Xiangrong. "I have contacted the space fleet, and they have agreed to coordinate 3 Zhuming-class spacecraft to head to the moon. How long will it take?" "The earliest they can depart is in 17 hours. Tao Xiangrong exclaimed with indignation, 17 hours, not to mention the deceleration, orbital insertion, and landing. Surely 2 to 3 days must have elapsed. The technical supervisor grumbled, "I cannot fathom the purpose of forming a space force under the United Government. Who are our adversaries within the solar system? It would be far more prudent to establish a scientific exploration fleet. In emergencies like this, we would not waste so much time preparing." Tao Xiangrong shot him a glare. "Are you capable of deciphering the intentions of our superiors? Enough with the idle chatter. Urgently devise a repair plan." After reprimanding the technical supervisor, Tao turned to his secretary, instructing, "Reach out to the Space Force and urge them to minimize the preparation time as much as possible." The previously mentioned secretary set down the phone and hurriedly approached Tao Xiangrong, reporting, "The telescope project team has pledged their full cooperation. We expect to receive real-time images from 4 lunar bases within the hour." No sooner had the report been delivered than another secretary rushed in, Director Li Xiuqing's call. Tao Xiangrong immediately took the call, and within moments, his expression darkened. After hanging up, he remained silent for a moment before sighing. "I have just been informed by Director Li that 2 National Treasure-level scientists are leading a team conducting experiments at Lunar Base 2, undertaking a significant scientific endeavor. The President has been briefed by the Academy of Sciences, and he insists that we must rescue these 2 scientists at all costs." The power supervisor gasped. 2 National Treasure-level scientists? A major scientific undertaking? How could our command base be unaware of this? Indeed, could it be Doctors Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei? However, weren't they engaged in some routine experiments? Moreover, these 2 cannot be considered national treasures, can they? Tao Xiangrong glared once more. "If I, the chief commander, am unaware, what makes you think a power supervisor could know? If your clearance is insufficient, refrain from unnecessary concerns. Get to work. If we cannot rescue those 2 scientists, we are all doomed." The arrival of this news cast a heavier atmosphere over the command hall. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst the flurry of activity. and soon an hour had elapsed. The technical supervisor manipulated the controls, and several high-resolution images appeared on the large screen. These were aerial photographs of the lunar storm ocean, captured by the optical array telescope from tens of thousands of kilometers away, clearly revealing images of 4 lunar bases. Tao Xiangrong abruptly waved his hand. Commence analysis immediately. All technical personnel in the command hall plunged into tense calculations and analyses. Preliminary results had yet to emerge, yet Tao Xiangrong's heart sank uncontrollably. Even without a detailed analysis, he could discern with the naked eye the extent of damage to the 4 bases. The peace station had nearly collapsed entirely, with essential survival equipment exposed directly to the vacuum of the lunar surface. Beside the base lay several figures resembling human bodies, presumably the remains of staff who had not escaped in time. The Hubble station had evidently suffered a gas leak. Base 1 was engulfed in flames, and a large portion of the roof of Base 2 had been completely torn away. Beside it, a mountain peak appeared to have collapsed due to the intense lunar tremors, burying a significant portion of it beneath a multitude of lunar rocks. An assessment of the damage to the lunar Base 2 is imperative. The fuel chamber has been nearly entirely engulfed, and the base is on the verge of losing its power supply. There are evident signs of destruction, yet at this moment, there are no gas leaks. Either the gas within the base has completely escaped, or the survivors have sealed the damaged compartments. The photographs reveal the remnants of the principal components of the air circulation system. The emergency shelter area has also suffered severe damage, with several structures displaying conspicuous burn marks. Preliminary analyses suggest that these structures include the water circulation system and isolation chambers. Without the need for further analysis, Tao Xiangrong has drawn his own conclusion. Even if there are survivors within Lunar Base 2 at this moment, they are highly unlikely to endure beyond a single day. Furthermore, rescue efforts from Earth will not arrive for at least 2.5 days. The peace station has been nearly obliterated, and it is evident that there is little hope for any survivors. The Hubble station has similarly sustained grave damage, with its emergency shelter area destroyed. While Lunar Base 1 seems to present the greatest hope for survivors, another high-resolution photograph indicates that the backup fission batteries in its emergency shelter area have been compromised. Without a power supply, the prospects for survival are equally bleak. This signifies that the outcome of this incident is all but predetermined. Tao Xiangrong slammed his fist onto the table, and after a moment, he sank back into his seat in despair. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "Connect me to Director Li Xiuqing." A secretary silently handed the phone to Tao Xiangrong. "Director Li, we fear we may lose these for lunar bases." "Indeed. The prospects appear bleak," he replied. "Let us consider how to manage the aftermath." Amidst the cacophony of furious voices emanating from the receiver, Tao Xiangrong numbly hung up, a flicker of ferocity suddenly crossing his face. "What are you all standing around for? Get back to work. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, do not even think about surrendering. Communications team, expedite the adjustments on the communications satellite. Technical team, is the emergency repair plan ready?" The phone rang once more. Upon answering, an aged voice resonated through. "Commander Tao, this is He Jingqi." The moment he heard the voice, Tao Xiangrong recognized who it belonged to. He Jingqi, the esteemed president of the Academy of Humanity, is an eminent scientist of great repute throughout civilization. The Lunar Exploration Project team has numerous business dealings with the Academy, frequently receiving assistance from them. Tao Xiangrong could not afford to dismiss He Jingqi's words. Dr. Hong Mingxian and Dr. Chong Lei are presently at Lunar Base 2. You must do everything within your power to rescue them. Their significant research breakthrough is crucial to our entire civilization. Tao Xiangrong replied with a wry smile. "Director Li has already informed me." He Jingqi responded slowly. "Previously, it was a matter of official business. Now it is personal. I implore you, in my private capacity, to exert every effort to secure their rescue." Tao Xiangrong bitterly remarked, "To speak frankly, the prospects for all personnel at the 4 bases on the moon are exceedingly grim. Not only your 2 scientists, but also the nearly 1,000 staff under my command." He Jingqi sighed deeply and severed the call. Chapter 5. Cold and Hot Stormy Ocean, Moon Base 1. The interior of the base was rife with cries. Individuals wore expressions of gravity or panic, each hastening their steps. The base's announcement system incessantly repeated a singular directive. "All personnel, proceed immediately to the emergency shelter." Repeat. "All personnel, proceed immediately to the emergency shelter." Chen Luo and Yang Yi navigated through extensive debris and clutter, extinguishing several small fires along the way, and finally hurried into the main control room. However, to Chen Luo's astonishment, the control equipment, which had once been meticulously safeguarded, now lay in ruins. The room was shrouded in charred remnants, bearing the marks of a previous conflagration. Several precision instruments continued to emit wisps of black smoke. It seems our only option is to manually sever the power supply, Chen Luo decisively declared, turning with Yang Yi to rush towards the energy compartment. Yet, before they could fully enter, they were compelled to halt. A searing heat enveloped them, causing beads of sweat to instantly form on their brows. Ahead, some flammable materials were smoldering, and further in, molten metal appeared to flow slowly across the ground. Overloaded. The energy supply for the Moon Base 1 is sourced from two locations. One is a small fission reactor, which could also be referred to as a large fission battery. The other is a liquid hydrogen generator. If the oxygen supply is lost, the liquid hydrogen engine will cease to operate immediately, but the fission battery will continue to function. Nuclear fuel will spontaneously decay, releasing heat. Normally, this heat would be dissipated by circulating liquid, converting it into electrical energy. However, it is evident that a malfunction has occurred, causing the heat to be released directly. The only current solution is to temporarily divert the energy from the fission battery underground or to introduce special metals to reduce the fission rate, thus preventing the fission battery from overheating and temporarily severing the energy supply within the base. Either method requires proximity to the fission battery for implementation. How can one approach it under these circumstances? Chen Luo abruptly turned and gazed at the adjacent base wall. A solution flickered in his mind, but he dismissed it moments later. Wearing a spacesuit, exiting the base, and approaching the energy chamber from another direction might reveal a suitable construction site. However, the crux lies in the fact that to prevent damage to the base from micrometeorite impacts, the outer shell of the base employs a unique construction method combining hard and soft steel, which possesses exceptional toughness, rendering it impenetrable without specialized tools. Our base may not survive this ordeal. Yang Yi slowly shook his head and took a step back. Chen Luo spoke solemnly. Yes, it is indeed beyond salvation. Let us proceed to the emergency shelter. I believe that rescue from Earth will arrive soon. At this moment, within the Moon Base 1, apart from Chen Luo and Yang Yi, there was scarcely anyone left. The ground was strewn with disarrayed corpses. Old Liang has also perished. Old Liang was a physician, always cheerful and exceedingly amiable. Yet now, his body lay twisted upon the ground, surrounded by a vast pool of blood. Yang Yi's voice was heavy with sorrow, and Chen Luo's heart was laden with grief. Li Shuang. That was Li Shuang. Li Shuang was a young physicist, slender and strikingly beautiful, often adored by her male colleagues. Her straightforward nature allowed her to forge strong bonds with many. Yet at this moment, she too lay lifeless on the ground. Her hair was nearly entirely singed, and her skin bore large patches of charred blackness. Alas, that was Wang Ran. Tian Guahao has also succumbed. Witnessing his colleagues, once sharing meals, gaming, exercising, and working together, now sprawled lifelessly, filled Chen Luo with profound sorrow. However, he understood that he must not be overwhelmed by despair. The deceased were beyond saving. There remained many alive in the emergency shelter. As the head of security, he bore the responsibility and duty to ensure their survival. Moreover, back on Earth, his wife awaited him. Should he fall, Li Shuyun would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. We must hurry. A conflagration could erupt in the base at any moment. The two hastily dashed into the emergency shelter, sealing the isolation chamber door with finality, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape their lips. The emergency shelter spanned approximately 100 square meters, devoid of any barriers. Chen Luo surveyed the scene before him. The once spacious hall was now filled with frantic staff members. A few individuals lay motionless on the ground, while several medical team colleagues busily attended to them. Others, wrapped in bandages, sat there in a daze. Some wept softly, while others, agitated, shouted fervently, yearning to rush into the base. Those uninjured roamed about, assisting their wounded comrades under the direction of security personnel. Upon Chen Luo's arrival, all eyes instantaneously converged upon him, and a throng of people surged toward him. Team leader Chen, Li Shuang hasn't escaped. I must go save her. Open the door. Before Chen Luo could respond, Li Gu shouted, tugging at a staff member. Chen Wei's. I know you care for Li Shuang, but she is already gone. The base is perilous. There could be a fire or an explosion at any moment. What are you thinking? Are you seeking death? Chen Luo's eyes glimmered with fury as he bellowed, "Li Gu, you're talking nonsense. You're the one who will die." Another staff member, in a state of panic, cried out to Chen Luo, "Team Leader Chen, what should we do? What should we do? Are we going to die? I don't want to die. Please, Team Leader Chen, save us. Team Leader Chen. Yantai has fainted. You must help him, please." In an instant, the cacophony of voices overwhelmed Chen Luo. He raised his hands, soothingly calling for calm, and gradually, the crowd quieted. Chen Luo first turned his gaze to Cheng Wei's, speaking softly, "Wei's, Li Shuang has indeed passed. The base is currently perilous. You cannot go." Chen Wei's, as if struck by lightning, suddenly froze in place, then gradually crouched down, cradling his head and weeping softly. "Li Gu, Sun Yi, Yao Chunxue, He Ming," and other members of the security team began to shout in unison, and the crowd finally settled. A staff member from the base suddenly exclaimed with joy, "The ground base has broadcasted to us. They say the space military vessel will depart in 16 hours and will arrive to rescue us within at most 2.5 days. Chen Luo felt a flicker of confusion. Beside him, Li Gu quickly clarified, "Captain, I forgot to mention, for some unknown reason, we have lost contact with the ground base. It is likely that the communication relay satellite has malfunctioned, and the ground base can only inform us through broadcasts." Can a lunar tremor really cause satellite malfunctions? Though questions lingered in his mind, this news from the ground base was undoubtedly a beacon of hope. The tense atmosphere in the emergency shelter dissipated significantly in an instant. Everyone had heard that the rescue team would arrive within 2.5 days, and the supplies here were sufficient to sustain them for 5 days. Thus, this place was safe. There was no danger. Everyone must remain calm and listen. Before Chen Luo could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt the ground shake violently. Accompanied by gasps of astonishment, the lights used for illumination in the emergency shelter extinguished in an instant. Without the time to discern what had occurred, Chen Luo scrambled to his feet and shouted, "Everyone, stay calm. Stay calm. Yang Yi, what is happening?" Yang Yi, the leader of the mechanical team, was precisely the person who should assess the situation. The crowd gradually calmed down. Yang Yi retrieved a portable flashlight and swiftly approached a piece of equipment in the emergency shelter area. After a hushed discussion with several members of the mechanical team, he came to Chen Luo's side and whispered, "Chen Luo, the situation is rather dire. What's wrong? I suspect the previous tremors were caused by an explosion. The explosion was likely due to a leaking liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen caused by an overheated fission reactor. The emergency shelter was normally powered by the main base. And under normal circumstances, if the main base's energy supply were interrupted, the backup fission battery would automatically activate. However, for reasons unknown, the backup fission battery has not engaged. Can we ascertain the cause of the malfunction? Not at this moment." Chen Luo replied solemnly, "Even without an energy supply, we have sufficient resources here. We should be able to last for 2.5 days. No matter how cold it gets on the moon, if we huddle together, we won't freeze to death." Yang Yi responded with a bittersweet expression, "Chen Luo, we may not fear the cold, but we do fear the heat. In just an hour, sunlight will reach us. And within a mere few hours, without the temperature control system, the temperature in the emergency shelter will soar to 50 degrees Celsius, and everyone will perish from the heat." Chapter 6. The ray of light. The moon base 1 naturally employed the highest quality insulation materials, yet at best, these materials serve only as a supplement. The temperature control system is paramount. Without it, the temperature within the emergency shelter will gradually rise. Although the precise rate of increase remains unknown, Chen Luo is acutely aware that no one will survive until the rescue ship's arrival. The backup fission battery must be repaired. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yang, gather a few members from your mechanical team. We shall leave the base together to inspect outside." Li Gu sighed despondently, "It's too late, Team Leader Chen. I just checked. The spacesuits are all damaged and cannot be worn." Although Li Gu's tone was one of lament, it carried an insincere undertone that grated on Chen Luo's nerves. "Damaged? Then fix them." Chen Luo's furious roar startled Li Gu, causing him to tremble. "I didn't break them. Why are you directing your anger at me? You are utterly unreasonable." Upon raising his head, he saw Chen Luo, along with Yang Yi and several members of the mechanical team, rushing like a gust of wind towards the storage area for the spacesuits. He muttered to himself and hurriedly followed. As he caught up, he called out, "Who knows how to repair spacesuits? Come quickly." A group of individuals, guided by beams of flashlight, arrived at the storage area, where upon opening the door, They were met with nearly 100 spacesuits mixed with various debris strewn across the floor, alongside numerous burn marks. They had originally been hung on specialized racks. But those racks had collapsed, leaving the suits in disarray on the ground. There were signs of rudimentary cleaning, indicating that someone had already conducted a preliminary inspection. Chen Luo, along with several members of the mechanical team and a few staff members familiar with the structure of the spacesuits, promptly stepped forward to clear away the remnants of the suits and organize them together. Suddenly, a member of the mechanical team exclaimed, "Team Leader Chen, Team Leader Yang. There's an intact spacesuit here." Chen Luo's eyes lit up as he hurried over to inspect it, discovering it trapped beneath a heavy cabinet, untouched by flames and unscathed by impact. "Excellent. Continue searching." After a thorough search lasting half an hour, the team managed to uncover 3 completely intact spacesuits from the clutter, while a further dozen suits exhibited only minor damage, with repair feasible given the available tools and manpower. Chen Luo commanded once more, "Brother Yang, find another member of the mechanical team to assist me in repairing the fission battery." "All right," Li Gu replied cheerfully. "You can count on me. I've got this." The 3 of them manually opened the inner hatch of the isolation chamber, entered, and secured it behind them before manually opening the outer hatch. Due to the inoperability of the vacuum pump, as soon as the outer hatch was opened, the air within the isolation chamber rushed out. The escaping air created a gentle breeze, causing the 3 to sway slightly. They cautiously walked along the outer wall of the emergency shelter and soon arrived at the location designated for the spare fission battery. However, upon their first glance, their hearts sank in unison. Before them, a massive lunar rock had crashed down upon the fission battery, obscuring half of it. It had visibly deformed, rendering it unusable. Without the fission battery, the energy supply to the emergency shelter could not be restored. Without energy, the temperature control system could not be activated. In merely an hour, the sun shall rise. Chen Luo, in a state of profound contemplation, turned to gaze in another direction. A day on the moon spans an astonishing 14 days on Earth. At this moment, only an hour remains until the sun's ascent. Calculating in terms of temporal ratios, this is unequivocally the dawn. Yet, the horizon where the sun ought to emerge remains shrouded in darkness. Absent atmospheric scattering, even a second before the sun's appearance, this world is engulfed in shadows. However, upon the sun's emergence, the frigid ground beneath, with temperatures plummeting to over 170 degrees Celsius below zero, will warm at an unimaginable pace, soaring to a sweltering 120 degrees above zero in a fleeting moment. Correspondingly, the temperature within the emergency evacuation zone will irreversibly escalate, transforming into a steamy furnace that spells doom for all. At this juncture, Yang Yi's eyes were filled with despair. "Chen Luo, what shall we do?" His daughter had only just been born. He had yet to behold her in the realm of reality, let alone cradle her in his arms. Chen Luo compelled himself to maintain composure and replied solemnly, "Let me think." He recognized the urgency of devising a solution, not only as a fulfillment of duty, but also as an act of self-preservation. The words of Dr. Jian Junming lingered vividly in his mind. If he were to perish, Li Shuyan would stand no chance of survival. For her sake, he could not succumb here. Simultaneously, a nebulous thought flickered in Chen Luo's mind, one he dared not explore deeply nor entertain with excessive hope, yet there remained a semblance of possibility. Such occurrences lack precedent, and the sum of 10 million is exceedingly vast. However, should one achieve success, the monumental merit would be unparalleled in history. Moreover, by voluntarily renouncing additional accolades, there might, perhaps, be a glimmer of hope. As Chen Luo pondered earnestly, a sudden luminescence emerged upon the distant earth, startling him into believing the sun had risen prematurely. Yet, moments later, he discerned that it was not sunlight, but rather an eerie, soft crimson glow. The radiance swayed upon the ground like a deflating giant inflatable balloon, dancing with the wind. As time elapsed, it rapidly expanded, assuming a more regular shape. In merely a minute, it transformed into a colossal, upright cylindrical form, soaring skyward and casting an eerie crimson hue across the surroundings. Initially, Chen Luo could perceive its base, but soon, it vanished from sight, stretching straight into the vast cosmos, soaring thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of meters high. Its diameter increased, the curvature initially discernible, but swiftly flattening until no arc remained visible. The comms in his spacesuit crackled with Yang Yi's murmured astonishment. What is this thing?" Meanwhile, in a hospital room in the capital city, Li Shuyun lay in deep slumber. Her brow was slightly furrowed, as though she continued to endure pain even in her dreams. Li's mother sat by the bedside, gazing tenderly at her only daughter. Li's father ascended to the balcony of the hospital room, igniting a cigarette and inhaling it slowly. He gazed quietly at the enormous moon in the sky, seemingly lost in contemplation. Under the moonlight, his hair appeared increasingly gray, and his figure grew more stooped. At some point, Li's mother also arrived on the balcony and gently draped a coat over her husband's shoulders. "Is there truly no hope?" she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Perhaps I should find a job. I could earn a few hundred yuan a month." Li's father replied sternly, "You cannot go. If you go, who will care for Xiaoyan? I will work once she has fallen asleep. Seeing you toil so hard pains my heart. What good is a few hundred yuan a month? Even if we refuse that gene therapy, a bit more money could allow Xiaoyan to live her final days more comfortably." Frustrated, Li's father exclaimed, "You old woman, what work can you possibly do? Who would employ you? Stop dreaming." Li's mother fell silent, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, Li's father's voice grew tense. "Old woman, look at the moon quickly. Am I seeing things? Is there a red line over there?" Wiping her tears, Li's mother gazed intently at the moon and clearly saw a slender red line appearing, pointing straight towards the depths of the cosmos. As if the moon had sprouted a tail. That place, could it be what Chen Luo mentioned? Yes, the place called the Storm Ocean. Is Chen Luo's work base located there? As the mention of Chen Luo arose, Li's mother instantly became anxious. Yes. Chen Luo mentioned before his departure that he was working at a base somewhere in that stormy ocean. Chen Luo, he won't encounter any mishap, will he? I shall call the Lunar Center to inquire. In the command hall of the Lunar Exploration Center, another secretary hastily approached Commander Tao Xiangrong. "Commander Tao, as of now, 56 family members of lunar base employees have called to inquire why communication has suddenly ceased and why scheduled communications are unconnectable. It is anticipated that as time elapses, an increasing number of families will notice the anomaly, resulting in significant public pressure." This information stirred a sense of agitation within Tao Xiangrong. The lunar base has undoubtedly suffered heavy casualties in this disaster, with total annihilation being a considerable possibility. It is at that juncture that public opinion will truly erupt. Report these matters to Director Li Shouqing and have him assign the publicity department to address the situation. The secretary hurried away, and another voice crackled through the headset. "Commander Tao, an unidentified beam of light has appeared on the moon, of immense scale, visible even to the naked eye from Earth." An unidentified beam? What could it be? "Bring forth the photograph." A technician seized the microphone, urgently relaying information, then paused momentarily before adjusting a setting. Soon, a freshly captured image illuminated the large screen in the command hall, immediately capturing Tao Xiangrong's attention. "Commander Tao, I have coordinated the command for several ground-based optical telescopes to observe the moon, and we have obtained this photograph." In a hurried coordination, the images captured by the telescope lack clarity and possess insufficient resolution, yet they distinctly allow Tao Xiangrong to observe a straight, luminous beam of pale red light. Indeed, at the epicenter of the lunar quake, there emerges a colossal beam directed towards the vastness of the cosmos. Based on the current resolution, this beam has a diameter of at least 30 kilometers, taking on a perfectly circular form, with a length that reaches several thousand kilometers. This image left Tao Xiangrong and several technicians exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 7. Alpha Canis Majoris. It resembles the exhaust plume emitted by some colossal engine. But what kind of engine could produce such an immense plume? What fuel and apparatus could generate an exhaust of this hue? One technician offered a wry smile. "This is likely not an exhaust plume. Our observation equipment has not detected any high-temperature reactions in that area. Spectral analysis yields no conclusive results." When did this phenomenon manifest? It just appeared. Tao Xiangrong's pupils constricted suddenly. Could this entity be responsible for the lunar quake? The technicians exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "We do not know." Another technician reported. "The Overseas Astronomical Optical Array Telescope has also captured the beam. Here are the latest images. In the most recent photographs, the pale red beam appears even more magnificent and awe-inspiring." It dawned on everyone that something extraordinary was unfolding on the lunar surface at that very moment. Yet, what this truly signifies, and whether it relates to the lunar quake, remains shrouded in uncertainty. With great effort to concentrate his mind, Tao Xiangrong shifted his attention away from the peculiar beam of light and decisively waved his hand. Inform the Academy of Sciences. Let them conduct the research and analysis. Our primary mission now is to rescue the personnel at the lunar base. Understood. Shortly thereafter, another staff member reported, Commander Tao, the telescope has spotted survivors. A new image appeared on the large screen. Given Tao Xiangrong's familiarity with the lunar base, he immediately recognized that the image depicted the lunar base 1. As previously observed, the base now lay in ruins, desolate, with clear signs of fire damage. However, this was not the focal point of Tao Xiangrong's concern. His gaze was swiftly drawn to several indistinct figures in spacesuits at the corner of the image. After comparing it with the equipment layout of Lunar Base 1, he quickly determined that these individuals were located near the emergency shelter's fission battery. They were attempting to restore the energy supply to the emergency area. Tao Xiangrong took a few steps forward, his robust voice resonating throughout the command hall. Gentlemen, we must take action. If we can restore the energy supply to the emergency shelter at Lunar Base 1, the survivors there will stand a significant chance of enduring until the rescue ship arrives. The pressing issue now is how to assist them in repairing that damned fission battery. Whoever has a solution, I will commend them. Due to the failure of all lunar communication relay satellites, the lunar base was unable to contact the command hall proactively. However, within the command hall, information could be transmitted to the lunar base through high-powered communication antennas. The more than 200 staff members inside the command hall fell silent in an instant. At that moment, every mind was engaged in a rapid cognitive process, fully aware of the implications. In the face of a colossal catastrophe that threatened all lunar exploration efforts, if the command base could devise a means to rescue even a fraction of the otherwise doomed survivors, the pressure it faced, both in public opinion and in accountability, would be significantly alleviated. Beyond these pragmatic concerns, there was a shared emotional yearning among all present for the survivors to await the arrival of the rescue spacecraft. After all, these were vibrant lives. These were colleagues and friends with whom they had worked for several years. A technician exclaimed, Commander Tao, I have a solution. I just checked. And the fission battery's primary issue lies with the energy output module. This damage can be entirely compensated for with remaining materials. Even if stability is compromised, it should still hold for a day or two. Tao Xiangrong's eyes lit up. Good fellow. Come here and elaborate. Technical team. Initiate analysis immediately. The technician, brimming with excitement, stepped forward but suddenly halted after taking a few strides, his smile fading into disappointment. Commander Tao, this plan is unfeasible. I forgot they lack neutron shielding materials. The initial spark of hope vanished once more with these words. Several technicians put forth various proposals, yet all were summarily dismissed before undergoing analysis or experimentation by the technical team. Time slipped away gradually, and with each passing second, Tao Xiangrong felt an increasing urgency in his heart. During this process, a call was received from the Academy of Sciences, stating that they had established an investigative team to address the anomalous light columns, urging the command base to focus solely on disaster relief without distraction. Director Li Xiuqing called twice more to inquire about the progress. Upon learning that survivors had been confirmed at Lunar Base 1, but that they were at grave risk of succumbing to the high temperatures after dawn due to damage to the fission batteries, Director Li's tone shifted dramatically. Tao Xiangrong, I don't care what means you employ. Even if you must fly to the moon immediately, you must find a way to rescue these individuals. If these survivors perish, I will ensure your dismissal before my own resignation. The mounting pressure from all sides weighed heavily on Tao Xiangrong's heart. At this moment, not just he, but everyone was fervently yearning for a glimmer of good news. But where, indeed, was the good news? A flame blazed fiercely within Tao Xiangrong, infusing his words with a volatile intensity. 200 experts, typically so full of bravado. Yet now, they cannot even repair a single fission battery. What good are you? Good for nothings. Useless. One technician, feeling aggrieved, remarked, the fission battery can be repaired, but without the necessary materials and tools, we are truly at a loss. The fission battery designed specifically for the moon had not factored in the necessity for robust seismic and pressure resistance. Who would have anticipated such intense seismic activity on the lunar surface? Tao Xiangrong continued to shout, You must explain this to the global populace. Explain it to the chairman. At that moment, a staff member suddenly exclaimed, The 3 survivors have abandoned the fission battery. They seem to have given up. Tao Xiangrong clenched his fists tightly, rendered speechless. If the 200 experts on the ground could not devise a method to repair the fission battery, He had no hope that those 3 base personnel could restore it. What could that individual possibly be contemplating? Not only Tao Xiangrong, but everyone within the ground base was engulfed in confusion. On the moon, in the storm ocean, there lay Capella, one of the brightest stars visible from either Earth or the moon. After locating Capella, Chen Luo glanced at the time, silently calculating for a moment before resolutely walking towards a direction approximately 20 degrees to the side of Capella. Leader Yang, how is the inspection proceeding? When can we expect the energy supply to be restored? Have we identified the source of the malfunction? Where is Leader Chen? Where has he gone? As Yang Yi's words faded, the previously subdued crowd erupted once more into a cacophony of voices. How is this possible? The B2 lunar exploration base is over 20 kilometers away. We currently lack navigation. How could Leader Chen possibly find the way? What about the lunar rovers? Don't we have 5 lunar rovers at our base? Why aren't we using them? The lunar rover has been severely damaged in the recent moonquake. This is clearly tantamount to courting disaster. Team Leader Chen cannot possibly succeed. We are doomed. Oh, we are utterly finished. I do not wish to perish. I do not want to die. Amidst the clamor, Yang Yi's temples throbbed with tension, a desire to roar rising within him, yet the words eluded him, and he could only exhale a long, resigned sigh. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay before Chen Luo. He even knew that, beyond the myriad difficulties previously mentioned, Chen Luo would encounter even greater obstacles. Firstly, the extent of the damage sustained by the lunar core exploration base during this moonquake remains unknown. It is highly likely that it has been reduced to rubble. Secondly, the structure of the lunar core exploration base presents a complication. The solar panels are affixed to the base, making their removal exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, following the recent violent moonquake, who can ascertain the extent of the changes in the lunar landscape and the myriad dangers that may lie hidden therein? In Yang Yi's estimation, the probability of success for the entire operation is less than 1%. After Chen Luo proposed this plan, Yang Yi expressed his staunch opposition. Yet Chen Luo remained obstinate and resolutely set forth. Silence, everyone. At that moment, a powerful shout erupted within the chaotic emergency shelter. The crowd turned to find Li Gu, still sporting a faint smile, gazing at them. Though it was indeed a smile, it now bore an ominous edge. For those who believe they are doomed, step out of here at once. The people exchanged perplexed glances. At this moment, the air seemed to grow heavy. After a few seconds of silence, Li Gu disdainfully remarked, Just die already? No one is going to perish. It seems everyone still wishes to live. Since you all want to survive, then behave yourselves. Team Leader Chen is risking his life to retrieve the solar panels. If you cannot assist, then do not create chaos. Yang Yi steadied his resolve, indeed. Now, I call upon all members of the mechanical team, as well as those possessing knowledge of circuitry and mechanical structures, to come forward. We must prepare in advance for the connection of the solar panels. Chapter 8. A leap into the void beneath the vast expanse of twinkling stars. Chen Luo trudged forward through the darkness. This recent lunar quake had drastically transformed the once familiar lunar landscape. Illuminated by the faint starlight and the radiant beam from a distant light column, Chen Luo beheld the emergence of countless hills and crevices upon the lunar surface. At times, these hills and ravines compelled him to take detours. However, with the stars as his guide, he was not at risk of losing his way. The B2 Lunar Nuclear Detection Base was an unmanned facility, with the operational manual stipulating that inspections should occur every 3 months. To date, Chen Luo had visited the base a total of 6 times, the most recent being merely half a month ago. These 6 inspections had rendered him intimately familiar with the various facilities within the B2 Lunar Nuclear Detection Base. It was precisely this familiarity that inspired his desire to venture there once more. At this moment, a profound darkness enveloped the surroundings. The thick, faint red beam of light not only failed to illuminate this world, but instead cast a subtle crimson hue over the shadows, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. The multitude of twinkling stars in the sky offered no solace to Chen Luo. Rather, they accentuated his profound solitude. It seemed as though he was the sole inhabitant of this vast universe. Under such circumstances, Chen Luo trudged forward, treading upon the lunar dust. The distance of over 20 kilometers was not particularly daunting. In the past, when maneuvering a lunar rover, he typically required only a little over half an hour to traverse such a span. However, now, with the terrain drastically altered and clad in a spacesuit, achieving this journey within 2 hours would be commendable. Time gradually slipped away, and suddenly, The realm around him burst into brilliance. Chen Luo lifted his gaze and beheld the faint emergence of the sun's edge on the distant horizon. Though it revealed only a sliver, that portion remained dazzlingly bright. Impossible to behold directly, the sun had risen. Unlike the earth, where the daytime obscures the stars, here on the moon, even under the sun's radiance, the celestial bodies remained vividly visible in the sky, alleviating any concerns of losing his way in the dark. With the sunlight illuminating his path, Chen Luo's vision expanded significantly, freeing him from the fear of stumbling into a chasm. Meanwhile, at the ground command center, the Commander Tao announced, "Commander Tao, the Overseas Celestial Array Telescope has located the astronaut who wandered away from the base. He is currently approximately 6 kilometers from the base, advancing in a specific direction." Tao Xiangrong stared intently at the high-definition image displayed on the large screen, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. What could this individual be planning? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. "Bring me the base distribution map." A secretary swiftly presented the lunar storm ocean-based distribution map on another screen. After a moment of observation, Tao suddenly clapped his hands. He intends to head to the lunar core detection base. There is no doubt about it. The secretary murmured. What could he possibly want at the lunar core detection base? Tao decisively declared, regardless of his intentions, we must do our utmost to assist him. Is he perhaps using the stars to navigate? This complicates matters. Communications team, immediately connect me to his spacesuit and relay the route information. The communications team leader replied with a wry smile, this will take time. We do not have the suit's identification number, so we cannot contact him directly. Then why are you just standing there? Quickly, try each one. Move. Commander Tao. The telescope has detected a previously non-existent deep trench ahead of the target. On the moon. In the storm ocean, the sun's emergence made Chen Luo's journey considerably easier and swifter. Yet, this did not alleviate the tension in his heart. The reason was simple. With the sun's appearance, the temperature within the emergency evacuation zone would inevitably rise, and his remaining time was dwindling. Chen Luo understood that he must accelerate his pace. Upon the lunar surface, where gravity is a mere 1/6 of that on Earth, Chen Luo strode forward with great strides, gliding swiftly across the scarred landscape that bore the marks of countless bombardments. Yet, after advancing less than 2 kilometers, he found himself compelled to halt once more. Before him lay a deep chasm, as if carved by a sword, starkly visible against the ravaged terrain. Due to the angle of sunlight, Chen could not discern the chasm's bottom, but the portion illuminated above revealed a depth exceeding 5 meters, with a width of at least 14 to 15 meters. It loomed like a celestial divide, obstructing his path to survival. This chasm was evidently a recent formation, at least a fortnight prior. During his journey to the lunar core exploration base, he had encountered no such obstacle. Its emergence vividly illustrated the intensity of the recent lunar tremors. Chen paused, gazing leftward into the distance, yet the end of the chasm remained elusive. Turning right, he similarly found no edge in sight. It appeared that he stood at the narrowest point of this fissure, which still measured no less than 14 to 15 meters across. Chen was acutely aware that the documented world record for long jump hovers around 9 meters. Although the moon's gravity was diminished, he was no trained athlete, and the cumbersome weight of his spacesuit further hampered his movements. In that moment, a chilling wave of despair washed over him. Back at the ground base, observing the hesitant astronaut before the chasm, Tao Xiangrong felt beads of sweat forming in the palm of his hand. The communications officer hurriedly approached, whispering a report. I have identified the serial number of the spacesuit. We are now ready to transmit the information there. Tao Xiangrong immediately responded, very well. Send the message at once, informing. Suddenly, Tao Xiangrong paused mid-sentence. The communications officer gazed at him, awaiting further instruction, but after a moment, Tao Xiangrong sighed. Retracting his command, forget it, let us refrain from contacting him for now. The communications officer looked at Tao Xiangrong with palpable confusion. While a bitter expression clouded Tao's face as he murmured, his position lies at the narrowest point of this canyon, yet even so, it spans over 10 meters in width. This canyon stretches for several dozen kilometers. He cannot circumvent it. The only option left for him is to leap across. Everything. We shall see once he has made that jump. The communications officer fell silent as well. He recognized that they lacked the means to assist the astronaut. If he could leap across, there would be a chance for future communication. If he could not, contacting him would serve no purpose. Furthermore, if they were to reach out now, It might disturb his focus and undermine his mental state, leading to detrimental consequences. On the moon, at stormy ocean, Chen Luo arrived before the chasm and quietly sat at its edge. Although the spacesuit possessed excellent thermal insulation, Chen Luo still sensed the scorching temperature of the lunar dust above. It was relentlessly conducting heat towards the emergency refuge area. Unless the temperatures of both sides equilibrated, this process would never cease. With each passing second, the temperature within the safe zone steadily increased. Chen Luo abruptly rose to his feet and turned to walk back. After traversing several dozen meters, he suddenly halted. The visage of Li Shuyun resurfaced in his mind. Plummeting into the abyss would mean certain death. If I do not cross this chasm, my colleagues and I are doomed, and Shuyun will perish as well. Death looms on both sides, so I shall wager everything. Chen Luo slowly turned around, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Upon opening his eyes, he unleashed a fierce roar, propelling himself forward with all his might. Each stride covered a distance of 7 or 8 meters, and every footfall sent his body soaring into the air. The gravity, a mere 1/6 of that on Earth, rendered him swifter than the birds that soar above. Arriving at the brink of the chasm, Chen Luo hesitated not for a moment. With both feet landing simultaneously and legs exerting force, his body ascended into the air, hurtling towards the opposite side of the ravine. In that instant, his mind was a blank slate, save for a singular voice that echoed incessantly within him. Cross it! Cross it! Amidst this fervent call, Chen Luo felt as though he had sprouted wings, racing toward the glimmer of hope ahead. The distance to the far side of the chasm rapidly diminished, seeming almost within reach. Yet, that slight span transformed into an insurmountable divide between life and death. The moon's gravity had begun to pull Chen Luo's body downward, swiftly lowering him to the edge of a chasm. However, at that moment, there remained a distance of approximately 30 centimeters between Chen Luo and the brink. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson. He extended his arms with lightning speed, grasping the cliffside with fierce determination. Suddenly, an unknown force surged within him, with all his might. He flipped his body and descended to the surface. In that fleeting moment, Chen Luo felt his consciousness fade into oblivion. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, he found himself rendered incapable of any further action. Meanwhile, within the Earth Command Base, a hushed and oppressive hall erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Tao Xiangrong abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on the figure of the astronaut on the large screen, unable to tear his eyes away. The astronaut. He had made the leap. He had crossed over. Chapter 9. Communication with the staff members! Exclamation. The image of the astronaut reappeared on the screen. Tao Xiangrong glanced at it, his breath quickening with excitement. Well done, he succeeded. With a firm slap on the table, he bellowed, "Communications team, establish contact with the target immediately and relay the location and navigation information. Mechanical team, swiftly retrieve the data from the lunar core exploration base and analyze how we can disassemble the solar panels." Yes, yes. At this juncture, Tao Xiangrong finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope on the horizon. The deceased have already departed, yet the living survivors must be rescued. Even saving one more soul is a commendable endeavor. After uttering these words, Tao Xiangrong began to wait in silence. On the moon, amidst the storm ocean, just as he attempted to rise, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through his lower back, radiating excruciating agony throughout his body, causing Chen Luo to involuntarily cry out in pain. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, but encountered only the smooth surface of his spacesuit. As for what transpired within the confines of the suit, he could only speculate. Was there damage to the suit structure during the recent leap, with some component impaling him? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. After all, the outer layer of the spacesuit remained intact. Had it been compromised, he would have perished by now. Hence, the object embedded in his waist could only be a part of the suit's own structure. This meant that Chen Luo could not rectify the malfunction and must endure the pain, for here, he was unable to remove the suit, nor could he reach inside it. Damn it! Chen Luo gritted his teeth and attempted to rise slowly. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the spacesuit communicator. "This is Moon Base 2. I am Hong Mingxian. We are in distress. Our oxygen supply will deplete in 11 hours. Repeat, this is Moon Base 2. A distress signal from Base 2? Are there survivors there as well?" Chen Luo's heart grew heavier, yet he could only choose to ignore the signal for now. At this moment, the possibility of salvation remained an enigma. He found himself utterly incapable of rescuing the survivors at Base 2. Enduring the pain radiating from his waist, Chen Luo had just resolved to press onward when a voice emanated from his communicator. This is the Lunar Exploration Center, Earth Base. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Luo's heart surged with joy. It was the very voice of the individual who had, against all odds, consented to advance his 5-year salary in full, enabling Li Shuyan to receive the finest treatment. Commander Tao, this is Chen Luo. If our conjecture is correct, please inscribe the numeral 1 on the surface. Chen Luo immediately halted, dragging one leg while advancing with the other, etching a straight line on the surface that resembled the numeral 1. Excellent. The experts at the ground base are currently devising a method to dismantle the solar panels from the outer wall of the base. You must now proceed towards the lunar core exploration base. I will provide you with navigational information. At this moment, advance straight ahead, and should your direction alter, I will promptly notify you. Chen Luo felt invigorated, as if even the relentless agony in his waist had significantly diminished. No longer would he laboriously seek out the stars or calculate time and angles. With direct navigation from the ground base, his journey would undoubtedly accelerate. Yet, as he began to move, the illusion of relief from the pain in his waist was swiftly shattered. The metallic object embedded in his waist seemed not to have detached from the structure of his spacesuit, and with each step, his body continued to rub against the suit. With each jarring movement, the metallic object stirred painfully within Chen Luo's wound, each agitation eliciting a wave of excruciating pain that rendered him incapable of running, forcing him to advance with laborious steps. Are you injured? Can you persevere? If so, please continue. If not, halt, and our medical experts will offer you guidance. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, utterly disregarding the words, resolutely pressing onward. He understood all too well that, at this moment, no matter how skilled the medical professionals, their expertise was of no use to him. Observing Chen Luo's continued progress, the voice of Tao Xiangrong softened slightly. As long as you can persist. Now, turn 20 degrees to the left. You are less than 10 kilometers from the lunar core exploration base and are expected to arrive within an hour. Turn 30 degrees to the left to navigate around the hill. Turn 15 degrees to the right to traverse the canyon. Turn 20 degrees to the left. Congratulations. The lunar core exploration base lies just ahead. Beneath the blinding sunlight, Chen Luo finally beheld the figure he had long yearned for. It presented a hemispherical form, quietly resting upon the desolate lunar surface. Its shell glimmered like a mirror, reflecting light that left Chen Luo momentarily dazzled. He recognized it as the solar panels that provided energy to the lunar core exploration base, the sole hope for the hundreds of survivors at Base 1 on the moon. It appeared unscathed, devoid of any visible structural damage. You may first take a moment to rest within the base, replenishing your spacesuit with oxygen and water, while also replacing the battery. The experts are currently devising a more convenient method for the disassembly of the battery panel. I shall inform you immediately upon obtaining results. Within the Lunar Exploration Center's Earth base, Tao Xiangrong delivered this statement with unwavering confidence, asserting that everything was under control before severing the communication. His voice then transformed into a high-pitched urgency. Old Yang, hurry. The target has reached the lunar core exploration base. How is the disassembly plan coming along? An elderly expert, his hair graying and his posture slightly stooped, lamented, Commander Tao, the task you assign me is simply impossible to accomplish. The solar panels were integrated into the base's outer shell from the very beginning. With only a few rudimentary tools, how could we possibly dismantle them? Tao Xiangrong bellowed. I do not care. You must understand, there are hundreds of lives at stake. Move swiftly. After his outburst, Tao Xiangrong reopened the communication switch, his voice quickly regaining its calm and resolute tone. The experts have formulated a preliminary plan. Please be patient and do not panic. At this moment, Chen Luo remained unperturbed. Prior to departure, he had adequately prepared himself psychologically for the potential challenges ahead. He approached and manually opened the hatch of the lunar core exploration base, stepping inside. Amidst the somewhat disordered surroundings of the base, Chen Luo methodically completed the tasks of replenishing oxygen and water, replacing the spacesuit battery, and retrieving his toolbox, meticulously inspecting each tool he would require. The task of dismantling the solar panels proved to be exceedingly arduous, fraught with the risk of irreparable damage, which would result in a total loss. This was a genuine gamble. However, at this moment, Chen Luo found himself cornered and compelled to take a chance, even if it were but a slender glimmer of hope. The steady voice of Commander Tao Xiangrong echoed in his ears. You must proceed to remove the solar panels according to the procedure outlined in the 5th volume. 6th clause of the Emergency Repair Manual. The ground experts will now elucidate the key operational points. Chen Luo shrugged, dismissing the words that fell upon deaf ears. Long before embarking on this mission, he had resolved to follow the 6th clause for the disassembly of the solar panels. It appeared that the experts on the ground had failed to provide him with a superior method of operation. Armed with tools, Chen Luo hastily approached the outer wall of the base. However, just as he was about to commence, he caught sight of an unusual discoloration on the outer layer of the panels, a faint, charred yellow-black hue. In an instant, a sense of foreboding surged through Chen Luo's mind. He abandoned his tools and rushed into the base, frantically searching for an instrument. After pressing a few buttons, he gazed at the display, which read a stark 0, and collapsed onto the ground in despair. It turned out that the solar panels on the outer layer of the lunar core detection base had long been irreparably damaged, beyond any possibility of restoration. The success rate of removing solar panels without damage is a mere 1%. However, it seems that even this slim hope has been denied to him. Given this, what is the significance of his perilous journey here, risking life and limb? Chapter 10, Base 2, Ground Command Center. Tao Xiangrong gazed at the large screen displaying the image of an astronaut, akin to a startled rabbit, bolting into the lunar core exploration base, and, after a prolonged absence, he finally sensed something amiss. This is the Ground Command Center. May I inquire what has transpired? What is the situation? The voice, originating from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, roused Chen Luo from his stupor. With some difficulty, he rose and staggered outside the base. The pain in his waist intensified, as if all his strength had fled from the wound. He collapsed once more onto the ground, gazing up at the sky, gesturing weakly. What has happened? What is going on? After a moment of silence, Chen Luo turned to the lunar dust-covered surface and inscribed a few words. The solar panel is damaged. Tao Xiangrong's brows knitted in concern. This was an entirely unexpected development. The Overseas Celestial Array Telescope had captured clear images of the exterior of the lunar core exploration base. At least from the outside, its structure appeared largely intact. Who would have anticipated that it was, in fact, damaged? He was about to inquire further regarding the nature of the damage, contemplating the possibility of repairs, but the next moment, he dismissed the thought. He observed as the astronaut wrote again, the chip is burned out. The destruction of a chip signifies one of the gravest types of damage, indicating that the most crucial component of this solar panel has been obliterated. On Earth, repairing it is relatively straightforward. One merely needs to replace the damaged chip. However, how could one possibly effect such repairs on the moon? At this moment, the flicker of hope that had just ignited within Tao Xiangrong was utterly extinguished. He found himself at a loss for words to console the astronaut. Given the gravity of the situation, was comfort even meaningful? Must they truly resign themselves to the dismal fate of total annihilation? Was it inevitable that no amount of effort and dedication from their side could avert this calamitous outcome? Cursed beam of light. Tao Xiangrong slammed his fist against the table, his heart ablaze with fury. At the moon core exploration base, Chen Luo leaned quietly against the outer wall, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, lost in thought. In that moment, the visages of many individuals flickered through his mind. The ever-caring supervisor Zhang Wenguang, his elder brother Yang Yi, subordinates like Li Gu and Sun Yi, and the woman he had cherished deeply, Li Shuyun, who lay in a hospital bed on Earth, awaiting his rescue. Chen Luo shook his head in anguish, tears gradually streaming down his face. The tears trickled down his cheeks, bringing a tingling sensation, yet through the confines of his spacesuit helmet. He was unable even to wipe them away. At that moment, a voice emanated from the helmet once more. This is Lunar Base 2. I am Hong Mingxian. We require assistance. Our oxygen supply will be depleted in 10 hours. Repeat, this is Lunar Base 2. Chen Luo remained in a daze, showing no reaction to the distress signal. Suddenly, a thought struck him with fervor. The oxygen was nearly depleted, which implied that the energy supply was intact. The fission battery was still operational. If he could transport the fission battery from Base 2 to Base 1, then wouldn't that mean? In a moment of clarity, an inexplicable surge of energy coursed through Chen Luo, dispelling his previous despondence. However, his exhilaration was fleeting. Moments later, he recognized the complexities of the situation. The distance from Lunar Base 2 to Lunar Base 1 was approximately 170 kilometers in a straight line. The recent lunar tremor had drastically altered the landscape of Oceanus Procellarum, and if Chen Luo were to venture to Base 2, the journey would undoubtedly exceed this distance, as he would need to navigate around numerous impassable areas. At that moment, he had access to a lunar rover, yet its maximum range was merely 100 kilometers, insufficient to reach Base 2. Even if he could arrive, what of the return journey? Should he pin his hopes on finding a usable spacecraft at Base 2? Compared to these challenges, the previously daunting issue of navigation was rendered trivial with the guidance of the Ground Command Center. Nevertheless, these three formidable obstacles loomed large, rendering the plan as unattainable as the reflection of the moon in water, beautiful yet utterly out of reach. At that moment, the voice of Commander Tao Xiangrong resonated once more within the confines of the astronaut's helmet. Do not be anxious. The ground experts are engaged in urgent consultations, and a plan for the repair of the solar panels will be provided shortly. The usually composed tone of Commander Tao now carried a hint of hesitation, which did not escape Chen Luo's keen perception. It was evident that even Commander Tao himself harbored doubts regarding the feasibility of devising a solution. Chen Luo clenched his teeth in resolve. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay. Regardless of the viability of the plan, he had to take action. Was the journey insufficient? Then he would traverse the remaining distance on foot. He would rely on his own legs to complete the journey, with life hanging in the balance. He resolved to take one step at a time, proceeding wherever fate might lead him. Determined to act, Chen Luo scrambled to his feet, seized his toolkit, and made his way toward the solitary lunar rover. First, he swiftly removed the external armor of the rover, followed by various non-essential components, such as the headlights and seat cushions. In mere moments, a pile of discarded items accumulated around the lunar vehicle. What are you doing? Do you have a plan? He paused to inscribe on the ground, I am heading to Base 2. In the communicator, Commander Tao's voice grew increasingly urgent. Base 2 is 180 kilometers in a straight line from your location. Including detours, the distance is even greater. It is impossible for you to reach it. Chen Luo methodically removed the last non-essential and detachable component, inscribing the words navigation before he leapt onto the lunar rover, steering it towards the general direction of Base 2. Tao Xiangrong inhaled deeply and bellowed once more. Quickly chart a feasible route from the Lunar Core Detection Base to Base 2. Now, understood. I will immediately coordinate with the telescope. Due to the recent lunar tremors that altered the landscape, the previous maps were evidently rendered obsolete. This necessitated the recapture of topographical images and a fresh analysis. Within a mere 10 minutes, amidst the bustling activity of over 20 surveying experts, a new route was meticulously plotted. Tao Xiangrong promptly communicated through the microphone. The total distance is 203 kilometers, with an estimated arrival in 6 hours. Now let's circumvent that mountain ahead, skirting around its base. On the lunar surface, upon hearing Tao Xiangrong's words, a slight smirk played at the corners of Chen Luo's mouth. 6 hours? Too slow. He pressed the accelerator of the lunar rover with determination. The rover, now significantly lighter, roared into action. Of course, Chen Luo could not hear the roar, yet he could feel the vibrations of the vehicle, sensing its fury and power. The lunar rover charged forth like an enraged bull. In the moon's gravity, which is merely 1/6 that of Earth, amidst a terrain riddled with craters and jagged rocks, the rover leapt and fell repeatedly, making Chen Luo feel as though he were on a trampoline. Had he not fastened his seatbelt, he likely would have been tossed from his seat. Within the ground command base, as he gazed at the swiftly advancing lunar rover, the mechanical supervisor's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This fellow, he has lost his mind. Does he not fear the vehicle disintegrating? There was no time for such concerns. Tao Xiangrong declared fiercely, we are racing against time. Proceed straight along the canyon's edge for 15 minutes. Then veer right at a 30-degree angle. Continue onward. Time slipped away slowly, and before long, over an hour had passed. Tao Xiangrong glanced at the numbers displayed on the screen and was astounded to discover that, in less than 2 hours, the lunar rover had traversed a remarkable distance of 100 kilometers. His driving skills were indeed commendable. With the rover's weight reduction, its range should extend to 150 kilometers, implying it could still cover an additional 50 kilometers. After that, a trek of 50 kilometers on foot would still offer a glimmer of hope to reach Base 2 successfully. Hurry. Immediately analyze the damage at Base 2, with a particular focus on the fission battery and the rover's condition. Formulate a plan for the disassembly of the fission battery. As commands cascaded down, A flurry of technicians commenced their frantic activity. Sweat dripped from Tao Xiangrong's palms, yet his gaze remained fixated on the figure racing across the large screen. On the lunar surface, the rover soared into the air, leaping over a canyon 5 meters wide, before crashing heavily back to the ground, continuing its relentless advance. Throughout his journey, Chen Luo had lost count of the canyons he had crossed and the peaks he had navigated. At this moment, only a singular thought resonated in his mind: to advance, to press on, and to continue forward. Suddenly, Chen Luo sensed an unusual vibration. He keenly discerned that the tremor did not emanate from the lunar rover beneath him, but rather from the very ground below it. An ominous premonition instantaneously invaded Chen Luo's mind. He abruptly looked up and beheld a small peak silently collapsing, while ahead on the lunar surface, a swell unexpectedly emerged, causing the lunar rover, which was just passing over it, to be thrust violently into the air. Aftershocks. The thought barely flickered through his mind before the lunar rover began an uncontrollable descent. The safety belt fastened around him prevented any separation from the rover, compelling him to plummet alongside it. The rover crashed heavily to the ground, its body crumpling instantly. One tire wobbled and flew off, only to roll into a canyon, vanishing from Chen Luo's sight. Chapter 11. Forced march. Even though the gravity here was merely 1/6 that of Earth, Chen Luo was left disoriented and dazed from the impact. Had he not adjusted his posture prior to the fall, attempting to mitigate the force of the impact, he would likely have lost consciousness outright. To faint in such a place would mean certain doom. Yet, despite this, Chen Luo felt a tumultuous discomfort in his chest, as if he might cough up blood. Moreover, the metallic object lodged in his waist seemed to have embedded itself further, inflicting a relentless, piercing pain with every moment of stillness. Struggling to unfasten his safety belt, he crawled out of the lunar rover, gazing at the now deformed vehicle, missing even a wheel, and his heart chilled once more. They had barely traversed 100 kilometers, merely half of their total journey. Now that the lunar rover has been destroyed, must the remaining journey truly be traversed on foot? That is a distance exceeding 100 kilometers. The voice of Tao Xiangrong once again echoed through the communicator. Even now, there was an unmistakable urgency in his typically composed tone. Do not fret. The experts are formulating a restoration plan. Chen Luo glanced at the time, realizing that the power and oxygen reserves of his spacesuit could sustain him for another 7 hours. However, should he exert himself excessively, that time would diminish drastically. At this moment, 2 paths lay before Chen Luo. One was to wait patiently for the ground experts to propose a repair strategy and attempt to restore the lunar rover. The other was to abandon the restoration of the rover and opt to walk the 100 kilometers. Without much hesitation, Chen Luo chose the latter. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his waist and took a determined step forward. A brief silence enveloped the communicator. After a moment, Tao Xiangrong's voice regained its steadiness. On Earth, soldiers often engage in physical training by marching with heavy loads for 30 kilometers or more. The moon's gravity is less than that of Earth, and without any additional weight, reaching base 2 on foot is not beyond the realm of possibility. Chen Luo offered a faint smile. He was well aware of these facts without needing Tao Xiangrong to remind him. Furthermore, prior to his service in the space military, he had frequently excelled in weight training. He paused for a moment and simply inscribed 4 characters. I am Chen Luo. A silence once again enveloped the communicator. After a brief pause, Tao Xiangrong's exuberant voice finally reached him. Chen Luo, is that you? Haha, well done. I knew you were extraordinary. Since it's you, I have nothing to worry about. Continue onward. I will guide you. Following a recent aftershock, the lunar landscape had undergone further alterations, necessitating some adjustments to their route. Fortunately, the newly charted path did not deviate significantly from the previous one, adding only a few kilometers. Beneath the bright sunlight, Chen Luo's gaze regained its resolute intensity. To his left, a massive beam of light remained conspicuously visible. Whether it was an illusion or reality, Chen Luo felt as though it appeared slightly larger than before, its hue deepening. Perhaps this new lunar tremor was connected to the changes in that beam, but now was not the time to ponder such enigmas. Chen Luo pressed on, relentlessly advancing. Despite the high-intensity march, even on the moon, and with his exceptional physical condition, fatigue quickly began to set in. Nearly 5 hours had elapsed since they left the emergency shelter. During these 5 hours, Chen Luo had been tirelessly moving, without consuming a morsel of food or a drop of water. His lips were parched and cracked. His stomach felt as though it were ablaze. and the pain in his lower back showed no signs of abating. Yet, he had no alternative. He understood that the only choice before him was to endure. Otherwise, the toll would not be limited to his own life. The colleagues and friends at Moon Base 1 are destined to perish. Li Shuyun will meet the same fate. His in-laws, who have treated him as their own son, will likely succumb to grief from the simultaneous loss of their daughter and son-in-law. That amounts to over 100 lives hanging precariously on his shoulders. Chen Luo lowered his head slightly, meticulously observing the ground, skillfully navigating various obstacles as he advanced swiftly. In the sky, the enormous sun competed brilliantly with the dazzling stars, while the distant, colossal beams resembled towering pillars. Amidst this radiant display, Chen Luo pressed onward. Only through perseverance could he hope to seize a slender thread of survival. He had been progressing for 3 consecutive hours, covering nearly 70 kilometers. He pondered, is his physical composition truly akin to ours? Deep down, Tao Xiangrong recognized that he could never achieve such a feat. The technical supervisor lamented. Those selected for service in the Space Forces are anything but ordinary. The commander, under immense pressure, foresaw the future by prepaying 5 years of salary to recruit him to the lunar base. Tao Xiangrong retorted sharply. Are you implying that I was anticipating a disaster at the base over a year ago? Is there anyone who flatters like you? Enough of this nonsense. Has the damage assessment of Base 2 been completed? Can the fission batteries and lunar rovers still be utilized? It was clear to all that such a prospect was nearly impossible. The technical supervisor reported, experts are currently investigating how to disassemble the power module of the lunar rover. Tao Xiangrong solemnly stated, inform the experts that a plan must be presented before Chen Luo arrives at Base 2. Otherwise, I shall compel them to assist Chen Luo in transporting the fission batteries to the moon. Amidst the tempestuous ocean of storms, Chen Luo remained resolutely focused on his path. At this juncture, he had lost track of both time and distance traversed. The singular thought occupying his mind was the imperative to advance, to persist relentlessly in his journey. At last, the communicator within his spacesuit crackled to life once more with Tao Xiangrong's voice. Chen Luo, proceed straight ahead. You shall reach Base 2 in 3 kilometers. As he gazed toward Base 2, nearly half obscured by lunar rock and evidently in a state of severe disrepair, an indescribable surge of emotion welled up within him. Unable to contain himself, he let out a jubilant cheer and hastened toward the base. Notably, he discerned that several intact modules within Base 2 still emanated light, and 2 lunar rovers stood unscathed outside their chambers. Splendid, splendid. Chen Luo murmured as he arrived at the airlock of Base 2, inputting the command to request entry. Moments later, the outer hatch opened, and as he stepped inside, it sealed behind him, allowing the inner door to swing open. At that very instant, 3 figures clad in spacesuits sprang to their feet, anxiously converging upon him. Are you with the Space Force? Have you come to rescue us? How splendid. At last, someone has arrived to save us. Our spacesuits can only sustain us for 8 more hours. Where's the spacecraft? Quick, take us to the spaceship. Chen Luo realized that the 3 individuals before him were indeed the survivors from Base 2 who had been sending out distress signals. With a firm gesture, he silenced their clamor, addressing them in a low voice. I am not part of the space army. Like you, I too am a survivor. You're a survivor as well? Who are you? How come I have not seen you before? Are you from Base 1? How did you arrive here? One of them inquired anxiously. We are the last 3 remaining. Everyone else has perished. Once the oxygen in the last 4 spacesuits runs out, we too will meet our end. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is the situation? The oxygen has completely leaked out. We have managed to endure only because we found a few spacesuits here in our chamber, a survivor explained, desperation evident in his voice. However, this chamber still contains air. Another survivor sighed. The carbon dioxide levels are too elevated. We cannot breathe here for long. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently once more. Chen Luo felt a jolt of alarm and urged the 3 survivors to rush outside the chamber. Upon exiting, the shaking ceased, allowing Chen Luo to witness a terrifying sight. 2 lunar rovers were engulfed by a massive fireball that erupted from an adjacent chamber, their structures lifting abruptly into the air before crashing down as mere wreckage. In the distance, a colossal beam of light quietly intensified, becoming more substantial. Chapter 12. Poisoning Stormy Ocean, Emergency Shelter of Lunar Base 1. Outside, sunlight illuminated a bright expanse, while within the shelter, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. It has been nearly 8 hours since Chen Luo departed, and the emergency shelter has endured the searing sun for almost 7 hours. Despite the remarkable insulating properties of the barriers, the internal temperature has inevitably risen to 27 degrees Celsius. While this temperature may not induce discomfort for the survivors present, it signifies something profoundly terrifying. The emergency shelter, shrouded in darkness, is eerily silent, occasionally pierced by a solitary sob. The air is dense, as if it were mercury, rendering it nearly impossible for the occupants to breathe. "We are doomed. We are doomed." Li Gu abruptly rose, intending to reprimand, but was abruptly seized by a wave of dizziness, as if the world itself had begun to spin. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Another earthquake? It was not an impossibility. After Chen Luo's departure, the area had experienced 2 subsequent tremors. However, fortune favored them, as these minor aftershocks did not inflict significant damage upon the emergency shelter. Any minor damages were ultimately repaired by the mechanical team led by Yang Yi. Moments later, as the dizziness subsided, Li Gu realized there was no earthquake. With no time to ponder the cause of his disorientation, he barked, "If you wish to perish, then do so. No one will stop you." The middle-aged man remained silent, merely whimpering in a low voice, which only served to exacerbate Li Gu's irritation. Just as he was about to scold him further, a chorus of cries and commotion erupted from the shadows of the emergency shelter. This cacophony incited others, and soon the entire space was engulfed in a tumult of lamentation and uproar. Regardless of how the members of the security team shouted, calmness could not be restored. Li Gu was in a state of panic, perspiration beading on his forehead, while his mind grew increasingly dizzy, causing his cognitive processing to slow significantly. Amidst this chaos, a piercing voice belonging to a middle-aged woman cut through the tumult. Old Li, what's wrong? Wake up, wake up." A sense of dread enveloped Li Gu as he swiftly activated his handheld emergency light and navigated through the crowd toward the source of the cries. The cacophony of voices gradually subsided in response to the chilling scream. In a nearby corner, a gaunt middle-aged man lay unconscious on the ground, while a somewhat plump woman, her face streaked with tears, anxiously shook his body. Accompanying Li Gu were several doctors from the medical team. Upon witnessing the scene, one doctor immediately approached, examined the man for a moment, and quietly remarked, "Carbon dioxide poisoning." Carbon dioxide poisoning? How could that be? A torrent of thoughts raced through Li Gu's mind in an instant, leaving him momentarily paralyzed as if struck by lightning. Under normal circumstances, carbon dioxide poisoning should not occur. However, with the continuous respiration of hundreds of individuals, the carbon dioxide concentration in the emergency shelter would inevitably rise. Due to the loss of energy, the air circulation system had ceased functioning, rendering it unable to expel carbon dioxide, making poisoning an unfortunate certainty. It was only then that Li Gu realized that his dizziness and headache were also symptoms of carbon dioxide poisoning. "Quick, bring him a set of spacesuit." A member of the security team hurried away, retrieving a spacesuit to drape over the unconscious middle-aged man. Li Gu sought out Yang Yi. Anxiety etched upon his face. "Brother Yang, what shall we do?" Although there was indeed a sufficient supply of oxygen within the emergency refuge, releasing it directly would not alleviate the rising levels of carbon dioxide. Yang Yi, lost in contemplation, remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, a startled cry from Sunny pierced the air. "Lu Ping, what are you doing?" Li Gu swiftly turned to see the robust Lu Ping, his cropped hair giving him a fierce appearance, grappling with Sunny. Without hesitation, Li Gu stepped forward and forcefully separated them. "What on earth is happening?" Lu Peng exclaimed. "I am also succumbing to the poison. Quickly, give me a spacesuit." A subtle smile crept onto Li Gu's lips, his tone remarkably calm. "We have only 15 spacesuits, reserved for the most perilous moments. If you truly desire one, you are welcome to come and take it." Gazing at Li Gu's mocking smile, Lu Peng hesitated, then, summoning his courage, retorted, "The spacesuits are under the guardianship of your security team. Fine. But can you truly administer fairness and justice? What sort of fairness do you seek?" Li Gu inquired. Lu Peng scanned the area and pointed to a young woman slumped on the ground. "Si Ruofang is showing symptoms too. Will you provide her with a spacesuit?" It was common knowledge that Li Gu harbored feelings for Si Ruofang. As Lu Ping posed this question, an eerie silence enveloped the emergency refuge. Countless pairs of eyes turned toward Li Gu, including the pleading, sorrowful gaze of Si Ruofang herself. At this moment, a voice once again echoed from the ground base within the emergency refuge zone. "This is the ground command center. I am Tao Xiangro. Everyone, please do not be alarmed. and maintain your composure. Rescue teams will arrive shortly. This is the ground command center. Lu Peng snorted and turned away. Si Ruofang's gaze darkened as she lowered her head, while Sun Yi clenched her fist in secret, internally expressing her approval. With the situation temporarily stabilized, Li Gu sought out Yang Yi once more. He understood that this approach was unsustainable. If they could not reduce the carbon dioxide levels, everyone would perish in this place. Yang Yi furrowed his brow in deep contemplation when suddenly a thought illuminated his mind. I have a solution. Speak quickly. The air circulation system is inoperative, but I can step outside and directly release pure oxygen into the emergency refuge zone. Sun Yi responded with dissatisfaction. What kind of solution is that? The carbon dioxide levels will still not decrease. Yang Yi replied resolutely. We can simply open the hatch and release a portion of the current gas. This was indeed a feasible idea. However, a moment's reflection revealed a concern. Such an action would significantly elevate the oxygen levels, potentially leading to oxygen toxicity. Excessive oxygen concentration can also be toxic and may even result in death. Yet, after a brief consideration, the group cast aside this worry. Let us focus on surviving the moment. Without hesitation, Yang Yi donned his spacesuit and exited the emergency refuge zone to reach the equipment chamber, while Li Gu meticulously manipulated the hatch to release a portion of the internal air to the outside. As the symptoms of dizziness gradually subsided, the spirits of the people began to lighten. Yet everyone is acutely aware that this is not a sustainable solution. At the very least, it cannot sustain them until the arrival of rescue forces. In the command center hall on Earth, Tao Xiangrong, his countenance twisted with rage and his eyes bloodshot like a beast poised to devour its prey, pounded his fist against the table once more upon witnessing the destruction of 2 lunar rovers through the telescope. After finally catching a glimmer of hope, it was all snatched away just like that. The technical supervisor hurried in, reporting, Commander, the experts have devised a method to dismantle the power module of the lunar rovers using limited tools. It boasts a high degree of feasibility and reliability. Before the supervisor could finish his sentence, Tao Xiangrong wearily waved his hand and gestured toward the screen. The supervisor lifted his gaze, his eyes widening in shock. Is this some kind of jest? On the moon, at Stormy Ocean Base 2, Chen Luo stared blankly at the 2 lunar rovers reduced to scrap metal, his heart sinking once more. A fiery tumult seemed to burn within him, urging him to scream and to rush forth, to obliterate everything within his sight with his fists. Beside him, a survivor from Base 2 murmured, It's over, we can't escape. Another survivor lamented, I had just made a breakthrough in my research. I hadn't even had the chance to record the data. Is this how it ends for me? I refuse to accept this. The elderly woman's grave condition haunted him. He lamented that he would not even have the chance to see her one last time. This statement jolted Chen Luo, who was teetering on the brink of despair, back to a painful clarity. You wish to see your wife one last time. How I long to revive mine. I cannot perish. We must not perish. We cannot succumb. Chen Luo murmured as he stepped forward, meticulously examining the wreckage of the 2 lunar rovers. The rovers were irreparably damaged, their bodies reduced to mere fragments. Yet, amidst his relentless scrutiny and contemplation, a bold idea began to materialize in Chen Luo's mind. He turned around and approached the 3 survivors from Base 2, exclaiming, Cease your lamentations. I shall lead you to safety. The 3 survivors exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Luo reiterated, Do you have any provisions left? Quickly, bring me some. And procure a new spacesuit for me. Yes, we have food and drink. Chapter 13. Simulation. Although the air in the chamber of Base 2 was thick with elevated levels of carbon dioxide, it remained breathable for a short duration. After consuming some sustenance, Chen Luo retrieved the previous spacesuit to inspect it and discovered the metallic object that had caused him such agony. It was a frayed and twisted wire. Perhaps due to a tremendous impact, it had severed and embedded itself into his side, tormenting him for several hours. Upon inspecting his waist, he found it a gruesome sight, blood and flesh in disarray. Understanding the cause of his suffering, Chen Luo felt not anger, but rather a sense of relief. Remarkably, despite the wire's rupture, the spacesuit continued to function properly. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. He took the medical kit, applied simple first aid to staunch the bleeding and cover the wound, then donned the new spacesuit, addressing the 3 survivors. Let us proceed. The 3 individuals exchanged glances once more, contemplating their next move. Where shall we go? On foot? Chen Luo focused on opening the hatch, muttering, First, we must dismantle the fission battery and place it in a secure location. A survivor murmured, Does it even matter to dismantle it now? Without hesitation, the trio followed Chen Luo out of the hatch. At the Earth Command Center, Tao Xiangrong's expression shifted as he gazed at the four figures reappearing on the large screen. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Immediately contact the Transmission Laboratory, the Advancement Laboratory, the Mechanical Research Institute of the Academy of Human Sciences, the Metal Materials Research Institute, the Miniaturization Project Group for Nuclear Energy, and the Chongqing Technology Company that produces lunar rovers. Have them dispatch their most elite engineers to convene in the simulation conference room at once." The secretary inquired, "What do you need them for?" "What do I need them for? I want them to construct a functional lunar rover for me." The secretary hastened away without delay. Tao Xiangrong turned to the technical supervisor. "Organize a team for hands-on operations immediately and coordinate with the metal processing lab for a custom model. Remember, the model must be a perfect replica." "Understood." "Wait. By the time they deliver the model, it may be too late. You must take the operational team to the site right away." "Yes, I shall go at once." "Hold on. Are you planning to drive there?" "Immediately contact the Air Force Base and have them send a helicopter for you." Messages flowed from the command center, each directed to different locations. In the suburbs of the capital, a balding middle-aged man was jolted awake by the ringing of a phone. Initially, he felt a twinge of impatience, but upon recognizing the caller's number, he was instantly roused. Grasping the receiver with urgency, he responded respectfully. And as soon as he hung up, he sprang from his bed, rushing out the door in his pajamas without even a moment to change. At the headquarters of Chongqing Technology Company in Binhai City, the chief engineer, on the verge of leaving the laboratory for a respite, received a call and, without the luxury of changing out of his uniform, hurriedly dashed towards another building. Within the Mechanical Research Institute, an unkempt old man pounded the table fiercely. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. This is a political mission that must be accomplished." At the Air Force Base, an armed helicopter took off in haste, reaching the ground command center within mere minutes. After a few individuals boarded, it swiftly ascended once more, soaring into the distance. Prior to the helicopter's arrival, a message had already reached the Metal Processing Laboratory, prompting several senior engineers to anxiously activate the equipment. Experts and engineers from the Metal Materials Research Institute, the Miniaturized Nuclear Energy Project team, and the Propulsion Laboratory were urgently summoned and gathered in a virtual conference room. Tao Xiangrong took his seat, donned the holographic helmet handed to him by his secretary, and immediately beheld the figures of experts from various research departments. Without any formalities, Tao Xiangrong stated directly, "There is an urgent task that requires everyone's assistance. Commander Tao, please proceed." The task is rather straightforward. Using only a singular fission battery and a plethora of lunar vehicle debris, devise a functional lunar rover. I do not demand extravagant performance. It merely needs to be operational, remain intact, and transport my astronaut across the lunar surface for a distance of 200 kilometers. In response to Tao Xiangrong's words, the assembled experts exchanged puzzled glances. This request was indeed peculiar, and the experts sensed an underlying tension within it. One expert could not restrain himself and inquired, "Has there been an incident at the lunar base?" With a sweeping gesture, Tao Xiangrong replied, "I will explain later. For now, we must get to work." The Overseas Celestial Optical Array Telescope can capture lunar scenes with remarkable resolution, thus enabling it to clearly discern the debris scattered across the moon's surface due to the explosion. Upon photographing these remnants, the analysis team will swiftly assign identification numbers to each component, documenting their size, shape, and other pertinent information before relaying it to the experts. The Metal Processing Laboratory will promptly create physical models to scale. Once the experts devise an operational plan, the practical implementation team will utilize these models to verify the feasibility of the proposed solutions. Centered around the ground command base, countless individuals commenced their industrious endeavors that night. With the assignments completed, Tao Xiangrong closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and spoke into the microphone, "Chen Luo, do not fret. I have instructed the experts to urgently formulate a repair plan for the lunar rover. I believe we will soon have results. Now, you and the few survivors begin to separate the clustered components of the lunar rovers, arranging them meticulously upon the surface." At this moment, beside the lunar base 2, Chen Luo has successfully disassembled the fission battery with 3 others, placing it in a secure location. The fission battery resembles a large, rough-hewn iron barrel, approximately half a meter in diameter and about a meter in height. While it may not be particularly large, it is exceedingly heavy. Even on the moon, where gravity is only 1/6 that of Earth. Chen Luo must exert all his strength to lift it. At the moment of its disassembly, a fierce determination surged within him, and he almost embarked on a daunting journey of 200 kilometers while carrying it. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed. He understood that it was impossible to carry such a cumbersome object all the way to Base 1. Thus, his only hope rested upon Tao Xiangrong. Although Tao had not instilled much confidence in Chen Luo during their previous trials, aside from navigation, he had no choice but to rely on him now. Having secured the fission battery, Chen Luo and the three others immediately commenced their new task. They approached the wreckage of the two lunar rovers and placed every detachable component in an unobstructed area, visible directly from space, while showcasing the indivisible parts from multiple angles as much as possible. After meticulously arranging the debris of the lunar rovers, they, undeterred by the inherent dangers, ventured into the ruins of Base 2, retrieving every observable tool and metallic component. The metallic objects laid upon the surface rapidly accumulated into an extensive area, numbering at least 2,000 and still increasing swiftly. In the command base on the ground, within the confines of a simulated conference room, experts were engaged in fervent discussion. I require a planetary gear. Are there any wheels? No tires? Just the hubs? Enough. As long as it is circular, that suffices. Engineer Cheng. The operational team has just informed us that the previous plan is unfeasible. Component number 759 is incompatible in size with component number 25. This won't do. There isn't enough space for assembly. Commander Tao, inquire if the astronauts can salvage a relay from the wreckage. Any size will do. How many cables do we have? What are the specifications? At that moment, a secretary rushed to Commander Tao Xiangrong's side. Commander Tao, the experts from the metal processing laboratory hope to conduct the practical operations under the lunar gravity environment for enhanced precision. No problem, I will take care of it. Have the members of the operational team prepare to board immediately. Secretary, contact the Air Force Command at once and request another aircraft. In just a few minutes, an armed helicopter descended upon the Air Force base. Once the personnel aboard the helicopter had boarded the transport aircraft, the massive plane soared into the sky, ascending to an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters. Captain, please maintain a steady descent at a speed of 16 meters per second to simulate the lunar surface gravity. Understood. Within the spacious cargo hold, several members of the operational team, clad in lunar astronaut suits, promptly commenced their tasks. Information continuously converges at Tao Xiangrong's location, while simultaneously, data is disseminated from him. Time slips away second by second, and with each passing moment, the urgency within Tao Xiangrong intensifies. Yet, his visage remains impassive, as if he possesses complete control over the situation. When the clock indicated that an hour and a half had elapsed, an urgent call from the operational team reached Tao Xiangrong. Commander Tao, we have succeeded. At that moment, even a flicker of excitement graced Tao Xiangrong's face. Immediately relay the operational steps to Chen Luo. Instruct him to assemble a lunar rover as well. Understood. When the long-awaited voice finally reached Chen Luo's ears, he almost doubted his own senses. As time marched on, despair had already settled in Chen Luo's heart. Yet, hope unexpectedly resurfaced in this seemingly inconspicuous moment. Chen Luo, listen to me. There are 4 of you, correct? I will now assign you tasks. Time continued to elapse quietly, and in the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. As Chen Luo and the 3 survivors worked together to secure the fission battery and connect the power supply, a light on the peculiar lunar rover before them suddenly illuminated. One survivor murmured, Is this really possible? Chapter 14. Hope. What lay before Chen Luo was an exceedingly rudimentary contraption, hardly resembling a lunar rover. In fact, if it were placed on Earth, one might easily mistake it for refuse from a landfill. It lacks a cabin, consisting solely of a base plate mounted on 4 wheels, which are devoid of tires and simply feature metal hubs. Its propulsion derives from a fission battery fixed at the center of the base plate, connected by several exposed cables. Even the securing of the fission battery is accomplished using metal wires and ropes. There is no steering wheel or accelerator. These functions are executed through 2 metal rods. These rods are affixed to an oddly shaped contraption, utilizing the principle of leverage. When Chen Luo depresses the left metal rod, the front wheels pivot to the left, while lifting it causes them to turn to the right. Pressing down on the right metal rod propels the vehicle forward. There are no brakes. The braking function is managed by 3 additional metal rods held by the survivors. To halt the vehicle, they must brace their rods against the ground. If they fail to stop, they can only leave their fate to chance. As Chen Luo mounted the lunar rover and tentatively pressed down on the right metal rod, the hub immediately rotated, urging the entire rover to advance slowly. During this motion, sparks flew as the metal hub scraped against the lunar surface. One survivor exclaimed in astonishment, "It really moves." Chen Luo turned his head and barked, "Enough chatter. Those who wish to live, get on quickly." The three survivors, clutching numerous cables and ropes, along with a metal rod in hand, scrambled onto the lunar rover in a flurry. They first secured Chen Luo firmly in front of the control panel. Then each settled around the fissile battery at the center of the base, assisting one another in anchoring themselves securely to the lunar rover. Ready, set forth. Chen Luo abruptly pressed down on the metal lever on his right, while slightly lifting the one on his left, causing the lunar rover to roar as it surged forward to the right. The sudden acceleration of the rover jolted the four occupants, causing their bodies to sway violently. Had they not been tightly bound by ropes, this jolt would have surely flung them off. At that moment, the voice of Tao Xiangrong crackled through the spacesuit communicator once more. "I will endeavor to chart a smooth path for you. Chen Luo, be cautious. The lives of all the survivors rest in your hands." Thus, upon the desolate and silent surface of the moon, Chen Luo commenced his journey. Although Tao Xiangrong had made every effort to map out the most even course possible, it was merely relative. It is essential to recognize that there were no roads on the moon, and the recent moonquake had drastically altered the terrain. This lunar rover was devoid of a shock-absorbing system, thereby transmitting every tremor directly to the four passengers. Aware that the three other survivors, being of advanced age, might not withstand such vigorous jolting, Chen Luo had little choice but to disregard their discomfort. Meanwhile, in the ground command center, everyone, including Tao Xiangrong, fixated intently on the image of the rover moving across the large screen. An engineer sighed. "This is untenable. The vehicle structure is insufficiently robust. If it continues to jolt like this, it will soon disassemble." Tao Xiangrong spoke in a grave tone. "Would you choose between living through 9 deaths or facing certain demise?" The engineer paused momentarily before responding. "Naturally, I would opt for the former. Are we not in a similar predicament ourselves?" Tao Xiangrong replied solemnly. "While your proposal would indeed strengthen the structural integrity of the vehicle, we simply do not have the luxury of time. We have exhausted all possible efforts. The remainder must be entrusted to fate and Chen Luo." On the lunar rover, amidst the makeshift communication network, Chen Luo distinctly heard the increasingly labored breaths of the three individuals behind him, one of whom was retching uncontrollably. Vomiting within a fully enclosed spacesuit is far from ideal. Chen Luo felt a stirring within him, his hands skillfully maneuvering the metal lever while most of his focus remained on navigation and controlling the lunar rover. He managed to divert a fragment of his attention to casually inquire, "I am yet to learn your names." "I am Chai Simiao." "I am Hong Mingxian." "Chong Lei." "Chai Simiao, are you the supervisor Chai?" He recognized the name, aware that it belonged to the head of the lunar base 2, a position comparable to that of Supervisor Zhan Wenguang at his own base 1. "Haha, you know of me?" With that exclamation, Chai Simiao and the others clumsily directed their metal levers downward. The survivor named Chong Lei seemed to have his metal rod collide directly with a rock, causing it to fly out of his grasp. Meanwhile, the other two individuals strained to press the rod down, striving to gain greater friction. The three survivors, still shaken, heard Chen Luo's voice once more. "I have seen your name on the announcement." Chen Luo's tone was remarkably steady, as if the ordeal they had just encountered was utterly trivial. Chai Simiao retched a couple of times to alleviate his discomfort before managing to utter, "Your name is Chen Luo, isn't it? How did you arrive at Base 2? Chen Luo replied casually, "I came here driving a lunar rover." Hong Mingxian gasped, "Impossible. A lunar rover cannot travel that far." "I walked the latter half of the journey," Chen Luo added. Chong Lei sighed. "Ah, the exuberance of youth. Hold on tight." Chen Luo shouted once more, and the lunar rover suddenly soared into the air, crossing a chasm 3 meters wide. Though the trio did not scream, their faces had turned pale. Chai Simiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Young man, slow down. It won't matter if you jolt me to death, but those two are national treasures." "Do you understand what a national treasure is?" "National treasure? Is the lunar exploration program involving giant pandas?" Chong Lei and Hong Mingxian exchanged wry smiles, while Chai Simiao bellowed, "National treasure-level scientists. Do you comprehend? Their research has just made breakthroughs, and all the data is in their minds. Young man, you should show some respect. Despite the anger bubbling within, the irritation brought on by the previous jolt gradually dissipated. Hong Mingxian chuckled bitterly and said, Old Chai, why are you angry? This young man is merely jesting with you. Chong Lei remarked, You, young man, are quite remarkable. Even now, you have the leisure to tease us old fellows. Listening to their conversation, Chen Luo suddenly had a thought. Could it be that you too are indeed national treasures of science? Hong Mingxian, gasping for breath, quickly clarified, Do not heed old Chai's words. That is merely a jest among colleagues. Both Chong and I have only conducted a bit of research in nuclear physics. Had Hong Mingxian and Chong Lei both readily acknowledged their status, Chen Luo would have held some lingering doubts. However, upon witnessing Hong Mingxuan's denial, all skepticism vanished. An exhilarating sensation surged within him. After all, they were national treasures of science. He had risked his life to embark on a perilous journey to save their lives. What a significant achievement that was. If saving the lives of hundreds at base 1 wasn't enough to warrant a 10 million reward from his superiors, then what about the addition of 2 national treasure scientists and a base supervisor? Would that not suffice? If his previous hopes had stood at a mere 30%, perhaps even 20%, now they soared to at least 80 or 90%. They were, after all, national treasures of science. Each one held immense importance, deserving of floral tributes from leaders upon their passing. Were they to encounter peril on Earth, humanity's government would undoubtedly spare no effort, deploying an entire army for their rescue. How unlike the current situation, where it fell upon him to save them. In that fleeting moment, Chen Luo felt a flame igniting within his chest, dispelling the lingering weariness brought on by an extended period of restlessness. His focus sharpened, his reflexes became more agile, and he endeavored to ensure a smoother operation of the lunar rover. Time seemed to stretch as they traveled. Eventually, when the immense beam of light ahead lost its curvature and appeared as a sheer wall, the long-silent Hong Mingxian spoke once more. Lao Chong, what do you think that thing truly is? What connection does it have with the moonquake? Chong Lei muttered, You ask me, but to whom should I turn for answers? Hong Mingxian seemed to muse aloud. It certainly cannot be a creation of humanity. We lack such capability. In my view, it must either be the handiwork of extraterrestrials or some natural phenomenon yet to be understood. Yet, its geometric perfection casts doubt on the likelihood of it being a mere natural occurrence. Chai Simiao interjected, Perhaps the government has long been aware of extraterrestrial existence. Otherwise, why would they develop a space military? Hong Mingxian paid no heed to Chai Simiao's remark and continued to ponder. If it is indeed extraterrestrial, what could its intentions be? At that moment, the voice of Tao Xiangrong once again reached Chen Luo's ears. Chen Luo, there is a shortcut near that beam of light. If you wish to reach base 1 before the survivors succumb to the heat, you must pass through there. Rest assured, our detection equipment has confirmed that the beam emits no thermal energy and poses no known radiation. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Luo pressed down on the metallic lever to his left, causing the peculiar lunar rover to swiftly veer left, racing ahead. Chapter 15, Madness Ground Command Center. Upon observing the enormous screen, where the oddly shaped lunar rover began to turn towards the colossal beam of light, Tao Xiangrong once again leaned towards the microphone, seemingly poised to convey something to Chen Luo. However, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from speaking. A nearby secretary noticed this and whispered, Director Li Xiuqing just called inquiring about the status of Dr. Hong Mingxian and Dr. Chong Lei. President He Jingqi of the Academy of Human Sciences also made an inquiry. Commander, perhaps you should ask Chen Luo whether those 2 doctors are among the 3 survivors. Tao Xiangrong inhaled deeply, slowly yet resolutely shaking his head. No, we cannot ask. The secretary, anxious, replied, The chairman is placing great importance on this matter. It is already predetermined whether the 2 doctors are among the 3 survivors. Regardless of our inquiries, the outcome will remain unchanged. However, by posing such questions, we risk unsettling Chen Luo's mind, increasing his pressure, and heightening the chances of an unforeseen incident. We cannot take that risk. We will wait until they are safe. The secretary fell silent, merely nodding in agreement. Moon. Storm ocean. The rudimentary lunar rover continued its journey across the mottled surface of the moon. Over an hour had elapsed, and according to Tao Xiangrong, it had traversed a distance exceeding 70 kilometers. On the surface of the Earth, this velocity would be deemed insignificant. However, here, it is truly remarkable. In fact, Even the experts who designed this lunar rover are astonished that it has maintained its structural integrity while traversing at such high speeds for an extended duration. Beneath his astronaut helmet, Chen Luo's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, are intently focused on the path ahead. The various protrusions of lunar rock, the sunken craters, the fine lunar dust, and the solid ground, all information races through his mind, swiftly calculating the optimal route for navigation. Despite this, Chen Luo manages to allocate some of his attention to converse with the three survivors. Director Chai, esteemed experts, are you familiar with the external thermal insulation of the lunar base? Xiao Chun, what's the matter? Cough, cough, take it easy. Chen Luo does not reduce the rover's speed. Rather, he accelerates slightly. It has been nearly 11 hours since sunrise, and Base 1 has lost its energy supply. He had not previously disclosed the details of Base 1 to the others, but upon learning of the situation, the expressions of Chai Ximiao and the others grew somber. I do not know the precise data, but I dare say the temperature there is unlikely to drop below 40 degrees Celsius. It is probable that some individuals have already suffered from heat stroke. Chai Ximiao coughed a couple more times, breathing heavily as he spoke. Xiao Chun, you need not worry about me. Just go faster. I am fine. Chen Luo tightened his grip on the two control levers. At this moment, within the emergency evacuation zone of Lunar Base 1, the urgency is palpable. In this pervasive darkness, the spirits of the people are as lifeless as the shadows that envelop them. Although the issue of rising carbon dioxide levels has been resolved, another dilemma swiftly emerges before them, an unbearable, uncontainable heat. At this moment, the temperature has soared to a staggering 41 degrees Celsius, undoubtedly a sweltering heat that only manifests during the peak of summer on Earth. While inhabitants of the Earth can at least seek refuge in shaded areas to escape the sun's direct rays and lower their body temperature, here, there is no sanctuary to be found. The entire emergency shelter is saturated with scorching air, wrapping every part of their bodies in a stifling embrace. There is no escape, no retreat. The people have stripped away every article of clothing they can bear to remove, yet this has not alleviated their plight. Almost everyone is drenched in sweat, desperately fanning themselves with anything that can serve as a makeshift fan and consuming copious amounts of water to replenish their lost fluids. The silver lining is that the emergency refuge is stocked with ample drinking water, sufficient for all. However, the disheartening news is that the humidity in the air is escalating rapidly, exacerbating the sensation of heat and rendering everything damp and clammy. Most crucially, no one knows when this affliction will subside. Is there hope for the future? When will relief arrive? Will the final outcome be a slow demise in this oppressive heat? No one possesses the answers. This situation is a torment for everyone, inflicting dual suffering both mentally and physically. The broadcast from the Ground Command Center reverberated once more. This is the Ground Command Center. I am Tao Xiangro. Chen Luo has acquired the fission battery from Base 2 and is currently en route to Base 1. Energy supply will soon be restored. Please remain calm and obey orders. This is the Ground Command Center. The announcement played 3 times before it ceased. Yet, within the emergency shelter, an eerie silence prevailed. As if the people had not heard the broadcast, offering no response. I could no longer endure it. Suddenly, a hysterical voice shattered the silence of the emergency zone. The voice screamed and yelled, inciting more terrified cries. The once profound silence was instantaneously disrupted. At that moment, it seemed as if everyone had succumbed to madness. The instant the shriek echoed, Li Gu had already reacted. He understood that such a moment would inevitably arrive. In this environment, there would come a point when the human spirit would fracture. However, he had not anticipated that this moment would come so soon. He had thought they could hold on for another half hour to an hour. Lu Peng, what the hell are you doing? Get a grip. Li Gu swiftly activated the emergency light. Beside him, security team members Sun Yi and Yao Chunxue rose simultaneously and charged towards the burly man who appeared to have lost his mind. Under the illumination of the emergency light, chaos erupted within the emergency shelter. Uncertain how many were in a state of panic and disarray, and how many were desperately trying to evade the chaos. The ground was cluttered with discarded clothing, miscellaneous items, food, and water, resembling a veritable dump. Each member of the security team had prior military experience and had undergone training on how to handle such situations, understanding that the key to resolution lay in subduing the ringleader. Their movements were executed with precision and unhesitating coordination. Li Gu charged forward, delivering a fierce punch to Lu Peng's abdomen. However, Lu Peng appeared to have succumbed to madness, seemingly impervious to pain. as he forcefully shoved Li Gu aside, bellowing, "I can't take it anymore. Give me the spacesuit." Sun Yi lunged forward, swiftly ensnaring Lu Peng's neck with her arm, shouting, "The spacesuit can only be used in emergencies. It cannot be deployed now." Lu Peng thrashed violently. Despite being restrained by Sun Yi, his strength far exceeded hers. With a powerful twist of his body, he broke free from her grasp and roared, "You security team members are clearly trying to let us all perish from heat. You want to use the spacesuits for yourselves. You cannot deceive me." Li Gu and Yao Chunxue rushed forward, pinning Lu Peng firmly to the ground, hoarsely commanding, "If you want to live, stop your nonsensical ranting." Lu Peng continued to struggle fiercely, but was held in place by Li Gu and the others, unable to break free. Sun Yi hastily grabbed a piece of clothing and stuffed it into Lu Peng's mouth, bringing a tense silence to the emergency shelter. Li Gusong let out a sigh, wiping the sweat that threatened to trickle into his eyes with his free hand. He was about to instruct Sun Yi to fetch a rope when he suddenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. He turned his head slightly, his body rigid, and swept the emergency light around the room, only to find that nearly everyone capable of standing had risen, staring vacantly at him. In the dim emergency shelter, pairs of eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a pack of ravenous wolves fixating on their prey. Li Gu's face stiffened momentarily, yet his characteristic, sardonic smile instinctively returned. "What on earth is everyone doing?" As he spoke, he delivered a sharp jab with his elbow to Lu Peng's forehead. Lu Peng emitted a muffled grunt and fell silent, leaving uncertainty whether he had fainted or succumbed. A somewhat rigid voice broke the tension. "Li Gu, just distribute the spacesuits. We can hardly endure this heat any longer. People may die. Distribute to whom? To whom not? By what criteria?" Each query would inevitably spark contention. In such oppressive heat and stifling conditions, the group's morale was on the brink of collapse. Any dispute could swiftly escalate into chaos, threatening the survival of all. Li Gu slightly adjusted the light, directing it towards a corner of the emergency shelter. There lay a dozen or so usable spacesuits. However, the beam of light was obstructed by several figures. As Li Gu's heart sank, he recognized the figures of Team Leader Yang Yi from the mechanical group and Team Leader Peng Jianhai from the medical group, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The group formed a semicircle, their backs turned to the spacesuits, intently watching the crowd ahead, evidently guarding the suits to prevent any contention. In Chapter 16, Moon Rock, Sun Yi initially believed that after analyzing the situation, people would cooperate with her. However, to her surprise, no one paid her any heed. Everyone remained clustered together. Li Gu glanced at Sun Yi, his expression laden with inscrutable meaning. He understood the validity of her words, yet human beings are not always rational, especially under the current circumstances. Li Gu gestured to Sun Yi, saying, "Of course we should divide them. It's quite warm here. It would be reasonable for everyone to seek some relief inside the spacesuits." Sun Yi looked at Li Gu in astonishment. He pressed his palm downwards, signaling her to remain calm. Once again donning his characteristic smile, the tense atmosphere gradually began to ease. "Leaders Yang and Peng, could you bring the spacesuits over to the hatch? Let us discuss how to allocate them." Yang Yi and Peng Jianhai hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing the smile on Li Gu's face, they ultimately decided to comply. Within a few minutes, accompanied by their subordinates, they transported all the spacesuits to the hatch. As Li Gu approached slowly, the crowd's attention shifted towards him, drawing them closer unconsciously. Suddenly, chaos erupted, as a young woman screamed, "You security team are all in cahoots. You are all deceiving us. You merely wish to eliminate us and monopolize the spacesuits for yourselves. Seize the spacesuits. Eliminate them." The crowd surged, with Sun Yi, Yao Chunxue, Yang Yi, and Peng Jianhai standing before the spacesuits, their expressions tense and bodies taut. The smile on Li Gu's face gradually faded. As a young man attempted to step forward to approach the spacesuits, Li Gu suddenly extended his arm, grasping a metal rod, and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, behave yourselves." His shout, like a clap of thunder, silenced the emergency evacuation zone in an instant. A smile reappeared on Li Gu's face, transformed into a sinister grin. "Whoever dares to approach, I will open the hatch, and we shall all perish together." At that moment, everyone's movements froze. Several individuals near the spacesuits instinctively took a few steps back. Lu Peng, having regained consciousness at some point, shook his head, tore the fabric from his mouth, and roared, "He is lying. He wouldn't dare. Let us charge together and seize the spacesuits." Li Gu continued to grin malevolently, applying pressure on the metal rod. Instantly, the air in the emergency evacuation zone began to ripple, a gentle breeze coursing between the bodies of all present, accompanied by a sudden sensation of pressure in their eardrums. This was a harbinger of rapidly decreasing air pressure. A wave of terror swept through everyone's hearts. Should the pressure fail, no one could remain conscious for more than a few dozen seconds before succumbing to inevitable death. At that moment, the crowd erupted into chaos. Those standing at the front suddenly weakened, collapsing to their knees. I declared, either step back, or we all perish together. Li Gu, please, don't be agitated. We will retreat. The slender and charming Si Ruofang took a few steps forward, drenched in sweat, pleading, Li Gu, do not act rashly. I am quite fond of you as well. Would you be so kind as to share a spacesuit with me? Li Gu gazed at Si Ruofang with a lecherous glint in his eyes, unable to restrain himself as he reached out to caress her face. To his surprise, Si Ruofang did not flinch. Instead, she leaned in closer, seemingly inviting him to touch her more freely. Witnessing this, Sun Yi's eyes blazed with fury. Li Gu, you scoundrel. How can you still think of women at a time like this? Si Ruofang swayed her body, playfully asserting, do you not trust me? Sun Yi shouted, my looks may not match Si Ruofang's, but my figure is just as good. Once this is over, I shall allow you to touch me as you please. Li Gu's eyebrows twitched, steeling himself as he commanded. Si Ruofang, step back. Noticing that everyone had moved more than 5 meters away from the spacesuit, Li Gu slowly withdrew his left hand from the control lever, smiling benignly. Well then, let us all heed my words and continue to wait. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, gradually dispersing. Li Gu exhaled deeply, leaning against the hatch as he sat down. Nearby, Sun Yi, Yao Chunxue, Yang Yi, and Peng Jianhai also relaxed. Li Gu nudged Sun Yi's shoulder and inquired, were you serious just now? Sun Yi uttered a single word, go away. At that moment, the lunar rover continued its rapid advance towards the towering light column, swiftly approaching within 100 meters. Observing the trajectory of the newly formed path, it was evident that it would draw even closer ahead. The nearer one got to the light column, the more immense its presence became. At such proximity, Chen Luo could hardly discern any curvature in its outer layer. It resembled a sheer wall, extending into the unseen distance. Looking up, he was equally unable to identify its pinnacle. Only at this close range could Chen Luo faintly perceive the slight undulations on its surface, reminiscent of rippling water. It was opaque, concealing its interior, yet those waves suggested it was not a solid structure. In that moment, a singular question emerged in the minds of the 4 individuals aboard the lunar rover. What exactly is this entity? Commander Tao Xiangrong remarked that this object exhibited no thermal reactions and emitted no detectable radiation. Dr. Hong Mingxian furrowed his brow and, in a sudden motion, retrieved a sharp-edged lunar rock from the ground. As the lunar rover approached the colossal light column, closing the distance to less than 10 meters, he abruptly raised his arm and hurled the lunar rock towards the column. As the rock soared through the air, Chen Luo caught a glimpse of it in his peripheral vision, his heart racing, yet it was too late to intervene. Dr. Hong, what are you doing? As soon as Chen Luo's voice fell, the lunar rock plunged directly into the ethereal crimson wall, vanishing entirely, leaving its fate uncertain. Not a single ripple disturbed the surface of the wall. Rest assured, Xiao Chun, everything is fine. Dr. Hong Mingxian seemed to have anticipated this occurrence. His words, punctuated only by a slight breathlessness from the jarring ride, bore no trace of panic. Witnessing the absence of unexpected changes from Dr. Hong's actions, Chen Luo felt a measure of relief. Dr. Chong Lei inquired, Old Hong, what are you thinking? Chen Luo rolled his eyes, retorting, needless to say, even a dog would recognize that there is something amiss with this. Chai Ximiao gasped, Xiao Chun, please don't be so rash. Dr. Hong and Dr. Chong exchanged wry smiles, while Chen Luo firmly stated, I don't care what level of scientist you are or how esteemed your status may be. The most crucial matter now is our survival. From this moment on, without my permission, you are not to engage in any actions that could pose a danger. Dr. Hong chuckled ruefully. All right, Xiao Chun. I'll heed your words. Ahem, it's my fault. Despite my age, my curiosity remains insatiable. Chai Ximiao remarked. Isn't that how you achieved this breakthrough? The lunar rover continued its journey along the immense beam of light, and once again, the voice of Tao Xiangrong resonated through the astronaut helmet. Chen Luo, 3 kilometers ahead. There is a rise that cannot be circumvented. It stands approximately 17 meters tall, and beyond the rise lies a canyon, 6 meters wide, with an unknown depth. I have already located the launch point for you. Drive carefully, and the path will become significantly easier after you surpass these two obstacles. The lunar rover continued onward. And indeed, a few minutes later, it beheld the elevation that Tao Xiangrong had mentioned. He reduced the speed slightly, selecting a few even patches, and gradually ascended. Once over the rise, the canyon came into view. Quickly identifying the launch point, Chen Luo pressed down on the right control lever. Even with a launch point, a certain velocity was imperative, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to leap across the canyon. The speed of the lunar rover began to increase, and the three survivors remained intensely focused, bracing for the impending impact. The route leading to the launch point was shrouded in a thick layer of lunar dust, its surface smooth and seemingly untouched by lunar tremors. Yet, just as the lunar rover was about to surge onto the launch point, the vehicle suddenly jolted violently, altering its direction. This was dire. A thought flashed through Chen Luo's mind. He immediately realized that beneath the lunar dust lay a hard lunar rock, and the rover had evidently rolled over it. This caused the vehicle to veer off course. The launch point was situated on the higher terrain on the canyon side, and only by attaining a certain speed could the lunar rover ascend the launch point and land on the opposite side of the canyon. If it failed to reach the launch point, the rover would plummet into the canyon. Chen Luo swiftly lifted the left control lever, and the lunar rover immediately swerved to the right. In the midst of this jolt and turn, the rover leapt over the launch point, and one of the survivors was suddenly thrown from the lunar rover, plummeting toward the depths of the lunar canyon. Chapter 17. Malfunction. At that moment, time appeared to freeze. Or perhaps it felt as though eons had passed within that fleeting instant. Chen Luo sensed his heartbeat momentarily halt, only to leap violently at the moment the lunar rover touched down. In his ear, the frantic screams of Chai Simiao echoed through the communicator, abruptly ceasing thereafter. Shortly, the voices of Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei reached him. Old Chai. The lunar rover surged forward for several dozen meters before gradually coming to a halt. In a flurry, Chen Luo untied the ropes binding him and rushed to the canyon's edge to peer down. Yet, beyond a certain depth, the abyss descended into an impenetrable darkness, rendering the bottom invisible. Behind him, Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei stumbled forward, collapsing at the canyon's brink, trembling violently, their faces ashen. Cough, cough. The communicator crackled back to life with Chai Simiao's voice. I cannot survive this. You must leave me. Do not concern yourselves. There was a whistle-like quality to Chai Simiao's tone, and in an instant, Chen Luo understood the severity of the injury to his lungs. Whether it was due to blunt force trauma or a rib piercing his lung remained uncertain. Hong Mingxian howled, Old Chai, do not despair. I will come to your rescue. Xiao Chun, hurry, bring the rope. Chen Luo nodded, just as he turned to dash towards the lunar rover when Chai Simiao interjected, No. Do not worry about me. The canyon is at least several dozen meters deep. It is far too perilous. Leave quickly, leave swiftly, Old Hong, Old Chang. The data is crucial, the data is vital. A hint of sobbing laced Hong Mingxuan's voice as he cried out, Old Chai, Old Chai. Yet, regardless of how fervently Hong Mingxian called out, the voice of Chai Simiao never returned. The communication channel fell into a profound silence. It was not until a full minute had passed that Chang Lei solemnly remarked, Old Chai is not mistaken. Data is of utmost importance. We must deliver the data into the hands of Dean Hijingqi. In comparison, our lives are expendable. Chen Luo resolutely stated, Let us proceed. With Supervisor Chai gone, we cannot afford any further mishaps. Once again, the voice of Tao Xiangrong echoed through the communicator. I see that you have encountered an accident. Chen Luo, let us move. Do not entrap everyone here. Chen Luo lifted his gaze, resolutely fixing his eyes ahead. His hands trembled slightly, yet he firmly pressed down on the metal lever to the right. Under normal circumstances, pressing the right metal lever would propel the lunar rover forward. However, in this instance, despite Chen Luo's action, the lunar rover remained immobile. An ominous premonition began to rise within the hearts of the three. Hong Mingxian quivered. Is the lunar rover malfunctioning? How far are we from base 1? The voice of Tao Xiangrong came through again. Why are we not moving? Chang Lei replied gravely. We are at least 70 kilometers away from base 1. Without a fission battery, what significance would it hold even if Chen Luo managed to reach base 1? Chen Luo swiftly untied the ropes binding him and began to meticulously inspect the various devices of the lunar rover. However, the dense array of wiring and the intricate structure left him utterly bewildered. During the initial assembly, he succeeded almost solely under the meticulous guidance of the ground expert team. Although he possessed a certain degree of mechanical knowledge, it was wholly insufficient for diagnosing the source of the malfunction. Tao Xiangrong evidently sensed that something was amiss. His voice remained steady, devoid of any impatience. "Chen Luo, do not fret. I have summoned the mechanical experts, and the issue will be resolved shortly." After closing the microphone, Tao Xiangrong bellowed, "Where's the operational team? Gather around. Quickly." Amidst the chaos of hurried footsteps, several mechanical experts rushed towards Tao Xiangrong, who scolded them. "Have you all forgotten to eat? Move faster. Commander, we are not on site, and therefore cannot ascertain the nature of the malfunction. Is it a mobile? You. Have Chen Luo inspect the transmission system, and check if the cables of the fission battery are loose. By the way, could the fission battery be faulty? It may also be jammed. First, examine the wheels." In light of the malfunction's manifestations, the operational team promptly proposed dozens of items requiring inspection. The secretary swiftly compiled a checklist, and after clearing his throat, Tao Xiangrong regained his composure. "Chen Luo, begin by checking the wheels. No issues. Good. Then proceed to examine the fission battery." Under Tao Xiangrong's guidance, Chen Luo investigated several potential points of failure, yet still could not identify the source of the malfunction. Hong Mingxian and Chong Lei, observing from the sidelines, found themselves utterly unable to assist. The two individuals exchanged a glance, each perceiving the despair etched upon the other's face through the glass of their space helmets. Hong Mingxian murmured to himself, "The sun has been risen for nearly 13 hours. If the internal temperature of base 1 continues to rise, I fear the temperature control chip may be compromised. In that case, even the fission battery would be of no use." Moreover, since the lunar tremor, Chen Luo had been awake for over 24 hours. The prolonged exertion and mental strain had brought him to the brink of collapse. At that moment, upon hearing Hong Mingxuan's words, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. Chen Luo straightened up and viciously kicked the lunar rover. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Hong Mingxian and Chong Lei, the lunar rover slowly began to move forward. It is moving," Hong Mingxian exclaimed in trembling excitement. And in that instant, Chen Luo's anger dissipated like smoke. He leaped onto the lunar rover, straightened the right control lever, and the rover came to an immediate halt. "Is this even possible?" Chen Luo turned and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Let us go." The two quickly jumped onto the rover, frantically securing themselves while helping each other strap in. Chen Luo pressed the right control lever, and the rover surged forward once more. At the ground command center, Tao Xiangrong and a group of mechanical experts stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not until the lunar rover began to decelerate that Tao Xiangrong snapped back to reality, urgently instructing, "Chen Luo, over there by the hill. 30 degrees to the left." On the desolate expanse of the lunar surface, the lunar rover, carrying 3 individuals, once again commenced its swift journey. Despite the prior incident involving a malfunction of the rover, Chen Luo did not reduce the speed. The occurrence of such malfunctions was merely a probabilistic event. It was possible that a slower pace would only exacerbate the issue. Since he could neither control nor predict it, Chen Luo resolved to disregard the concern entirely, choosing instead to navigate according to his own intentions. 10 degrees to the right. Proceed downhill for approximately 10 kilometers, he instructed. Huang Mingxian, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Is it malfunctioning again?" Chen Luo acknowledged him with a nod and swiftly untied the rope securing him to the rover. In a flurry, Huang Mingxian and Chong Lei also scrambled to exit the vehicle. At the Earth Command Base, Tao Xiangrong urgently called out, "Operational team, hurry, hurry," standing before the lunar rover. Chen Luo did not bother to inspect where the fault lay. Instead, he delivered a powerful kick to the vehicle, followed by a second, and then a third. Yet, this time, the rover did not respond to his forceful attempts to restore its functionality. On Chen Luo's 8th kick, the control panel connected to the joystick broke free from the lunar rover and fell onto the moon's surface. At that moment, everyone realized the rover was indeed irreparably damaged. Tao Xiangrong's mind raced at an accelerated pace, but before he could devise a solution, he witnessed Chen Luo violently dismantling every detachable component from the rover. Huang Mingxian attempted to speak, but was silenced by Chong Lei, until the lunar rover could be reduced no further. Chen Luo finally picked up the rope that had previously been used to secure his body and draped it over his shoulder. With 10 kilometers remaining to base 1, he urged, "Let us proceed." Hong Mingxian, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, all right. The three of them stepped forward, each grasping a rope. On the desolate and silent lunar surface, they resembled 3 oxen pulling a plow, treading through the ubiquitous lunar dust as they advanced. In the ground command center, Tao Xiangrong swiftly regained his composure and promptly resumed his role in navigation. Continue straight in the current direction. Within the emergency refuge of Base 1, darkness and extreme heat continued to torment everyone's nerves. At this moment, dozens had succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Gu finally contributed the remaining spacesuits, allowing those who had fainted to find some relief within the suits. However, the number of unconscious individuals far exceeded the available suits. Consequently, Li Gu was compelled to implement a system of rotation, allowing each unconscious person a maximum of 10 minutes in the suit. After that time, regardless of the circumstances, the suit had to be relinquished. With each cycle of rotation, sweat poured from Li Gu's body like raindrops. He drank continuously, yet his throat felt as if it were ablaze. The air grew increasingly humid, combined with the oppressive heat, rendering his breathing exceptionally labored. Finally, after assisting another unconscious individual into a spacesuit, he could no longer endure and collapsed against the hatch, gasping for breath, yet still feeling suffocated. Chapter 18. Return beneath the blinding sun. Chen Luo, Hong Mingxian, and Chang Lei each grasped a rope, dragging behind them a cart secured with a fission battery. They trudged forward, their steps uneven and laborious. Chen Luo estimated that the combined weight of the fission battery and the cart was no less than 1,200 kilograms. Even on the moon, this burden was exceedingly heavy. Furthermore, the trio's stamina had nearly been depleted, rendering their task all the more arduous. Within the communicator, Chen Luo could distinctly hear the labored breaths of Dr. Hong Mingxian and Dr. Chang Lei, and he was acutely aware that his own breath must sound equally straining to them. In addition, he sensed a wave of darkness encroaching upon his vision, accompanied by intermittent bouts of dizziness. The control panel had already begun to display warnings of an accelerated heartbeat, and his body temperature was rising uncontrollably, all heralding the nearing limit of his physical endurance. Chen Luo raised his gaze, met by the battered and fragmented lunar landscape before him. Lowering his head, he noticed the thick layer of lunar dust beneath his feet. A mere few kilometers seemed to stretch into an insurmountable distance, instilling within him a profound sense of helplessness. Suddenly, the communicator crackled with Dr. Chang Lei's feeble voice. Xiao Chun, I can't go on. I haven't taken my medication today. Doctor. Hong Mingxian remained silent, his head downcast as he pressed onward, seemingly believing that uttering a single word would cause him to lose the last vestiges of his resolve. Chen Luo rallied his spirits and encouraged, "Let us exert ourselves a bit more. Base 1 is just ahead. I can see it already. We shall arrive shortly." "Doctor," Hong Mingxian replied with excitement. "Where is it? I can't see anything." Chen Luo scoffed. "You two old fellows are clearly losing your vision. How can you not see it? It's right there. Look, over there." Chen Luo extended his arm, pointing vaguely ahead. Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei perked up, scrutinizing the direction Chen Luo indicated. After a moment, Chang Lei expressed doubt. "I can't see anything. Xiao Chen, are you deceiving us?" Chen Luo chuckled derisively. "With age comes the acceptance of one's limitations. Given your state, you should be at home cherishing your grandchildren and sipping tea, rather than flaunting your abilities here." "Doctor," Chang Lei retorted angrily. "Xiao Chen, do you know how to speak respectfully? Do you understand what it means to honor your elders? Back in my day, when I first came to the moon." Instantly, the three fell into a heated argument, with Chen Luo delivering sharp, cutting remarks, holding his own against two opponents. Chang Lei, infuriated, countered vehemently, while Hong Mingxian occasionally stoked the flames, creating a lively atmosphere. Time slipped away amidst their incessant bickering. The cart passed, leaving a deep rut upon the lunar surface. After an indeterminate period, Chen Luo felt a sudden thrill in his heart. He beheld the familiar silhouette of Base 1. This time it was real, not a trick. "Old fellows, quiet down," Chen Luo called sharply. "There? Can you see it?" Dr. Chang Lei, filled with indignation, shut his mouth and, alongside Hong Mingxian, once again followed Chen Luo's gaze along his arm, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Now do you believe it? Let us hurry," Chang Lei exclaimed in a fit of rage. "You, Chen, have indeed been deceiving me all along." Chen Luo replied with a chuckle. You old fellow, still unconvinced? Were it not for my deliberate provocation, would you have made it this far? Enough chit-chat, let us move. Chang Lei huffed in annoyance, retorting, I possess ample stamina. How could I possibly not keep up? Grumbling his objection, he ultimately fell silent, resolutely pulling the rope forward. At that moment, the first base was less than 2 kilometers away from the trio. They exerted their remaining energy, and after over 20 minutes of laborious effort, finally arrived at the entrance of the first base. Releasing the rope, Chang Lei and Hong Mingxian immediately collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while Chen Luo persevered, making his way to the hatch. In that instant, a wave of trepidation, anticipation, and fear washed over him. He was uncertain of the internal situation within the base. It had been over 10 hours since he departed, and the sun had risen for just as long. Perhaps the survivors inside had succumbed to the heat, and upon opening the hatch, he might be greeted by a scene of carnage. Yet, Chen Luo understood that regardless of the circumstances within the base, he must confront them. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely extended his hand to open the hatch from the outside, and subsequently opened the inner door. The hatch slowly ascended, and under the illumination provided by the built-in light of his spacesuit, Chen Luo beheld a ground strewn with debris, resembling a refuse dump. He saw his colleagues sprawled in disarray, their fates uncertain, and heard faint sounds, indistinguishable between sobs and groans. Chen Luo, accompanying this call, a semblance of vitality seemed to awaken in the desolate emergency refuge as a clamor erupted. Many individuals managed to rise from the ground, swaying as they converged towards Chen Luo. In that moment, countless hands waved, numerous figures swayed, and many mouths moved in silent speech. Each person bore a haggard expression, their faces pale as if they had endured a grave illness. A quiet relief blossomed within Chen Luo. Regardless of the circumstances, they were still alive. He raised his arm and removed his helmet, only to be immediately assailed by a dense, acrid atmosphere that nearly suffocated him. The air was scorching, igniting a fiery sensation within his lungs. Chen Luo coughed violently, taking a moment to acclimate before he bellowed, Everyone, remain calm. I have brought a fission battery. The energy supply here will soon be restored. At the sound of his voice, the emergency refuge fell silent. After a brief pause, a low whimper emerged. Really? I won't have to die? This voice seemed to serve as a signal, and in that instant, the emergency refuge erupted into chaos once more. Countless individuals wept with joy, while others shouted incomprehensible cries, their previously pallid faces suddenly illuminated by the light of hope. Yangyi, Li Gu, gather a few people and promptly install the fission battery. Immediately. Hurry, bring me the spacesuit. Do not dawdle, be swift. Amidst the flurry of activity, several individuals donned their spacesuits with utmost urgency, preparing to venture beyond the emergency shelter. Just before reaching the hatch, a figure suddenly staggered and fell forward. Chen Luo, quick of reflex, extended his arm in an attempt to steady him. However, inexplicably, not only did he fail to support the individual, but he also found himself collapsing to the ground. Instinctively, he struggled to rise, yet his body felt feeble and unresponsive, devoid of any strength. Sun Yi and Yang Yi swiftly approached to assess the situation, and Sun Yi spoke gravely, Chen Luo, Li Gu, you two should rest. I will handle the matters ahead. Li Gu managed a weak smile. Damn it, this is embarrassing. Sun Yi knelt and gently patted Li Gu's shoulder, saying, No, you are a hero. This time, Sun Yi's expression was unusually serious, devoid of jest. Chen Luo, struggling, grasped Yang Yi's hand. Be careful. Yang Yi nodded firmly. You can rest assured. The two lay side by side, panting, their peripheral vision catching Yang Yi and Sun Yi, along with several members of the mechanical and security teams. As they opened the hatch and departed the emergency zone, all that remained was to await the unfolding events. At this moment, Chen Luo was engulfed in a sea of trepidation and unease, accompanied by a tinge of fear. What if the fission battery had malfunctioned? What if the energy systems of Base 1 and Base 2 were incompatible, rendering the battery useless? What if suitable linking materials were unavailable? What if they made an operational error? One thought after another surged through Chen Luo's mind. Each thought signified a distinct possibility. Yet all these possibilities heralded the same outcome, death. Slowly, Chen Luo closed his eyes, suppressing the turmoil of anxiety and urgency within, and simply awaited the unfolding of events. At that very moment, everyone in the emergency refuge was similarly ensconced in silent anticipation. Each person understood that they could no longer endure another unforeseen calamity. It was a matter of survival or demise. Their ultimate fate would soon be laid bare. Time slipped away, indeterminate. Was it a day, an hour, or merely a minute? Suddenly, Chen Luo, with his eyes tightly shut, felt a warm glow illuminating his face. The radiance was so intense that it penetrated even his closed eyelids. With a surge of realization, he promptly opened his eyes and beheld the chandelier affixed to the ceiling, now ablaze with light. Struggling to sit up once more, he glanced around, observing that every light within the emergency refuge had been ignited, and the air circulation system began to hum with life. While some unsecured small objects started to sway gently, this signifies that a current of air has emerged within the emergency refuge zone, indicating that the air circulation system has commenced its operation. Consequently, the levels of carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, and water vapor are poised to return to normalcy, heralding a swift decline in temperature. Chen Luo once again removed his astronaut helmet, allowing his facial skin to genuinely perceive the faint airflow, while the acrid scent seemed to have softened somewhat. A chorus of joyous sobs and jubilant cheers began to resonate. He witnessed the hatch open, revealing Yang Yi, Sun Yi, accompanied by Hong Mingxian, Chang Lei, and several others, all of whom appeared to be exuberantly shouting something, a multitude of emotions flooding the scene. The thought that they were finally saved flickered through Chen Luo's mind, and in an instant, he felt the world spin around him, completely losing consciousness. Chapter 19. Survivors in the command center aboard the Jinwu ship. I am Captain Su Pengtao. Our fleet has successfully reached lunar orbit alongside the Pingwenyangwei ships. Please advise. A signal was transmitted from the moon, traversing the vast distance to Earth. After a brief communication delay of just over a second, this signal arrived at the command center of the Space Force headquarters, located in Earth's orbital path. The Space Force headquarters is a colossal spaceport, resembling a long iron rod encircled by 6 massive rings. These rings rotate simultaneously at a fixed velocity, thereby generating artificial gravity within. Adjacent to 4 of these rings are numerous spacecraft, with a total exceeding a dozen. Over 10,000 Space Force personnel reside within this vast space base, and the spacecraft dock to it. At this moment, Commander Lu Wenyao sits resolutely in the command center, issuing orders with calm authority. Initiate combat readiness, and closely monitor the light beams. Understood. Deploy the communication satellites and establish a communication link with the Lunar Exploration Center. Acknowledged. From this moment forth, all non-military operations will be under the command of Tao Xiangrong. Affirmative. At the Lunar Exploration Center's ground base, a secretary hurriedly approached Tao Xiangrong. Reporting, Commander, we have received a message from Captain Su Pengtao of the Jinwu ship. Tao Xiangrong exhaled softly. Has it finally arrived? Good, connect the call. As the communication was established, Su Pengtao's cultured voice resonated. Commander Tao, greetings. By order of Commander Lu Wenyao, from this moment, my ships, Jinwu, Pingwu, and Yangwei, will operate under your command for non-military actions. Tao Xiangrong's expression sharpened. Excellent. Captain Su, I hereby command the immediate deployment of landing craft for rescue operations. Understood. Simultaneously, the underbellies of the 3 orbiting ships opened, and 3 small landing crafts, reminiscent of buses, swiftly departed, racing towards the lunar surface below. Report. Hubble Station is severely damaged. No survivors found. Report. Peace Station is heavily damaged. No survivors detected. Report. Lunar Base 2 is critically damaged. No survivors identified. The sporadic arrival of these 3 messages plunged the atmosphere within the command base into a state of despair. Despite having mentally prepared for the worst, the confirmation still proved difficult to grasp. Hubble Station, Peace Station, and Moon Base 2. These 3 installations housed several hundred personnel, yet now, they were all gone. Not a single soul had survived. Countless families were shattered in the wake of this unprecedented calamity in humanity's quest to explore the cosmos. Tao Xiangrong could scarcely fathom the societal uproar that would ensue once this news broke. With a heavy sigh, he lifted his gaze to the yet unexplored Base 1. If there were any survivors on the moon, they would surely be at Base 1. A landing craft descended, its underside ablaze with fierce flames. Gradually touching down before Base 1, the hatch opened, and 6 soldiers clad in specialized spacesuits approached the emergency shelter's entrance. After entering the command to open the hatch, the outer door creaked open. Suddenly, amidst the stillness of the ground command center, an urgent voice called out, Commander Tao, survivors have been found. Survivors have been located. Tao Xiangrong's heart leapt. How many? At least 100. No, a total of 117. They are all alive. In that moment, the long-dormant command center erupted in jubilant cheers, and even Tao Xiangrong's face broke into a faint smile. It was a blessing to have survivors. To be alive was enough. To live was all that mattered. Although it is now known that Chen Luo successfully restored the energy supply to the emergency shelter. The prolonged exposure to the sun had taken a dire toll. Under such harrowing conditions, it was not inconceivable for dozens of lives to be lost, or even for the entire unit to be annihilated. In light of this, the sudden revelation of over 100 survivors is nothing short of exhilarating. Quickly, rescue them onto the spaceship. Is there a medical officer aboard? Hurry and arrange for treatment. At this moment, Tao Xiangrong's voice quivered with urgency. Commander Tao, I have ordered the Pingwu and Yangwei ships to provide assistance. They are expected to arrive in approximately an hour and a half, and all survivors will be evacuated to the spacecraft. Please rest assured. Indeed, all the survivors in this base were saved by Chen Luo. But without digressing, what are the names of those two survivors? Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei. Though uncertain of the reason, Su Pingtao sensed the gravity of the situation from Tao Xiangrong's tone, his voice unwittingly adopting a more solemn demeanor. Understood, we shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Wonderful, simply wonderful. This young man Chen Luo is impressive. The investment was truly worthwhile. It is not in vain that I took the risk to transfer him from the Space Forces. Secretary, come here and connect me with Director Li Xiuqing immediately. The secretary hurriedly fetched the secure telephone, and after taking a deep breath, Tao Xiangrong spoke with a trembling voice. Director, the rescue operation is nearly complete. On the other end, Director Li Xiuqing's voice instantly turned grave. What is the situation? Li Xiuqing's tone remained serious. He interrupted Tao Xiangrong's incessant chatter, stating, I will report to the chairman immediately. All right. The call remained connected. After a brief silence, Li Xiuqing remarked, Xiangrong, you have performed exceptionally well. The weight of this praise was abundantly clear to Tao Xiangrong. Within less than 5 minutes, the phone rang again. Tao Xiangrong glanced at it, and the secretary promptly announced, this is a call from Director He Zhengqi of the Academy of Sciences. Tao Xiangrong answered the phone, and before he could utter a word, He Zhengqi's calm voice resonated. Xiangrong, I owe you a favor this time. Tao Xiangrong immediately replied, Director He, this is my duty. In just over 10 hours, after a long journey spanning several hundred kilometers, he had saved more than 100 lives from dire circumstances while preserving the Academy's vital research achievements. Xiangrong, you have an excellent subordinate. He Zhengqi commended. Tao Xiangrong gently inclined his body, respectfully responding, you flatter me. I will send a letter of gratitude to your Lunar Exploration Center on behalf of the Academy. By the way, although space rescue is not my responsibility, I must emphasize the importance of handling the subsequent matters well. It is crucial to comfort the families of the victims and to commend the heroes. We must not allow our champions to suffer both blood and tears. Yes, at this moment, above the moon, 3 landing vessels, laden with survivors, gradually ascended, ultimately entering lunar orbit and docking with their respective motherships. The Jinwu, Pingwu, and Yangwei vessels, 3 ships of the Everest class, simultaneously activated their propulsion engines, liberating themselves from the lunar gravitational field as they embarked on their journey toward the distant Earth. The 4 lunar bases, now reduced to ruins, remained on the surface of the moon. Subsequently, a joint investigation team, comprised of members from the Lunar Exploration Center, the Academy of Sciences, and the Propulsion Laboratory, would arrive. However, these matters were of no concern to the Space Force. Floating before the viewport, Su Pingtao, with his neatly cropped hair and clad in the uniform of a Space Force captain, maintained a sharp gaze fixed upon the elongated red tail extending from the massive sphere in the distance, remaining utterly still. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the communicator. Pingtao, what do you think that beam of light is? I don't know. Xiang, what are your thoughts? On board the Pingwu, Su Xiang, also dressed in a captain's uniform and sporting a tidy haircut, shook his head slightly. I have no idea either. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that our Space Force may soon be called into action. Su Pengtao narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting extraterrestrials? Perhaps. It's possible that the commander and the chairman were already aware of the existence of aliens. Otherwise, why would they invest such substantial resources into establishing the Space Force? Merely for show? Just as Su Pengtao was about to articulate further, A staff officer reported from behind. Captain Chen has regained consciousness. Though Chen Luo had long since departed from the Space Force, the officer still habitually referred to him as Captain Chen. Xiang, I must defer our conversation. Chen Luo has awakened. I shall go and see. Haha, go ahead and tell him that I will visit him later for a drink. It has been several years since we last met. I never expected that our reunion would occur under such circumstances. Su Pengtao, following the advisor, swiftly floated into the hospital room, using both hands and feet, only to find Chen Luo already awake, gazing around the room with a hint of bewilderment. Chapter 20. The application. Haha, Chen Luo, well done. I always knew that even after leaving the Space Force, you would undoubtedly carve out a remarkable career for yourself. Su Pengtao floated forward and embraced Chen Luo tightly, laughing. Did you ever expect this? In the past, you were the one who saved me. Now it's my turn to rescue you. By the way, that fellow Xiang is also here. He asked me to tell you he will come by later to join you for a drink. That guy has really made a name for himself. He has become a captain now. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several years have passed. I have become the head of security at the lunar base, while the two younger brothers who once followed me have each risen to mid-level positions within the Space Force. What would my life be like had I remained in the Space Force? There are no what-ifs in this world. Chen Luo also understood that if given the chance to choose again, he would undoubtedly make the same decision. Nothing in this world is more important than Li Shuyun. Sacrificing my future for her sake is insignificant. Though exploring space has always been my dream. Chen Luo made an effort to relax and began to chat casually with Su Pengtao. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, I remember you are about to get married, right? Has the date been set? Upon mentioning the matter, Su Pengtao's expression turned somewhat awkward. No, it has not been settled yet. She has been exceedingly busy with work and hasn't had the time lately. What does she do that she lacks time even for marriage? That seems improbable. Su Pengtao replied with a rueful smile. She is interning at a research institute while simultaneously occupied with her doctoral thesis. The last time I saw her was 3 months ago. Chen Luo exclaimed in disbelief. 3 months? Even during that brief encounter. We spoke for less than 5 minutes before she hung up. She mentioned being engrossed in some experiments. It seems seeing my fiancé is more challenging than scaling a mountain. I reached out to her 10 days in advance to arrange a proper conversation. Yet she still stood me up. I truly wonder how an intern researcher could be so inundated with tasks. As Su Pengtao vented his frustrations, Chen Luo's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the top of his head. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a peculiar greenish hue there. Su Pengtao, feeling somewhat unnerved by her scrutiny, could not help but inquire, what are you staring at? Don't overthink it. I have a very good relationship with her. She wouldn't do something like that. As he spoke, Su Pengtao made to leave, but Chen Luo hastily called out to him, bring me a piece of paper and a pen. What do you need paper and a pen for? Isn't it easier to type on a computer? That's none of your concern. Su Pengtao hurried away, while an aide brought over a special pen designed for writing in space along with a sheet of paper. Chen Luo secured his body and, after a moment of contemplation, solemnly inscribed the words application at the top of the paper. Respected Director Li Shouqing, esteemed Commander Tao Xiangrong, I am Chen Luo. Due to personal reasons, I humbly request the organization to grant me 10 million human coins. In return, I am willing to forfeit all other rewards. After completing this application, Chen Luo obtained a communicator from the staff, took a photograph of the document, and sent it directly to the email addresses of Li Shouqing and Tao Xiangrong. He was fully aware of the implications of his actions, yet felt powerless. With each passing day, the hope for Li Shuyun's recovery diminished. The sooner he secured the 10 million, the more advantageous it would be for her healing. At this juncture, Chen Luo had no choice but to temporarily set aside his pride and engage in the role of a sycophant. He hoped that Director Li and Commander Tao would consider his significant contributions and grant his request. Su Pengtao unexpectedly arrived once more. Chen Luo, I have successfully taken my leave. Let us journey to Earth together. Very well, let us go together. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Chen Luo's eyes. Yet he maintained a smile. It's all right. She is doing well, so there is no need for concern. The Jinwu ship finally docked smoothly at the headquarters of the Space Army. Chen Luo met with Su Xiang once again, after which Su Pengtao and Chen Luo boarded the specialized space military spacecraft, descending to the ground base. As Chen Luo set foot on the solid Earth once more, he felt as though he had traversed through time. The necessary inspections and inquiries had been conducted aboard the Zhanwu ship, and now, the Lunar Exploration Center had granted the order for free movement, albeit with the stipulation that communication must remain open and readiness maintained at all times. This meant that he could finally visit the hospital and reunite with his beloved. However, the persistent silence from Director Li and Commander Tao regarding his request left Chen Luo feeling anxious and unsettled. Chen Luo, you should proceed to the hospital first. I will search for Jianya, and later, she and I will find time to visit you in Shuyun, said Su Pingtao, referring to his fiancée, who was currently interning at the Human Reproductive Research Center. Very well, you go ahead. Do not concern yourself with me. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he set his phone down, contemplated briefly, and hastily donned his space military uniform before rushing out of his home. A sudden surprise attack, he thought. Yes, that would do. The vehicle navigated through the towering skyscrapers, their heights reaching hundreds of meters, and the intricate overpasses that resembled entwined vines for over half an hour, before Su Pingtao finally arrived at a somewhat dilapidated building situated slightly to the south of the capital. The words Human Reproductive Research Center glowed brightly above the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Su Pingtao straightened his military attire, adjusted the bouquet of flowers in his hand, and strode inside. Those he encountered along the way regarded him with astonished expressions, and many whispered among themselves, heightening Su Pingtao's sense of unease. During this time, a few security personnel approached to block his path, but upon presenting his space military credentials, they promptly allowed him to pass. In his relentless quest for the door number etched in his memory, Su Pingtao finally stood before a closed door. Taking a deep breath, he gently rapped on the door. A clear voice resonated from within. Come in. As Su Pingtao pushed the door open, he was immediately greeted by the familiar silhouette he had longed for day and night. It was a figure clad in a white lab coat, slightly frail yet sitting upright, exuding an aura of boundless strength. Su Pingtao stepped forward and cleared his throat softly. The face before him first registered shock, followed swiftly by joy. Jianya leaped up, swiftly closing the distance to Su Pingtao and enveloping him in a warm embrace. In that moment, the shadows of Su Pingtao's earlier trepidations dissipated like mist. He reciprocated the embrace, and they held each other tightly, lingering in their reunion. After a while, they reluctantly parted. Su Pingtao, holding the flowers, was about to utter a few words when he noticed a sudden shift in Jinya's expression. Oh no, time is running out. I must quickly compute this data. Pingtao, please sit down and rest. Don't mind me. Shaoli, have the latest experimental results come in? Hurry. Brother Zhang, have the materials I requested arrived? No. Could you please follow up on that? It's urgent. With a rapid-fire barrage of words, Jinya promptly returned to her seat, immersing herself entirely in the ocean of data before her, as though the preceding moments had been but a fleeting dream. Su Pingtao, with his arms still extended holding the flowers, wore an expression of awkwardness. After a long pause, he resigned himself to find a nearby seat and settled in to wait patiently. At this moment, in a conference room of the Academy of Human Sciences, President He Jingqi, Director Li Xiuqing, Commander Tao Xiangrong, and others, including Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei, who had just returned from the moon, were all present. Hong Mingxian sighed with a wry smile, stating, I know what you have seen through the telescope is no different from what I know. President He Jingqi replied solemnly, we must ascertain whether this is the work of extraterrestrials. If so, what could their motives be, and do they pose a threat to humanity? I have been granted full authority to thoroughly investigate this matter. Li Xiuqing glanced around, contemplating, and said, if distant observations yield no results, we will have to resort to direct contact. I propose we send a robotic advance team for preliminary engagement. If that fails, we should dispatch personnel equipped for direct interaction. I concur. Chapter 21. The future in the capital's oncology hospital. Within a patient room, Li's mother was gently assisting Li Shuyun in walking. Nearby, a large-screen television was broadcasting news. As the sound echoed, Li Shuyun's water cup suddenly slipped from her grasp, shattering upon impact with the floor. Li's mother began to tremble slightly, while terror filled Li Shuyun's eyes. Moonquake, what has happened to Chen Luo? What has become of him? Mother, please call Commander Tao immediately. Li Shuyun's voice quivered with urgency, yet before her mother could react, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open, revealing a familiar figure at the threshold. Li Shuyun's words ceased abruptly, her fear instantly transforming into shock and disbelief. She gently withdrew her arm from her mother's grasp and staggered forward. In an instant, Upon reaching Chen Luo, she suddenly enveloped him in her embrace, unwilling to let go. Two streams of glistening tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes as she wept softly, unable to articulate her feelings. Chen Luo reciprocated her embrace, casting a sidelong glance at the television, and in that moment, everything became clear to him. After a considerable time, Li Shuyan finally released Chen Luo, playfully striking his chest while laughing through her tears. "You terrified me, utterly terrified me." Chen Luo offered gentle words of comfort, and after what felt like an eternity, Li Shuyan began to regain her composure. At some point, Li's mother had quietly departed, leaving only Chen Luo and Li Shuyan together. Li Shuyan refrained from inquiring about Chen Luo's experiences on the moon, fully aware that even if she asked, the confidentiality regulations would prevent him from revealing anything. As long as he was alive and well, that was sufficient. The two sat on the hospital beds, gazing at one another, seemingly unable to satiate their longing. After a prolonged silence, Li Shuyan suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen anyone before?" Suppressing the weight in his heart, Chen Luo feigned a serious tone. "If you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you?" "Hey, it was clearly you who looked at me first." Chen Luo stood up, adopting a mock solemnity. "Well, today I shall gaze upon you, and what of it?" "Once more." Li Shuyan wrapped her arms around Chen Luo. "Then I shall let you look, as much as you desire. What if I can never get enough of looking?" "Then you shall gaze for eternity." Unbeknownst to them, they embraced once more. After a long while, Li Shuyan finally spoke. "There is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" "I desire to have a child." Chen Luo hesitated, "But it is still daytime, and my mother is outside." Li Shuyan pushed Chen Luo away, both exasperated and amused as she playfully struck his chest. "What are you thinking? My body may not be suitable for such endeavors, but I inquired with Dr. Jian, whose daughter works at the Reproductive Research Center. I wish to enlist her assistance in artificially cultivating a child of ours. When I am gone, you will have companionship." A pang of sorrow struck Chen Luo's heart, yet he smiled and responded, "My dear, let us wait until you recover. Shall we aim for 10 children? Li Shuyan shot him a look of disbelief. "Do you think I am a pig?" Chen Luo gently tapped her head. "If you are not a pig, why do you dwell on matters of life and death daily? Trust me, do not entertain such thoughts. You will surely recover. You will be well again. Do you understand?" Just as he was about to admonish her further, his phone suddenly rang from his pocket. Li Shuyan immediately fell silent. Chen Luo answered the call, exchanged a few words, and sighed. "It's the secretary of Director Li. He wants me to come over immediately." Li Shuyan urged, "Work is important. You should hurry." Upon exiting the hospital room, Chen Luo caught sight of Li's mother and felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Mother, where is father?" "Ah, little Luo, you are off to work?" "No worries, go ahead. Little Yun is in good hands with me." "Your father?" "He cannot sit idle. He found a job as a security guard and is currently at work." "Will you join us for dinner tonight? What would you like to eat?" "I shall prepare it for you." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Chen Luo hastily made his way to the office of Director Li Shouqing. Li Shouqing was a somewhat lean, middle-aged man with thick eyebrows that exuded an air of authority even in his calm demeanor. Chen Luo had previously encountered him, and he always felt an involuntary sense of tension in his presence. After the secretary placed a cup of tea before him, she promptly departed, and Li casually gestured, "Please, have a seat." Chen Luo sat down, feeling somewhat uneasy. He was acutely aware that Li Shouqing's summons was likely related to his application letter. "Ah, Chen, I am well aware of your endeavors on the moon. Indeed, you are a remarkable talent emerging from the Space Force," Li remarked. Chen Luo replied softly, "You flatter me. It is merely my duty." "Have you just returned from the hospital?" "Yes. I heard your partner was unwell. How are they faring now?" "They are stable at the moment." After a brief silence, Li continued, "The organization has deliberated, and in conjunction with your application, a reward plan has been devised for you." Chen Luo's heart immediately raced. "Your application has been approved." He exhaled deeply, rising to bow respectfully to Li Shouqing. "Thank you, Director Li." Li produced an envelope, gently sliding it across the table towards Chen Luo. Inside, you will find a card with a password inscribed upon it. Initially, this card was intended for presentation at the awards ceremony, but given your pressing need, there is no harm in providing it to you early. However, do remember to cooperate during the ceremony. Chen Luo promptly replied, "Yes, you can rest assured." Li Shouqing suddenly sighed, causing Chen Luo's heart to flutter once again. "Do not be in haste to leave just yet. Alas, Chen Luo, with your remarkable talents, It is indeed difficult for me to part ways with you from our aerospace system. However, sigh. During the meeting, Commander Tao slammed the table at me. And after some contemplation, I realized I cannot hinder your future. Faced with the lamentations of Li Xiuqing, Chen Luo felt a sense of bewilderment. Pondering within, departing from the aerospace system? What does that imply? Li Xiuqing presented a transfer notification before Chen Luo. As he picked it up, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This notification had been issued by the Space Force. At the bottom, there was a handwritten signature from Commander Lu Wenyao, alongside the name of Li Xiuqing, the director of the Aerospace Administration. Chen Luo suddenly felt his eyes dampen slightly. In that moment, he realized that all the adventures and near-death experiences he had endured on the moon were indeed worthwhile. He rose to his feet and bowed once more to Li Xiuqing, hoarsely expressing his gratitude. Thank you. You need not thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Commander Tao. Humph, daring to publicly embarrass me in a meeting. He truly has some nerve. Recalling Commander Tao Xiangrong, who appeared rough yet consistently cared for him, Chen Luo felt a renewed warmth in his heart. As night deepened, the Human Reproductive Research Center building saw most of its lights extinguished, though a few rooms remained illuminated. After gathering the experimental equipment and various documents and data, Jianya approached Su Pengtao, her voice filled with remorse. I apologize. I have been overwhelmed with work. Are you all right? Good. Su Pengtao stifled a yawn and struggled to rise. Shall we go for a midnight snack? It's on me. Jianya hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right. Just give me a moment to change. You should change too. Who are you trying to scare dressed in that tiger print? Su Pengtao chuckled. Isn't it a bit dashing? Fine. I'll take your advice. Even in the heart of the most bustling metropolis, the streets were sparsely populated at 2 in the morning. The two strolled hand in hand, enveloped in tranquility. Xiaoya, how has work been lately? Jinya replied with a grimace. Busy, exceedingly busy. I'm currently investigating a previously undiscovered genetic mutation, trying to unravel its expression, encoding methods, and all relevant data. It's quite overwhelming. Hey, share it with me. Perhaps I can offer some suggestions. Jinya shot Su Pengtao a sidelong glance. What do you know? Su Pengtao grinned, by the way. Your center is constantly engaged in research on fertilized eggs and blastocysts. Aren't you concerned about ethical reviews? What do you understand? Our experiments destroy the fertilized eggs before they develop into embryos. Ethics committees have no bearing on this. Besides, this research is aimed at gene modification technology for the betterment of humanity. Indeed, my Xiaoya is the best. But if you're struggling, why not consult your advisor? Come on, our advisor is so busy. I can't possibly trouble him with such trivial matters. Moreover, this is an assignment from him, and I must complete it independently. Forget it, let us not dwell on it. Tomorrow, accompany me to visit a comrade, that is, Chen Luo, as you are aware. All right, I will do my best, though I am uncertain if I will have the time. Chapter 22. Disappearance in Huyang City, at the Huyang Rocket Launch Center. A colossal rocket stood majestically beside its launch pad. The fuel infusion had commenced, enveloping its tail in a misty white vapor, reminiscent of a celestial realm. In an instant, a fierce flame erupted from the rocket's rear, propelling the massive structure, weighing thousands of tons, upward into the sky. The launch pad, which had secured and connected the rocket, suddenly released its hold, allowing the rocket to soar towards the heavens. At this moment, far away at the Human Academy of Sciences in the capital, Director He Jingqi, along with Li Xiuqing, Hong Mingxian, and Chang Lei, were engrossed in the live broadcast of the rocket launch. Li Xiuqing quietly remarked, "This rocket launch will deliver 1,500 tons of payload to the Expedition Space Station, where it will be utilized. Subsequently, the Expedition Space Station will dispatch the unmanned research spacecraft Explorer to the moon, utilizing its instruments for on-site studies of the lunar photonic beams." He Jingqi nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us wait and see. We shall continue our meeting. Lao Xiang, has your investigative team yielded any findings?" Xiang Lihui was a middle-aged man with impeccably neat hair and attire, exuding an air of remarkable composure, distinct from the scientists present. However, he was not part of the research system. Rather, he had been dispatched by the chairman's advisory group to assist Director He Jingqi in coordinating with the other departments. Xiang Lihui withdrew a stack of documents and stated with precision, "At present, I have led a team of investigators to visit 37 distinct departments, including the electric power sector, the health system, the grain system, the water resources sector, the Ministry of Ecological Environment, and the Wildlife Protection Center, among others. We have retrieved their monitoring data since the appearance of the lunar light column, and the conclusion is that everything is normal. He then turned his gaze towards another man, disheveled and sporting a thick beard. Old Zhao, how are things on your end? Zhao Dihai replied, within our research system. I have compiled and organized information from the Academy of Social Sciences, the Remote Communication Laboratory, the Quantum Communication Laboratory, 7 high-energy particle collider bases, 13 gravitational wave bases, as well as dark matter detection bases, neutrino facilities, the Meteorological Research Institute, and the Oceanographic Institute, totaling 26 research institutions. The conclusion is likewise that everything remains normal. Of course, this does not imply that the lunar light column has no impact on our civilization. It is also possible that the time frame is too short for its effects to manifest. He Zhengqi furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, this seems to suggest that the lunar light column is merely a natural phenomenon. There exists no theory to elucidate its existence. Hong Mingxian hesitated for a moment before raising his hand. Old Hong, please share your thoughts. Hong Mingxian cleared his throat and stated, as everyone is aware, Old Chang and I have made significant breakthroughs in our experiments on non-mass propulsion conducted at the lunar base, achieving some progress within our still imperfect theoretical framework. Should the concept of non-mass propulsion indeed be realized, the exhaust plume it generates would possess characteristics strikingly akin to that of the lunar light column, such as lacking substance, having no temperature, emitting no radiation beyond visible light, and exerting minimal influence on surrounding matter. Li Shouqing shot a glance at Hong Mingxian and exclaimed, Old Hong, why didn't you mention this earlier? Hong Mingxian replied with a wry smile, this is something I just calculated with Old Chang. He Jingqi, with a grave expression, inquired, are you suggesting that the lunar light column is essentially the exhaust of a colossal engine? Chang Lei nodded, affirming, there is a possibility. Without hesitation, Li Shouqing sprang to his feet and made a phone call. In merely half a minute, he hung up, nodding as he did. I contacted the laser ranging laboratory, and they confirmed that there has been no change in the lunar orbit. Hong Mingxian murmured, I mentioned earlier that this is merely a conjecture. Following this statement, for reasons unknown, nearly all the mobile phones present began to ring simultaneously. This instantaneously led everyone to realize that something of great significance must have occurred. He Jingqi, seated, picked up his phone and connected the call, whereupon an urgent voice emerged. Director He, there's a new discovery. The lunar light column has vanished. Vanished? Continue monitoring and report any new developments immediately. As He Zhengqi grasped his phone, the others also retrieved theirs. In just a few exchanges, they all swiftly ended their calls. Silence enveloped the conference room, with no one uttering a word. After a brief moment, He Zhengqi remarked, it seems everyone has received the report. The lunar light column has vanished. Li Shouqing, Xiang Lihui, Zhao Dihai, Hong Mingxian, and others remained silent, tacitly acknowledging He Zhengqi's statement. The Overseas Astronomical Optical Array Telescope was adjusting its orientation, and further data would soon follow. Everyone was asked to remain patient. Approximately 3 minutes later, He Zhengqi's phone rang once more. He responded briefly before hanging up, pressing a button on the conference table, which activated the large screen behind him to display the latest images captured by the Overseas Astronomical Optical Array Telescope. It was only at this moment that the attendees realized the lunar light column had not disappeared, but merely diminished. Its expanse remained as before, yet its length had shrunk from several dozen kilometers to less than a meter. From the images captured by the telescope, it appeared as though a light red hue had been brushed across the lunar surface. The attendees exchanged puzzled glances, not fully grasping the situation. He Zhengqi rapped the table lightly and declared, the meeting is adjourned. We shall reconvene once we have further information. Lao Xiang, Lao Zhao. You two must remain vigilant and maintain constant communication with all departments. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. The commander of the Lunar Exploration Center, Tao Xiangrong, along with Deputy Commander Li Jingming and Deputy Director of the Aerospace Bureau, MOU, had already been waiting here in advance. My apologies, everyone. Some matters delayed us. Let us begin. The first matter at hand is that the lunar tremor incident has resulted in over 800 individuals either missing or deceased. This event has sparked a profound societal reaction, with widespread calls for an investigation and the disclosure of the truth. Families of the deceased and the missing have united, potentially leading to a confrontation with governmental authorities, thereby placing us under significant pressure. It is imperative that this situation is handled with utmost care. Let us share our perspectives. Everyone is acutely aware that the term missing is merely a euphemism, signifying that the bodies have yet to be discovered. No one harbors the belief that they might still be alive. Lao Hu, as a distinguished representative from the Public Opinion Management Department, please share your thoughts. Director Li, your praise is unwarranted. Allow me to express my views. I believe we should approach this matter from several angles. First and foremost, we must prioritize the emotional support of the families of the victims. Secondly, it is essential to divert public attention. We could highlight the heroic figures who emerged during this disaster, extolling their selfless spirit and resilience in the face of adversity. Furthermore, we could enlist some scientists from within your organization to thoroughly elucidate the mechanisms behind this natural phenomenon, aiming to dissuade any connections to extraterrestrial theories. Additionally, the capable man referred to as Lao Hu by Li Xiuqing eloquently articulated his thoughts for over 10 minutes, while Tao Xiangrong and Li Jingming diligently took rapid notes. Once he concluded, Li Xiuqing remarked, "Excellent. I believe we can proceed according to this plan." Indeed, Lao Tao, your subordinate, Chen Luo, has made significant contributions, hasn't he? This is a veritable fact that could certainly be publicized. Tao Xiangrong promptly agreed, affirming the statement. The second matter also pertains to Chen Luo. I have already discussed the reward scheme decided upon in our last meeting with him, and you will need to prepare for the subsequent handover with Commander Lu Wenyo of the Space Army. Tao Xiangrong replied affirmatively. Furthermore, Dean He Jingqi has resolved to dispatch a robot to the lunar light column for an on-site investigation, which will require our cooperation for certain auxiliary tasks. At the capital tumor hospital, Chen Luo was engaged in casual conversation with Li Shuyun within the ward when an unexpected voice resonated from outside. Team leader, we come to see sister-in-law. Chen Luo rose to find several familiar figures entering the room. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Yang Yi, Li Gu, Sun Yi, and Su Pingtao among them. There was also a girl whom Chen Luo did not recognize, but observing her closeness with Su Pingtao, he surmised that she was likely his fiancée. A smile spread across Chen Luo's face as he approached. "Hello, I am Jianya, Pengtao's fiancée. I often hear him speak of you, mentioning how well you cared for him during your time in the Space Army." The girl, whom Chen Luo had not previously met, courteously extended her hand, and he reciprocated, their hands meeting gently. Li Mu also came forward, urging, "Come in and sit down. Please make yourselves comfortable." "Aunt, there is no need for such formality," Chen Luo replied. Several individuals entered the ward, where Li Shuyun, with great effort, managed to sit up in her hospital bed and smiled, saying, "I truly apologize for the trouble of your visit." Li Gu immediately responded, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? I am but a soldier under Team Leader Chen. How could I not come to see you when my superior's wife is unwell? What if Team Leader Chen decides to give me a hard time in the future?" With his smooth tongue, Li Gu effortlessly lightened the atmosphere, while Chen Luo silently lamented, "With the lunar base gone, it seems I shall never be your superior now." Chapter 23. Mistakes. As the group conversed, Dr. Jian Junming entered with several nurses, expressing surprise. "Xiao Chen, we have visitors?" Upon hearing this, Jianya was momentarily taken aback. She turned around and exclaimed joyfully, "Father, what brings you here? Were you aware of my presence?" Jian Junming chuckled. "How could I have known you would come? I am merely here to work, conducting rounds." Chen Luo keenly observed that the moment Jianya called out to her father, Su Pingtao's posture became rigid. He stood with his legs together and arms naturally at his sides, as if he were at attention. He executed a precise turn and greeted, "Good day, uncle." After exchanging a few brief words with Su Pingtao, Dr. Jian Junming approached Li Shuyun's bedside, inquiring about her condition, reviewing several data indicators, and instructing the nurses on a few matters before making his way to the door. "Yes, we shall ensure the tasks are completed." Dr. Jian Junming furrowed his brow, shook his head, and sighed as he departed, while behind him, several nurses stifled their laughter. Su Pengtao exhaled deeply, feeling apprehensive, and asked, "Xiaoya, does uncle harbor any dissatisfaction towards me?" Jianya cast a sidelong glance at Su Pengtao and muttered, "What a silly notion." Li Shuyun smiled and remarked, "I heard from Dr. Jian that he has a daughter working at the Human Reproductive Research Center. I never anticipated that you would be Pingtao's fiancée, nor did I foresee that my attending physician would be my father," she added. After a moment of hesitation, Li Shuyun lowered her voice and said, "There is something I wish to ask of you." Jianya replied with alacrity, "Sister, there is no need for formality. Please, speak freely." Li Shuyun glanced around, and Li Gu quickly responded, laughing, Let us step outside, so we do not disturb your sister's rest. Once outside, Jinya took a seat beside Li Shuyun's bed. I wish to bear a child for Brother Chen. I am aware that my condition may not permit it. But could you assist me in retrieving an egg while I still have time? Jinya's heart sank, but she offered a gentle smile of reassurance, saying, Sister, what are you saying? I have consulted my father, and he assured me that you will recover soon. Li Shuyun replied, You need not deceive me. I have come to terms with it. Death is merely a part of life. Rest assured, dear sister, I will make arrangements for you. Meanwhile, Li's mother sat quietly with her head bowed, not uttering a word. Outside the ward, the group engaged in casual conversation when Chen Luo suddenly recalled something and inquired, Li Gu, how is your relationship with Si Ruofang progressing? Li Gu curled her lips in disdain. Don't even mention it. We were almost there. And then that wretched Sun Yi had to meddle. Sun Yi raised her brows indignantly and retorted, Li Gu, what do you mean I meddled? And who are you calling wretched? As she spoke, Sun Yi reached out and pinched Li Gu sharply at her waist. With a yelp of surprise, Li Gu dodged while attempting to defend herself, saying, Back when we were on the moon, if it weren't for you. Hey, didn't you say something about when you'd fulfill that promise? Sun Yi's face flushed crimson as she snapped, Shut up. If you keep this up, I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Pengtao chuckled, Chen Luo, your two subordinates are quite amusing. Yang Yi also smiled. I must say, they do make a rather fitting pair. After their playful banter subsided, Yang Yi produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo hesitated. Brother Yang, what is this? Your colleagues are aware of your partner's illness. They intended to visit but were concerned about the crowd being inconvenient, so they pooled together some money, all contained within this card. It's not much, just 1,500,000, but it's a token of sympathy from all of us. Su Pengtao then pulled out another envelope and handed it to Chen Luo. Xiang couldn't make it, and neither could Old Wei and the others. We gathered 500,000 and entrusted me to deliver it to you. Chen Luo felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that although there were many colleagues at the lunar base one, most were merely acquaintances. Even with the previous life-saving grace, each individual would contribute little, with a significant portion likely pooled together by Yang Yi, Li Gu, and Sun Yi. As for the Space Force, there were only 6 or 7 individuals with whom he shared a deep bond. Yet they managed to gather a substantial sum of 500,000, which spoke volumes about their loyalty. Chen Luo instinctively declined, saying, No, please, it's unnecessary. Director Li. In any case, I have sufficient funds at the moment. Li Gu, still attempting to twist free from Sun Yi's grasp, insisted, My dear group leader Chen, why are you being so polite with us? Yang Yi patted Chen Luo on the shoulder, adding, Everyone faces difficulties at times, Chen Luo. There's no need for formality with us. Besides, we owe our lives to you. If you continue to refuse, it would be unbecoming. Su Pengtao remained silent, directly stuffing the envelope into Chen Luo's pocket. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo solemnly expressed, Thank you. At that moment, Jinya emerged from the ward and stood beside Su Pengtao. Yang Yi remarked, Then we shall not disturb Shu Yun's rest any longer. We will take our leave. Chen Luo felt a lump in his throat, unable to articulate his feelings. Just as Yang Yi took a few steps away, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, Will you be attending the memorial service for the lunar victims in 3 days? Recalling the tragic demise of Supervisor Zhan Wenguang at Lunar Base 1, and the dismembered remains of old Liang, Li Shuang, and others, Chen Luo's heart sank, and he nodded earnestly, I will be there. Very well, we shall go together then. Shu Yun, what did you say to Jinya? Li Shuyun raised her face and smiled. Do you wish to know? I won't tell you. Not telling me. I didn't want to know anyway. At the Human Reproductive Research Center, Jinya was engrossed in her observations through the microscope, a half-eaten lunchbox resting beside her. The meal had only been nibbled at, the warmth long dissipated, suggesting that its owner had not devoted her attention to it. After what felt like an eternity of manipulation at the simulator, Jinya finally left with a look of despondency, collapsing into her chair and exhaling a deep sigh. How could this be? I must have miscalculated. Yes, that must be it. Shaking her head, Jinya cleared the data and commenced a new experiment. This time, she was far more diligent, striving for absolute precision in every piece of data she gathered. She toiled until the early hours of the morning, finally completing the data collection and inputting it into the simulator. After approximately half an hour of waiting, the calculation results emerged. The number matched exactly with the figures Jinya had seen previously. She tapped her head in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. This error is utterly absurd. If my calculations are indeed correct, does that not imply that all fertilized eggs are incapable of developing into embryos, rendering humanity unable to procreate? Wouldn't that mean extinction? Jianya racked her brain, yet she could find no clarity. All right, there must be some mistake. I should take a rest and try the experiment again after I wake up. Just as she was about to seek solace in sleep, her phone suddenly chimed. Upon opening the message interface, Jianya discovered a message from Li Shuyun. Xiaoya, do you have time recently? I am about to undergo gene therapy. And Uncle Jian mentioned that the success rate is quite low. Furthermore, the treatment will initially affect the quality of my eggs. If you are available, could you come to retrieve some eggs in the next few days? Jianya tapped her forehead, realizing how overwhelmed she had been lately, having even forgotten about Shuyun's situation. Ever since she had heard Su Pengtao recount the story of Chen Luo and Li Shuyun. Learning how Chen Luo was willing to relinquish his promising career as a space fleet captain to become the security chief at the lunar base in order to save his wife, Jianya felt a peculiar sentiment towards this couple who had endured so much hardship. She secretly resolved that if there was any way she could assist, she would do so without hesitation. All right, I will wait for you. After putting down her phone, Li Shuyun turned to Chen Luo, who was beside the hospital bed, with an expression of helplessness. You should also go and retrieve some sperm. It's better to be prepared. Chen Luo replied with a wry smile. Shuyun, once you recover, wouldn't it be better for us to have our own child? Why complicate things? Li Shuyun insisted. No, it must be done now. What if the treatment fails? She exclaimed. Chen Luo, will you agree or not? Chen Luo scratched his head and forced a smile. All right, I agree. I will make an appointment right away. Li Shuyun huffed. That is more like it. Chapter 24. The pioneer in the vast expanse of space, a cerulean planet quietly floated in the distance. At a distance exceeding 300,000 kilometers, the unmanned spacecraft, Explorer, is gradually moving away. Before it lies another colossal celestial body. Due to the vastness of space, this star appears to dwarf the distant Azure planet by countless magnitudes, despite the fact that, in terms of data, its mass is merely 1/81st that of the blue planet. The Explorer gently decelerates, ultimately entering into lunar orbit. Upon reaching its designated location, the belly of the craft opens, and a smaller landing vessel, approximately several meters in length, silently descends, hurtling towards the lunar surface below. At this proximity, one can distinctly observe the massive red spot amidst the moon's ocean of storms. It stands out particularly in the moon's night, and if a person were present, they could easily discern the boundary between the red spot and the surrounding terrain without the aid of instruments. In the command hall of the Human Academy of Sciences on Earth, designated for the study of unidentified luminous bodies on the moon, Director He announced. The Eel landing vessel has successfully touched down. He adjusted his graying hair and calmly instructed, deploy the equipment. All laboratories, prepare to receive data. Henceforth, the 13 lunar rovers aboard the Eel landing vessel, equipped with over 100 advanced devices, will commence their operations. Data will be relayed through the Explorer to various laboratories on Earth, where it will undergo analysis by the most eminent scientists of human civilization. As the signal from the command hull reached its destination, the hatch of the Eel spacecraft gradually opened. A lunar rover, approximately the size of a compact car and equipped with 2 tracks instead of wheels, slowly emerged, steering to the left. Following it was another rover of a similar design, albeit slightly smaller, which veered off in a different direction rather than following the path of its predecessor. Subsequently, the 3rd, 4th, and up to the 13th rovers followed suit. Before these 13 lunar rovers and the landing spacecraft lay the eerie, crimson-tinged lunar terrain. The red glow, which had previously hovered at an altitude of several dozen kilometers, now descended to less than a meter above the surface. Yet, it continued to sway gently, as though caressed by an unseen breeze. Each lunar rover was assigned a specific task, tasked with collecting unique data. The moment these 13 rovers commenced their operations, a colossal data stream, measured in gigabytes, began to flow, traversing the pathway from the lunar rovers to the unmanned scientific research spacecraft, then to the Earth communication satellites, and finally to the ground command base. This data journeyed from the moon to Earth, ultimately being distributed across numerous laboratories, where thousands of elite scientists awaited. Within the command hall, Li Xiuqing glanced at the split-screen display showing the rovers at work, and upon confirming that everything was functioning normally, he quietly advised He Zhengqi, Director He. The data analysis has commenced. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. He Zhengqi took a sip from his thermos, contemplating before he slowly replied, "Shall Li, I have a premonition." Li Xiuqing, now in his 50s, has long surpassed the age when he could be referred to as young Li. Yet, in the eyes of He Jingqi, he remains a veritable youth. A premonition? He Jingqi set down his thermos, gazing wistfully at a vast expanse of peculiar crimson, his tone somber and distant. Our human civilization stands at a pivotal juncture of fate. Li Xiuqing responded with a smile, "You exaggerate. Things are not that dire." He Jingqi chuckled lightly, opting to change the subject. Have the reasons behind the failure of all those hundreds of satellites in lunar orbit been determined? Rising from his seat, he stretched his back and sighed. Age is catching up with me. My body is no longer what it used to be. I shall rest for a while. Young Li, keep an eye on things here. Li Xiuqing immediately stood tall, assuring him, rest assured. At this moment, in the outskirts of the capital, within the Pioneer Memorial Hall, the passage of over a century since humanity first ventured into space has seen us land on Mars, explore asteroids, and establish semi-permanent bases on the moon. In this century-long journey, more than 2,000 lives have been sacrificed in the pursuit of cosmic exploration and the expansion of human reach. To honor these pioneers, the Pioneer Memorial Hall was erected, hosting solemn remembrance ceremonies at fixed times each year. Originally, the recorded number of casualties stood at 2,131, but this figure has now surged past 3,000. The tragic loss of over 900 individuals in a single disaster is an occurrence that has never been witnessed in the annals of space exploration. It is precisely for this reason that individuals are compelled to question, to express their indignation, and to fervently demand an investigation into the truth. At this moment, the civilized government has released the investigation records, confirming that this incident indeed constitutes a natural disaster, devoid of a clearly defined responsible party. The public's skepticism and anger have gradually subsided, leaving only sorrow on the day of the memorial for the moonquake disaster. Over 900 family members of the victims, survivors of the moonquake, and the chairperson's envoy are all present, alongside more than 30,000 citizens who have gathered spontaneously outside the Pioneer Memorial Hall. Among the line of survivors stands Chen Luo, who gazes steadily ahead, fixated on the 932 large portraits before him. Within these images, Chen Luo recognizes many familiar faces: the amiable supervisor Zhang Wenguang, the lively and mischievous Li Shuang, and the anguished Chai Simiao, who, in her final moments, could only urge herself to escape the Moon Valley. Memories flood his mind, each one flickering through his consciousness. The hall resonates with soft sobs, and Chen Luo finds himself unwittingly with red-rimmed eyes. As the memorial concludes, the crowd begins to disperse. Chen Luo does not leave immediately, nor do Yang Yi, Li Gu, and Sun Yi. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the day, Li Gu appears considerably more solemn, shedding much of his usual exuberance. Indeed, although Commander Lu Wenyo has granted me a few months of leave, I do not need to report for duty just yet. By the way, what about you? Have Commander Tao and the others made any further arrangements? After a moment of silence, Chen Luo responds, "That is acceptable. Colleagues intend to visit the homes of our fallen comrades in the coming days. Chen Luo, will you join us?" The memories of Supervisor Zhang Wenguang, who sacrificed himself at the lunar base, and Li Shuang and others filled Chen Luo's heart with profound sorrow. He solemnly nodded, "Let us go together." Yang Yi sighed, "Very well, I will notify you then. By the way, how is Shu Yun's condition? I have already contacted the gene editing laboratory. Shu Yun will soon undergo treatment." Yang Yi patted Chen Luo's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. "Chen Luo, do not worry too much. Everything will turn out fine. Indeed, everything will eventually be well. At present, all we can do is pray that the Academy of Sciences swiftly uncovers the cause of the moonquake and elucidates the nature of that mysterious light column. As a tribute to the souls of the departed, in every aspect, whether it be Chen Luo, Yang Yi, or even Li Gu, Sun Yi, and Tao Xiangrong. They are all but insignificant figures within the vast tapestry of human civilization. The only thing we can do is to live our lives to the fullest." Chapter 25. The Great Dilemma in the Doctor's Office. Dr. Feng Xiaobo spoke gravely to Chen Luo. "Chen Luo, I have obtained your beloved's medical records from Dr. Jian, and our team has conducted a comprehensive assessment. To be frank, we are not optimistic. You must prepare yourself mentally for the possibility of treatment failure." Dr. Feng Xiaobo is a serious and stern individual, rarely smiling, and the gravity of his words weighed heavily on Chen Luo's psyche. The burden of pressure weighed heavily on Chen Luo, even as Li Shuyun succumbed to slumber. Upon assessment, the likelihood of his beloved achieving a complete recovery was a mere 20%. There existed another 20% chance for partial restoration, an improvement over her current state, yet devoid of a total cure. A further 20% indicated a deterioration of her condition, leaving the remaining 40% as the grim possibility of mortality during the treatment process. Chen Luo, should you resolutely choose to pursue treatment, please inscribe your name upon this document. It was a risk acknowledgement form, meticulously detailing the perils entwined with the forthcoming procedure. Chen Luo's mind was engulfed in a haze, his hands trembling slightly. This felt akin to a gamble, one that determined the course of his future, and he was painfully aware that his stakes were limited. This opportunity was singular. Without risking it, even the 20% chance would elude him. Gradually, he pinned his name upon the paper. As the night deepened, Chen Luo found himself restless in the darkness, uncertain of when slumber would finally embrace him. At dawn, before the sun had risen, Chen Luo opened his eyes to find Li Shuyun already awake, her large eyes gazing silently at the ceiling, seemingly lost in contemplation. Awake so early? Are you hungry? Li Shuyun managed a faint smile. Chen Luo, I feel a bit scared. Do not fear, my dear. Everything will be all right, for I am here. After ensuring Li Shuyun had her meal, he assisted her in rising from bed for a brief walk, and soon the clock struck 7. Dr. Jin Junming, accompanied by nurses and personnel from the genetics laboratory, arrived at the ward to prepare for Li Shuyun's treatment as the clock struck 8. The nurses wheeled the hospital bed towards the treatment area, with Li's father, Li's mother, and Chen Luo following closely behind. Throughout the journey, Li Shuyun clutched Chen Luo's hand tightly, as if seeking a modicum of courage through this connection. Chen Luo could distinctly feel that Li Shuyun's hand was not only cold, but also trembling slightly. The door swung open, and the nurses began to usher Li Shuyun inside. Chen Luo stood outside, staring blankly, her heart laden with heaviness. At the Human Reproductive Research Center, Jinya remained absorbed in her work at the laboratory bench. Compared to a few days prior, she appeared noticeably thinner, her complexion somewhat pallid. Su Sihui hurried in from outside, calling out to Jinya, Xiaoya, why are you still here? Have you forgotten what day it is? Jinya looked up, bewildered, gazing at her typically exuberant colleague. Today? What day? Su Sihui, exasperated, replied. Today is the day your handsome fiancé from the Space Force is supposed to call you. There are only 10 minutes left. Jinya hesitated. I still have work to finish. Could you please tell him that I'll call him next time? Let us skip this one. Su Sihui exclaimed dramatically, Xiaoya, you can't be serious. Do you have any idea how popular men from the Space Force are among young ladies, especially a captain as striking as him? Aren't you worried someone might steal him away? To be honest, if I weren't already married, humph. Jinya lightly tapped her head in frustration. Enough, enough. I will go. Upon entering the lounge, she opened the video call interface, and Su Pingtao's figure appeared before her. Xiaoya, you don't seem well. What has happened? Jinya replied gloomily. I have reached a conclusion that is evidently erroneous, yet I cannot pinpoint the mistake. Surely not. Have you checked thoroughly? I've conducted experiments for several consecutive days, and it has yielded the same results each time. Su Pengtao furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. Xiaoya, have you considered that you might actually be correct? Jinya's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then dimmed. That's impossible. It can't be. Su Pengtao chuckled. Why such a lack of confidence in yourself? Perhaps a groundbreaking discovery awaits you. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Jinya hesitated. I will give it another try. Hey, have you missed me these past few days? Of course. What did you say? All right. Let's leave it at that for today. I have to hang up. Su Pengtao protested. Hey, don't go. Are you really in such a hurry for just a few minutes? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? Stop thinking only of work. Can't you spare a little more time for me? Jinya. Before he could finish, Jinya had already disconnected the video call and dashed towards the laboratory. Within the communication room of the space military base, Su Pengtao departed with a sense of discontent. An awaiting subordinate immediately exclaimed, I won. See, I told you. Captain Su either cannot connect, or the conversation lasts no longer than 10 minutes. Look. A sudden surge of anger welled up within Su Pengtao. You lot. Once the communication is over, you are all to be confined. This time, Jinya exhibited an unprecedented gravity and seriousness. Although she had approached her recordings and observations with equal diligence in previous instances, each datum was meticulously verified, and every step was rigorously scrutinized until the final results emerged. Yet, the result remained unchanged, identical to those from the previous several dozen experiments. Jianya slowly seated herself, her brow furrowed, and began to ponder deeply. Su's assertions bore truth. If I am indeed correct, if my experiments and data hold validity, then… Jianya was acutely aware of the implications. The laboratory environment was relatively optimal, yet even so, the fertilized egg could never develop into an embryo. Should this occur in a natural reproductive setting, the egg would likely fail to fertilize altogether. If that were the case, would humanity be rendered incapable of reproduction? This undoubtedly posed a significant dilemma, one that pertained to the very fabric of human civilization. Ren Mingyuan set down the documents in his hands and inquired, "Has Xiaojin arrived?" "What is the matter, teacher?" "It is as follows." Jianya organized her thoughts and recounted the events, causing Ren Mingyuan's brow to furrow deeply. At the end, Jianya added, "I suspect this is a prevalent phenomenon, possibly caused by a combination of environmental changes, radiation pollution, and weather effects. I believe we should take this matter seriously and promptly ascertain the reasons. Please show me the data." Jianya handed over the documents, and as Ren Mingyuan perused them, the furrows on his brow deepened. After a while, he picked up the telephone and spoke in a low voice, "Xiao Wang, notify the 3rd Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital to send over all blood samples from pregnant women who underwent their initial checkups in the past half-month." "Understood." Jinya's eyes sparkled with hope. Typically, upon noticing signs of pregnancy, women would visit the hospital for further examinations to confirm their condition. The time taken to detect these signs can vary, but with current technology, ideal home testing methods can yield results as early as the 7th day post-fertilization. Now, however, it has been over 10 days since she first discovered that the egg could not be fertilized. Thus, if none of the blood samples from the 3rd Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital in the past half-month indicate a conception date after October 22nd, it would essentially confirm her suspicions from a realistic standpoint. This, without a doubt, serves as the most direct and accurate method of validation. Now, they must await the results. Very well. The 3rd Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital was efficient. Within just a few hours, all blood samples had arrived. Under Ren Mingyuan's directive, the relevant tests commenced immediately, and soon after, the results began to emerge. This outcome left Jinya's heart racing uncontrollably, unable to find tranquility, while Ren Mingyuan's countenance darkened to the point of nearly dripping with despair. The data revealed that among the 1,000 blood samples submitted, not a single case indicated a conception date beyond October 22nd. "Teacher, we should report this." Jianya felt as though her throat was stuffed with cotton, her words emerging with a parched quality. The data within the laboratory, after all, diverged from the tangible reality. Although she had anticipated this outcome, when the results were laid bare before her, Jianya still found it difficult to accept. Ren Mingyuan spoke in a grave tone, "We cannot report this just yet. We must ensure the accuracy of the data. With only 1/3 obstetrics hospital involved, the sample size is too limited. Xiao Wang, notify all hospitals in the capital that have obstetrics departments, instructing them to send over all samples from the past 2 weeks immediately. Also, inform all researchers to work overtime tonight. Cancel any leave." A palpable tension began to permeate the Reproductive Research Center building. Secretary Xiao Wang, startled, promptly replied, "Yes." Chapter 26. Cosmic Life in the conference room of the Lunar Unidentified Luminescent Body Research Disposal Center at the Academy of Sciences, He Zhengqi, Li Xiuqing, Xiang Lihui, MOU, and other heads of various research analysis teams sat in silence. Dozens of leaders exchanged glances, none daring to speak. He Zhengqi furrowed his brow slightly. "No discoveries at all?" A geomechanics expert hesitated and remarked, "We have made some progress in understanding the cause of the recent lunar tremors. It is now clear that the tremors were triggered by internal stratigraphic fractures within the moon. However, the underlying reasons remain elusive. As of now, we have not observed any effects from the unidentified luminescent entity on the surrounding environment." He Zhengqi gently tapped the table, saying, "The luminescent entity is right there, visible even to the naked eye, yet your conclusion is that it has no impact on the surrounding environment? No effects on temperature, radiation, or pressure?" The responsible official, steeling himself, replied, "Though it is hard to believe, that is indeed the case." Li Xiuqing interjected, "Yet the reality is that it simply exists." The expert offered a wry smile, admitting, "This is precisely what perplexes us." He Zhengqi turned to Xiang Lihui, inquiring, "How about you, old Xiang?" Xiang Lihui shook his head. "No anomalies have been detected across all departments." "Old Zhao? No anomalies?" This situation has become rather troublesome. What troubles people most is not the presence of an unclear problem, but rather the uncertainty of where the problem lies and which direction to pursue in research. Hong Mingxian glanced around, hesitantly raising his hand. He Jingqi gestured for him to speak. Old Hong, go ahead. An expert posed a question. Dr. Hong, what do you think this luminescent entity actually is? What kind of entity could possibly have no effect on the surrounding environment? Dark matter. Hong Mingxian stated without hesitation that non-propellant propulsion technology is bound to involve dark matter. Or rather, there is no definitively meaningful and entirely non-propellant substance. Although the currently feasible non-propellant propulsion technology does not engage with tangible matter, it will indeed relate to dark matter. Those luminous entities are dark matter that has been processed by non-propellant propulsion engines, subsequently emitting visible light. Of course, aside from the transformation from invisibility to visibility, the other characteristics of dark matter remain unchanged, hence they exert no influence on the surrounding environment, except for gravitational effects. However, within the gravitational field of the moon, such gravitational influence is virtually immeasurable. Hong Mingxuan's remarks left the attending experts in stunned silence, with no one daring to initiate a discussion, as the notion seemed utterly fanciful to all present. He Jingqi raised his right hand, signaling Hong Mingxian to take his seat. Nearby, another expert raised his hand. Hong Mingxian recognized him as Ji Zhishuan, a communications specialist. With He Jingqi's consent, Ji Zhishuan, with his lustrous black hair and impeccably maintained complexion, slowly articulated, I have a hypothesis, merely a hypothesis, that the unidentified luminous entities on the moon might be some form of life. He Jingqi's gaze sharpened suddenly, and an air of commotion swept through the conference room as discussions erupted among the attendees. Zhishuan, please elaborate. After Ji Zhishuan proposed the idea that the unidentified luminous entities on the moon could potentially be a type of life, even Hong Mingxian was taken aback, feeling an unspoken competition of audacity between them, contemplating that this individual dared to think even bolder thoughts than he himself. During my research on communication with unidentified luminous entities, I serendipitously observed that the fluctuations in luminosity within the illuminated regions appeared to follow a certain pattern. For instance, in the area designated A87, over the course of the past 10 consecutive days, its brightness increased by approximately 1/17 every 3 hours, ultimately doubling before subsequently diminishing at the same rate. Conversely, in the adjacent A86 area, the phenomenon exhibited an inverse behavior, initially decreasing before augmenting. We have delineated roughly 2,000 regions, of which at least 1,300 manifest some form of regularity. The remaining areas may also exhibit patterns, albeit with potentially longer cycles, and we have yet to draw any conclusions. Should this hypothesis hold true, the conjecture that these unidentified luminous entities possess life does not seem entirely far-fetched. Have you deciphered anything? Not as of yet. He Jingqi pondered momentarily before decisively instructing. Lao Zhao, Lao Xiang. You two must immediately contact relevant cryptographic institutions and request the deployment of skilled personnel to assist in the decryption. Zhishuan, you shall oversee this endeavor. Ji Zhishuan nodded in agreement. Hong Mingxian whispered to Chang Lei. Cosmic life forms with self-propelling capabilities? This is utterly preposterous. As scientists, we ought not to react with undue astonishment to any phenomenon. Once Ji Zhishuan articulated this hypothesis and presented supporting evidence, the focus of the meeting swiftly shifted. People have keenly realized that from this moment forth, the disposal center will primarily focus on ascertaining whether the unidentified luminous entity is a form of life, and if confirmed as such, to determine the purpose of that life. The vastness of the universe is filled with marvels. Thus, the emergence of a wandering life form endowed with the ability of self-propulsion without conventional means, coincidentally traversing the solar system, is not an inconceivable occurrence. An expert expressed indignantly. If this entity is indeed a form of life, it has already caused the demise of over 900 distinguished astronauts, inflicting grievous losses upon humanity. In comparison to the entirety of humankind, the sacrifice of 900 astronauts appears negligible. I propose that a relevant task force be dispatched immediately, equipped with substantial research apparatus, to conduct an on-site investigation on the moon. He Jingqi remained non-committal, suggesting, let us wait and see. At the Capital Tumor Hospital, time slowly drifted by. After enduring a day of tormenting anticipation, Chen Luo finally awaited the visitation hour. Under the guidance of Dr. Feng Xiaobo, Chen Luo traversed a corridor for an extended period before arriving at a tightly shut door. Upon its opening, Chen Luo beheld the interior's layout. It was a rather austere small room, containing only a desk, a chair, and a computer. The walls were composed of a vast transparent glass, allowing a clear view into another room. Within that room lay numerous white devices unfamiliar and incomprehensible to Chen Luo, while several medical personnel donned in full protective gear busily attended to their tasks. In the heart of the room lay a technologically advanced hospital bed, upon which Li Shuyun rested. Her body was entwined with countless tubes, with an unknown number of medications simultaneously coursing through her veins. At that time, I had yet to join the Space Forces, merely a typical office employee. Li Shuyun appeared in my life, and I found myself falling in love with her. Her family welcomed me without disdain for my status as an orphan, nor did they look down upon my modest income, offering me unwavering understanding and support from the very beginning. Even when I decided to resign and pursue my dream of joining the Space Forces, enduring 2 years of meager earnings, they treated me as if I were their own son. Li Shuyun remained steadfastly by my side. During that period, in pursuit of superior pre-examination training, I invested my years of savings into securing better instructors and textbooks for myself. Each time I witnessed Li Shuyun unable to afford even a beautiful dress or indulge in a simple snack, guilt overwhelmed my heart. I vowed countless times that I would never betray her in this lifetime, and I would ensure she lived a life filled with happiness. Eventually, I fulfilled my dream and entered the Space Forces, progressing from an intern mechanic to a mechanic, operator, power control officer, and finally, an intern advisor, ultimately becoming the captain of a spaceship. As days passed, life improved, yet Li Shuyun, was she asleep? What was her current condition? For the moment, it seemed stable. However, the future remained uncertain. A slight sense of relief washed over me. I implore you, take care of her. Time gradually slipped away. Although Chen Luo was fully aware that Li Shuyun remained in a deep slumber and that he could not meet her, he stubbornly persisted in waiting at the hospital, anticipating any news from Dr. Feng. His entire being was dominated by these updates. Even the slightest glimmer of good news could send him into a euphoric state, while any minor piece of bad news could plunge him into despair, leaving his heart in a tumult of anxiety. Amidst this protracted wait, Chen Luo caught sight of Dr. Feng, who walked forward with a furrowed brow, quietly conversing with Dr. Jian Junming beside him. Instantly, Chen Luo's heart raced. "I am truly sorry, Chen Luo," Dr. Feng said, his voice somber. "The evaluation results indicate that your beloved is not suitable for gene therapy. The treatment has failed." Chapter 27. Emergency. Upon hearing these words, Chen Luo felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, rendering his vision dark and causing waves of dizziness to wash over him. Nearby, Li Shuyun's parents, who were also waiting, gasped in shock. While Li father maintained his composure, Li mother began to sob softly. Dr. Feng looked at Chen Luo with deep sympathy and murmured, "I apologize. We did everything we could. The treatment costs are approximately in the hundreds of thousands, and the hospital will settle with you later." Chen Luo steadied himself against the wall and asked in a hushed tone, "What about Shuyun? How is she now?" "Your beloved's condition is relatively stable for the time being. The subsequent treatment will continue under Dr. Jian's care, and you may communicate any concerns with him." Feng Xiaobo briefly addressed several issues before hurriedly departing. Beside him, Jian Junming sighed. "Xiao Chun, this is an unavoidable situation. We have all done our utmost. I recommend pursuing a conservative treatment plan, allowing your beloved to pass through this final journey in peace." Chen Luo understood that the so-called conservative treatment here was not primarily aimed at curing the ailment, but rather focused on alleviating the patient's suffering. Choosing conservative treatment thus implied accepting the fate of losing Li Shuyun. How much longer did she have? Perhaps approximately 6 months. When can I see her?" "In a few hours. The nurse will bring her to the ward," came the reply. Chen Luo's body trembled incessantly, and even when leaning against the wall, he felt unsteady. Gradually, he crouched down and leaned against the wall, feeling as though all his strength had been siphoned away. Had he failed? Despite his desperate efforts, had he ultimately met with failure? Was this truly fate? Jian Junming, unable to meet Chen Luo's gaze, hurriedly conveyed a few words before leaving. Within the ward, Li's mother wept softly, while Li's father patted Chen Luo's shoulder, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet ultimately remained silent, merely letting out a heavy sigh. Li Shuyun was finally brought out of the treatment room, and Chen Luo sat dazedly by his wife's bedside, staring blankly at his beloved, who remained in a deep coma. At this moment, she was still under profound anesthesia, and it would take another hour or two for her to awaken. Jian Zhuming returned once more to examine some data regarding Li Shuyun and comforted her by saying, "Soon, she will awaken." Suddenly, Chen Luo grasped Jian Zhuming's sleeve. Her voice thick with emotion. "Dr. Jian, is there truly no hope left? As an expert in this field, do you know of any other treatment methods that might be effective for Shuyun? I am unafraid of risks. As long as there is hope, I am willing to pursue it. Financial concerns are irrelevant. I can procure any amount necessary." Observing Chen Luo, who appeared somewhat haggard and had lost considerable weight, Jian Zhuming felt a pang of sympathy. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he sighed. "I have heard that a pharmaceutical group is developing a treatment plan involving nanorobots. You might want to inquire about it." Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Lunar Unidentified Luminescent Body Research and Disposal Center in the capital city, He Zhengqi, Li Xiuqing, Xiang Lihui, and others gathered once again. Ji Zhishuan remarked with a wry smile, "There is still nothing definitive. However, cryptography experts have confirmed that there is indeed a pattern in the luminosity variations of the unidentified luminescent body on the moon, and this pattern cannot be naturally occurring. We have deciphered information including the molecular weight of hydrogen, trigonometric functions, and a continuous series of 1,000 prime numbers, but the significance of this information remains elusive. This can be considered a breakthrough. It has at least proven that the lunar light column is not a natural phenomenon. Thus, only two possibilities remain. Either the lunar light column itself is a form of intelligent life, or it is a device created by intelligent beings." Li Xiuqing added. "In any case, it is inextricably linked to non-human extraterrestrial intelligence." He Zhengqi gazed at the numerous experts participating in the meeting and inquired, "Do you have any findings from your research?" "No," came the response. "The lunar environment has been entirely unaffected." He Zhengqi then turned his attention to Xiang Lihui and Zhao Dihai, asking, "What about you two?" Simultaneously, they shook their heads, replying, "No. Every aspect of human civilization and every corner of the Earth's ecosystem remain normal, without any impact." Li Xiuqing spoke slowly. "It appears that this intelligent life, or its creators, merely passed through the solar system, showing no interest in communicating with humanity, which may further increase the likelihood of that scenario. Based on this, I recommend we approach the plan for dispatching personnel to make direct contact with caution." Pan Yueyun, the cosmology advisor of the advisory committee, jotted down a few notes before speaking. "Perhaps it is simply monitoring us." A silence enveloped the room. The emergence of the lunar light column was undoubtedly an unexpected event, and if possible, everyone wished to minimize its repercussions. It would be best if no contact occurred at all. Should it someday vanish on its own and depart from the solar system, that would be ideal. In light of the greater picture, the sacrifice of several hundred astronauts pales in comparison. The notion of revenge hardly crossed anyone's mind. After a prolonged silence, He Zhengqi looked around and asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" The group remained silent. He then addressed Pan Yueyun, stating, "Xiao Pan, our consensus is as such. Very well. Let us continue to monitor the situation." That concludes today's meeting. The Center for Human Reproductive Research has finally completed the blood sample testing across all obstetric hospitals in the capital. Gazing at the stack of documents before him, along with the data that seemed to herald some ominous revelations, Ren Mingyuan's expression was laden with gravity. This time, the total number of blood samples tested reached tens of thousands. Yet, astonishingly, none of these samples belonged to individuals who conceived after October 22nd. Statistically, this is implausible. For with such a vast population in the capital, it is inevitable that someone would exhibit signs of pregnancy and subsequently visit the hospital for testing, thus leaving behind a blood sample. The absence of any such cases can only signify one harrowing conclusion. Since that fateful day, humanity has indeed become incapable of reproduction. With the documents in hand, Ren Mingyuan's fingers trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he set the files down and, with a quiver, reached for the secure telephone beside him. Cautiously dialing a number, "This is the Department of Health and Medical Services. How may I assist you?" Ren Mingyuan endeavored to maintain his composure. "Secretary Qi, this is old Ren from the Reproductive Research Center. I have an urgent matter to report to Minister Zhang. I kindly ask you to relay this." Minister Zhang is currently in a meeting at the Infectious Disease Control Center and will be conducting a covert investigation thereafter. He has no time today, but he can spare 10 minutes for you tomorrow morning during breakfast, came the reply. The situation is extremely urgent, at least of SS2 level. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Secretary Qi responded. You are to come immediately to the Infectious Disease Control Center. I will inform Minister Zhang. Ren Mingyuan hurriedly departed from the building and, in a mere 20 minutes, arrived at the Infectious Disease Monitoring Center. Following a brief meeting with Secretary Qi, he was escorted to a tranquil and unoccupied room to await further instructions. Approximately 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a square face and bushy eyebrows entered, while Secretary Qi discreetly withdrew. In just 10 minutes, Minister Zhang Yuan and Ren Mingyuan exited the room together. Noticing the subtle shift in Zhang Yuan's typically composed demeanor to one of gravity, Secretary Qi became immediately cautious. To the Academy of Human Sciences, he suggested carefully. Your meeting has been postponed, Zhang replied. Indeed. However, Minister Zhang, it is currently rush hour, and the journey from here to the Academy will take at least an hour. Old Wang, have your helicopter dispatched to take me there, Zhang ordered. Director Wang of the Infectious Disease Monitoring Center promptly acknowledged, swiftly making a phone call before departing in haste. 5 minutes later, the helicopter roared to life, creating a tremendous gust of wind. Outside, the noise was deafening, yet inside the cabin, tranquility prevailed. Seated beside Zhang Yuan, Ren Mingyuan observed as Zhang retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Dean He, it's me, Xiao Zhang. We have an urgent situation, extremely urgent. I need to provide you with an in-person report. Yes, I am currently aboard a helicopter en route to the Academy, expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Yes, by the way, the situation is quite significant. If possible, please convene all decision-makers from the Lunar Unidentified Luminous Bodies Research and Disposal Center immediately. Yes, understood. Upon hearing the name of the Lunar Unidentified Luminescent Body Research and Disposal Center, Ren Mingyuan felt a jolt of surprise. He was aware of the previously sensational lunar light column incident, but had originally assumed it to be a natural occurrence. He did not expect that the higher-ups would establish a dedicated research and disposal center to address this event. It seemed evident that there must be significant secrets lurking behind it. Yet, Minister Zhang spoke of it openly in his presence. Old Ren, at this point, there is no need to conceal certain matters from you. Shortly, I will provide you with some materials that will clarify everything. Remember, when we arrive at the Academy of Sciences, recount the information you possess in its entirety and without embellishment or omission. It is imperative to remain objective. Ren Mingyuan felt a weight in his heart and promptly replied, understood. Chapter 28. Hibernation Technology. Merely a short while later, the helicopter descended onto the rooftop of a grand building. Zhang Yuan and Ren Mingyuan exited, and several staff members who had been waiting immediately approached them, escorting the two into a spacious conference room. Seated at the center was none other than He Zhengqi. Upon noticing their arrival, He Zhengqi waved his hand. Please hold on for a moment. We will commence once everyone has arrived. After a brief interval, individuals began to enter the conference room one after another. Some were familiar to Ren Mingyuan, while others were not. Those he recognized were all individuals of high rank or immense prestige, leading him to infer that those he did not know were likely of similarly noteworthy status. Each of these individuals bore an expression of urgency. Some individuals even revealed traces of loungewear beneath their outer garments, clearly having had no time to change. By the time the last seat was filled, scarcely 15 minutes had elapsed. He Zhengqi cleared his throat and turned to Zhang Yuan. Xiao Zhang, please share your insights. The urgency and grandiosity of this gathering suggested that a matter of great significance was at hand. In that moment, the gazes of over 30 individuals in the conference room converged upon Zhang Yuan. He Zhengqi's brow furrowed sharply before gradually relaxing. Is it merely humans? Or does it encompass all living beings? I have already contacted the Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Bureau, the Marine Bureau, the Aquatic Research Center, the Forestry Administration, and the Wildlife Monitoring and Conservation Center. The preliminary conclusion indicates that it is solely humans. He Xianghui inquired gravely. How did you make this discovery? It has been less than a month since October 22nd, and prior pregnant women may have only recently undergone their first prenatal examinations. Zhang Yuan turned to Ren Mingyuan. Please elaborate on the details. Ren Mingyuan promptly stood, organized his thoughts, and stated, Our center has been conducting experiments related to reproduction, necessitating the cultivation of numerous human embryos for research purposes. However, during a fortuitous incident, a researcher named Jianya discovered that every single human embryo exhibited certain genetic mutations, which would prevent the fertilized eggs from developing into embryos. Simultaneously, The laboratory environment is ideal, whereas such perfection cannot be found in the realm of human reproductive activities. This genetic mutation is highly likely to hinder the possibility of fertilizing an egg in less than optimal conditions, prompting me to initiate an investigation. Ren Mingyuan meticulously recounted every detail of the process. I reached out to major hospitals in the capital, gathering tens of thousands of samples for analysis and data compilation, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. The conference room fell into a profound silence once more. After a moment, He Zhengqi let out a deep sigh and remarked to Zhang Yuan, "Xiao Zhang, your health system possesses remarkable talent. The researcher who first identified this phenomenon, Jinya, if I am not mistaken, deserves this year's Scientific Discovery Award. Alas, without her, we might have remained oblivious to this situation for an indeterminate time. Supervisor Ren, you have also performed commendably. In this early stage of the interstellar era, the Academy of Sciences is no longer merely a research institution. Many of their findings, along with the researchers' predictions regarding future trends, can directly influence the policy-making of civil governments. In this context, He Zhengqi, as the president of the Academy, undoubtedly holds significant sway, his position even surpassing that of Zhang Yuan, the superior of Ren Mingyuan's direct superior. Receiving praise from He Zhengqi is a collective honor for all members of the Reproductive Research Center. As for the Scientific Discovery Award, it is a recognition that many researchers dare not even dream of. This award stands as one of the most significant accolades in the realm of scientific research within human civilization. Countless scholars dedicate their lives to attaining this honor. Yet many remain unfulfilled even upon retirement. Not a single individual within the entire Reproductive Research Center has ever received it. The prestige associated with this award is beyond imagination. At the ceremony, even the chairman takes a personal role in the proceedings. Its weight is truly incalculable. In this moment, Ren Mingyuan found himself feeling a twinge of envy towards the young researcher named Jinya. Ren Mingyuan bowed slightly and said, "Our center has extensive collaborations with experts from the Academy of Sciences, and I am quite familiar with them. I shall attend to this matter immediately." He Zhengqi nodded gently, and Ren Mingyuan turned to leave the conference room. He understood that the subsequent discussions in this meeting would be beyond his purview. As he watched Ren Mingyuan depart, He Zhengqi shifted his gaze to Zhang Yuan. "Xiao Zhang, we need to conduct a thorough verification of this matter once more." Zhang Yuan promptly replied, "Director He, prior to my arrival, I had already assigned a deputy minister to lead this investigation globally. We should have results within a few hours. Indeed, your approach has been prudent." Su Lihui remarked gravely, "We must swiftly devise a plan for addressing this issue to present for the chairman's consideration." Su Lihui's words implicitly acknowledged that this matter would require reporting to the chairman, a sentiment that met with unanimous agreement among those present. Such a significant issue undoubtedly exceeded the authority of those gathered. First and foremost, we must ascertain whether this matter is indeed related to the unidentified luminous object on the moon. I concur. Having confirmed this premise, He Zhengqi once again turned his gaze towards Ji Zhishuan. "How is your decryption progress?" he inquired. Ji Zhishuan replied with a wry smile, "It's still the same. The supervisory team has commenced an investigation into how this phenomenon occurs, while the Zhishuan team is attempting to decipher the motivations behind it. However, when confronted with an extraterrestrial life form possessing super abilities, we cannot overstate the importance of our caution. We must mentally prepare ourselves for the worst possible scenario." He Zhengqi then directed his attention to an expert present at the meeting, who solemnly stated, "The most dire consequence, without a doubt, is the extinction of humanity." In response to He Zhengqi's calm, yet inexplicably heavy words, the breath of everyone in the room seemed to halt in an instant. This issue was one that could not be evaded. Although concrete evidence was still lacking and the ultimate outcome remained unverified, once Ren Mingyuan disclosed his findings, the attendees had almost tacitly accepted this grim possibility. All present were individuals of significant stature or renown within their civilization, effectively bearing the highest responsibility for this incident. While others might evade accountability, they could not. Prior to this moment, no one had anticipated that the situation would deteriorate so rapidly. Just a moment ago, they had cautiously harbored optimistic thoughts that the unidentified luminous entity on the moon might depart on its own. And now they found themselves teetering on the brink of life and death. A sociologist in attendance murmured, "An aging society will inevitably arrive. With a continuous decline in social productivity, a dwindling population, the extinction of culture, the dissolution of morality, the demise of art, and the vanishing of science. Everything will ultimately disappear, leading to a complete collapse and the extinction of humanity. This is the long-term perspective, yet we are soon to confront a crisis. In recent months, the number of pregnant women and newborns has sharply decreased. Within a year, this could incite societal panic, and once the public becomes aware of the truth, chaos will ensue. Preparations for this matter must be made in advance. Lao Zhou, please lead a study in this area. Understood, replied an elderly man. His thick glasses perched atop a face lined with wrinkles. He raised his hand. He Jingqi addressed him, Lao Zhuang, please share your thoughts. He was aware that the elder, Zhuang Yuanliang, was a distinguished figure in the field of biology. Recent breakthroughs in hibernation technology for humans have emerged from animal testing. With the current technological capabilities, we can successfully induce hibernation in embryonic stages of pigs, cows, and sheep that are under 1 month gestation, with the possibility of awakening them after a maximum of 5 years. He Jingqi's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting that a mature, large-scale application of human hibernation technology could soon be developed? Chapter 29. Undercurrents. There is no doubt that human hibernation technology is of paramount importance. The human lifespan is too brief, while interstellar journeys are exceedingly protracted. This presents an irreconcilable contradiction. However, with the advent of hibernation technology, astronauts could effectively suspend the passage of time in slumber, thus combating the protracted duration of interstellar travel, rendering intergalactic voyages feasible. Should we acquire such technology, the current crisis would appear less daunting. Humanity could selectively choose individuals to carry the seeds of civilization into hibernation, awaiting the opportune moment for revival. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhuang Yuanliang shook his head, declaring that such a monumental breakthrough remains elusive. A mature hibernation technology suitable for large-scale adult application is still not on the horizon. Li Xiuqing expressed his disappointment, stating, Old Zhuang, without a breakthrough, what significance does this hold? While a mature hibernation technology for adults is absent, I believe we should endeavor, as the prospects for hibernation technology applicable to human embryos appear promising, with a gestational age limit of approximately 2 months. The atmosphere grew tense as attendees' breaths quickened. Hong Mingxian, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, Old Zhuang, are you suggesting we extract human embryos from their mothers and place them in hibernation, awaiting the right moment for awakening? Advisor Xiang Lihui immediately interjected with fervor. This is utterly impossible. Such an act would plunge our civilization into chaos. The leadership would never consent. Zhuang Yuanliang replied solemnly, No, that is not my intention. Director Li, what is the current daily abortion rate among us? What proportion of those are for embryos under 2 months of gestation? Abortion? The attendees exchanged glances, gradually coming to an understanding. The individual referred to as Director Li by Zhuang Yuanliang quickly bowed his head and, after reviewing several pieces of data, responded, Currently, the recorded number of abortions performed in hospitals averages around 20,000 per day. Among these, approximately 80% are fetuses aged between 2 to 6 months, while those under 2 months account for roughly 13%, which translates to around 2,600 cases daily. At that moment, an enveloping silence fell over the conference room. After a lengthy pause, He Zhengqi slowly nodded. Should the situation deteriorate to its worst, these 120,000 dormant fetuses may represent the final hope for humanity. At this juncture, Xiang Lihui was drenched in sweat, seemingly engaged in an intense inner struggle. This matter was of paramount importance. It was imperative to report to the higher-ups. He Zhengqi stated, This issue indeed requires notification to the superiors and their consent. Zhang Yuan responded affirmatively, immediately bowing his head to begin composing a message on his phone. Director Zhuang, how much longer will your team require to develop hibernation technology applicable to human fetuses? Should the development timeline extend too long, this plan will lose all significance. This is a reality acknowledged by everyone present. A series of figures flashed through He Zhengqi's mind. The total number of eligible candidates was approximately 120,000. With an average of 2,600 qualifying fetuses extracted daily, within half a month, this figure would diminish to around 80,000. Moreover, considering a myriad of factors such as insufficient personnel training, operational errors, and failures in hibernation, one cannot help but ponder, if circumstances were to escalate to that extent, how many fetuses would ultimately awaken successfully? 50,000, 30,000, or merely a few thousand? Gently shaking his head to dispel these figures from his mind, He Zhengqi rapped the table. Let us move on to the next agenda item. The previously set-aside plan for personnel to directly engage with the unidentified luminous entities on the moon. It is time for us to deliberate on this matter. Upon uttering these words, the discussion regarding hibernating fetuses reached its conclusion. Such matters evidently contravene ethical standards. Should they be disclosed, an uproar would undoubtedly ensue within society, with countless individuals rising in opposition, generating ceaseless turmoil. Yet, within this conference room, no one seemed to concern themselves with such ethical dilemmas. In light of the greater picture, moral considerations paled in significance. As for the proposal to dispatch personnel to the moon for direct interaction with the enigmatic luminous entities, the situation had evolved further. I believe we should prioritize this issue, He Jingqi asserted. I concur, came the near-unanimous agreement from all present. Even the two advisors, Xiang Lihui and the cosmic consultant Pan Yueyun, expressed their support after contemplation. Excellent. Then who shall we send to make contact? And how should this interaction proceed? What are your thoughts? After a moment of reflection, Pan Yueyun raised his hand. Count me in. Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei exchanged a glance before also raising their hands. We remain skeptical that these luminous entities are related to non-chemical propulsion technology. We shall join as well. He Jingqi remarked. We require an expert in extraterrestrial civilization research, a negotiator with a background in cosmology, and a security personnel. Li Xiuqing responded. I am not familiar with the experts in extraterrestrial civilization or negotiation, but I do have a candidate for the security position. Who? He Jingqi inquired, nodding slightly. I recall this individual. They were the one who rescued over 100 astronauts during the lunar tremors, correct? Indeed. Hong Mingxian added. This person is indeed commendable. They saved both my life and old Chang's. Very well, I concur. As for the other two candidates, your respective departments must expedite their recommendations. Li Hui, you must also report to the superior regarding the dispatch of a team to engage with this matter. Once the superior grants approval, we shall commence immediately. Understood. All present were acutely aware that on this night, countless individuals would likely find themselves as busy as they, with little time for slumber. Concurrently, across hospitals worldwide, a multitude of doctors, nurses, administrative staff, and government officials toiled through the night. An undercurrent had begun to surge beneath the vibrant facade of human civilization. While this order met with considerable opposition, the solemn countenance of Ren Mingyuan, combined with his unequivocal tone, coupled with the presence of numerous experts from various fields who had hastily gathered for discussion and experimentation, instilled a sense of impending turmoil, compelling the discontented to quietly suppress their grievances. She had been planning to assist her child with homework that evening. Su Sihui quietly voiced her complaint, somewhat disgruntled as she retrieved a batch of reagents and made her way to the laboratory. Upon entering the lab, she glanced in surprise at the adjacent empty seat, her mind swirling with questions. Where had Jianya gone? At that moment, within Ren Mingyuan's office, Jianya's face was flushed with excitement, almost overwhelming her. Despite being acutely aware that her exuberance was inappropriate given the significant upheaval humanity was facing, she could not quell the fervent joy ignited within her upon hearing from Ren Mingyuan that Dean He Jingqi intended to award her the Scientific Discovery Prize. Ren Mingyuan spoke gravely. Although Dean He has expressed this intention, it is prudent not to disclose it until the official announcement is made. Keep it to yourself for now. Understood. Jianya nodded vigorously. Chapter 30. Longman Industrial Group. The procedure for non-invasive fetal extraction posed minimal difficulty, and relevant experts were urgently drafting operational manuals and developing the necessary instruments. Medical device manufacturers were on standby around the clock, prepared to produce the initial batch of 3,000 sets within a day upon finalization. Personnel had already been assigned for training, and it was anticipated that the procedure could be disseminated globally within 10 days. As the individual responsible for the direct management of this incident, Zhang Yuan's report during the meeting was considerably longer than those of his peers. He Jingqi nodded slightly. It is imperative that we maintain confidentiality. Xiang Lihui remarked that the chairman has consented to the implementation of the fetal cryopreservation program, yet he has imposed the same stipulation. Absolute confidentiality must be maintained. I have reached out to the relevant departments, including public security, safety, and secrecy, to collaboratively advance this initiative. Has the chairman approved the plan for personnel to directly engage with the unidentified luminary on the moon? The chairman has requested a temporary postponement. advising us to wait for another 2 to 3 days to ascertain if the information deciphering and medical departments can achieve any breakthroughs, determining whether the situation may become clearer. Nevertheless, we may commence preparations in the meantime. Very well, let us begin the groundwork. Shoching, this matter shall fall under your specific responsibility, and let us enlist the assistance of the Space Force. Understood. Experts from the Social Research Institute believe that should the situation deteriorate to its most dire extent, societal productivity will experience a significant decline. To ensure that human society can navigate through its twilight years with stability, they advise initiating resource reserves immediately. Presently, human society remains vibrant, seemingly distant from its decline. Yet, as strategic forecasters, sociologists must anticipate the worst-case scenario, namely, a reduction of the human population to a mere 1,000th or even 10,000th of its current size, comprised entirely of frail and ailing elderly individuals. In such circumstances, how should civilization endure? Even if humanity is destined for extinction, this final cohort must not perish in abject poverty and despair, for it pertains to the dignity of mankind. They should compile a detailed report, including a list of reserved supplies, to be submitted to the relevant departments such as agriculture and machinery for execution. At the capital tumor hospital, Chen Luo gently fed the last spoonful of congee to Li Shuyun, carefully using a tissue to wipe her mouth. After setting the bowl and chopsticks aside, Li Shuyun spoke with a hint of vulnerability. Chen Luo, I wish to go for a walk. Very well. I shall fetch the wheelchair, he replied. Given the progression of her condition, Li Shuyun had nearly lost the ability to walk. Dr. Jian Juming had repeatedly advised minimizing her physical activity. No, I want to walk by myself. Li's mother chimed in, her voice filled with concern. Shuyun, when you're ill, you must rest in bed. Who runs around while sick? Chen Luo smiled gently. Your mother is right. You cannot be wandering about now. Be good. I will bring the wheelchair. All right, Li Shuyun conceded begrudgingly. As Chen Luo stepped out of the hospital room, intending to retrieve the wheelchair, he noticed a young man approaching, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, impeccably groomed, and wearing a professional smile. Upon spotting Chen Luo, the young man quickly approached, extending his hand with enthusiasm. You must be Chen Luo? Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand. I am Chen Luo. And you are? Please pardon my impromptu visit. My surname is Jiang, and I am the secretary to the president of Langman Industrial Group. Our president happened to come across an article about you and is very eager to discuss a few matters. He entrusted me to inquire when you might be available for a conversation. Prior to this, Chen Luo had never heard of the Langman Industrial Group, nor had he ever engaged with the so-called president. In fact, among all the individuals he knew, none held the title of president. As a former member of the Space Force, Chen Luo possessed a strong sense of confidentiality and felt a twinge of aversion towards this unsolicited approach. Instinctively, he declined, stating, I'm sorry, I do not know your president. I am quite busy and lack the time. Despite Chen Luo's refusal, Secretary Jiang maintained her unwavering smile. Our president believes he may be able to assist with your spouse's illness. We, at Langman Industrial Group, have some business dealings with the pharmaceutical group that is developing nanobot technology. Chen Luo's body stiffened at the mention. Achieving this on his own was utterly impossible. At that moment, Secretary Jiang produced a gold-embossed business card and handed it to Chen Luo. If you are interested, you may contact me. With furrowed brows, Chen Luo accepted the card, and Secretary Jiang smiled once more. We look forward to your call. As he watched her retreating figure, Chen Luo stood motionless for a long while. Eventually, he resumed his movement, pushing his wheelchair forward. Chen Luo, who were you talking to just now? It's nothing. Just an acquaintance from the past. Oh, Chen Luo, hurry, look over there, what is that? In the stillness of the night, the business card bore the name Jiang Boming, along with the title of assistant to the president of Langman Industrial Group and her contact information. 7 or 8 government departments must approve. A minimum of 15 million human currency. Internal reviews within the group must precede board decisions. Chen Luo harbored no illusions about the existence of free lunches in this world. At the same time, he possessed a keen self-awareness. At this moment, he had little that would provoke the envy of others, save for one thing. This singular asset was the confidential information he held. It encompassed secrets of the Space Force, including performance parameters of combat spacecraft, their overall structure, manufacturers, and other related secrets regarding the lunar base. Chen Luo was not foolish. He swiftly deduced that the so-called Langman Industrial Group must have set its sights on these very assets. With a soft hum, he pinched the business card between his index and middle fingers, preparing to discard it. Yet, at that moment, a whisper emerged from the hospital room. Chen Luo. He immediately turned to find Li Shuyun still with her eyes firmly shut, lost in slumber. That previous utterance seemed to be mere dream talk. Lolo, little Lolo. In that instant, Chen Luo felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Gently tucking the blanket around Li Shuyun, he returned to the balcony, yet this time, the card refused to leave his grasp. In the past, Chen Luo had never contemplated leveraging confidential information for personal gain, and he had always harbored a deep disdain for those who traded secrets for wealth and luxury. But now, for the first time, Chen Luo found himself ensnared in a struggle. Time quietly slips away, and before one knows it, the sun rises once again. Tao Xiangrong arrived at his office as usual, beginning to tackle the seemingly endless array of tasks. Although the recent lunar quake had diminished the workload significantly compared to before, a sudden ringing from the telephone on his desk interrupted his thoughts. Picking up the receiver, he heard the voice of Director Li Xiuqing. Xiangrong. The chairman has instructed us to prepare for the lunar landing. Dean, he intends for Chen Luo to oversee the safety of the personnel involved. You should have a discussion with him. Chapter 31. Data. Tao Xiangrong was momentarily taken aback. Was a conversation truly necessary for something as straightforward as a lunar landing? Moreover, Chen Luo was now a member of the Space Forces, and it hardly seemed appropriate for him to engage in this discussion. After a brief silence on the line, the voice continued. Commander Lu Wenyo mentioned that Chen Luo has yet to report to the Space Forces and is still under your jurisdiction. Do not inquire about other specifics. Suffice it to say that you must inform him of the considerable risks and uncertainties associated with this mission and prepare him for potential sacrifice. Tao Xiangrong's expression grew serious. Understood. If he agrees, let him come to report to me. Yes, he murmured. This seems rather frivolous, does it not? Furthermore, is the technology for nanorobots not still in its infancy? Setting down the phone, he pondered for a moment before picking up the receiver again. Chen Luo, please come to my office immediately. Approximately 20 minutes later, the office door swung open, and Chen Luo stepped inside. Commander Tao, you summoned me? There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. Please, take a seat. Chen Luo settled onto the adjacent sofa. During this motion, perhaps due to excessive force or perhaps due to an item not being properly secured, a card slipped from his pocket and fell to the ground. Chen Luo bent down to retrieve the card, placing it back into his pocket, and inquired, "What is it?" Tao Xiangrong remained silent. His gaze fixated on the area where Chen Luo had just placed his hand. Initially puzzled, Chen Luo's heart tightened with unease. "What is that card? Hand it over for me to see." An inexplicable surge of anxiety coursed through Chen Luo, and he forced a smile, replying, "It's just a card, nothing significant." Tao Xiangrong's tone had turned serious. "Hand it over for me to see." Faced with the sternness of his superior, who had shown him immense kindness and favor, Chen Luo felt compelled to comply. He extracted the gilded business card that Jiang Boming had given him the previous day and placed it upon Tao Xiangrong's desk. Tao Xiangrong picked it up, his eyes narrowing instantly. Assistant to the president of Langman Industrial Group, Jiang Boming. His expression remained impassive as he set the card back on the desk, remarking coolly, "I didn't realize you had such connections. Impressive, indeed." Chen Luo sensed the underlying sarcasm in his words and lowered his head. "I don't know him well. He approached me directly yesterday and simply handed me this card before leaving." "Did he say anything?" "No." Tao Xiangrong suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet as he thundered, "Chen Luo, do you dare to deceive me as well? Speak the truth. What have you discussed? What have you done? Confess, or no one will be able to save you." Throughout his service in the Space Force and his struggles for survival on the moon, Chen Luo had never known fear. Yet, at this moment, facing Tao Xiangrong, he was overwhelmed by a tumult of terror and shame. He told me yesterday that the president of their corporation wished to speak with me. I intended to discard the business card, but I hadn't gotten around to it. I assure you, I had no intention of going. Chen Luo's attempts to rid himself of it had failed, and had it not been for the serendipitous discovery, he might have gone directly to that president. Tao Xiangrong regarded Chen Luo with a series of cold smirks. Chen Luo's voice trembled as he insisted, "I will not seek him out, nor will I betray any secrets." "Then why did you not dispose of the card?" Tao pressed. Chen Luo fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he slowly lifted his gaze, tears glimmering in his eyes. "Commander Tao, I am deeply sorry. I have let down your care and expectations. But I truly have no choice. I am utterly powerless. Xu Yun is gravely ill, and I can do nothing. Chen Luo struggled to maintain his composure, exerting every ounce of strength to keep his tears at bay, yet his voice was choked with emotion. Tao Xiangrong's anger intensified as he pointed at Chen Luo, rendered speechless by the torrent of conflicting feelings. After a prolonged silence, he lowered his arm and let out a deep sigh. Chen Luo, you are foolish, utterly foolish. Do you realize that over the past 3 years, 4 engineers from our command center have been imprisoned? Do you know the charges against them? They were found guilty of selling classified information. To whom, you wonder? Although there exists no direct evidence, it is widely understood that it must be the Longman Industrial Group. All illicit gains were confiscated, their careers irreparably shattered, and their families shamed. Chen Luo, do you wish to share their fate? In addition to the confidential data from the Lunar Exploration Center, Chen Luo also possessed numerous secrets of the Space Force. Should such an incident truly occur, the consequences for Chen Luo would be even more severe. Tao Xiangrong stepped away from his desk and approached Chen Luo. The Longman Group is not to be underestimated. Rumor has it that their president has clandestine ties with certain insurgent factions. The depths of this matter are perilous. Should you become ensnared, you won't be left with a single bone to your name. Chen Luo, filled with shock, lifted his gaze. Then how is it that the Longman Group remains unscathed? How the higher-ups intend to handle it is beyond my knowledge. Why concern yourself with that? Focus on your own affairs. Tell me honestly, to what extent have you engaged with them? At this moment, Chen Luo began to feel a sense of dread. Initially, he had assumed that the Longman Group was merely a typical commercial entity, believing that even if he divulged some classified information, it would bear no significant repercussions. Little did he anticipate that they were entangled with insurgent factions. If they were to develop more advanced weapons and equipment using the information we provided, who knows how many lives would be lost? We narrowly avoided a grave mistake. Commander, I have yet to make contact with them. Yesterday, Secretary Jiang Boming merely delivered a business card, informing me that their president wishes to speak with me. He also mentioned that the president might be able to assist with Xu Yun's illness. In a moment of confusion, I accepted the card. You are not deceiving me, are you? Chen Luo stood up, solemnly stating, no. Tao Xiangrong sighed in relief. See, they have long been monitoring you, even aware of your loved one's ailment. Fortunately, you did not commit any blunders. Otherwise, I would not have been able to save you. Keep this matter to yourself. I will dispose of the card, and we shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Do you understand? Chen Luo nodded earnestly. I understand. I am also grateful that you did not get entangled in this. I called you here today to share some news. Tao Xiangrong recounted the events, and gradually, Chen Luo's eyes brightened. Before Tao Xiangrong could finish, Chen Luo stood up, brimming with excitement. I accept this mission. I accept. Serving that group pales in comparison to serving the government. Commander, I will report to Director Li immediately. In that moment, Chen Luo was immensely grateful that he had not foolishly agreed to Secretary Zhang's proposal. Watching the exhilarated Chen Luo hastily depart, Tao Xiangrong remarked, indeed, serving the government. Even in death, one can be honored as a martyr. The Human Reproductive Research Center, Administrative Office. The door was suddenly knocked upon, and thereafter, a man with a scruffy beard and a grave expression entered. Ren Mingyuan recognized him as a biological expert dispatched by the higher authorities to assist in reproductive research, a figure of considerable repute in the field. He dared not show any negligence and promptly rose to his feet, respectfully addressing, Professor Ma, how may I assist you? Professor Ma, with a serious demeanor, replied, Director Ren, the researcher at your center initially discovered the genetic mutation during experimentation, which led to the hypothesis that sperm and egg might not be able to combine. It was from this that blood samples were collected for verification, correct? If so, I need you to provide me with all relevant data and documentation from that initial experiment immediately, as we require some comparisons with the data from that time. Please hold on. Moments later, Jianyu was summoned to the room. After conveying Professor Ma's instructions, her expression appeared somewhat uneasy. Professor Ma, are those data truly significant? Jianyu stammered, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Ren Mingyuan, puzzled, urged, Xiao Jian, what troubles you? Jianyu murmured, those data are no longer available. Her voice trembled as she continued, the logistics administrator has consistently refused to allocate new data storage space for me. Over the past 6 months, my data has accumulated excessively, and I deleted some of the less critical records. I was unaware that those data held such importance. Professor Ma immediately turned his gaze towards Ren Mingyuan. The latter's complexion shifted between hues of pale and flushed red, ultimately concluding with a deep sigh. Our center is under financial strain, and the management of data is strictly regulated. It is not just Xiaojian. This applies to everyone. Chapter 32. Departure. Professor Ma, as if choked by an unseen force, erupted into a fit of violent coughing. After a prolonged moment, he sighed. I shall reach out to the experts at the Computing Institute and see if they can recover anything. Turning to Xiaojian, he inquired, do you recall the initial data? How much do you remember? I remember some, she replied. Excellent, follow me. As they traversed the corridor, Professor Ma spoke to Jinya. We have conducted an in-depth analysis, and it appears that the mutations in several genes are not merely anomalies. They are intertwined with numerous factors. The genetic repair and editing methods at our disposal are currently ineffective, and it is unlikely that a solution will be found in the foreseeable future. Previously, Old Zhang deduced from subtle clues that the mutations might follow a specific process. If we can delineate this process, there remains a glimmer of hope for resolution through reverse reaction. Should your hard drive fail to yield any data, the information within your mind will be unparalleled. Jinya responded solemnly, I understand, Professor. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort. 2 hours later, within a meticulously secured laboratory, a team of researchers led by Professor Ma and Professor Zhang, under the vigilant observation of the review group leader, Dong Lianjun, commenced their experiments, diligently recording data and performing simulations. After querying Jinya for some critical data, Professor Ma promptly entered it into the computer. The computers of the Reproductive Research Center are directly connected to the world's most powerful computational capability, the underwater Sunway Tahoelite supercomputer, which has allocated an emergency share of 3% for this simulation. If calculations were to be conducted using the supercomputer equipped by the Reproductive Research Center, it would require at least 7 hours to reach a conclusion. However, now it takes a mere 5 minutes. Once all data observations and collections are completed, the calculation program and relevant data are uploaded to the Sunway Tahoelite supercomputer, and the team begins to wait in silence. Although only 5 minutes pass, it feels as if several months have elapsed. When the program emits a crisp chime, Professor Ma is the first to leap up, a look of gravity upon his face as he approaches the screen. Upon seeing the computational results, his expression suddenly transforms into one of excitement. The conclusions derived from the data provided by Jinya align perfectly with our previous theoretical calculations. Perfectly aligned. Everyone understands the significance of this. The two data providers, one offering theoretical predictions based on real observations and the other providing actual observational data, have achieved complete concordance, effectively validating both parties' correctness. Professor Dong Lianjuan's voice begins to tremble slightly. This is wonderful, wonderful. We have finally made a breakthrough. Professor Ma, brimming with enthusiasm, rubs his hands together. Xiaojian, you have done exceptionally well. The data stored in your mind may very well alter the destiny of humanity. Jinya, at this moment, was overwhelmed with bitterness. Apologies, though I recall fragments of the data, I have not retained it all. Professor Ma, please do not place your entire trust in me. It may be more prudent for you to devise a method to recover the data from that hard drive. Professor Ma was taken aback, the joy in his eyes gradually fading. He picked up his phone and dialed a number, shortly thereafter stating, the experts from the Computing Institute have already retrieved the hard drive. They advised us not to harbor excessive hope. After repeated overwrites, it has become exceedingly difficult to recover substantial amounts of viable data. At this moment, the gaze of all experts in the laboratory converged upon Jinya. The subsequent research must be intertwined with historical data. Jinya, from this moment forth, your recollection is pivotal to the success of our research and the fate of us all. At the Pingshan Space Military Base, after discussing the follow-up regarding Dr. Li Shuyun's treatment with Dr. Jin Junming, Chen Luo boarded a military helicopter that had been provided for his urgent journey. Prior to his arrival, Li Gu and Sun Yi had already reached the base. These two were not originally on the mission roster, but upon Chen Luo's request, they were reassigned. Throughout their extensive collaboration, Chen Luo had come to recognize their capabilities. In addition to these two and core members such as Dr. Hong Mingxian and Dr. Chong Lei, the space military base also housed personnel selected from various other departments. They would be responsible for security, communication, machinery, logistics, and other essential duties, totaling over 40 individuals. Beginning today, Chen Luo shall embark on a 3-day intensive training alongside the members of the lunar exploration team. after which they will ascend to the moon to engage directly with the enigmatic beam of light. The initial advance team has already departed, with a multitude of advanced equipment having been dispatched to the lunar surface under the control of unmanned spacecraft and remote-controlled robots, establishing a camp near the mysterious light source encircling the moon. As time silently passes, the 3 days swiftly elapse. The colossal aerospace dual-use spacecraft roars into the sky, carrying its passengers upward, and after several hours, it docks with the Expedition Space Station. Subsequently, the team transfers to the Dawn scientific vessel, charting a course toward the moon, located over 300,000 kilometers away. Even upon reaching the lunar surface, these 3 battle-ready ships will not depart. They will remain in lunar orbit, ever prepared to provide assistance to ground personnel. Each of these 4 vessels traverses several kilometers every second, an unfathomable velocity on Earth. Yet, within the vast expanse of space, such speed renders one oblivious to the sensation of motion. The only points of reference are the receding Earth behind and the looming moon ahead. As the distance fluctuates, Earth diminishes in size while the moon swells larger. Indeed, standing before the spacecraft's window, Chen Luo can discern the extensive expanse of the lunar surface, tinged with a pale red hue. Just moments ago, he had fled from this very place, and now he returns once more. Unlike the previous occasion, this time I possess a well-established logistics and rescue force. However, my task has also become exceedingly formidable. The core members of the lunar exploration team comprise 6 individuals: Hong Mingxian, Chang Lei, Ji Zhishuan, Pan Duiyun, Yang Jun, and Pei Hao. I cannot allow the demise of any one of these 6. Even the loss of a single life would signify my failure to accomplish the mission, rendering all my efforts futile. Should any of these 6 meet with death, my hopes of having Li Shuyun undergo treatment with nanorobots would vanish, leaving me with no choice but to sacrifice my own life in this endeavor. Chapter 33. Training on Earth, in a building located in the suburbs of the capital city. The 37th training venue for the hibernation program is in session. A total of 137 relevant doctors from the surrounding areas have gathered. The atmosphere within the venue is lively, filled with laughter and conversation. Sister Li, have Xiaoling's exam results been released? Sister Li, I must remind you to pay attention to this. Professor Wang, you are here too? As a luminary in obstetrics and gynecology, what brings you to such training? Haha, one learns as long as one lives. The venue buzzes with activity, while the front podium remains vacant, save for a prominent display on the large screen reading, training on key points of obstetric surgery. Generally, government departments do not hold training events of such vast scale. It has come to light that, within the metropolitan area alone, the health authorities have organized over 300 training venues, with nearly 30,000 professionals participating in this training initiative. This is merely the capital city. The total number of participants worldwide remains uncertain, yet it is likely to be a considerable figure. Speculations regarding the content of this training session have emerged, yet they mostly revolve around the familiar themes of adhering strictly to the operational manual and observing surgical procedures, topics that have been reiterated countless times without any novelty. Some have even concluded that this training is merely a formality. However, these assumptions were soon shattered. As the scheduled time for the training arrived, a dozen soldiers clad in military uniforms and armed with firearms entered the venue, their expressions grave, sealing off all entrances except for the podium. They did not depart but rather stood solemnly around the hall. The sight of their weapons, which seemed to emit a chilling aura, quieted the murmurs within the audience. Moments later, several more soldiers, similarly attired but unarmed, appeared and distributed confidentiality agreements to each attendee. A host emerged at the podium and stated in a deep voice, "Those who complete this training and pass the evaluation will be given priority in future assessments and promotions." However, the contents of this training session are to remain absolutely confidential and must be strictly safeguarded. Anyone unable to adhere to these confidentiality requirements may withdraw at this moment. A low gasp rippled through the audience as some recognized the identity of the speaker at the podium, Director Zhou. Although Zhou Yang is merely the head of a district's health bureau in the capital city, it is uncommon for him to have the time to attend such training sessions. Coupled with the presence of armed soldiers nearby, an unspoken sense of unease began to permeate the gathering. At that moment, countless attendees felt a pang of hesitation. Yet, recalling Director Zhou's earlier emphasis on prioritization left many in a quandary. After 5 minutes of contemplation, approximately a dozen participants opted to withdraw. Zhou Yang waved his hand, and soldiers promptly stepped forward to escort them away. Following the signing of a more lenient agreement, which nonetheless mandated confidentiality regarding the day's proceedings, they were permitted to leave. Once all remaining attendees affixed their signatures to the confidentiality agreement, Zhou Yang solemnly announced, "We shall now convene a video conference, during which Minister Zhang Yuan will address us." Zhang Yuan, the highest authority within the global health system, wields significant influence. Every decision he makes reverberates throughout the health sector. Upon hearing this statement, a palpable seriousness once again settled over the assembly. The large screen flickered, and in the next instant, Zhang Yuan's figure appeared before the more than 100 attendees, as well as in nearly 10,000 remote venues around the globe, reaching hundreds of thousands of practitioners in obstetrics and gynecology. The purpose of today's gathering was to convey an important announcement. Following this training, all eligible pregnant women seeking abortions must undergo a procedure to extract the fetus without causing harm. Regarding the operational essentials and methodologies of the non-invasive fetal extraction procedure, specialized personnel will arrive later for training. The extracted fetus will also be taken away by designated individuals. As frontline clinical staff, it is imperative that we treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Zhang Yuan's address lasted approximately 5 minutes, during which he did not elucidate the rationale behind these actions. He merely conveyed a directive that must be adhered to. At that moment, a wave of confusion enveloped all attendees. Some wished to inquire of Director Zhou Yang, only to find him equally perplexed, evidently just as unaware of the training's content. Following Zhang's remarks, an unfamiliar individual ascended to the podium. I must emphasize 2 points. First, the absolute completion of this training and the subsequent fulfillment of related tasks in clinical practice. Second, the necessity of maintaining confidentiality and enhancing our awareness of privacy. This training session will be conducted by me, and I will now introduce some instruments and operating methods required for the non-invasive extraction procedure. The arriving trainers similarly refrained from disclosing any reasons or justifications, leading attendees to sense an underlying significant secret. Upon realizing this, the faint flicker of curiosity that had sparked within them swiftly dissipated. We are merely ordinary individuals. What should not be questioned, we shall not inquire. And what should remain unknown, we shall not seek to uncover. We shall diligently fulfill the tasks assigned by our superiors. Embracing this mindset, the attendees strained to focus their attention on the large screen before them. The procedure for non-invasive fetal extraction does not entail any particularly advanced technology. It merely involves some new instruments and operational techniques, which are not particularly challenging for these specialized clinical practitioners. Following a brief explanation, attendees departed from the conference room and proceeded to the practical operation room for hands-on experience. Concurrently, numerous factories located across various continents were operating at full capacity. On the assembly line, a continuous production of metallic boxes, each a perfect cube of 50 centimeters in length, width, and height, was underway, subsequently dispatched by transport aircraft to different cities. After distribution, these boxes were swiftly delivered to numerous hospitals. In addition to these metallic containers, several other factories were urgently manufacturing various instruments required for the non-invasive fetal extraction procedure, also ensuring rapid delivery to hospitals. Qin Fei was an ordinary gynecological clinician participating in this training session. Compared to others, her assignment arrived rather swiftly. Almost immediately upon her arrival at the hospital, she received a surgical notification. Reflecting on the operational knowledge acquired during the training, she confirmed the completeness of the necessary equipment and informed the designated transport personnel. Taking a deep breath, she entered the operating room. The patient awaiting surgery was a young woman, pale and with swollen eyes. For Qin Fei, such expressions were commonplace, as people rarely regard abortion as a joyous affair. As Qin Fei prepared the various instruments and the anesthesiologist was about to administer the anesthetic, the young woman suddenly exclaimed, "Stop just a moment." Qin Fei gestured with his hand, prompting the anesthesiologist to cease his actions. The woman turned to the nurse and pleaded, "Could you please bring me my phone?" The nurse glanced at Qin Fei, who instinctively nodded. The nurse then retrieved the phone and handed it to her. The woman dialed a number, and after a brief moment, the call connected. Tears welled in her eyes once more, her voice trembling with emotion as she said, "Zhang Yuliang, I ask you one last time, do you want the child or not?" On the other end, a man's voice seemed to scold her harshly. Though Qin Fei could not discern the words clearly, he only observed the young woman weeping uncontrollably, her pleas becoming increasingly desperate until her voice suddenly escalated. "Zhang Yuliang, you bastard! Get lost! Get lost. The phone was abruptly hurled against the wall, shattering into pieces. Lying on the operating table, the young woman appeared to have lost even her final vestiges of resolve. Chen Fei remained unaware of her story or the experiences that had led her here. All he knew was that he was a doctor and that he must act in accordance with the patient's wishes. After a few moments of silence, the young woman wearily uttered, "Let us begin." Very well. The anesthesiologist injected the anesthetic, and after a brief pause, Chen Fei commenced the procedure. In merely 10 minutes, the operation was complete. At that moment, the fetus was not yet fully formed, resembling nothing more than a mass of tissue. The young woman gazed sorrowfully at Chen Fei's hands, only to witness him placing a mass that originally belonged to her into a metallic box. From this moment forth, that lump of flesh would bear no connection to her. With this step accomplished, Chen Fei's mission was deemed complete. After handing the metallic box to the waiting transport personnel, she quietly exhaled in relief. Yet, before she could savor her brief respite, yet another surgical notification reached her. On her way to the operating room, Chen Fei observed several young individuals with hair dyed in various colors, dressed in remarkably unconventional attire, embroiled in a heated argument. The child is not mine. Why should I bear such an expense? Chapter 34. The arrival. Casting her gaze upon these eccentrically clad young men, Chen Fei found herself subtly furrowing her brow. That child is yours. If you calculate the timeline, during those days, you were the only one with Xiao Hui. Third brother, do you think I am oblivious? That day, Xiao Hui left my side to seek you out. I witnessed it all. It was not just me. Fifth brother was with me too. This cost should be equally shared. I won't contribute a single extra cent. As Chen Fei maneuvered past these young men, a sigh of resignation escaped her lips. Upon entering the operating room, she beheld a girl adorned with similarly bizarrely colored hair, sporting both a nose ring and lip piercings, reclining there. Her face bore an expression of indifference as she chewed gum, her lips moving incessantly. She was engrossed in her phone, scrolling through it while intermittently unleashing a few expletives. Chen Fei furrowed her brow. Please dispose of the gum and hand your phone to the nurse. The girl nonchalantly remarked, why do you care so much? This isn't my first time here. I'm afraid I cannot proceed with the surgery if you do not cooperate, came the response. The girl mumbled a few reluctant words, spat out her chewing gum, and handed her phone to the nurse. Once all information was verified, the anesthetist administered the sedative, and Chen Fei commenced the procedure once more. What was extracted this time was yet another mass of flesh. At that moment, Chen Fei felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Although he could not foresee whether you would ever have the chance to grow into adulthood or what fate awaited you, being distanced from such a mother must indeed be a stroke of fortune for you. Carefully placing the mass into a metallic container, he was about to leave when the girl suddenly called out, Hey, didn't you used to just discard these? What's in that box? She murmured. Who knows if you're planning to sell them? Chen Fei chose not to respond, merely turning to leave in haste. It seemed that today was a particularly busy day. The number of individuals seeking abortion procedures at this hospital was at least 50% greater than usual. Among them, those who did not meet the criteria were attended to by others, while those who did were handled by Chen Fei and several doctors who had undergone training together. In the span of just 8 hours, nearly 20 metallic containers were transported away by designated personnel. Throughout this day, Chen Fei encountered a myriad of individuals, some accompanied by partners. Men displaying sorrowful expressions, others weeping, some indifferent, and yet others appearing utterly numb. Chen Fei was oblivious to the stories woven into their beings, unaware of the rationale behind their decisions. He mechanically fulfilled his duty, extracting chunks of flesh, both large and small, from their bodies and placing them into metallic containers, nothing more. In the capital city, at the Institute for Hibernation Technology, Professor Zhuang Yuanliang stood motionless in the grand hall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the immense screen before him. Displayed was a world map, punctuated by the continuous emergence and disappearance of red dots. Zhuang understood that each red dot represented an embryo meeting the criteria, placed within a metallic box awaiting transport, while each vanishing dot signified that designated personnel had successfully completed the transfer, retrieving it from the physician's custody. Geographically categorized, each city housed at least one distribution point for these metallic containers. Every 4 hours, helicopters would arrive at these points to transport all the metallic boxes to a higher-tier distribution center, ultimately delivering them to the Institute for Hibernation Technology. Amidst the prior intense construction, 6 colossal hibernation halls, each exceeding 100,000 square meters, had been erected. These metallic boxes would be uniformly housed within, subject to further hibernation procedures. As for the future viability of these embryos, whether they could be successfully thawed and continue their development, no one could say. The massive screen flickered with red dots, imparting an aura of peculiar significance. At that moment, in the depths of space, over 300,000 kilometers from Earth, the Dawn spacecraft, along with the battleships Chen Luo, Pingguo, and Yahweh, has successfully entered lunar orbit. Chen Luo, accompanied by Dr. Hong Mingxian and others, descended in the landing craft beside Camp 1, constructed near the enigmatic light column. Some soldiers from the battleships utilized another landing craft to reach Camp 2, situated at a considerable distance from the mysterious light. As events have unfolded, humanity remains uncertain whether the light column signifies life. To mitigate the risk of provoking it, armed soldiers will refrain from approaching unless circumstances necessitate. The safety of experts and staff is under Chen Luo's comprehensive oversight. Chen Luo, should any unforeseen incident arise, please notify me immediately. Take care, was the instruction given. Dressed in his spacesuit, Chen Luo directed Li Gu, Sun Yi, and other security personnel to meticulously inspect the spacesuits of all individuals aboard the landing craft, paying particular attention to the suits of the 6 core members, including Hong Mingxian. After the thorough examination, Chen Luo opened the landing craft's hatch and stepped onto the lunar surface. The moon was still bathed in daylight, with a colossal sun hanging in the sky, dazzling and nearly unapproachable. The ground was bathed in an unbroken expanse of crimson light, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Chen Luo took a few steps forward, carefully observing the undulating crimson radiance. Noting no peculiarities, he beckoned to the others behind him, who then filed out in succession. After donning their space helmets, Li Gu displayed an air of indifference, as if to suggest that this was not his first encounter and thus did not warrant such seriousness. Silence. This is a public address. Sunny snapped, prompting Hong Mingxian to chuckle. For the sake of safety, it is better to maintain a serious demeanor. Yang Jun murmured. When faced with a potential extraterrestrial life form, no precaution is excessive. Yang Jun, an expert in the study of extraterrestrial life, led a team that had proposed thousands of possible survival forms for alien beings. Based on this groundwork, they conducted extensive predictive research on whether extraterrestrial life could evolve into civilizations and how diverse environments and physiological structures might influence the development of social structures, value systems, and moral philosophies of alien civilizations. Although humanity has yet to confirm a single instance of extraterrestrial life, the exploration of alien beings, and indeed extraterrestrial civilizations, is regarded as a serious and professional discipline, not a mere game. In contemporary society, Yang Jun stood as a leading figure in this field. Pei Hao also possessed experience in the study of extraterrestrial life, complemented by a background in cosmology. However, his primary role was that of a negotiation expert. Should communication with extraterrestrial life become necessary, Pei Hao would be tasked with the particulars of the dialogue. Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei were responsible for the concrete scientific research, while Ji Zhishuan took charge of deciphering signals from alien life forms. Meanwhile, Advisory Committee member Pan Yueyun represented the overarching authority. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance that severs communication with Earth, yet necessitates continued interaction with extraterrestrial beings, Pan Yueyun shall assume the responsibility of decision-making. Confronted with dissent from a few individuals, Li Gu instinctively recoiled and fell silent. The group traversed a distance of over 30 meters, arriving at Camp 1. This camp resembled a colossal tent, sprawling across several hundred square meters, with its interior partitioned into numerous functional compartments. They first entered the transit hall. At this juncture, the spacesuits could indeed be removed, for the facility was equipped with comprehensive life support systems. However, Chen Luo once again halted the group, instructing Li Gu, Sun Yi, and several military mechanics and security personnel to meticulously inspect Camp 1 in its entirety, ensuring that everything was flawless before they could finally shed their suits. Chen Luo was aware that he was perhaps overly cautious. Nevertheless, the matter at hand pertained to whether Li Shuyun could undergo the latest technological treatment, and he could not afford to be negligent. After a brief period of rest and acclimatization, the work commenced. Under the guidance of Hong Mingxian, Chang Lei, and several other experts, the logistics and security personnel began to install and debug the equipment, while Chen Luo, Li Gu, and Sun Yi remained vigilant, closely monitoring the proceedings. Chen Luo understood the imperative of detecting any anomalies at the earliest possible moment and addressing them with urgency. For this reason, he found it necessary to temporarily refrain from participating in the labor of others. During the construction of Camp 1, a plethora of cumbersome, specialized equipment was installed. At this moment, each piece of equipment is being meticulously extracted from the camp and positioned at designated locations. Once the adjustments are complete, Hong Mingxian and his colleagues immediately plunge into their tasks. Chen Luo, lacking significant scientific knowledge, finds himself unable to comprehend the data displayed on the apparatus. Yet, he remains indifferent to these complexities. He observes, with an air of detachment, as individuals bustle about, operating unfamiliar devices and engaging in fervent discussions and debates. Hours slip by swiftly, and before long, 3 days have elapsed. While Chen Luo remains somewhat oblivious to the current research progress, he discerns from the expressions of the experts that their inquiries appear to be fraught with difficulties. On the 3rd day, following yet another round of discussions, debates, and a lengthy 3-hour analysis meeting with Earth, Hong Mingxian approached Chen Luo, a grave expression etched on his face, and stated, "Chen Luo, we have decided to enter the light column for research." Chapter 35. The experiment. This evidently indicates certain risks. It is conceivable that this peculiar light column may not affect non-human entities, yet it could potentially impact human beings. This is not an implausible scenario. After all, thus far, the phenomenon of sperm and egg not being able to unite, resulting in infertility, has only been observed in humans, with no such occurrences documented in other species. If possible, Chen Luo is reluctant to allow Hong Mingxian and the others to face even the slightest risk. Ultimately, whether Li Shuyun can accept the latest technological treatment hinges upon the safety of these 6 core experts. Nevertheless, Chen Luo is acutely aware that he cannot offer any rebuttal. The only recourse available to him is to ensure their safety to the best of his abilities. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind in an instant, and he spoke in a low voice. "Very well. However, before you enter the light column, allow me to go in for a few hours to ascertain that everything is in order. Only then shall you proceed with your actions." Hong Mingxian patted Chen Luo's shoulder and sighed. Li Gu glanced over and suddenly suggested, "Why not let me go in instead?" Sun Yi hesitated, seemingly inclined to intervene, but ultimately remained silent. Chen Luo firmly stated, "What do you intend to do? Stay put and be compliant." Li Gu laughed mischievously. "Let me take on this low risk, high reward opportunity, Captain. I would like to earn a medal too. It would be splendid to boast about it later." From a strictly analytical perspective, the risks of entering the light column are indeed minimal, as various animal trials have substantiated this claim. However, the reduced risk is merely a statistical assessment. When it involves enigmatic extraterrestrial life or alien creations, probability may not adequately convey the true nature of the risks involved. It is precisely for this reason that people have always approached the act of entering the light column with such caution. Chen Luo understood that Li Gu wished to undertake the risks on his behalf. He felt a slight warmth in his heart, yet his tone lightened. Such a fortunate opportunity should certainly be seized by the captain first. "You, a mere soldier, can wait your turn at the back." Li Gu scratched his head and chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Several accompanying biologists and doctors diligently installed an array of monitoring devices on Chen Luo's body, a process that took a full 2 hours to complete. Subsequently, Chen Luo donned his spacesuit and, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, walked away from Camp 1. The camp was merely a few dozen meters from the edge of the light column, and it wasn't long before Chen Luo arrived at its boundary. Within the column, flames less than a meter high flickered gently, exuding a unique allure. In a certain sense, the scene before him could be deemed beautiful, yet Chen Luo found no inclination to appreciate its splendor. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his leg and stepped over the distinct boundary, allowing half of his body to enter the light column, followed by his other leg, fully immersing himself within it. At that moment, everyone's hearts collectively raced. Chen Luo meticulously attuned himself to every part of his body, analyzing each subtle sensation. However, apart from the friction between his body and the lining of the spacesuit, as well as the garment beneath, he felt nothing else. His body underwent no transformation. The fluctuations in physiological indicators were evidently a result of tension, entirely normal physiological responses. Through radio communication, Chen Luo received this conclusion. His voice remained steady. "This is still inconclusive. Let us reassess in 5 hours." With that, Chen Luo resumed his steps. Delving deeper into the light column, walking several kilometers before coming to a halt. Before him, the vast expanse of red light, reaching up to Chen Luo's waist, seemed endless, akin to an ocean of crimson. In this moment, Chen Luo found himself reminiscing about his childhood visit to a sprawling mechanized farm. It was an expansive estate, covering hundreds of hectares, and he had visited during the early summer when the wheat was on the cusp of harvest, surrounded by fields of golden wheat. The sight before him was a sea of ripening grain, a scene that bore an uncanny resemblance to his current predicament. Alas, while the wheat symbolized abundance and hope, the red light enveloping Chen Luo now elicited a sense of coldness and foreboding, despite its current lack of immediate impact on him. Time slipped by quietly as Chen Luo patiently awaited the appointed moment. Within Camp 1, a group of experts resumed their deliberations. Professor Hong, how confident are you in your hypothesis? Although this question had been posed before, Pan Yueyun felt compelled to ask it once more. Professor Hong Mingxian offered a wry smile and replied, "To be candid, I possess less than 1% confidence. Nevertheless, given this conjecture and the absence of breakthroughs in other directions, why not explore it further?" After a brief contemplation, Pan Yueyun continued, "If, and I emphasize if, your hypothesis holds true, and the fluctuations in brightness observed by Zhishuan are not meant to convey information, but rather represent an external manifestation of the internal workings of the device, might your experiments inadvertently affect this device and precipitate adverse consequences?" As a member of the advisory council, Pan Yueyun contemplated a different dimension of the issue. He pondered the implications if Hong Mingxuan's conjecture were indeed accurate, and the calculations precise. What if the purported colossal non-conventional engine exhibited unexpected anomalies, jeopardizing the safety of the team? The previous instances of intense lunar tremors served as stark reminders. After a moment of reflection, Pan Yueyun suggested, "Could we not adjust and install the instruments remotely? Commencing the experiment via remote control? This might enhance safety." Hong Mingxian countered, "That is not feasible. It is akin to having a stable network and sufficiently adept robots. Yet, why do surgeons not operate remotely on patients but insist on being present at the surgical table?" The reasoning remains the same. Machines and programs are ultimately not human. With a sigh, Pan Yueyun fell silent. Time slipped away gradually, and before long, several hours had passed. Throughout this period, Chen Luo remained enveloped in the crimson light. Meanwhile, at Camp 1, the staff had completed the loading of various instruments and equipment necessary for the experiment, positioning them at the edge of the light beam. Eventually, Chen Luo emerged from the radiance, underwent meticulous examinations by the teams of physiologists and physicians, and after a lengthy 10-hour observation period confirming that his bodily functions remained unaffected, the experiment finally commenced. To ensure utmost safety, members of the Presidential Advisory Group, including Pan Yueyun, an expert in cryptography and communications, Ji Zhishuan, a negotiation specialist, Pei Hao, and Yang Jun, an extraterrestrial life researcher, all participated in this experiment. The group was divided into 6 lunar rovers, and under the leadership of Chen Luo, they entered the beam one by one. This process took approximately 3 hours. Following this, Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei led several other experts in an extensive debugging process, which lasted for over 10 hours. Subsequently, everyone gathered around Hong Mingxian, who held a controller in his hand, his expression devoid of any tension. Even if everything proceeded smoothly, it would only result in the observation of a faint Cherenkov radiation, posing no threat to human health. "Rest assured," he reassured them. With that, Hong Mingxian gently pressed the device's activation button. Chapter 36. Validation. At this moment, the number of people gathered in the experimental area exceeded 30. Among them, Hong Mingxian, Chang Lei, and several other academic experts appeared relaxed, while Pan Yueyun, Chen Luo, and Li Gu felt a surge of anxiety. As Hong Mingxian pressed the activation button, Chen Luo distinctly sensed his heart pounding violently within his chest, echoing a resounding thump. Following this, a green indicator light on the main device, installed at a designated location, illuminated instantaneously. Instinctively, Chen Luo began to observe his surroundings, preparing his body for any unforeseen circumstances, yet everything remained unchanged, with no anomalies occurring. The delicate crimson glow continued to sway gently, while the resplendent sun, too bright to gaze upon directly, unabashedly cast its light. The starry sky remained vast and magnificent, and the lunar surface persisted in its desolation. Everything was exactly as it had been before. Chen Luo could not help but release a sigh of relief. He was not alone in this sentiment. Li Gu, Sun Yi, Pan Yueyun, Pei Hao, and others shared the same feeling. Hong Mingxian shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "See? I told you nothing would happen. You can rest easy." Turning to Lao Chang, he added, "Let us proceed." Under the guidance of experts Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei, several researchers took their positions and began to operate the complex machinery, the purpose of which Chen Luo could scarcely fathom. The remaining personnel waited in silence, while Chen Luo vigilantly monitored any changes in the experimental area, ever ready to address any unforeseen incidents. Wait, the gamma radiation intensity is not as high as calculated. Could it be influenced by the magnetic field? Was calibration performed? He inquired. Old Wu, please control the satellite to measure the precise gravity here. Still, the results were incongruent with their calculations. The experts engaged in continuous dialogue, deliberating the discrepancies, thanks to the localized communication network established between the spacesuits. Chen Luo clearly heard their exchanges. It seemed the experiment was not progressing smoothly. They had not achieved the anticipated outcomes. Yet, inexplicably, rather than feeling anxious, Chen Luo experienced a subtle sense of elation. Clearly, the sooner the experiment concludes and the earlier one exits the range of the light column, the lower the associated risks. On several occasions, he nearly succumbed to the urge to interject, suggesting that people leave promptly. However, he ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that it was not within his purview to intervene. Time gradually slipped away in this manner. After approximately half an hour, Dr. Chang Lei suddenly exclaimed with exuberance, "I have observed muon neutrinos that align with the computed data." Although Chen Luo possessed a modest understanding of science, he was aware that muon neutrinos were one of 3 types of neutrinos. Yet, he remained oblivious to the profound implications of Dr. Chang Lei's discovery. Following him, Dr. Hong Mingxian also shouted, "The precise gravitational data is consistent. The Cherenkov radiation data aligns." The jubilant voices of several experts resonated in Chen Luo's ears. By this point, he comprehended that the experts had achieved a significant breakthrough, one that would evidently confirm or partially validate Dr. Hong Mingxuan's earlier hypotheses regarding the giant massless engine. Indeed, the advisory committee's consultant, Pan Yueyun, grew anxious and repeatedly inquired, "Dr. Hong, has your hypothesis been corroborated?" Dr. Hong Mingxian responded with excitement. "While I cannot assert it with absolute certainty just yet, I am at least 80 to 90% confident. This light column is indeed emitted by a massless engine. There must be a massless engine present beneath it." Dr. Chang Lei added with enthusiasm, "This substantiates our previous conjectures about the massless engine and dark matter, which are likely to be correct. This marks a groundbreaking advancement in the realm of fundamental physics. Given merely a decade or so, humanity's technological prowess is bound to ascend to unprecedented heights." The experts present were overwhelmed with excitement, yet Pan Yueyun, Pei Hao, and Yang Jun wore expressions of profound concern. After a brief pause, Pan Yueyun spoke thoughtfully. "This matter must be reported to the chairman." Chen Luo, startled, immediately grasped the implication, while the other experts, including Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei, perceived only the event's potential to propel human civilization's technological development. Pan Yueyun, as an advisor to the chairman, discerned the deeper implications hidden beneath the surface. What, after all, could be the purpose of an extraterrestrial civilization deploying a colossal, massless propulsion engine on the moon? Was it an attempt to displace the moon? What objectives might they be striving to achieve? How is this goal intertwined with humanity's inability to reproduce? If this enigmatic beam of light is indeed emanating from a massive propulsion engine intended for the moon's displacement, then the catastrophic lunar tremors that previously claimed the lives of hundreds of astronauts could be elucidated. It is evident that the immense thrust exerted by the engine on the moon's crust would inevitably result in fractures and damage, thereby indirectly triggering exceedingly powerful lunar quakes. The interconnectedness of these events weighed heavily on Chen Luo's heart. In that moment, an uneasy silence enveloped the communication channel, punctuated only by the occasional exchanges among the experts. Regardless of what the future holds, the current tasks must persist. The observation and data collection efforts must continue unabated. A moment later, Hong Mingxuan's voice resonated once more. "Old Wu, the previous data was incomplete. Elevate the equipment's energy level and conduct the experiment again." This statement did not particularly capture Chen Luo's attention, as similar discussions had transpired over a dozen times prior. However, for reasons unknown, after the expert referred to as Old Wu adeptly completed the necessary procedures again, Chen Luo suddenly perceived something amiss. Quietly, the faint red light, standing less than a meter tall, seemed to grow denser, and its flickering quickened slightly. A sense of foreboding surged within Chen Luo. Before he could voice his concerns, the lunar ground beneath him trembled slightly. The tremor was not intense, akin to the vibrations caused by a heavily laden truck traversing Earth, perhaps even a tad milder. Yet, this was sufficient to alert Chen Luo. Suddenly, Hong Mingxian exclaimed, "The particle radiation intensity is increasing. My heavens! It's identical to our previous calculations. Is this the effect of the inertialess engine's activation?" Chen Luo shouted urgently, "Forget the engine. Evacuate immediately, evacuate now." He harbored a potent intuition that another lunar quake was imminent. The terrain here was uneven, dotted with numerous lunar mountains. A severe lunar tremor could very well cause the mountains to collapse, entombing everyone in the vicinity. It is imperative to depart swiftly. Even if one cannot immediately escape the luminous column, it is essential to seek refuge in a flat terrain. This will significantly mitigate the danger. The subtle tremors on the lunar surface have already captured the attention of the majority. At Chen Luo's sudden and forceful command, everyone, including Pan Yueyan and Ji Zhishuan, instinctively rushed towards the lunar rover. However, Hong Mingxian remained at the control panel, shouting, "Wait for me for 20 seconds, 20 seconds. This data is crucial, exceedingly important." Chen Luo swiftly reached Hong Mingxian's side, hoisting him onto his shoulder as he sprinted toward the rover. Hong Mingxian struggled desperately, bellowing, "Let me go, let me go. 10 seconds. The data will be lost if we miss it. At a time like this, forget about your data. Move quickly," Chen Luo roared, dashing to the rover and unceremoniously tossing Hong Mingxian inside. At that moment, most of the others had already boarded the lunar rover, with only a handful remaining outside. Chen Luo scanned the scene and noticed that Dr. Chang Lei had stumbled and fallen to the ground, evidently overwhelmed by panic. Without a moment to lose, Chen Luo dashed towards Chang Lei. Yet, at that instant, inexplicably, a vivid crimson hue suddenly engulfed his vision. The red glow, initially no more than a meter high, erupted as if from a volcanic eruption or the discharge of a cannon, soaring skyward in a fraction of a moment, overwhelming Chen Luo's entire field of vision. Before this moment, Chen Luo's legs were the only parts of his body illuminated by the crimson light. Now, however, his entire being, encompassing every direction and space, was engulfed by the resplendent red glow, leaving no corner untouched. In an instant, this space seemed to transform into a realm of dark phantoms, where all that met the eye was a haunting scarlet hue. This sudden metamorphosis rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Concurrently, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within Chen Luo's heart. At that precise moment, the previously mild tremor, akin to a truck rumbling past, intensified abruptly. Chen Luo fell to the ground, while the lunar rovers swayed precariously like mere toys. The oscillation lasted less than 2 seconds before ceasing, yet this was not the end of the turmoil. Chen Luo distinctly observed a long fissure abruptly manifesting on the lunar surface, and the previously fallen Dr. Chang Lei was powerless to resist, instantly consumed by the chasm. "Dr. Chang," Chen Luo bellowed, his voice hoarse, as he scrambled to his feet. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Dr. Chang cannot die. He must not perish. It is imperative that he survives. If he dies, my mission will fail. If my mission fails, Shu Yun shall meet her demise. "Dr. Chang." A thunderous shout echoed near him. Chen Luo quickly recognized it as Li Gu's voice. As he rushed forward, he called out, "Li Gu, son E. You two must evacuate with the other experts immediately. Leave me one lunar rover and a doctor. I will rescue Dr. Chang. Now, obey the order." Chapter 37, Vacuum. In moments of dire crisis, Chen Luo's mind became increasingly lucid. Should everyone become ensnared here, the likelihood of my mission's failure would significantly escalate. It is most prudent for Li Gu and Sun Yi to lead the main contingent away while I remain behind to rescue Chang Lei. Li Gu, undeterred, muttered under his breath, "Damn it, the team leader has stolen the spotlight again. At such a time, why are you still preoccupied with that? So what if I aspire to be a hero, and you think you can be one? Look at yourself. Enough of this chatter, Drive. Hey, you impertinent fool. Clarify your statement. Why can't I be a hero? Even if I cannot, I am still better than you, a worthless nuisance." In this moment of dire urgency, Li Gu appeared utterly unperturbed, arguing with Sun Yi as he piloted the lunar rover, nearly provoking her to the point of exasperation. The 4 lunar rovers sped away in a flurry. Meanwhile, Chen Luo hastened to the edge of the newly revealed gorge, peering down into its depths. The gorge was not particularly deep, yet due to its angle, sunlight could not penetrate directly. Nonetheless, with the omnipresent red light illuminating the surroundings, Chen Luo could barely discern a vague figure below. It was unmistakably Dr. Chang Lei. He had not plummeted to the gorge's bottom, but had become wedged in the narrow confines instead. "Dr. Chang, how are you? Do not fret. I shall come to your aid immediately." A muffled groan resonated through the communicator as Chang Lei trembled. Xiao Chun, wait for me. I will come down." After giving a brief instruction to the remaining doctor, Chen Luo grasped the rope and leapt directly into the chasm, swiftly closing the distance to Chang Lei. In mere seconds, the gap between them shrank to less than 2 meters. At this proximity, Chen Luo distinctly noticed fine cracks beginning to form on the visor of Chang Lei's space helmet, intensifying his anxiety. In the vacuum-like environment of the moon, the loss of protection from a spacesuit would lead even the most robust human to perish in a matter of moments. Should the helmet shatter, Chang Lei would be doomed. With his left hand gripping the rope, Chen Luo's right hand swiftly retrieved a specially designed adhesive tape from his waist. This tape was engineered specifically for space conditions. In emergencies, such as a helmet rupture or suit breach, applying it to the damaged area could seal the breach, buying precious time for rescue efforts, up to 2 hours at most. Clearly, Chen Luo intended to first seal any potential breach in Chang Lei's helmet, ensuring he would not succumb in the immediate future before addressing the rescue itself. At this moment, Chen Luo's right hand was nearly poised to apply the tape to Chang Lei's helmet. In Chang Lei's once despairing gaze, a flicker of hope began to emerge. Just then, the previously tranquil lunar surface suddenly trembled once more. A cascade of small debris tumbled down from above the chasm, crashing down upon both Chen Luo and Chang Lei. Due to the moon's low gravity, the falling fragments were relatively small, and, while they struck with force, they did not inflict significant harm. Yet, with that sudden tremor, the newly formed fissure abruptly widened a fraction. Just as Chen Luo was about to affix the tape to Chang Lei's helmet, he beheld, with incredulity and ire, the body of Chang Lei plummeting downwards. In that fleeting moment, Chen Luo instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp Chang Lei. After all, on the moon, where gravity is merely 1/6 that of Earth, he believed he could secure him without needing an iron grip. Alas, the distance between them proved too great, and Dr. Chang Lei fell. Immediately, a despairing scream echoed through the communicator, followed by a pained groan, and then silence enveloped the air. Damn it! At that instant, Chen Luo cursed vehemently within. Lacking the luxury of time to ponder, he promptly extended the rope further down, plunging deeper into the chasm. The sound of that groan, succeeded by an unsettling stillness, ominously hinted at dire circumstances. Nevertheless, Chen Luo felt compelled to witness the truth with his own eyes. As long as a glimmer of hope remained, he would not relent. After all, should Chang Lei perish, his mission would undoubtedly falter. In such a scenario, he could only resign himself to a fate of sacrifice, leaving behind a narrative of a hero who perished in the rescue of an expert, and any prospect of Li Shuyun receiving treatment via nanobot technology would vanish entirely. The specialized rope, prepositioned at the waist of his spacesuit, was swiftly deployed, and Chen Luo's body descended rapidly. The deeper he ventured into the fissure, the dimmer the light became. At this depth, not only did sunlight fail to penetrate, but even the ubiquitous crimson glow could not illuminate this forsaken place. Chen Luo activated the spotlight affixed to his spacesuit, casting a sweeping gaze into the abyss of the crevice. Suddenly, a figure clad in a white spacesuit came into view. The silhouette lay supine at the bottom of the narrow fissure, utterly motionless, the state of existence or demise unknown. At that moment, the distance between them was approximately several meters. From this vantage point, Chen Luo discerned a small hole in the helmet of Chang Lei's spacesuit. Within the shattered glass, Chang Lei's eyes bulged unnaturally, and his face exhibited signs of abnormal swelling. A single term surged into Chen Luo's consciousness: depressurization. It was evident that the breach in the helmet had allowed the internal gases to escape completely, leaving Dr. Chang Lei exposed to the vacuum of space without any protection. In such circumstances, if the environment were swiftly restored, a person could potentially regain consciousness, sometimes without lingering aftereffects. A distance of several meters, and a mere minute of time, sufficient. Chen Luo's heart roared as he once again retrieved a section of duct tape with his right hand, while his left hand maximized the descent control, plummeting towards the depths below with utmost urgency. However, Before he could descend even a meter, his body suddenly halted. Regardless of how forcefully he pressed the descent control, the rope's length remained static. The specially designed tether of the spacesuit measured approximately 20 meters. At this juncture, Chen Luo had already descended the full 20 meters. The rope now fully extended. A rush of blood surged to his head, reddening his vision. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, he decisively pressed the descent control. With a pull and a flick, the control unit detached from the spacesuit. Without the protection of a safety rope, Chen Luo supported himself with his legs and arms, descending rapidly towards the location of Dr. Chang Lei, resembling a gecko. In merely a matter of seconds, he reached the bottom of the crevice. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly applied a specially designed tape over the breach in the astronaut helmet. Furthermore, he produced additional tape, meticulously covering all the cracks on the helmet. This process consumed only a brief span of time. Subsequently, Chen Luo forcefully grasped Chang Lei's arm and pried open a panel on the forearm of his spacesuit, swiftly manipulating the exposed control panel for a moment. As Chen Luo worked, the once flat tape adhered to the breech of the helmet began to bulge outward, clearly indicating that pressure had been restored within the helmet. Otherwise, such a phenomenon would not occur. After a brief 3 seconds, a green indicator light illuminated on the control panel. Upon witnessing this, Chen Luo exhaled sharply, realizing that the pressure within Chang Lei's suit had finally stabilized. However, this did not guarantee Chang Lei's salvation. After all, Chen Luo was unaware of the precise duration Chang Lei had been exposed to the vacuum, and the human body's endurance in such an environment is significantly influenced by individual health conditions. It is conceivable that due to Chang Lei's advanced age and the shock of the situation, he might succumb in less than 10 seconds. Everything still hinged on the unfolding events. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Chen Luo lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings. Beneath the beam of the searchlight, the only sight that met his eyes was the grayish-black lunar rock, devoid of any other presence. He gazed towards the heavens, where a haunting crimson radiance enveloped the entire sky. The emergence of this lunar tremor was undoubtedly linked to the experiments conducted by experts such as Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei. It was highly probable that their operations had triggered the dormant engine, which abruptly transitioned from standby to full operational capacity, instigating a cascade of subsequent events. Damn it! Chen Luo cursed inwardly once more as he hoisted Chang Lei onto his shoulder. With his left hand securing Chang Lei's body, he utilized both legs and his right hand to slowly ascend towards the fissure's apex. Fortunately, the fissure was relatively narrow, allowing Chen Luo to leverage strength from both sides to facilitate his climb. Had there been only one side, carrying another person would have rendered him utterly helpless, regardless of his prowess. Chapter 38. Radiation. At this moment, aboard the Jinwu spacecraft in lunar orbit, the tranquil cabin was abruptly pierced by a frantic alarm. A sense of urgency gripped the hearts of dozens of soldiers, who swiftly gathered before the monitoring equipment. It became immediately apparent that something was amiss. Captain Su, this is dire. The lunar tremor has reoccurred, and we have lost contact with Camp 1. Su Pingao propelled himself through the weightless cabin, swiftly reaching the control panel. After a brief glance at the data, he decisively commanded, "Rescue team, mobilize at once. Notify Camp 2. Inform the Earth Command. Re-establish contact with Captain Su Ziyang and Captain Mo Longtao. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Captain, the rescue team is ready. Depart." The belly of the Jinwu spacecraft immediately opened, and a landing craft resembling a large bus swiftly departed, plunging towards the lunar surface below. Almost simultaneously, the Pingwu and Yangwei spacecraft, nearly 1,000 kilometers away, dispatched their own landing vessels. In the second camp, situated just a few dozen kilometers from Camp 1, nearly 100 lunar rovers surged forth with a roar. At the Earth Command Base, Tao Xiangrong, Li Xiuqing, He Jingqi, and others hastily convened, each bearing a grave expression. What transpired before the communications were severed? He Jingqi furrowed his brow slightly. So, it appears that this lunar quake occurred following yet another experiment. Li Xiuqing replied solemnly, "Director He, are you suggesting that Professor Hong and his team's experiment is the principal cause of this lunar quake?" "There is a possibility," He Jingqi gestured dismissively. "However, let us refrain from such discussions for now. We shall wait until they are out of danger. I believe this time, Old Hong and his team will provide us with some new data." Tao Xiangrong glanced at He Jingqi, then at Li Xiuqing, hesitating momentarily before quietly stating, "With Chen Luo present, the safety of the experts should be assured." "Let us hope so." At this moment, Chen Luo and a physician were frantically placing the unconscious Dr. Chang Lei into the lunar rover. As the rover's hatch sealed shut, Chen Luo pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward with a roar, while the doctor began to assess Dr. Chang's vital signs. How is he? Is there still hope? The readings indicated that Dr. Chang was not in critical condition and should be fine. Put the spacesuit back on him, and you don yours as well. We may need to venture out at any moment. Casually issuing the command, Chen Luo hastily seized the communicator and shouted, "Li Gu, Sun E, where are you?" The communicator remained ominously silent. Frustrated, Chen Luo slammed his palm against the steering wheel, cursing inwardly. The communication has failed again. It was evident that proximity had restored the connection. Chen Luo felt increasingly composed and replied in a steady voice, "This is Chen Luo. I have sighted your convoy and am following closely behind. What is your status?" Li Gu's voice crackled with renewed vigor. "Team Leader Chen, we are all well. No one is injured." Chen Luo exhaled in relief and promptly commanded, "Maintain your course and leave this area at once." Undoubtedly, remaining within the beam's range was not a prudent choice. Regardless of the reasoning, departing swiftly was the optimal course of action. However, at that moment, for reasons unknown, Chen Luo suddenly perceived that the air circulating from the life support system within his helmet felt somewhat scorching, accompanied by a faint, inexplicable buzzing sound emanating from within the suit. A sense of urgency gripped him as he heard Sun Yi's voice, tinged with alarm, come through the communicator, "Team Leader, my spacesuit has malfunctioned. It seems there's an issue with my suit as well. This is dire." A cacophony of bewildered voices erupted instantaneously. It appeared that Chen Luo's earlier sensations were not mere figments of his imagination. In that instant, his mind shifted into overdrive. Chen Luo's heart sank abruptly. Before he could inquire about the reason, he witnessed a sudden eruption of liquid from the astronaut helmet, splattering the doctor from head to toe. Uncertain of the liquid's temperature, he observed the doctor's face turn pale at the instant of contact, with skin beginning to peel away, leading him to deduce that the liquid must be scalding hot. In that fleeting moment, the flesh on the doctor's face had already been seared. Concurrently, the lunar rover jolted violently before coming to a gradual halt on the lunar surface. No matter how vehemently Chen Luo pressed the accelerator, it remained immobile. Within the communicator, the previously clear transmission began to falter, becoming intermittent. Spacesuit malfunction. A widespread failure of the spacesuits. The lunar rover was also experiencing malfunctions. Communication was compromised. As these factors coalesced, a singular thought surged through Chen Luo's mind like a lightning strike. Radiation. High-energy particle radiation. Such radiation is omnipresent in the vastness of space, and the lunar surface is certainly no exception. Indeed, without the protection of a magnetic field and atmosphere, Earth too would be vulnerable to the onslaught of high-energy particle radiation. This radiation poses a significant threat to electronic devices, often precipitating their failure. Given that electronic chips operate on binary code, the bombardment of high-energy particles can disrupt these codes, causing a 0 to potentially transform into a 1, and vice versa. Should this occur, the programmed operations would inevitably falter, and the hardware itself might sustain damage. It is precisely for this reason that space equipment is universally equipped with sophisticated error correction mechanisms, thereby ensuring a remarkably high level of reliability. The spacesuits worn by astronauts and the lunar rovers they operate are no exception. However, should the radiation from high-energy particles become excessively potent, even the error correction systems may falter, potentially leading to catastrophic failures. This very scenario seems to be unfolding now. What should be done? At this moment, the air circulating from the life support system within the spacesuit feels increasingly searing. Chen Luo is uncertain about the malfunction's origin. Yet he is acutely aware that this issue must not be allowed to escalate. Otherwise, the air, reaching temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, could roast him alive akin to skewered lamb. But how can one mitigate the effects of high-energy particle radiation? It is crucial to note that the lunar rover is also equipped with life support systems, and its exterior is typically designed to shield against radiation. The same applies to the spacesuit. Yet now, clad in his spacesuit and seated within the lunar rover, he is still subjected to the effects of radiation, which speaks volumes about its formidable intensity. There can be no further delay. An immediate solution must be found, or even if the spacesuit remains intact, he may succumb to the radiation. The voice from the communicator continues to break intermittently, filled with terrified cries, anguished wails, and desperate pleas for help. As the leader of the security team, he bears the responsibility for the safety of all members within this group, particularly the 6 esteemed experts. Should any one of them perish, he would fail the wager made with Dean He Jingqi, leaving Li Shuyan to meet her fate under conservative treatment, helplessly facing death. Yet, even the dual protection of the lunar rover and the spacesuit cannot shield against the relentless onslaught of radiation. What recourse remains? Even if a solution existed, the absence of tools renders it futile, not to mention the urgency of time. Ahead, 5 lunar rovers have come to a halt, and already, some individuals, gripped by panic, recklessly abandon their vehicles, dashing across the lunar terrain as if driven mad, ensnared by the omnipresent crimson glow, believing the rovers to be the source of all calamity. However, Chen Luo understands that without the radiation shielding provided by the rovers to mitigate the intensity of the radiation, the spacesuits would succumb even more swiftly. Indeed, it was not long before he witnessed a figure suddenly collapse, a vivid scarlet flame erupting from within the helmet, consuming the face of the unfortunate individual in an instant. The spacesuit, crafted from highly flame-resistant materials, was inexplicably compromised, leading to an internal conflagration. Thus, a life was extinguished. Chen Luo realized that if he could not devise a solution in the immediate future, everyone in their party, including the 6 experts and himself, would meet the same grim fate. Whether it was the excessively warm air from the circulation system or his racing thoughts, beads of sweat began to form on Chen Luo's forehead. Yet, in that moment, a glimmer of hope illuminated his mind. Chapter 39. A temporary refuge upon the vast and desolate expanse of the lunar surface, shrouded in an endless sea of crimson light, within one of the lunar rovers. Li Gu once again pressed the accelerator with fervor. Upon realizing that the vehicle remained unresponsive, he turned to Hong Mingxian and exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is going on, you old fool?" Hong Mingxian was taken aback. "How would I know? This is not Dr. Hong's fault. Xiao Li, you are part of the security team. You must find a solution. I have no way out. We might as well await our doom." Li Gu grumbled, soon sighing despondently. "How pitiful it is that I might perish here, alongside a bunch of old geezers, at the brink of life and death." Pan Yueyun was nearly amused by Li Gu's lament. "What is wrong with being with us old geezers? Have we wronged you? I haven't even married. I don't even know what a woman feels like." At that very moment, a logistics personnel accompanying them on the lunar rover suddenly cried out and collapsed, his body going limp. Although Li Gu had previously voiced his complaints, he acted without hesitation now. He swiftly pulled the logistics staff over, opened the control panel on the arm of his spacesuit, and examined it quickly, shaking his head in despair. There's no saving him. The atmosphere within the lunar rover grew even more somber. The spacesuit, composed of countless intricate components, was a highly sophisticated and complex apparatus. The more intricate the device, the greater the potential for malfunction, with various unforeseen types of failures. Who could have predicted that a parameter error in the air compression pump would indirectly affect the cooling system, compounded by a hydraulic system failure, resulting in the explosion of high-temperature lubricants? Even computer simulations could not foresee such an anomaly. Yet, under the influence of high-energy particle radiation, such a malfunction had manifested itself. The unfortunate logistics personnel was fatally scalded through the chest cavity by the high-temperature lubricating fluid, meeting a tragic end. The occurrence of various malfunctions was entirely unpredictable, leaving no room for preemptive measures. It is precisely this uncertainty that instills a profound sense of dread among the individuals involved. Pei Hao, somewhat anxious, suggested, "Shall we remove our spacesuits? Without them, we need not fear the suit malfunctions." However, a flicker of realization passed through Li Gu's mind as he promptly dismissed this proposal, asserting, "No, we cannot take them off. Without the spacesuits, your demise would be swifter." In this hostile environment, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival while clad in spacesuits, but shedding them would extinguish any prospects of life. At that moment, a series of fragmented sounds emanated from the communicator. "Everyone, listen. Canyon." Immediately, the voice belonged to Chen Luo, laced with urgency. Li Gu's heart quickened as he turned to see a figure in a spacesuit leap from a lunar rover, sprinting ahead. This figure was hoisting another individual. They swiftly reached the edge of a canyon on the lunar surface and, in the next instant, leaped into it. A spark of realization ignited within Li Gu. Yes, the canyon. The lunar rover and spacesuits offered no protection against radiation, but the lunar regolith could. The dense rock layers served as the most effective radiation shielding material. As long as the thickness is sufficient, any known radiation in the cosmos could be effectively blocked, given the current circumstances. As long as the radiation did not emanate from within the rock layers and was not directly impacting the canyon. Seeking refuge within it presented a considerable opportunity to mitigate the effects of radiation. With clarity of thought, Li Gu immediately shouted, "Everyone, listen. Take cover in that canyon. Those who wish to survive, move swiftly. Members of the security team, heed my command and swiftly organize all personnel to seek refuge in the canyon." After broadcasting this urgent message, Li Gu turned once more to the remaining passengers in the lunar rover and bellowed, "How are you faring? Can you still move?" Pan Yueyan nodded vigorously. "All is well." Hong Mingxian, however, appeared pallid, seemingly enduring some distress, yet he too managed a nod. "Be attentive," Li Gu instructed. "When we reach the canyon's edge, first extract the rope descent controller and secure it firmly against the rugged lunar surface. Follow this procedure before descending, understood?" To alleviate any uncertainty, Li Gu retrieved the descent controller and meticulously explained the operation to them. He concluded, "Once we disembark from the lunar rover, we must act swiftly. Without the rover's protection, the intense radiation could claim our lives at any moment. Now follow my command, move." As the lunar rover's door swung open, Li Gu was the first to leap out, assisting Pan Yueyun and Hong Mingxian to alight before charging forward. After advancing a mere few meters, Hong Mingxian suddenly cried out and collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Pan Yueyun turned and pressed onward towards the canyon. Li Gu, bending down, hoisted Hong Mingxian onto his back and, emulating Chen Luo's earlier actions, sprinted towards the canyon's edge. At this juncture, all 5 lunar rover doors had swung wide, and dozens of figures clad in spacesuits surged towards the canyon, while a few silhouettes atop the lunar rovers remained utterly motionless. Li Gu understood that they had most likely perished. Upon reaching the edge, he secured one end of the rappelling control device to the lunar rock without the slightest hesitation and leapt into the abyss. The canyon was not particularly deep, measuring no more than 18 or 19 meters, well within the limits for rappelling. Only upon reaching the bottom did Li Gu feel a slight sense of relief. As he looked up, he observed figures descending like dumplings, continuously jumping down from above. Some landed gracefully, while others, seemingly overwhelmed by panic, failed to secure their rappelling devices and plummeted directly from heights of over 10 meters. Had this been Earth, such a fall would have been fatal. However, this was the moon, where pre-prepared inflatable cushions provided a buffer, mitigating the impact of the descent. After waiting for about a minute and noticing that no more figures appeared above, and that the spacesuits had not encountered further malfunctions, Chen Luo steadied his mind and commanded, "Report status, each team." Li Gu promptly replied, "Team 1, Pan Jueyun, Hong Mingxian, Pei Hao, present. Xia Guixing is deceased." The security chief of Team 2, Bai Jianhua, reported, "All personnel from Team 2 accounted for. 2 casualties in Team 3, all others present. Team 4, Team 5, Sunny, in total." For individuals from Teams 1 to 4 had tragically lost their lives, along with the doctor from Chen Luo's lunar vehicle, bringing the death toll to 5. Yet, all 6 core experts had survived, leaving Chen Luo in a conflicted state of whether to feel joy or sorrow. Huo Peng was a mechanical expert accompanying the team, responsible for the installation and calibration of equipment. Chen Luo felt a heavy weight in his heart and immediately turned to scan all the survivors, asking, "Is Huo Peng here?" The people exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "Huo Peng, Professor Huo is dead." It was at that moment a weak, intermittent voice reached Chen Luo and the others' ears. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Luo instantly stood up. It was Sun Yi's voice. "Sunny, where are you?" I am by the lunar rover." Cough, cough. Chen Luo's mind raced as he inquired again, "Is your spacesuit malfunctioning? Can you make it over here?" "The hydraulic system is damaged. I can't move at all." Chen Luo's heart sank immediately. To rescue or not to rescue? That was the question. In less than half a second, he made his decision. "Sunny, don't panic. I will come to save you right away." Cough, cough. Team Leader Chen. "There's no need to rescue me. It's very dangerous here. Don't put yourself in jeopardy too." "What are you saying? I am your leader and have the duty to ensure your safety." Without hesitation, Chen Luo intended to pull himself up using the rope when Li Gu approached him. With a grin still plastered on his face, devoid of any seriousness, he spoke in a rather frivolous tone. "Team leader, you always play the hero. It's my turn this time, isn't it?" Chen Luo frowned and said, "Li Gu, You stay here and behave. Hello, leader, when you indulge in meat, shouldn't you allow your subordinates a taste of the broth? One must not be overly selfish. With that, Li Gu pressed the button, and the rope immediately retracted, pulling him upwards. Chen Luo shouted Li Gu. In the communication device, Sun Yi's frail voice came through, Li Gu. In the blink of an eye, Li Gu's figure had vanished without a trace. Chen Luo steadied himself and barked, "Don't dawdle. Check each other's spacesuits for any malfunctions." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but they swiftly began their inspections. Upon reaching the lunar surface, Li Gu dashed forward at once. In this perilous environment, every second spent lingered with danger. He could not afford to delay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth vehicle. It was right there. Chapter 40. The light barrier. After a brief search, Li Gu's spirits lifted, and he sprinted towards the fifth vehicle. Beside it lay two astronauts, both motionless. Li Gu rushed over, turned one body, and saw that the man's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion a ghastly shade of pale. It was evident he was beyond saving. Without hesitation, he flipped the other astronaut over and was met with Sun Yi's tear-filled eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Gu's heart, yet his hands did not falter. Swiftly, he lifted Sun Yi onto his shoulders and headed towards the canyon, grinning as he teased, "What's this? Are you touched by my daring rescue? Are you considering offering yourself in gratitude?" Sun Yi whispered, "Li Gu, if we can survive this time, let us be together, shall we?" Li Gu trembled, nearly dropping Sun Yi, his tone turning frantic. "Hey, Sun Yi, I risked my life to save you, and you want to betray me? You cannot repay kindness with enmity." Sun Yi was taken aback, the gratitude in her eyes slowly fading, replaced by a fury potent enough to kill. "Li Gu, what are you saying? What do you have to offer aside from a decent physique? You are gossipy, broke, and whoever marries you will be cursed for 8 generations. What do you want? Do you intend to cling to me? Let me tell you, dream on. Don't even think about it." Sun Yi shouted, "You heartless Li Gu, put me down. I don't need your help. I would rather die here, even as a ghost. I want to spare you. Let me go?" Despite the dire situation and the recent loss of several companions, the exchange elicited some suppressed laughter among the onlookers. The bickering ceased, and a heavy sense of worry and despair settled back into their hearts. No one had anticipated such a turn of events from this experiment. An uncertainty loomed over what other changes might occur. In such circumstances, even if a rescue team arrived, they would likely be powerless, potentially getting trapped themselves. Communication with the outside world had been severed, making any attempts at a warning futile. Moreover, although the spacesuits had not exhibited any new malfunctions and existing issues were being addressed, no one could ascertain whether there were undisclosed risks that remained hidden. Life and death remain uncertain, and the future is shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, at this moment, there exists no alternative but to continue waiting. Time drips away, and in the blink of an eye, several minutes have elapsed. The lunar surface continues to tremble gently, with small lunar rocks cascading down from the cliffs. However, due to the moon's diminished gravity, these rocks pose little threat to the inhabitants. Suddenly, the previously mild tremors inexplicably intensify. Several individuals are thrown to the ground, and Chen Luo finds himself swaying, unable to maintain his balance. "Damn, not again," he curses inwardly, yet his concern remains minimal. Based on his experience, each lunar quake has a brief duration, and he anticipates the same for this one. Yet, this time, the unfolding situation surpasses Chen Luo's expectations. Accompanied by another violent tremor, he watches in horror as a distinct fissure suddenly appears along the upper cliffs, causing colossal boulders, each several meters in diameter, to slowly detach from the precipice and tilt ominously downward. Within mere seconds, they will plunge to the ground. In that instant, Chen Luo's pupils constrict sharply. Despairing cries resonate in his ears, and his heart sinks uncontrollably. The fractures in the rock are numerous and extensive, leaving no time for escape. Moreover, many individual spacesuits have malfunctioned, and some remain unconscious, rendering them incapable of swift relocation. What to do? In the fleeting moment of thought, a colossal boulder, measuring over 3 meters in diameter, finally broke free from the cliffside and plummeted downwards. Chen Luo instinctively lowered his gaze, following the trajectory of the descending rock, and beheld the still unconscious Dr. Chong Lei. Even on the moon, where gravity is less intense, such a massive stone would undoubtedly reduce Dr. Chong to mere pulp. Several individuals, still capable of movement, instinctively sought to flee, yet numerous other lunar rocks, both large and small, rained down from various directions. There was no escape, no refuge to be found. In this critical juncture, Chen Luo acted without hesitation, lunging forward to shield Dr. Chang with his own body. With unwavering resolve, he braced his arms, tensed his legs, and tightened his back, preparing to absorb the impact of the lunar debris. So be it, he thought, let me perish here. Though unable to save the experts, perhaps with my sacrifice, Director, he would honor his promise. Chen Luo closed his eyes. The tremors of the lunar surface persisted, yet the massive boulder did not strike him. In a swift motion, Chen Luo turned over, only to witness a scene that left him utterly astonished. At some point, a delicate, gossamer-like veil of faint red light had enveloped the research team's encampment. This ethereal barrier, though exceedingly thin, appeared remarkably resilient. Even when subjected to the immense weight of a boulder several meters wide, it remained unbroken, merely rippling with the appearance of water waves. As an endless cascade of lunar rocks continued to descend, countless ripples danced across its surface. It served as a shield, akin to an umbrella, warding off all impacts and safeguarding the members of the exploration team below from any harm. Chen Luo turned his gaze and beheld the scene before him, noting that everyone, including the esteemed advisory member Pan Yueyun, was rendered speechless. In the face of this miraculous phenomenon, Chen Luo felt nothing but awe. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the tremors of the lunar surface gradually subsided, and no more lunar rocks fell from the cliff above. As the spectators gazed in astonishment, the thin veil of light slowly vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the once arching crimson beam of light suddenly diminished, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. At least from the vantage point at the canyon's base. It was as though some form of obstruction had been lifted. Following this realization, a flurry of communications emerged. The Earth Command Base was calling the exploration team. Camp 2 was calling Camp 1. The members exchanged glances, each harboring the same thought. Communication had been restored. Chen Luo spoke with gravity. This is Chen Luo from the security team of the exploration group. Please advise. Chen Luo? This is Peng Tao. Where are you now? What is the situation? What just occurred? We just experienced a lunar tremor, followed by a sudden surge of high-energy particle radiation. 5 of our members have perished, and at least 7 are injured. Our coordinates have been sent. Please provide immediate assistance. Understood. Stay where you are. The rescue team will arrive shortly. The high-energy particle radiation should have dissipated by now. This area is unsafe. We must ascend. Chen Luo decisively made a choice. With the earlier rockfall, the cliff was no longer steep, allowing for a direct path to safety. He hoisted the still unconscious Chang Lei onto his shoulders and began to ascend. The remaining members of the expedition supported one another, following closely behind. Li Gu stepped back a few paces, lifted Sun Yi once more, and joined the group as well. Let go of me. I don't need your help. Sun Yi protested. Li Gu hissed in a low voice, silence. If you perish, whom shall I argue with? As they moved, everyone endeavored to proceed with caution and restraint, as if any sudden movement might awaken some lurking monstrosity. After approximately 10 minutes, all had reached the surface of the moon. The immediate crisis had been averted. What lay ahead was merely the wait for the rescue team to arrive and their eventual departure from this place. However, at that moment, the voice of Pan Yueyun reached Chen Luo's ears. Pan Yueyun was not addressing Chen Luo directly, but was speaking to negotiation expert Pei Hao. Yet, the communication system was on loudspeaker, and his words resonated with all present. It does not wish for our demise. Pei Hao's expression shifted, indeed. Yet, judging by prior events, it seems it will only come to our aid after it has secured its own position. Otherwise, Ho Peng and the others would not have perished. Pan Yueyun remained non-committal. I wish to converse with it. The earlier appearance of the faint reddish glow undoubtedly indicated that it had been observing this location. However, its failure to manifest and engage with the group suggested a reluctance for direct interaction. How to compel the elusive entity, which shies away from direct human interaction, to reveal itself and engage in conversation, rests on the shoulders of Pei Hao. When it comes to matters concerning contact with extraterrestrial life, there is no room for personal dialogue. Chapter 41. The Doctor. The moment Pei Hao unveiled his plan, Chen Luo struggled to suppress the urge to strangle him. The success rate of this scheme remained uncertain, yet the decision ultimately lay in your hands. Pei Hao fixated intently on Pan Yueyun, while the remaining conscious individuals also turned their gaze towards him, eagerly anticipating his choice. Orders from superiors must be executed, whether understood or not. The only course of action available to him was to safeguard their safety as much as possible and fulfill his mission to the best of his ability. Li Gu cast a glance at Chen Luo, then at Pan Yueyun, muttering under his breath, "I've witnessed reckless behavior before, but this is an entirely new level of self-destruction. It is akin to playing with one's life." Beside him, Sunny scoffed. "Oh, our brave hero Li Gu also fears for his life?" Li Gu, ignoring her, hoisted Sun Yi back up and retorted, "Shut your mouth, you meddlesome woman." Unbeknownst to them, amidst the pervasive, pale red glow, which rose less than a meter above the lunar surface, a singular radiance suddenly surged upwards, expanding rapidly until it completely detached from the ground. It floated in the air like a jellyfish suspended in the ocean. Its diameter was approximately 7 to 8 meters, taking on a roughly spherical shape, albeit imperfect. The hue bore resemblance to the previous lunar light column, but appeared more solid and substantial. It hovered silently in the air, its surface shimmering with intricate glimmers of light. Chen Luo had no desire to ascertain what it was, nor did he harbor any inclination to engage with it. His sole intention was to ensure the safety of his companions. At the moment the luminous sphere materialized, Chen Luo promptly rushed to the forefront of the expedition team, shielding the others behind him. Subsequently, as if confronted by a ferocious beast, he slightly bent forward, adopting a vigilant stance as he cautiously retreated, accompanying his backward movement. The members of the expedition also gradually withdrew until they reached the vicinity of several lunar rovers. To Chen Luo's astonishment, as he retreated, the crimson orb began to advance slowly, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters from the group. Pan Yueyun suddenly growled, captured on camera. Yang Jun, stirred by his words, immediately activated the camera on his space helmet. Ji Zhishuan hesitated momentarily before saying, "It seems to be attempting to communicate with us." Hong Mingxian interjected, "Are you suggesting that the flickering lights are conveying a message?" "It is possible. However, without auxiliary instruments, I cannot decipher it." The group finally retreated to the edge of the lunar rovers, coming to a halt, and the luminous sphere ceased its approach as well. Ji Zhishuan turned and entered one of the rovers, emerging moments later with a laptop and accompanying optical recording equipment. Upon opening the laptop, he operated it briefly, only to exclaim in frustration, "The computer is malfunctioning. Please wait a moment, I will fetch a spare." After trying 3 different devices, Ji Zhishuan finally succeeded in locating a functional laptop. During this process, the luminous sphere remained suspended in place, exhibiting no other activity apart from the flickering of light points upon its surface. Ji Zhishuan immersed himself in his work for a moment, when suddenly he gasped. Several experts promptly gathered behind him. Ji Zhishuan's voice was somewhat hurried. It is asking us why we do not leave." "What?" The crowd immediately began to stir. The luminous sphere before them was evidently a sentient being, or at least controlled by one, and it was clear that it did not belong to humanity. This moment marked humanity's inaugural communication with an extraterrestrial civilization. Pan Yueyun's expression shifted, and he whispered, "Old Ji, ask it who it is." Ji Zhishuan's face displayed a hint of hesitation, but after a brief moment, he seemed to recollect something and swiftly opened a pitch-black interface on his computer, making a few edits. The screen then displayed flickering light points as well. I conveyed the question, "Who are you?" in binary code, represented through the modulation of light points. After looping this several times, the flickering light points on the luminous sphere ceased. After a pause of a few seconds, the light points reappeared, though they had undergone significant alteration. Ji Zhishuan immediately turned his notebook and began deciphering rapidly. Moments later, he murmured, "Doctor." Doctor?" The extraterrestrial life research specialist, Yang Jun, promptly inquired, "Old Ji, is the term doctor a translation derived from similar terminology, or is it originally so?" During the translation process, the use of similar vocabulary may lead to ambiguity and misunderstandings. For Yang Jun, this is a question that must be clarified. No, its signal has always been thus. In fact, aside from employing binary, it fully utilizes our human linguistic system. The possibility of misinterpretation does not exist here. Doctor. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Pan Yueyun's mind. Since the luminous entity before him has chosen the human linguistic system to communicate, it evidently signifies that it comprehends the meaning of the term doctor. Where there is illness, there exists a doctor. The doctor's sacred duty is to heal ailments. Chen Luo's mind raced with a strong impulse to inquire whether the luminous entity possessed the means to treat human cancer, but he ultimately refrained. In this circumstance, only Pan Yueyun, as the consultant, held the qualification to converse with it. For at this moment, he alone was entitled to represent human civilization. Pan Yueyun glanced at Pei Hao and Yang Jun. Yang Jun pondered in silence, while Pei Hao furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Old Ji, ask it why it has come here. Ji Zhishuan swiftly operated for a moment, once again displaying the flickering points of light on the notebook screen to the luminous entity. After a brief pause, the luminescent mass flickered once more. Individuals fall ill. How do humans become ill? Which disease necessitates the prohibition of human reproduction for treatment? Yang Jun spoke solemnly. For extraterrestrial life, its understanding of illness may differ from ours. Pan Yueyun nodded thoughtfully and added, Old Ji, ask it where humanity is afflicted. Ji Zhishuan operated once more, and moments later, the information was deciphered again. Nature. Nature? Pan Yueyun pondered, slowly articulating his thoughts. Inquire whether he could elucidate the matter of human afflictions in detail. When confronted with an enigmatic extraterrestrial being, whose technological prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of humanity, adopting a degree of humility is essential. Although there is no palpable sense among people that human civilization is afflicted by any ailment necessitating treatment, it must be said that thus far, this incident has left many with a feeling of unwarranted misfortune. Yet, since the event has transpired, the focus must now shift towards seeking resolution rather than succumbing to frustration. Ideally, communication could resolve this incident. Even if resolution proves elusive, gaining further insight would be advantageous. Ji Zhishuan swiftly translated this inquiry into a cluster of shimmering light. Yet this luminescent orb exhibited a dissimilar reaction compared to its predecessors. After manifesting as a new flickering light, its form gradually faded, disappearing without a trace against the pale crimson glow enveloping the lunar surface, as if it had never existed, rendering the previous occurrences mere figments of imagination. However, Pan Yueyun was acutely aware that this was no illusion. He immediately turned to Ji Zhishuan, who, engrossed in his operations, translated the final message left by the light before its disappearance. I do not wish to take a single life. I permit humanity to perish in tranquility. Tranquility. Perish. Pan Yueyun murmured these two words, sinking into profound contemplation. Without any descendants to replenish, in no more than a century, all of humanity will perish. Beside him, a logistics officer whispered, Is it inherent? To suffer from ailments due to one's nature sounds reminiscent of certain religious doctrines. The people exchanged glances, rendered speechless for a long while. Finally, Pan Yueyun sighed. I will report everything that has transpired today. Remember, all that occurs upon the moon must remain confidential. Any breach will be prosecuted as a crime against humanity. Chapter 42. Punishment. Upon hearing Pan Yueyun's words, everyone immediately straightened. Yes. A doctor presented himself and engaged in a brief conversation with Pan Yueyun. At this moment, the doctor departed, and Pan Yueyun lost the inclination to continue the experiment to force the emergence. After a while, the observers beheld several extraordinarily radiant stars appearing in the sky. As these celestial bodies gradually enlarged and their luminosity intensified, they ultimately discerned that they were not stars, but rather spacecraft descending from the heavens. 3 landing vessels spiraled down onto the dimly lit, crimson-hued lunar surface, and over 20 fully armed space soldiers emerged with haste. Moments later, nearly 100 lunar rovers came roaring from the distance. With their mission complete and all 6 core experts safe, none perished. This signified the successful completion of their task, and Li Shuyun was afforded the opportunity for treatment with the most advanced technology. Not only Chen Luo, but nearly everyone felt the same relief. As the spaceship ascended with a thunderous roar, Chen Luo gazed silently at the receding lunar landscape, now appearing as a near-perfect orb of crimson light. Beside him, Li Gu muttered, Team Leader Chen, do you think humanity will endure this ordeal? Chen Luo managed a strained smile, replying, That is a concern for the higher-ups. We should focus on living our own lives. Besides, even if we cannot prevail, did not the luminous entity assure us? It shall allow us to pass in tranquility. Well, aside from preventing us from procreating, it likely will not interfere with our existence. Li Gu scratched his head, pondering aloud. I simply cannot fathom why, if humanity is afflicted, it should concern it at all. There are already enough meddlesome individuals in our lives. Why must this extraterrestrial exhibit the same bothersome trait? Who indulged it? These inquiries perplexed Chen Luo as well. However, one thing he was certain of was that Li Shuyun's desire to bear a child was likely unattainable. Meanwhile, Aboard the Chen Luo combat spacecraft, the communication room had been temporarily commandeered by Pan Yueyun. After issuing the strictest confidentiality orders, Pan Yueyun, Hong Mingxian, Yang Jun, Pei Hao, and Ji Zhishuan entered in succession. Chang Lei did not join them, as he had yet to recover physically. The five secured themselves in their seats, their expressions grave. The large screen flickered to life, revealing the figures of Dean He Jingqi, as well as Li Xiuqing, Zhang Yuan, and others, now within their sight. He Jingqi spoke first. "We have reviewed the reports and video materials you submitted. Frankly, this is absurd." Pan Yueyun murmured, "This universe is inherently absurd." Li Xiuqing replied with a bittersweet smile. "Prior to this, I envisioned countless reasons, yet no matter how I pondered, I could never have imagined it would unfold this way. A doctor from the universe coming to treat humanity afflicted by disease. How much would it demand in medical fees, I wonder?" He Jingqi interjected sternly, "Shao Li, this is not a matter for jest." Li Xiuqing's expression grew serious as he bowed his head in acknowledgement. He Jingqi waved his hand. "Let us continue our attempts. Setting that aside, what comes to mind when you think of the term nature?" Yang Jun replied thoughtfully, "Greed, selfishness, jealousy, brutality, deceit, and the myriad social phenomena, or rather, the diseases of humanity that arise from these natures. However, Director He, based on my studies, these should be common traits among all life forms. These natures aid survival in the harshness of the natural world. They possess positive significance as well, not only for us humans, but for extraterrestrial beings too." He Jingqi pondered aloud. "Perhaps the term nature encompasses more than that." Yang Jun shook his head, insisting, "In any case, I cannot accept that this is the disease afflicting humanity. It is illogical. It must pertain to something more fundamental, something that determines the trajectory of our civilization rather than these superficial matters." As Yang Jun spoke, a contemplative expression spread across the faces of the attendees. After a moment of silence, one participant suggested, "The terms nature and disease bear resemblance to certain religious doctrines. Perhaps we could consider the perspectives of religious figures." He Jingqi furrowed his brow and retorted, "What need have we for those charlatans when it concerns the very essence of human existence?" Merely as a reference or for inspiration, the participant insisted. He Jingqi continued to frown, and everyone awaited his decision with bated breath. After a brief pause, he sighed and conceded, "Very well, I agree. However, one thing must be clear. We cannot disclose specific matters to those charlatans. We can fabricate an alternative narrative, perhaps the plight of another group within a fictional context. It is a simple task." His expression was somewhat peculiar, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. "Punishment," he asserted. The religious leaders almost unanimously believed that the prohibition of human procreation was neither a solution nor a remedy, but rather a divine punishment intended to compel humanity to rectify its transgressions. It also carries an ultimatum of sorts. If one refuses to amend their ways, then extinction shall follow. Li Xiuqing displayed a slightly sardonic smile. "Apocalyptic theories? A deluge to obliterate the world? Where is Noah's Ark? Who is Noah? Humanity has traversed great strides to reach this point, even gaining the capability to land on asteroids, yet we have never witnessed any divine assistance." He scoffed. "It speaks of punishment. Who does it think it is?" As an unwavering materialist, Li Xiuqing was involuntarily beset by a sense of frustration at this moment. It was not only him. The majority of those present harbored similar sentiments. Prior to today, he had deemed such matters unworthy of even a rebuttal, let alone his attention. Yet now, he found himself compelled to seriously contemplate this possibility, which only served to amplify his ire. The incident involving the mysterious light columns on the moon had evolved considerably, and it was precisely due to this progression that today's meeting required a definitive outcome for the chairman's decision-making. However, as discussions unfolded today, they inexplicably veered into theological territory, provoking a sense of irony among the attendees. He Jingqi gently tapped the table and remarked, "It seems that the hope of resolving this matter in the short term has all but evaporated. The public awareness of humanity's inability to reproduce has become a foregone conclusion. Given this reality, neither we nor the chairman are obliged to reach an immediate decision. I propose that we compile the discussions from today, summarizing various possibilities to prepare the chairman psychologically. Simultaneously, we should undertake further investigations to clarify what is meant by this so-called nature and disease. Once everything is elucidated, we shall provide a formal report to the chairman. Under the current circumstances, it appears that this is the only viable course of action." He Jingqi refrained from suggesting a militaristic confrontation or the direct deployment of the space forces to eliminate the doctor, and no one else broached the idea. For all were aware of its impracticality. The technological prowess exhibited by doctors far surpasses human imagination, and to this day, humanity remains perplexed about the true nature of doctors. At this juncture, aside from adhering to the framework it delineates and seeking to address the diseases stemming from our intrinsic nature, there appears to be no alternative course of action. In silent accord, the individuals nodded, concurring with He Zhengqi's proposal. He Zhengqi pondered momentarily before redirecting his gaze towards Minister Zhang Yuan. Minister Zhang, what is the current status of the research you are leading? In response to He Zhengqi's subtly hopeful gaze, Zhang Yuan shook his head with a hint of gravity. There have been some minor advancements. Yet we remain far from a definitive breakthrough. Hope has not yet materialized. Chapter 43. The History of Human Evolution in the Suburbs of the Capital. Within the Human Reproductive Research Center, a specific area has been designated and transformed into an exceptionally habitable dwelling. Every aspect of the decor is imbued with a minimalist aesthetic favored by the inhabitants, encompassing even the most inconspicuous light fixtures, the corners of walls, and all furnishings such as tables, chairs, and wardrobes, all exuding an artistic essence that is simple yet profound, particularly in the living room. A vast wall has been ingeniously converted into a simulated window, behind which lies an endless expanse of ocean. The waves crash relentlessly against the rocky cliffs, seabirds soar gracefully, occasionally releasing a melodious call. All of this appears strikingly lifelike. As Jinya stood by the window, she could detect a faintly saline scent carried by the sea breeze, feeling its gentle caress upon her skin. At this moment, Jinya was seated in the living room, facing a young woman clad in comfortable, casual attire. Her facial features soft and inviting. The weather was delightful. Jinya nodded in agreement. On such a leisurely afternoon, devoid of any troubling concerns, how should one spend the time? I am uncertain. The young woman smiled and replied, how to spend such an afternoon is not a question requiring deep contemplation. Simply do as you wish. Jinya pondered. Basking in the sunlight and feeling the breeze seems rather pleasant. Indeed, the young woman affirmed, you now find yourself beneath the warm sun, the wind gently embracing your form. If you pay close attention, you can even catch the fragrance of blooming flowers in the breeze. Look, there's a butterfly over there. Suddenly, the simulated window transformed, the seemingly real ocean vanishing to reveal an endless expanse of grassland. The sun shone warmly, a brook babbled softly, and a gentle breeze swayed the flowers. There was an enchanting quality to the young woman's voice, as if imbued with a unique magic. As she spoke, Jinya gradually closed her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She allowed herself to be free of thought, quietly savoring the tranquility of the afternoon. The living room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the wind and the faint chirping of birds emanating from the high-fidelity speakers. A message arrived silently on the young woman's phone. How is Jinya faring now? Quite well. It is anticipated that after 3 more sessions of psychological counseling, you will be able to conduct the next inquiry. I believe that by then, she will recall a greater abundance of data. Professor Wei, you truly embody the expertise in psychology. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. That data is of immense significance to us, yet only Jinya seems to remember it. In a room not far from this one, Professors Dong Lianjunma and Li, along with several senior researchers from the Human Reproductive Research Center, sat in silence, their voices stilled. The air within the room felt oppressively dense, akin to mercury, making each breath a laborious endeavor. The atmosphere remained heavy. After a considerable time had passed, another researcher spoke. Professor Ma, you must understand that the fate of civilization holds greater importance than individual interests. Ma Chengping's eyes widened in disbelief. If that individual were you, would you still be able to utter such a statement with a clear conscience? The researcher's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and crimson. His lips parted as if to speak, yet ultimately, he refrained. It is not that I cannot discern the weight of emotions. Rather, it is. Ma Chengping waved his arms forcefully, as if attempting to articulate his thoughts. I have an unsettling feeling that our course of action is misguided. No. We cannot proceed in that manner. Professor Dong Lianjun furrowed his brow deeply, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed softly. This matter shall be discussed at a later time. Our current situation does not yet necessitate a decisive choice. Once again, silence enveloped the room. In the first conference room of the Academy of Human Sciences, The communication with Pan Yueyun, Hong Mingxian, and others was severed, marking the conclusion of this meeting. Member of the chairman's advisory group, Xiang Lihui, departed with a notebook nearly filled with words, his mind heavy with concerns. After careful organization, he would report these matters to the chairman. The expressions of the others were equally grave. Everyone clearly sensed that the future, once appearing as a bright and clear path, was now shrouded in an endless fog. The meeting not only involved discussions, but also delineated the tasks and responsibilities that lay ahead. In the coming days, it seemed that many would find it difficult to sleep. With the realization that the lunar light column incident could not be resolved in the foreseeable future, and that this conclusion would inevitably reach the public. The security classification of the incident had been lowered somewhat, no longer as stringent as before. Even some mid-level officials and certain special individuals had gained the right to be informed. The repercussions of this event were gradually cascading down from the apex of civilization. Lu Yiqi, the vice president of the Academy of Human Society, was among the newly informed mid to senior level officials. To this day, he vividly recalls receiving the higher-ups' notification and the emotions that surged within him upon reading the document marked with the label top secret. It felt as though the entire world had been overturned in those brief minutes. In one moment, the world seemed resplendent and thriving. In the next, it was beset by storms, fraught with peril. Had it not been for the president's solemn presentation of the document during the official meeting, he would have thought it a jest. Yet, the grave expressions of all present confirmed its authenticity, irrefutably real. Alas, the superior entrusted me with this task, which is not only a testament to their faith in me, but also a reflection of their expectations. I am resolutely determined to execute this responsibility with utmost diligence. Glancing at my watch, I realized that the time had nearly arrived. Lu Yiqi rose and proceeded to the adjacent grand conference room, taking a seat at the podium. Above the podium hung a colossal banner inscribed with the Academy of Social Sciences, Seminar on Human Evolution, while below, over 100 seats were filled with attendees. The attendees were clad in a variety of attire, some in formal wear, others in casual clothing, and a few in distinctly unique garments that seemed indicative of particular religious or ethnic traditions. Regardless of their attire, everyone appeared at ease, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Yet, there were also individuals who refrained from joining in the merriment, their expressions marked by confusion, as if pondering why they had been invited to such a gathering. Lu Yiqi tapped the table and cleared his throat. "Silence, please." Gradually, a hush fell over the room. Lu Yiqi did not immediately disclose the purpose of the meeting. Instead, he cast his gaze over the audience, recognizing many familiar faces. Even those he did not know could be identified through the accompanying list. There was Old Hu, an expert in ancient literary history, Old Li, a specialist in modern literary history, Old Wang, a linguist, as well as philosophers, theologians, the chief apostle of the Holy Spirit Church, the leader of the Heavenly Light Church, historians, archaeologists, science fiction writers, economists, legal scholars, psychologists, and experts in extraterrestrial civilization studies. Indeed, it was essential to gather this esteemed group for such an inquiry. Lu Yiqi cleared his throat once more and spoke in a solemn tone. "First and foremost, I must inform you that the duration of this meeting is indefinite. During the course of our discussions, any communication with the outside world is strictly prohibited." Following this declaration, the venue erupted in uproar. "Why? I have obligations to attend to." "Silence, silence." Lu Yiqi forcefully struck the table, finally restoring order to the assembly. "You shall soon understand the reason behind this. Now, please open the documents before you and examine them thoroughly. Everything you wish to know is inscribed within." The attendees picked up the materials, some with a hint of confusion as they began to peruse them, leaving only the rustling of papers in the meeting room. Lu Yiqi harbored no concerns about potential leaks. The venue had long been equipped with electromagnetic shielding, and a substantial contingent of guards from the security department stood watch outside, ensuring that no one could establish contact with the outside world. Minutes passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the conference room remained eerily calm. Even those who read quickly merely placed their documents down quietly, soon succumbing to deep contemplation. By this point, they were acutely aware that the so-called symposium on the history of human evolution was merely a fade. The true reason for their summons by the higher-ups lay elsewhere. After another interval of silence, Lu Yiqi inquired, "Have you all finished reading?" The assembly fell silent once again, and after a prolonged pause, the leader of the Celestial Light sect, clad in a pristine white robe and a wide-brimmed hat, raised his hand. Director Lu, what is the purpose of our gathering? The leaders of the Celestial Light sect and the chief apostle of the Divine Church were present, representing their respective faiths. As the question was posed, all eyes converged upon Lu Yiqi. In a solemn tone, Lu Yiqi stated, "Each of you present is an eminent figure in your respective fields, possessing profound insights into human civilization itself, as well as the trajectory and fate of our future. Therefore, I implore you to enlighten me. Should humanity itself succumb to a disease, what form might this affliction take?" Chapter 44. Definition. In the wake of Lu Yiqi's inquiry, the conference room was enveloped in silence once more. Lu Yiqi emphasized the term important twice. An expert in ancient history promptly pressed a button. Lu Yiqi gestured for him to proceed. The ancient history expert then remarked, "This question is incomplete. If we are to inquire about the nature of disease, we must first establish a definition for the term disease." Lu Yiqi waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No definitions. You must each reflect on what constitutes a definition." A murmur arose among the attendees, and within moments, at least 10 requests to speak were directed towards Lu Yiqi. He rapped the table again, exclaiming, "Maintain order in the conference. Laoli, you may take the floor. What are the external manifestations of this disease? If the afflicted entity is humanity, what consequences does this disease impose upon humankind? Are we to witness economic decline, an uptick in violent crime, moral decay, or rampant deception?" Lu Yiqi once more gestured dismissively, stating, "The external manifestations remain unknown. Frankly, my knowledge does not exceed yours." A participating social psychologist, without the aid of a microphone, shouted loudly, "Director Lu, this is utterly unrealistic. Without definitions, without external manifestations, there is nothing to analyze. We had never even contemplated the connection between humanity and the term disease. Indeed, this is entirely a matter devoid of coherence. I could effortlessly propose 1,000 answers, such as greed or jealousy, but does that hold any significance? The question itself is inherently meaningless. That extraterrestrial being undoubtedly knows what disease humanity suffers from, yet it refuses to share this knowledge, instead outright prohibiting human reproduction, which speaks volumes. It has abandoned us, relinquished us. Do you understand? If even the aliens cannot cure us, even if we unearth the origins of our ailments, can we heal ourselves? Nature. It has been said, nature is the root cause of disease, and if it is nature, how can it be altered? In that moment, a torrent of voices quickly engulfed Lu Yiqi. In a daze, he lost track of how many were shouting, how many were flushed with rage, saliva flying, how many were gesticulating wildly, their voices hoarse. Lu Yiqi, feeling a slight headache, tapped his temples, patiently waiting for a few moments. Observing that the clamorous din showed no signs of abating, he reluctantly shouted once more into the microphone, "Silence! Silence!" After several consecutive shouts, the grand conference room gradually settled into quietude. Lu Yiqi, feeling somewhat powerless, suggested, "Let us first engage in group discussions. Before we commence, we ought to elect the task force committee. Aside from myself, there are 8 positions available, 1 for an expert in history, 1 for a representative from the religious community, 1 for a philosopher, 1 for a psychologist, 1 for a cultural expert, 1 for a science fiction writer, and the remaining 2 positions are open to any category." Very well. For the first position, that of the historical expert, the candidates are Professor Zhou Si and Professor Tao Yuhua. After more than an hour, the 8 committee members were successfully elected. However, during the election for the religious representative, a minor incident occurred. The leader of the Light of Heaven Church lost by a single vote to the chief apostle of the Holy Spirit Church, leading him to promptly protest, expressing his discontent vehemently, even threatening to withdraw from the committee. Lu Yiqi, feeling helpless, conceded one of the 2 unrestricted positions to him, which somewhat pacified the situation. With the task force committee established, the 9 members reconvened in another meeting room to deliberate on the specifics of their discussion. Yet, before Lu Yiqi could utter a word, the leader of the Light of Heaven Church rose and proclaimed solemnly, "Director Lu, the affliction that besets humanity is, in fact, quite simple. I can provide you with the answer right now." In that instant, Lu Yiqi, along with the other committee members, widened their eyes in astonishment. At that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within Lu Yiqi's heart. The leader's tone was so assured. Could it be that he had indeed discerned something we had overlooked? Did this ancient religion, with its millennia of wisdom, truly possess extraordinary insights? In an instant, the Grand Master of the Radiant Church, clad in a voluminous, pristine white robe and adorned with a broad-brimmed black hat, appeared to Lu Ichi with an aura of sanctity. His tone involuntarily brimmed with reverence. "Grand Master, please speak." The Grand Master's expression turned solemn, and there was a hint of martyrdom in his brows and eyes. Yet, before he could fervently articulate his thoughts, Lu Ichi swiftly interjected. "Esteemed gentlemen, I shall accurately document your perspectives and present them to the Advisory Council. As for the dispute regarding your doctrines, we may address that at a later time. The current situation is urgent, and it is prudent to refrain from those discussions for now." The Grand Master and the Chief Apostle each emitted a disdainful grunt and resumed their seats. Lu Ichi signaled to the secretary who had been waiting nearby, prompting the secretary to swiftly commence the recording. Both the Radiant Church and the Holy Divine Church assert that this incident stems from divine retribution. Yet they hold differing views regarding which deity has enacted this punishment. Furthermore, the total number of legally registered religions within our civilization has surpassed 50, leading us to believe that the majority will likely issue similar proclamations. It is nearly impossible to discern which deity has delivered this punishment. We must first establish a definition for the term disease before we can proceed with our discussion. Lu Ichi remarked that if extraterrestrial life were to adopt the human linguistic system, it would undoubtedly comprehend the significance of the term disease within our cultural context. Consequently, under the premise that humanity is the subject, the term disease must inherently signify phenomena that can inflict adverse effects upon humankind. Such detrimental impacts may manifest as greed, moral decay, economic recession, violent crimes, and the like. A member of the Science Fiction Writers Committee interjected, asserting that it is not necessarily the case that these phenomena must solely bring harm to humanity. They could also lead to negative consequences for other entities. For instance, a hydrogen bomb possesses the capacity to alter the Earth's topography. Lu Ichi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the definition of disease could indeed be broadened. It encompasses elements that can inflict harm either on humanity itself or on other entities. A member of the Cultural Committee suggested the addition of the term nature as a qualifier, positing that it pertains to elements that stem from human nature and can bring about adverse effects on either humanity or other entities. The historian nodded in concurrence, stating that this definition could be considered quite precise. It should be delineated into two scenarios. For the phrase causing adverse effects on humanity within the definition contradicts the notion of extinction of humanity. Clearly, if the disease affecting humanity were to impact only itself, there would be no rationale for extraterrestrial life to pursue the extinction of humankind. For even if the disease were to exert a significant influence on humanity, it could never surpass the magnitude of the extinction of humanity itself. Either human afflictions will impact other entities, or the prohibition of human reproduction serves merely as punishment or intimidation. The two notions are inherently contradictory. After a moment of contemplation, a member of the Sci-Fi Writers Committee remarked, the two need not be mutually exclusive. For instance, the extinction of humanity wrought with suffering contrasts with a serene extinction. Although both are forms of extinction, their natures diverge significantly. Consequently, we can derive four potential combinations. First, due to the affliction, extraterrestrial beings may find it necessary to eradicate humanity to prevent self-harm. Second, owing to the affliction, extraterrestrial beings may feel compelled to punish or treat humanity to avert self-inflicted harm. Third, as a result of the affliction, extraterrestrial beings may deem it imperative to annihilate humanity to safeguard against external repercussions. Fourth, because of the affliction, extraterrestrial beings may consider it essential to punish or treat humanity to prevent them from impacting external entities. Lu Ichi, somewhat fatigued, gestured dismissively. Let us commence our group discussions with these four possibilities. Chapter 45. The Human Self-Healing Initiative Before Adjourning. A member of the Sci-Fi Writers Committee added, by the way, there is one more matter to address. The extraterrestrial beings are reluctant to divulge the specifics of the affliction, which seemingly implies that they do not perceive humanity as possessing the capacity to resolve this issue independently. Alternatively, they may believe that rather than waiting for humanity to find a solution, it would be far more pragmatic to simply eradicate humanity altogether. Lu Ichi pondered. I believe we can introduce an additional premise. This affliction stemming from nature is undoubtedly exceedingly challenging to resolve. He tapped his forehead, musing. This seems to be a tautology. If it originates from nature, how could it possibly be easily remedied? Well then, let us break into discussion groups. Once we have deliberated, we shall analyze and select. After compiling and organizing the materials, they were distributed to each committee member. The first category addressed was that of adverse emotions. Greed, jealousy, malice, and deceit could all be classified therein. Yet, adverse emotions are innate, and while human civilization has consistently progressed, we cannot entirely dismiss the potential for negative impacts on external matters due to these emotions. The next category pertained to resource demands. The existence of humanity may indeed affect Earth's ecology, which could be tenuously categorized as a detrimental influence. Furthermore, there is the inclination towards self-destruction. Humanity does face the grim prospect of catastrophic annihilation in the throes of war. Lastly, there are matters of belief, which can also be included. The documentation enumerated over 20 distinct entries. The committee members reviewed and deliberated over each item, ultimately retaining them all due to the absence of evidence to the contrary. Following this was the feasibility analysis. After all, even if we ascertain the types of afflictions, if humanity truly possesses no means of remedying them, such as in the case of resource demands, then the cessation of resource procurement from external sources would inevitably lead to humanity's extinction without extraterrestrial intervention, thereby rendering it evidently unfeasible. However, making every effort to protect the ecosystem and minimizing resource demands is indeed a feasible endeavor. The feasibility analysis consumed an entire day. Following this, Luo Yiqi solemnly compiled the discussion results into a document and submitted it to the Academy of Sciences. His task was complete. The previous participants dispersed after signing a stringent confidentiality agreement. Luo Yiqi remained unaware of how his superiors would handle the materials he submitted, but it was likely that they would conduct further analyses on the feasibility of various items, ultimately selecting those deemed viable. Subsequently, they would summon officials, policy researchers, lawmakers, and legal experts to formulate relevant policies and regulations, implementing them with utmost urgency within civilization, striving to remedy the ailment that stemmed from humanity's very nature. While this situation was undoubtedly frustrating and infuriating, never before had there been a moment when human civilization needed to implore extraterrestrial life for its survival. Those in the know understood that. In the absence of any leverage, sacrificing several hundred astronauts paled in comparison to the imperative of survival and the continuity of human civilization. Pleading was trivial, pride was inconsequential, and everything else seemed insignificant. As long as human civilization could persist and continue to evolve, who could ascertain that, on some future day, humanity would not have the potential to reverse the balance of power? For the sake of this hope, humanity could endure the burden of humiliation for the time being. As Luo Yiqi watched the document being secured in a classified file cabinet, accompanied by a dozen security personnel, he wearily rubbed his temples and mused with a wry smile. It seems I won't be able to cradle my grandchild in the near future. At that moment, in the western part of the capital, at the Pingming Space Force Base, a versatile spacecraft unleashed a powerful jet of flames from its underside, swiftly decelerating and landing gracefully on the ground. As the landing alert was lifted, a group of senior government officials led by He Zhengqi promptly approached the spacecraft. The corridor connecting the cabin to the ground opened, facilitating the descent. Pan Yuan was the first to emerge, followed by Hong Mingxian, Pei Hao, Yang Jun, and Ji Zhishuan. Chang Lei, supported by Chen Luo, also made his way to the ground. His injuries had yet to fully heal, necessitating assistance for movement. Other experts and accompanying personnel followed suit, while several flashing ambulances sped in, whisking away the injured, disappearing in a flash. He Zhengqi, with a grave expression, approached Chen Luo and firmly patted his shoulder, saying, "Xiao Chen, well done. I am fully aware of the situation, and you have not disappointed me." Chen Luo was taken aback by He Zhengqi's personal greeting for their party. Even if he had anticipated this moment, he certainly did not expect that the first word spoken would be directed at him, especially given that there were others in their group of higher rank and status. Instinctively, Chen Luo straightened his posture and rendered a proper salute to He Zhengqi. Pan Yuan sighed, remarking that if it hadn't been for Xiao Chen, old Chang would have surely perished, and perhaps the rest of them would have remained stranded on the moon. He Zhengqi assured, "Xiao Chen, rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you." He then gestured toward a direction, prompting Chen Luo to follow his gaze and instantly recognize two familiar figures. One had thinning hair and wore thick glasses, while the other had graying hair and sported a warm smile. Chen Luo was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, he identified them as Song Xiaojun. the supervisor of the nanorobotics team under Tianhai Biological Group, and researcher Lu Anping. He had previously encountered their information during his online research. As He Zhengqi departed to converse with Pan Yueyuan, Hong Mingxian, and others, Chen Luo strode purposefully towards Song Xiaojun and Lu Anping. Lu Anping, with a sincere demeanor, reassured. Chen Luo, you can trust that we will devote ourselves entirely to the treatment of your beloved. At that moment, the weight of sorrow that had burdened Chen Luo's heart dissipated as if it had never existed. Although he was aware that nanorobotics technology was still in its infancy, a glimmer of hope had emerged, hadn't it? This was the finest reward for him. Supervisor Song, researcher Lu, thank you so much. Song Xiaojun clapped Chen Luo on the shoulder, laughing heartily. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your efforts, our team's progress would not have been so swift. Chen Luo responded in astonishment. Is there a reward? Tao Xiangrong chimed in with a smile. Of course. Although I am unaware of what it entails, just wait and see. Upon returning to the hospital, the sight of Li Shuyun filled Chen Luo's heart with an overwhelming tenderness. After inquiring about the recent changes in Li Shuyun's condition, their moment of warmth was abruptly interrupted by a nurse who hurried into the room, stating, Chen Luo, doctor, Jian is looking for you. Following the nurse, Chen Luo eventually arrived at an office marked with the words Director's Office. I have just received a call from several biological and medical institutions at the Academy of Sciences, the doctor explained. They informed me that they anticipate conducting nanobot technology treatment on your beloved in a month. Prior to this, we must undertake certain preparatory measures to minimize risks as much as possible. From where do these potential risks arise? Chen Luo inquired. First and foremost, there is the risk of rejection. Nanobots, being foreign entities, will inevitably provoke the immune system, leading to a rejection response. Furthermore, imprecise recognition may result in unintentional harm to healthy cells, which is another significant risk. I have devised a preparatory plan. Come, let me elaborate on it. As time gradually approached midnight, the first conference room of the Academy of Sciences remained brightly lit. He Zhengqi, weary and fatigued, surveyed the attendees, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Besides him, the participants wore expressions of grave concern, as though they had just endured a profound setback. Submitting this report to the chairman is a disgrace for all of us here, he lamented. Silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere growing increasingly somber. Each attendee had before them a document clearly inscribed with unsettling text. I formulate stringent environmental protection and wildlife conservation policies to minimize humanity's impact on the external environment. 2. Completely retract the domains of human activity. 3. Significantly reduce various welfare provisions and comprehensively diminish energy and resource consumption. 4. Establish more severe and rigorous laws to harshly punish all moral transgressors. Substantially downsize the military and dismantle weapons of war. 6. 7. The title of the document reads, The Human Self-Healing Plan. Chapter 46, The Glory of Family. Before each participant present lies a document densely inscribed with dozens of entries. These entries encompass a myriad of aspects, ranging from ideological considerations to practical operations. Yet, regardless of the facet examined, all that emerges is a singular notion, shackles. However, it cannot bode well. One participant murmured, Will the chairman approve this plan? He Zhengqi slowly shook his head. I do not know. Li Xiuqing scoffed, his tone laced with either sarcasm or indignation. It appears humanity is the true invader of this planet. He Zhengqi sighed. Let us first submit this plan. As for its execution, that is a matter solely for the chairman to decide. We have no authority to question it. The Cathedral of Divine Light. This is the epicenter of the Church of Divine Light, boasting over 200 million adherents, and is regarded as a sacred site by believers worldwide. The expansive grounds are adorned with structures imbued with a sense of the sacred and the mysterious. Even an avowed atheist might perceive the divine aura that permeates this place. Accompanying him is Owen Langman, the chairman of Langman Industrial Group, a man who, despite being in his middle age, maintains an appearance akin to that of a youth. Every gesture and movement exudes an air of nobility. He is vibrant and full of vitality, traversing the architectural ensemble with a leisurely gait. Within the industrial sector, many are aware that Owen is a devout follower of the Faith of the Dawn, dedicating time nearly every year to worship at the Cathedral of the Dawn. However, fewer know that Langman Industrial Group serves as the principal benefactor behind the faith, contributing nearly $100 billion annually to its missionary endeavors. Do you understand why I have become a fervent adherent of the faith of the dawn? Owen inquired casually, glancing at Jiang Bowen, who was carefully trailing half a step behind him. Jiang, with a cautious smile, replied, I do not know. Surely you ponder that I was born into a family of dawn believers. My parents, my grandparents, even my great-grandparents, throughout the ages. The Langman family has unwaveringly adhered to the faith of the dawn. Thus, it follows that I too naturally embrace this belief, does it not? Owen's tone was nonchalant. Yet Jiang Bowen felt a heavy weight of caution and uncertainty in his response, merely chuckling softly in tacit agreement. In truth, it is not so. Owen sighed, stating, this is a misunderstanding held by many. It is uncertain whether you comprehend that faith does not inherently stem from familial ties, but rather from the depths of one's soul. Owen lifted his gaze, beholding the flame atop the grand cathedral, a symbol of divine illumination, his face suffused with reverence. The divine light teaches us that all individuals, regardless of gender, wealth, or belief, are children of this celestial radiance. There exists no distinction between the noble and the base. All should treat one another with fraternal love. Even towards non-believers, we must extend our compassion. It is by adhering to these teachings that our group has flourished until now. Jiang Bowen respectfully remarked, Chairman, you possess a heart of noble virtue. Owen cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Bowen and replied, Jiang, your proximity to the divine light, and your faith in it, is indeed commendable. Heretics are unworthy of trust, and the role of my personal secretary is of utmost importance. Jiang Bowen earnestly stated, since embracing the divine light, I have come to realize how foolish and contemptible my former self was. Owen gently reassured him, this is not a source of shame. Although most individuals in this world are equally foolish and contemptible, we must continue to treat them with love and guide them. Thus, as they conversed, they strolled leisurely until, after several minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the cathedral's main hall. A clergy member promptly approached, stating, the pastor awaits you in the room of reflection. Together, Owen and Jiang Bowen entered the cathedral, following the clergy member to a room labeled reflection. During this process, Jiang Bowen observed numerous clergy members clad in garments of various colors, each engaged in distinct tasks. Among them, those in blue were diligently cleaning, those in orange were polishing sacred relics, and those in red were directing the proceedings. The actions unfolded with remarkable order and a clear hierarchy. As he approached the vicinity of the repentance chamber, only the clergy dressed in yellow remained. It was evident that the others were deemed unworthy to approach this hallowed place. As the door swung open, Owen entered, while Jiang Bowen awaited outside with utmost reverence. Within the chamber, the grand priest of the radiant faith, adorned in a flowing white robe and a wide-brimmed hat, sat composedly upon his seat. Owen knelt before him, kissing the tips of the grand priest's shoes. The grand priest gently caressed Owen's head and uttered, May the light of the radiance shine upon you. Before Owen rose from the ground and respectfully stood to the side. The radiance teaches us to treat all with a spirit of benevolence. The radiance teaches us that there exists no distinction of high or low, noble or base. All are born equal. Owen closed his eyes and softly repeated these two sentences. Observing Owen's countenance, filled with piety, the grand priest nodded in satisfaction and continued, an increasing number of individuals have strayed from the teachings of the radiance, distancing themselves from its light. They are morally corrupt, deceitful, and greedy, allowing demons to roam freely in this world. Not only do people fail to show the necessary respect to us, the noble followers of the radiance, but they also insult and mock us. Though the radiance embodies love and mercy, it has resolved to deliver punishment in order to save the wayward. Owen trembled, suddenly opening his eyes wide. Punishment. Irving, over the years, you have exerted immense effort towards the expansion of the church, and your contributions are evident to all. Now, divine retribution descends upon you. Yet simultaneously, it serves as a reward. Do you comprehend? Irving's pupils constricted sharply as he turned once more to gaze at the archbishop, who was staring intently back at him. In those eyes lay a multitude of profound meanings. This was the singular opportunity to restore the former glory of the Langman family. The Langman family, born in the era of the nation, had amassed a vast fortune nearly a century ago. In those days, the Langman family could effortlessly manipulate public opinion and even compel a president to resign. Hundreds of thousands labored for the Langman family, and millions of households depended on its existence. Their lives, futures, and fates were all intertwined within the grasp of the Langman family. Those were the most illustrious times for the Langman family. Yet now, even a minor bureaucratic tax office can scrutinize the group's accounts. His son, merely having inadvertently slept with an ordinary civilian woman, nearly found himself arrested, only escaping punishment after paying a substantial sum. Just as he attempted to influence the appointment of officials in a remote city, a mere hint of action led to the imprisonment of several subordinates. Fortunately, his caution prevented any repercussions from affecting him. Irving could distinctly feel that since his grandfather's era, an invisible net had begun to envelop the Langman family, tightening ever more constrictively. In this generation, despite possessing greater wealth and enjoying better comforts, I find that I am no different from the ordinary populace. Owen trembled as he stood, meeting the hopeful gaze of the elder with a firm nod. At this moment, in the outskirts of the capital, the Winter Hibernation Technology Research Center stood as a silent witness. A helicopter soared from the distant horizon, gracefully descending onto the designated clearing before the institute within mere minutes. A group of staff members, including Professor Zhuang Yuanliang, the director of the research center, awaited its arrival with bated breath. As the helicopter's door swung open, approximately a dozen metallic crates were offloaded and placed upon a prearranged truck. The researchers promptly moved to inspect and transfer the cargo, while Professor Zhuang approached another individual. "Is this the final batch?" he inquired. The individual nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the last batch." Professor Zhuang, seemingly incredulous, murmured, "There are no more?" "None," came the reply. With a resigned sigh, Professor Zhuang gestured to those behind him. "Let us secure them." The collection of metallic crates was swiftly positioned within a designated hibernation hall, while the helicopter ascended, departing silently. With his hands clasped behind his back, Professor Zhuang ambled into the hibernation hall, where a myriad of metallic boxes awaited. These containers were arranged on custom-made racks, stacked to heights exceeding 10 meters, stretching into the obscurity of the room. Each metallic box housed a fetus in a state of hibernation. Should circumstances descend into dire straits, these dormant fetuses would represent the last flicker of hope for human civilization. He was merely uncertain about how many embryos might awaken after decades, or perhaps even longer, once the state of hibernation was lifted. Zhuang Yuanliang did not possess the answer to this question. He simply understood that he would likely never know. He had grown old, and it was improbable that he would witness these embryos being revived in his lifetime. Sighing softly, Zhuang Yuanliang gently caressed the metal box closest to him. After a lengthy pause, he let out a quiet sigh, shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to leave this place. Chapter 47. Disclosure. Having removed her white lab coat and donned her regular attire, Qin Fei finally exhaled a sigh of relief as she clocked out for the day. Today, she had just dispatched the last metal box. Moreover, on this very day, she received orders from her superiors indicating that she would no longer need to employ the non-invasive extraction procedure for abortion. In other words, her mission was complete. Indeed, Qin Fei hesitated for only a brief moment before responding affirmatively. "All right." A group of colleagues and friends engaged in a lively exchange of toasts, laughter, and conversation, while time slipped by unnoticed. As the revelry intensified, a colleague suddenly remarked, "It seems a bit peculiar lately. I feel as though I haven't seen any pregnant women with a gestational age of less than a month in quite some time." Upon hearing this comment, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Qin Fei. She realized that this observation held some truth. You may not be aware, but there are discussions online suggesting that humanity can no longer reproduce. They claim it is due to aliens. Oh yes, the beams of light that appeared on the moon, supposedly intending to invade Earth. Ha. Humanity is on the brink of extinction. Another colleague, with a lisping tongue, humorously recounted his observations, eliciting a chorus of laughter from his peers. Qin Fei smiled faintly, but after the laughter subsided, an unsettling feeling crept over her. A multitude of events coalesced, awakening a vague awareness within her. "Xiao Fei, why are you in a daze? Come, let us toast." In this age of unprecedented speed in information dissemination, a mere few minutes can suffice for a piece of news to traverse the globe. In such a context, a post from an obscure online forum spread rapidly, captivating the attention of all within just a few days. The information had been leaked, and people were acutely aware that such leaks were inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Government agencies had long since devised contingency plans to manage and guide the narrative as soon as the information surfaced. Major media outlets reported extensively, reiterating the capability and confidence of the human government to resolve the matter, which momentarily quelled the fervent public discourse. While the suicide rate and crime rate saw a slight uptick, the commercial sector did not languish. Rather, it exhibited an unusual vibrancy. Nightclubs and bars teemed with patrons, and sales of alcoholic beverages soared to unprecedented heights. The sales of dining and luxury goods also entered a peak season ahead of schedule. Conversely, the prices of real estate plummeted, and the interest on long-term government bonds rose consistently, yet attracted little interest. Nonetheless, these reactions had all been anticipated by the relevant authorities. Scholars at the Academy of Social Sciences had foreseen this outcome long before. The rationale behind their predictions is quite straightforward, primarily stemming from the lunar light beam phenomenon and the existential crisis triggered by humanity's inability to reproduce, fostering a sense of hedonism among the populace. Everything remains under control. Simultaneously, an unprecedented magnitude of pressure weighs heavily upon the governing bodies of human civilization. All eyes are fixed upon them, with everyone awaiting governmental action. This immense pressure has brewed internally, and prior to its ultimate eruption, it has been forcibly suppressed by a series of measures from the human government. Yet, it is evident to all that the pressure has not dissipated. If it cannot be alleviated, it will inevitably culminate in an explosive release. Within the meticulously crafted abode of the Human Reproductive Research Center, Wei Tong and Jianya sit across from one another. Jianya, I have prepared 3 questions to pose to you today. Jianya nods slightly. All right. The first question. After the exchange, she cradles her head in evident distress, murmuring, I can't recall. Very well. Jianya's spirits remain somewhat subdued, yet she acquiesces to Wei Tong's guidance. Returning to the simulation window to quietly bask in the warmth of the sun and the gentle caress of the spring breeze. In a nearby room, Professor Ma Chengping gazes anxiously at Dong Liangjun, finally succumbing to the urge to inquire, has Dr. Wei sent any news? Have we received that data? Dong Liangjun furrows his brow and replies curtly, Old Ma, you just asked me 5 minutes ago. I have already stated that I will inform you once I receive a message from Dr. Wei. Ma Chengping offered a somewhat awkward smile and said, I apologize. I was too anxious. This data is of utmost importance. Without it, we are utterly incapable of verifying the feasibility of our hypothesis. In an instant, the hope that had previously illuminated his face faded into despondency. After a prolonged silence, he slowly shook his head and let out a deep sigh. Indeed, with such intricate data and the passage of time, it was rather unreasonable to expect her to manage it. Alas! Beside him, another expert exclaimed in frustration, Damn that Ren Mingyuan. Is he dead yet? The verdict has been passed. Life imprisonment without parole or reduction of sentence. That is hardly better than death. Sighing, he lamented. Old Ren was foolish. What was he thinking? Not only did he cause us immense trouble, but he also ended up in prison, effectively ruining his life. A few experts exchanged listless remarks when suddenly, Dong Liangjuan's phone rang again. His expression shifted to one of gravity, and the room fell silent in unison. Director He. Good day. There has been no progress thus far. Although he had anticipated this outcome, He Jingqi felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the response. Nonetheless, his tone remained composed. No progress at all? None. Dong Liangjun reflected for a moment before offering a wry smile. Director He, to be candid, we have indeed conducted an assessment, but the results are rather bleak. The current situation is such that, without obtaining additional critical data, our hopes of overcoming this obstacle are virtually non-existent. In other words, if you can obtain more crucial data from Jinya, there is hope for overcoming this obstacle? Dong Liangjun understood the weight of this question and recognized how profoundly its answer impacted the fates of many. This time, he remained silent for an extended period, contemplating and calculating in his mind. After a long while, he finally spoke, approximately 10%. Only 10%? And this is under the assumption that all critical data has been acquired? Dong Liangjun replied with a bitter smile. Indeed. The pattern of this genetic mutation exceeds our theoretical framework. Even now, we have yet to fully comprehend its causes. He Jingqi slowly nodded. I understand. I will report this to the chairman. After hanging up the phone, He Jingqi remained seated, motionless for a long time. He was uncertain about the decision he would make if the hope of overcoming the obstacle exceeded 50% upon acquiring key data from Jinya. All he knew was that a mere 10% chance was insufficient to compel him to issue such a ruthless command. Lost in thought, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. He Jingqi picked it up, and a voice emerged. Director He, this is Luichi. I wish to report a new development. Just 10 minutes ago, the leader of the Tianguang sect publicly proclaimed that humanity's inability to reproduce is a punishment inflicted by the divine. This news has likely spread to every corner of the globe. Chapter 48, the final encounter when Song Xiaojun, Lu Wanping, Jian Zhuming, and researcher Zhou Wei, who is responsible for liaising with the Tianhai Biological Group on nanorobotics technology at the Academy of Sciences, arrived at the hospital room. Chen Luo was on the brink of losing patience. For nearly a month, he had spent each day in a state of anxious anticipation. Had he not known that frequently calling to inquire about progress might irritate others, he would have been tempted to call Song Xiaojun every few minutes. Upon seeing them arrive, Chen Luo quickly approached, his voice laced with tension as he asked, "How is the research progressing?" Song Xiaojun replied with a smile. "I just obtained the clinical trial permit from the ethics committee. I wasted no time in coming here." Chen Luo, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and inquired, "When do we begin?" Jian Zhuming responded, "According to our assessment, we can commence tomorrow morning. Today, Supervisor Song and the team will prepare the necessary equipment, personnel, and medications." "Wonderful, splendid," Chen Luo exclaimed enthusiastically. After a brief exchange, Song Xiaojun and the others departed. Chen Luo, filled with exhilaration, approached the bedside of Li Shuyun. Shuyun, did you hear? You will soon recover and be able to leave the hospital." In stark contrast to Chen Luo's elation, Li Shuyun's demeanor appeared somewhat subdued. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Chen Luo, promise me that if this treatment fails once more, do not put yourself through this turmoil again." Li Shuyun was finally wheeled into the isolation ward, with Song Xiaojun, Zhou Wei, and others following suit. In the ensuing hours, her fate would rest in their hands. Outside the isolation door, Chen Luo stood in a daze for a long while before reluctantly departing. Song Xiaojun had clearly outlined the risks, stating that the probability of success was a mere 20%, urging him not to harbor excessive hopes. Jian Zhuming also reminded himself that if this treatment were to fail again, even if Li Shuyun emerged alive from the operating table, she would have no further opportunities for treatment. Her body was too frail to endure another ordeal. This was Li Shuyun's final chance. Her last opportunity. Chen Luo murmured this phrase to himself, turning away with a sense of unsteadiness. At this moment, on a bustling street in the capital, countless individuals gathered together, chanting slogans as they surged forward like a tide. Above the crowd, innumerable flags and banners swirled and rolled, resembling the undulating waves of the sea. An overwhelming chaos had engulfed the city, drawing nearly everyone into its embrace. Discontent with the government's ineptitude, coupled with an anxiety and despair for the future, compelled the people to yearn for action to transform their circumstances. Yet, individuals are not the same. Some individuals assert that environmental pollution is the primary catalyst for medical intervention, while others attribute it to internal human decay. There are those who believe that the inadequate protection of wildlife and a lack of empathy are significant factors, and some contend that the root cause lies in human greed. Such divergent opinions often stand in stark opposition to one another. For instance, the discord between animal conservationists and plant conservationists remains irreconcilable, and even among animal advocates, there exists a schism between marine and terrestrial protection organizations. As time slowly slips away and nightfall envelopes the world, the chaos persists unabated. Despite the late hour, Chen Luo finds himself tossing and turning in a cramped rental unit adjacent to the hospital, unable to find solace in sleep. The image of Li Shuyun repeatedly materializes in his mind, stirring a profound sense of concern within him, just as he manages to soothe himself into a semblance of calm. The distant echoes of shouts and slogans from the street invade his thoughts, exacerbating his unease. Restless and agitated, Chen Luo resolves to sit up and flick on the antiquated television set in his unit, aimlessly channel surfing. To his surprise, he discovers that nearly every news station is covering the same unfolding event. The air is thick with reports of protests and turmoil. The television broadcasts details of a recent confrontation. Breaking news from Yang City reveals that two opposing groups, each with their own perspectives, clashed in the streets today. Fortunately, the timely intervention of law enforcement prevented any casualties. Stay tuned for further updates. Human Academy of Sciences. The evening had descended, and He Jingqi, having just concluded an urgent meeting, disregarded the need for rest and promptly returned to his office. In a mere hour, 7 documents awaited his review, and 4 departments had submitted requests for face-to-face reports, with the presenters already in the lounge awaiting their summons. Just as He Jingqi set down a document titled Proposal for the Construction of 17 New Fully Automated Nuclear Power Stations to Ensure Electricity Supply for Humanity's Twilight Years, the secure phone on his desk suddenly rang. A glance at the caller ID caused his expression to turn grave. The call was from the advisory office of the chairman's office. Director He, this is Pan Yueyan. With the chairman's consent, I must inform you about an important matter. All right. After comprehensive analysis and research, the chairman has ultimately decided not to implement the self-healing plan. He Jingqi replied in a low voice. What is the reason? Pan Yueyan explained. Director He, you may not be aware that our advisory office had long anticipated a large-scale upheaval within our civilization. We also understand that this turmoil is not solely a result of spontaneous public panic, but is further incited by religious factions and remnants of capitalist forces. Our decision not to intervene preemptively was deliberate. We sought to observe this chaos to ascertain the feasibility of the self-healing plan. Regrettably, our evaluation has concluded that the plan lacks viability. Chapter 49. The Sunset Plan. Upon hearing Pan Yueyan's words, He Jingqi let out a deep sigh within the recesses of his mind. To be candid, the outcome was hardly unexpected for him. What weighed heavily on his mind was the realization that yet another avenue for humanity's self-rescue had been closed off. The prospects of the self-healing initiative had always been uncertain, and it was well understood that even if the plan were to succeed and achieve its intended effects, there remained no guarantee that it would enable doctors to withdraw their treatment of humanity. Now, however, the initiative had been entirely dismissed, leaving no opportunity for even a trial. The self-healing plan was negated. Do you have any alternative strategies at the advisory office? Currently, there are only two viable plans, of which you are undoubtedly aware. Pan Yueyan spoke plainly. First, to directly attempt a military offensive. Second, to secure breakthroughs at the Reproductive Research Center. A military offensive. To pit the space forces, which currently possess only low Earth orbit combat capabilities, against doctors who have mastered the technology of non-material navigation, the extent of whose technological advancements remains a mystery to all. Even a madman would hesitate to place confidence in such a scheme. The only seemingly feasible option lies with the Reproductive Research Center. Yet, the words previously spoken to him by Dong Lianjun effectively negated this possibility as well. A profound sense of helplessness arose within He Jingqi. Pan Yueyan once again conveyed a piece of news. The commander had decided to place the space forces on high alert, with all personnel on duty, fully armed, and ready for combat at any moment. He Jingqi could comprehend the commander's decision, regardless of the vast technological gulf or the slim chances of success. One cannot simply concede defeat without making an effort. This was a path that no one wished to tread, yet in the most desperate of circumstances, it became the last resort that must be chosen. Regarding the matter of ensuring that humanity's twilight years are spent in tranquility and comfort, He Jingqi had already embarked on research early in the morning. As exemplified by the documents adorning his desk, two of them pertain to this very issue. One outlines a proposal for the construction of 17 state-of-the-art, fully automated nuclear power stations to secure electricity supply for humanity's later years, while the other discusses the development of fully automated vegetable cultivation technologies, along with supporting infrastructure, to ensure nutritional balance for humanity's later years. However, prior to this, such efforts were merely minor skirmishes, lacking any substantial organization. Now, with a direct order from the leadership, this initiative has been christened the Sunset Plan, elevating it to a matter of strategic significance for the future development of human civilization. Understanding this, He Jingqi felt a momentary lapse in focus after hanging up the phone. After a considerable pause, he sighed and once again picked up the documents. In a cramped rental near the capital city tumor hospital, Chen Luo had risen early in the morning. After completing his morning routine, he made his way to the hospital, inquiring with Jian Junming if there were any updates. Receiving a negative response, he promptly left. The materials he received had been specifically sent to him by the Space Force Commander Lu Wenyo. It was a call from Tao Xiangrong. However, he did not disclose the specifics, simply instructing Chen Luo to come to his office immediately. This sparked a flicker of speculation in Chen Luo's mind, though he dared not confirm it. Something must have transpired. With urgency, Chen Luo departed from his rental, heading towards the Lunar Exploration Center. On the bustling street, the chaotic throngs that had been so prevalent just yesterday seemed to vanish overnight. A multitude of police vehicles and law enforcement personnel flooded the area, ready to quell any hint of disorder with immediate effect. The turmoil, which had erupted due to humanity's inability to procreate, and the divine retribution proclaimed by the leader of the Celestial Light Church, lasted a mere few days before it was quelled. Inside a driverless taxi, the screen designed to entertain passengers suddenly flickered to life with breaking news. The latest report indicated that Owen Langman, chairman of the Langman Industrial Group, along with the leader of the Celestial Light Church, the chief apostle of the Holy Spirit Church, David Locke, chairman of Locke Machinery Group, and the chairman of Haitiancy Finance, had all been apprehended. It was revealed that these individuals were implicated in the recent chaos that had swept through civilization. The law enforcement agency declared that all are equal before the law and that any attempts to seize control of the government and reclaim economic, political, and legal privileges would be futile and destined to fail. Upon encountering this news, Chen Luo was taken aback. The Langman Industrial Group? He recalled his earlier inquiry to Tao Xiangrong, questioning why the government allowed the Langman Industrial Group, despite its known connections to splinter factions, to operate without consequence. At the time, he received no answer. Yet now, a vague understanding began to dawn upon him. The driverless taxi glided smoothly to a halt before the Lunar Exploration Center building. Chen Luo disembarked and made his way to Tao Xiangrong's office. Report to the Space Force. This is your re-enlistment notice, Tao Xiangrong stated directly as Chen Luo entered the office. Chen Luo was taken aback and immediately inquired, has the commander decided to confront the extraterrestrials with force? He refrained from addressing the individual as a doctor, as that title was confidential, while the term extraterrestrial was not. Tao Xiangrong shook his head. How would I know? In any case, you are to return to your unit. Although he did not receive an answer from Tao Xiangrong, it was evident to Chen Luo, who was not foolish, that he could deduce something from the situation. Why had Commander Lu Wenyo so readily granted him several months of leave before, but now insisted he return immediately? It was likely that even if the commander had issued orders for a military resolution, he also commanded a state of readiness, prepared to strike at any moment. This implied a multitude of other meanings. At the very least, it indicated that previous attempts to resolve the issue had met with failure, forcing the commander to consider the final and most desperate method of resolution, armed confrontation. In that moment, Chen Luo contemplated a myriad of thoughts. It seemed that the extinction of humanity had become inevitable. Armed confrontation. Were we truly to face fully equipped modern soldiers with nothing but stone axes? A sense of despair began to rise within Chen Luo. Yet, without a trace of hesitation, he declared to Tao Xiangrong, yes, I will report to the Space Force immediately. Chen Luo remained a competent soldier. Even if the higher-ups issued a command for him to confront modern soldiers wielding only a stone axe, even if he knew there was barely a 1% chance of victory, he would execute the order without a moment's doubt. Tao Xiangrong spoke in a solemn tone. Rest assured, I will ensure that your loved one is well cared for. Chen Luo picked up the re-enlistment notification and bowed deeply to Tao Xiangrong before turning to leave. After exchanging farewells with Jian Junming, Song Xiaojun, and the Li family, and arranging some subsequent matters, Chen Luo made his way directly to the Pingning Space Force base. Upon submitting his notification, he was escorted by his comrades to board a spaceplane, departing Earth and venturing into the vastness of space. Watching the ground beneath him gradually blur, Chen Luo was filled with profound emotions. The Space Force. The spaceplane gradually decelerated, ultimately docking with the enormous, ring-like structure of the Space Force base. As he stepped onto the solid floor of the base, feeling the gravity, which was akin to that of Earth created by its rotation, tears nearly welled up in Chen Luo's eyes. Ahead of him, familiar faces such as Su Pengtao and Su Ziyang approached with smiles. Captain Chen, welcome back to duty. We can fight side by side once more. A surge of pride welled up within Chen Luo. He stepped forward and replied with a smile, indeed. Let us continue to fight together. Commander Lu Wenyo is waiting for you. Hurry along. Understood. Chen Luo immediately stood tall and saluted with precision. Former captain of the Space Force vessel Fubo, Chen Luo, reporting for duty. Please provide your orders. Chapter 50. New City. Upon completing all necessary reintegration procedures, Chen Luo, along with Su Pengtao and Su Ziyang, promptly immersed themselves in an intense training regimen. This training served two primary purposes. Firstly, to expedite Chen Luo's acclimatization and mastery of the essential skills required to resume his role as a starship captain. Secondly, to prepare for a potential military offensive against the lunar light column. Thus far, the Space Force had existed for a mere 2 decades and had yet to engage in actual combat. All operational theories, techniques, protocols, and methodologies were painstakingly developed through simulations. The impending military action against the lunar light column would follow a similar trajectory, necessitating numerous simulations and rehearsals prior to any declaration of war. In order to maximize the chances of victory, the preparations for war were multifaceted, encompassing logistics, base maintenance, fuel and ammunition supplies, personnel psychology, tactical formulation, and countless simulations, each of which could occupy military theorists for decades. However, the Space Force was compelled to complete all preparations within a constrained time frame, as the timing of any potential declaration of war remained uncertain. Should orders be issued while the Space Force was unprepared, resulting in delays, the consequences would be dire. And not even Lu Wenyo could bear such a burden of responsibility. Despite the overwhelming intensity of the training and preparations, Chen Luo remained steadfast in his commitment to regularly communicate with Earth, inquiring about the progress and status of Li Shuyun's treatment. What reassured Chen Luo was that, up to the present moment, the treatment could still be considered relatively smooth. Although the hope for full recovery could not be deemed substantial, there was, nonetheless, a glimmer of light on the horizon. Within a conference room at the Academy of Humanity, a participant was earnestly reporting to He Jingqi, who was seated at the head of the table. Based on the current average lifespan of humanity, the last human is expected to pass away in approximately 100 years, indicating that the total duration of the setting sun plan spans around a century. In reference to time, the population decline curve, productivity decline curve, and resource consumption curve are projected to exhibit the aforementioned patterns. Consequently, through calculation, I deduce that the entirety of the setting sun plan will necessitate an additional reserve of approximately 30 billion tons of food, as well as a certain quantity of meat, eggs, fish, shellfish, and dairy products. It is crucial to note that this reserve plan can be executed in phases. I propose that the first phase involves the construction of 1,000 material storage warehouses in 37 major cities, including the capital and Yang City, with an initial reserve of around 1 billion tons of various grains. Considering the advancements in automated technology, I believe we may not need to stockpile such a vast quantity of food. The technology for automated planting and harvesting of vegetables has already begun to take shape. And given that some vegetables do not store well, I propose that we can substitute part of the reserve supplies by establishing automated cultivation bases. However, this necessitates careful consideration of additional supporting facilities, such as fertilizers, energy, and water supply, as well as the maintenance of these facilities. Livestock and aquaculture can also, to some extent, leverage intelligent robotic technologies. We may not need to stockpile excessive quantities of meat. In the impending aging society, we will inevitably lack sufficient manpower to maintain various facilities, necessitating the replacement of human labor with intelligent robots as much as possible. The development of such technology must be expedited. Moreover, these robots must be sustainable, capable of self-repair and self-replication. For we must consider our predicament of not having enough personnel even for the production of robots. He Jingqi nodded slightly, observing that the solutions proposed by everyone invariably involved automation technology, specifically the development and utilization of intelligent robots. This is a critical point and a project that we must invest substantial resources in for research and development in the future. Another expert remarked, another pivotal aspect, I believe, lies in the convergence of the population. During the initial phase of the setting sun plan, societal productivity is unlikely to experience significant decline. Thus, there is no immediate need for concern. However, as the latest generation ages, major cities will inevitably decline, and establishing supply points in every city is clearly impractical. We must contemplate a sustenance plan for humanity during the latter stages of the setting sun plan, when the population dwindles to less than 10 million, or even a mere 1 million, coupled with severe aging. I propose that we commence the construction of an entirely new city, designed explicitly to meet the standards suitable for elderly living. During the latter stages of the setting sun plan, we could relocate all of humanity to this city, allowing them to spend their twilight years there. The selection of a city's location must take into account a myriad of factors, such as climate and environment. Summers should not be excessively hot. Winters should not be overly cold. Humidity levels should neither be too high nor too low, and proximity to the sea should be avoided due to the risk of typhoons. Conversely, the city should not be too distant from rivers to ensure a reliable water supply. It must also be situated outside seismic zones at a moderate elevation, and the annual average precipitation should fall within a reasonable range. He Zhengqi contemplated deeply for a moment, meticulously recording suggestions for the construction of the city. He remarked, "During the city-building process, we could initially organize a group of elderly individuals to reside there, identifying and rectifying all aspects detrimental to their quality of life, taking advantage of the current abundance of social productivity." I concur. Moreover, during the execution of the Sunset Plan, we must also consider the ancillary effects of the hibernation plan. We cannot predict when the hibernation plan will cease, when the embryos will be awakened, nor how many will ultimately develop successfully into adults. These remain uncertain variables. The purpose of the hibernation plan is to establish a reserve force for the future, amidst the impending full-scale aging of human civilization, to avert scenarios where opportunities arise that cannot be seized due to the severe aging of society. Yet, the future remains unpredictable, and thus the outcome of the hibernation plan is equally uncertain. This indeed constitutes a variable of uncertainty. Yes, that is one aspect. On the other hand, within an aging society, avenues for individuals to realize their self-worth are also necessary. In simple terms, we cannot allow humanity to descend into oblivion through idleness. When individuals find themselves devoid of purpose, they may succumb to confusion and despair, which is detrimental to a smooth transition into the twilight of life. In situations where individuals are unable to engage in truly meaningful endeavors, my preliminary suggestion is to utilize certain forms of entertainment, such as virtual games and social pastimes, to alleviate stress, seek objectives, and realize self-worth. I have further observations regarding the medical and mortality models within an aging society that warrant elaboration. The functioning of a society involves countless facets. Should any one aspect falter, it may trigger chaos that reverberates throughout the entire community. It is evident that a fully aged human society will possess little capacity for self-adjustment. Thus, the only viable approach is to proactively consider all potential factors while humanity still possesses sufficient social productivity, ensuring ample room for error and contingency plans. Only in this manner can we safeguard the success of the Twilight Initiative. As time gradually ebbed away, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. The meeting finally concluded, and the experts departed, weary yet burdened with thick stacks of records. At that moment, Pan Yuyan's call once again reached He Jingqi. This matter could no longer be postponed. If the Reproductive Research Center fails to make any breakthroughs within a month, the military offensive plan targeting the lunar light column would be set in motion. A sudden heaviness weighed upon He Jingqi's heart as he sighed silently. "I am reaching out to you, Director He, to inquire whether there truly is no way to achieve a breakthrough at the Reproductive Research Center. You must understand that when it comes to armed confrontation, our chances of victory are exceedingly slim. In other words, as long as there remains even a glimmer of hope, we shall never resort to violence. This decision we have made carries profound implications." He Jingqi fell into silence, his thoughts drifting to the reports he had received from Dong Liangjun. If only they possessed the crucial data, they would have a 10% chance of making a breakthrough. Without that essential information, success remains unattainable. Yet, those data exist solely in Jianya's mind, and she has already forgotten them. Terms such as deep hypnosis, pharmacological intervention, severe aftereffects, and grave mental illness echoed incessantly in He Jingqi's mind. After a prolonged moment, he sighed once more and informed Pan Yueyun, "I will communicate with the Reproductive Research Center again." Chapter 52. Returning home, the night had grown deep. In an office within the Academy of Human Sciences, He Jingqi remained awake, poring over a substantial stack of documents that seemed inexhaustible. After a considerable time, fatigue set in, prompting him to stretch before rising to gaze out the window at the nocturnal landscape in contemplative silence. His personal secretary entered quietly, disposing of the now-cold tea on his desk and replacing it with a fresh cup. Time continued its relentless march forward. After an indeterminate duration, the secure phone on his desk rang once more. "This is He Jingqi. Hypnosis is not as miraculous as it seems. If an individual is unwilling to cooperate and cannot open their mind, even the most skilled hypnotist would find it impossible to induce a trance." He Jingqi remained silent. After a moment, Dong Liangjun tentatively remarked, "It is not unfeasible to gain Jian Yaxin's voluntary cooperation. If we conceal the matter of the side effects from her, she will undoubtedly choose to comply. In fact, even if she is fully aware of the potential repercussions, it is still possible to persuade her to engage in hypnosis. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of binding her through the noble ideals of civilization and moral kinship. This is not an arduous task. However, Yuzhenqi found himself unable to reach that decision. He was a person who valued procedure, legality, and adherence to protocol. And coercing a young woman who had neither erred nor committed any wrongdoing into compliance was not in accordance with established norms. Sensing He Zhengqi's internal conflict, Dong Liangjun refrained from further commentary and waited in silence. After a long pause, He Zhengqi slowly spoke. You shall communicate with Jianya without any concealment, revealing all the truths. The final decision must rest with her, and you are not to interfere. Dong Liangjun was taken aback. Director He, are you truly certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Is the chairman aware of this matter? He Zhengqi snorted. This issue remains within my jurisdiction and does not necessitate the chairman's involvement. Furthermore, Liangjun, if a civilization must rely on the persecution of an innocent young individual to attain hope, then such a civilization is not worth preserving. Dong Liangjun silently acknowledged, understood. After ending the call, He Zhengqi let out a long sigh once more. In the Human Reproductive Research Center, as Dong Liangjun slowly placed down the phone, the expressions of Professor Ma Qimping and Professor Li Yuan were rife with urgency. Dong Liangjun, with a complete disregard for decorum, shrugged his shoulders, stating that Dean he had instructed him to communicate with Jianya and inform her of the entire situation, ultimately leaving the decision to her without interference from them. Professor Li Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Dean he has truly lost his clarity. How could this be? Before he could finish, Ma Qimping slammed his hand on the table, interrupting him. What do you mean lost clarity? I believe Dean he's decision is entirely justified. It is a disgrace for us to be unable to resolve this obstacle. Do you truly expect a young girl to bear such responsibility? At this critical juncture, I have no time for debates. I shall not dispute with you, but let me ask you, Li Yuan, if you were in this situation, what would you do? Would you be willing to accept hypnosis? I would, Li Yuan declared. If it can save civilization, what is one life worth? Such grandiose claims. Do you dare swear to it? Aye. Silence. Ma Qimping and Li Yuan promptly closed their mouths, observing Dong Liangjun, whose expression was so somber it seemed he might weep. At a time like this, let us preserve some dignity for our civilization. I shall speak with Jianya. With that, Dong Liangjun turned and departed, leaving Ma Qimping and the others exchanging glances. Within Jianya's residence, standing before the enormous lifelike window, Dong Liangjun spoke to Jianya with an unusually grave demeanor. At this moment, the simulated window reveals a vast expanse of glacial ice, as snowflakes cascade gently from the heavens. Merely observing this scene evokes an innate chill that penetrates the depths of one's soul. Faced with the unusually grave expression of Professor Dong Liangjun, Jianya dared not act carelessly. She immediately nodded earnestly, inquiring, Professor Dong, what is the matter? Dong Liangjun sighed deeply, recounting everything he had previously concealed from Jianya in its entirety. He placed particular emphasis on the current plight of human civilization and the repercussions of undergoing hypnosis. In conclusion, he solemnly stated, the chairman and dean he wished to respect your decision. Jianya, do not burden yourself with psychological strain or overthink. Whatever choice you make, no one will hold it against you. Initially, a semblance of a smile adorned Jianya's face, but as Professor Dong's narrative unfolded, that smile gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a weighty disbelief. Aye, Jianya stammered, trembling and rendered speechless. It is acceptable. An unmanned vehicle transported the pale, trembling Jianya, accompanied by 2 female security personnel from the Human Reproductive Research Center. Enveloped by the night, they arrived at Jianya's doorstep in less than half an hour. After a prolonged knock, footsteps finally echoed from within. The door creaked open to reveal Jianya's father, Jian Junming, and his wife, clad in their night attire. Upon seeing her parents, Jianya collapsed emotionally, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rushed into her mother's embrace without a moment's hesitation. Jian Junming, his face shadowed with anger, slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. The 2 security personnel exchanged glances before turning to leave the scene. As Jianya sobbed while recounting the events, Jian Junming could no longer contain the fury that ignited within him. He seized a teacup and hurled it to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps like a wild beast. Why us? Huh? Just because you were the first to uncover the truth? In such a vast civilization, with so many experts and scholars, why are they fixated on our family? Jian's mother, her eyes reddened, spoke with a voice choked with emotion. What a calamity! What a calamity! You say we are but a humble household. Who have we wronged? No, I cannot bear this any longer. Xiaoya, you must not agree. Do you understand? Mother has only you as a daughter. If you were to be lost, what purpose would life hold for me? What civilization? What humanity? I do not comprehend, nor do I wish to. I only desire for our family of 3 to live in peace. Jian Junming clenched his fists tightly, affirming, yes. We cannot agree. We absolutely must not consent. I refuse to believe that so many experts and scholars cannot find a solution without sacrificing our Xiaoya. I will not believe it. We cannot agree, not even if it costs us our lives. Xiaoya, do you hear me? If you dare to consent, I will end my life right here. I will die alongside you. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the phone rang once more. Upon hearing Su Pengtao's anxious voice, Jian Yu's eyes overflowed with tears anew. Pengtao, calling out her beloved's name. Jian Yu was instantly overcome with emotion, rendered speechless and unable to articulate her thoughts. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Jian Yu gradually regained her composure and recounted the events she had encountered in fragments. She herself could not fathom why she felt compelled to share these matters with Su Pengtao. It seemed not to be a quest for guidance, but rather a simple release of the burdens she bore to her beloved. After listening to Jian Yu's narrative, Su Pengtao remained silent for an extended period. The phone call was enveloped in a profound stillness. Eventually, he spoke softly. Xiaoya, I cannot offer you advice. I am a soldier. If it were me, I would accept without hesitation. But you are not bound by the same duty. You possess the power of choice. All I can say is, Xiaoya, regardless of the decision you make, I will not hold it against you. I will support you unconditionally. Once the call ended, Jian Yu sat motionless at the edge of her bed, lost in contemplation. The perspectives of her parents and her beloved on this matter seemed to diverge, suggesting the presence of conflicting sentiments. Yet, what these discrepancies truly signified eluded her understanding, leaving her in a haze of confusion. She realized that this decision was one she must ultimately confront alone. In a state of disorientation, she could not recall when she had drifted off to sleep, nor how long she had slumbered. Suddenly, she awoke with a start, glancing at the clock to find it was already 10 in the morning. Her parents had not gone to work, seemingly having taken the day off to remain by her side. After breakfast, an idea struck Jian Yu. She wished to visit a psychiatric hospital to witness firsthand the reality of mental illness. However, her desire was met with vehement opposition from her parents. After an extended discussion, her mother, Li Shuhua, reluctantly acquiesced but insisted on accompanying her. Jian Yu understood that her mother was apprehensive about her secretly seeking out Professor Dong Liangjun regarding that matter. However, she had no immediate intentions of doing so. She merely wished to visit the psychiatric hospital. Thus, she acquiesced. The capital boasts numerous psychiatric hospitals, with the nearest one situated merely a few kilometers from her residence. A brief ride in an unmanned taxi brought her there in a matter of minutes. Although the psychiatric hospital typically prohibited entry to unauthorized individuals, Jian Junming had certain connections in the medical field and managed to secure permission. Accompanying Jian Yu were Li Shuhua and a former classmate of Jian Junming, Dr. Jin, who she referred to as Dr. Jin. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his hair had turned partly white, a stark contrast to the vibrant and spirited Jian Junming who worked at a prestigious hospital. It was already late autumn, yet the day was bright and sunny, rendering the chill barely perceptible. However, inexplicably, from the moment she crossed the imposing steel gates of the psychiatric hospital, Jian Yu was engulfed by an unsettling coolness. Before her lay a vast expanse reminiscent of a school playground, where a few patients clad in hospital attire ambled about in small groups, conversing with one another. Beyond this area stood a low, 4-story building, its walls marred and peeling, clearly a relic of the past. Behind it rose a newer, taller structure, which, despite having windows, bore the ominous sight of each being barred with iron mesh. Resembling a prison, Dr. Jean spoke softly. This section houses mild patients, while the building behind is reserved for those with severe conditions requiring confinement. Following Dr. Jin's lead, Jian Yu and Li Shuhua proceeded together. Along the way, Jian Yu suddenly noticed a young woman, seemingly in her 20s, dressed in a hospital gown, crouching on the ground, intently observing something. Curiosity piqued, she stole a few more glances and discovered the woman was tending to an anthill, meticulously capturing ants and arranging them in neat rows. Occasionally, some of the still wriggling ants disrupted the orderly formation, causing the woman to display signs of agitation. After a brief moment, as if her patience had finally waned, she poured the contents of her water cup into the anthill in one swift motion. Dr. Jean led the two into the adjacent building, and upon entering, They were immediately enveloped by a strong medicinal odor. Following Dr. Jean into his office, they collected a stack of medical records, donned the psychiatric hospital's nurse uniforms, and masked their faces, rendering themselves indistinguishable from the hospital staff. Alongside several other nurses, they accompanied Dr. Jean to the ward, where Jianya was immediately greeted by an array of peculiar sounds. Among them were cries and laughter, some muttering to themselves, others seemingly engaged in conversation, and a few singing unknown melodies. Regardless of their nature, each sound was imbued with an eerie quality. The first room, Dr. Jean entered, housed a patient who appeared to be suffering from mania. Jianya observed a middle-aged man, gaunt and with muscles taut, completely restrained by binding straps that rendered him immobile. Yet, from his throat emerged a continuous, beast-like growl. Dr. Jean examined the patient's physical indicators and instructed the nearby nurse, who promptly began to administer an intravenous drip. During a brief moment of the nurse's busyness, Dr. Jean murmured, "Manic disorder, persecutory delusions. This individual personally murdered his wife and 2 children." Jianya shuddered involuntarily. On the way to the second ward, perhaps due to the onset of a break, Jianya encountered a group of patients clad in hospital gowns. However, inexplicably, upon catching sight of Jianya and her companions, they abruptly halted in unison, their expressions devoid of emotion as they fixated on Jianya, watching her enter the elevator. They continued to stare intently until the very moment the elevator doors closed, sending a chill down Jinya's spine. In the second ward, there was a woman whose age was indeterminate, though she appeared relatively youthful. She possessed an admirable figure, and as Dr. Jean entered, she was cheerfully humming and dancing. Upon noticing Dr. Jean's arrival, her face instantly brightened with a smile. "Dr. Jean, you're here. I was teaching my daughter how to dance. Look, isn't she doing well?" Jianya followed the direction of the woman's arm, but all she could see was the floor. Nothing else. The woman then seemed to scold, "Xiao Wan, come and greet Dr. Jean, be obedient." Dr. Jean remarked, "All right, it's time for your medication." The woman complied eagerly, quickly swallowing the tablets brought by the nurse. Once outside the ward, Dr. Jean quietly noted, "Schizophrenia, delusional disorder." Jianya whispered, "Does she have a daughter?" Dr. Jean paused momentarily and spoke softly. "There was once, but later she died. She had locked her daughter in a room, leaving her to perish from starvation." At that instant, Jianya felt a chill envelop her. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead. Jianya lifted her gaze to see a patient clad in a hospital gown, brandishing a bowl of food, charging wildly towards them while shouting, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Startled, Jianya watched as several robust attendants rushed forth, skillfully subduing the agitated patient and escorting him away. The ailment afflicting the patient in the third room was unknown, and Dr. Jean did not elaborate. The man continuously emitted a chilling, sinister laughter, seemingly concocting some nefarious scheme, regardless of who was present or the time. In stark contrast, the patient in the fourth room exuded warmth, expressing concern for Dr. Jin's well-being with a coherent demeanor that belied the typical characteristics of a mental patient. However, as Jianya followed Dr. Jean out of the room, the man grinned and remarked, "Dr. Jean, you are a good person. When I become an immortal, I shall ensure you become the emperor." This statement left Jianya feeling bemused, yet a wave of unease surged from within her. The visits continued through the fifth and sixth rooms until Dr. Jean concluded her shift. Jianya found herself contemplating the notion of becoming a mental patient, utterly lost, existing in a state worse than death. Could you truly accept such a fate? Since departing the psychiatric hospital, Jianya had incessantly questioned herself. It seemed that, in comparison to the prospect of becoming gravely mentally ill, even death did not appear so daunting. Jianya found it difficult to fathom the prospect of becoming a mental patient. Her eyes remained wide open, a constant reminder of her inability to sleep. The sights and sounds of the day replayed incessantly in her mind, leaving her devoid of any drowsiness. In this moment, the weight of national duty, the hope for a civilized future, the expectations of experts, the sorrow of her parents and loved ones, and the harrowing images of patients within the mental institution all converged, plunging Jianya into a state of profound turmoil. Another sleepless night had passed. As the sun rose once more, Jianya climbed out of bed, trembling as she retrieved her phone. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her voice was hoarse. "Professor Dong, this is Jianya. I have made my decision." In the receiver, Professor Dong Liangjuan's voice gradually took on a serious tone. "What is your decision?" I do not wish to become a mental patient. Jinya's voice began to crack. I am still young. I have decades of life ahead of me. I do not want to see my existence ruined like this. Professor Dong, I'm sorry. I know I am selfish, but it is not entirely my fault. If I had had sufficient storage space from the beginning, things would not have escalated to this point. I am not to blame. Why must I sacrifice my future? I am so afraid. I do not want to become like that. Professor Dong, I apologize. Jinya's words began to tumble out in a disordered fashion. Yet the essence of her message was unmistakable. Dong Liangjun let out a deep sigh, a note of weariness creeping into his voice. Jinya, I understand you. There is no need to apologize. You have done nothing wrong. Very well. Take a good rest and do not burden yourself too much. There is no need for concern. I shall contemplate alternative methods. As the call ended, Dong Liangjun felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing into his seat. Despite having mentally prepared himself from the outset, the reality of the conclusion still left him somewhat despondent. He was even at a loss as to what precisely he was grieving over, and he found himself uncertain whether to support Jinya's decision or to oppose it. After sitting in a state of inertia for some time, Dong Liangjun trembled and once more picked up the phone, dialing He Zhengqi's number. Director He, it's me. I just received a call from Jinya. She expressed her unwillingness to become a mental patient. She has declined. I understand. He Zhengqi replied with a silent nod. What do you think? The chairman will decide. This matter, irrespective of whether Jinya was coerced into compliance, had ample justification. However, should the decision lean towards coercing Jinya, there were countless ways to compel her consent, regardless of her reluctance. The only variable was the willingness to act. Pan Yueyan paused momentarily before whispering, I do not know. Chapter 53. The shame of humanity. The response from the superior arrived more swiftly than He Zhengqi had anticipated. By the following noon, Pan Yueyan made a special visit to He Zhengqi's office to relay the outcome. The superior decided against imposing any compulsory measures on Jinya. Pan Yueyan maintained a calm demeanor, yet He Zhengqi could faintly discern a hint of unfulfilled emotion lurking within him. The leader specifically convened a high-level government meeting for a voting session regarding this matter. Do you know the outcome? Pan Yueyan said with a wry smile. Half of the participants abstained, while among the remaining half, exactly half were in favor and half opposed. At that moment, the leader cast his vote against the proposal. Thus, this was the result. He Zhengqi fell silent. Pan Yueyan, unable to contain himself, murmured softly, I truly do not understand what the leader is thinking. He Zhengqi sighed. Perhaps, when weighed against an elusive glimmer of hope, the leader is more inclined to preserve a measure of dignity for humanity. Since the moment she informed Professor Dong Liangjun of her decision, Jinya had sequestered herself in her bedroom, drawing the curtains tightly to block out any light, extinguishing all sources of illumination, and remaining inside for 2 consecutive days. Jian Junming and Li Shuhua were filled with concern but felt powerless to intervene. They had taken extended leave to stay home and support their daughter. Another night passed, and Jianya still lay motionless on her bed, her bloodshot eyes wide open, fixated on the ceiling. She vaguely sensed that she might have committed a mistake, one that rendered her unable to face the light and the world, finding solace only in the closest embrace of darkness, where she felt a semblance of safety. Yet, upon reflection, she sometimes felt that her actions were justified, that she had done nothing wrong, yet she remained inexplicably anxious. The conflicting thoughts intertwined, robbing her of sleep and pushing her mental state to the brink of collapse. The mother gently pushed open the door once more, bringing in a bowl of congee accompanied by a few light side dishes, placing them on the bedside table, and collecting the untouched remnants of yesterday's meal. Gazing at her daughter's haggard visage, she felt an urge to offer comfort, to utter some words of solace. Yet, ultimately, she remained silent, letting out a soft sigh before quietly exiting the room. At that moment, Jinya's phone, which lay to the side, suddenly rang. With a degree of stiffness, she reached for it, only to see the number of the Space Force Communications Department. In the past, Su Pengtao had always contacted her through this very number. It could only be him reaching out now, for no one else within the Space Force would call her. An inexplicable wave of emotion surged within her as she answered the call, tears streaming down her face even before she spoke. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to express countless sentiments to her beloved, to share her heart's burdens. Yet, after merely calling out Pengtao, she was rendered speechless, unable to articulate a single word amid her sobs. The line was filled with an eerie silence, with not a sound escaping for what felt like an eternity. Were it not for the clear indication on the phone screen displaying that the call was still connected, she might have believed the call had ended. After an indeterminate passage of time, Su Pingtao's voice finally broke through the stillness. "Jinya, let us break up." In that instant, Jinya was struck dumb, her mind reeling. After a moment, her voice trembled with disbelief as she stammered, "WH. What?" Su Pingtao's tone was laden with anguish. "I cannot face you. Jinya, I understand that your choice was not misguided, and I can comprehend the reasoning behind it. No, I do not harbor any resentment towards you. However, the mere thought that my beloved extinguished the last flicker of hope for humanity pierces my heart like a dagger twisting within. I apologize, it is my fault. Yet I find it unbearable. You are aware that I am a soldier, and I cannot." Su Pingtao continued to speak in fragmented sentences, but Jinya could no longer hear him. Her arms fell limply to her sides, and her phone tumbled to the ground. A tumultuous explosion of fire ignited within her heart. "I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Why must it be me? Why? I too wish to live well. Why must it be me?" Jinya screamed at the top of her lungs. Suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding crash, and Jian Junming and Li Shuhua rushed in. Li Shuhua immediately embraced Jinya, while Jian Junming snatched up the fallen phone. His face contorted with rage as he shouted a few times before abruptly hanging up. After what felt like an eternity of providing comfort, Jinya gradually began to calm down, though she seemed devoid of any spirit. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed from the window, obscured by the curtains. In an instant, the glass shattered, and something hurtled through the broken window, striking the curtains with a force that caused them to billow violently. Jian Junming swiftly approached and pulled the curtains aside, only for an egg to land squarely on his forehead. Witnessing this scene, Jianya's expression froze in shock. In that fleeting moment, a horrifying thought surged within her mind. Trembling, she forcefully pushed her mother away and stumbled towards the window. Upon witnessing the scene below, darkness engulfed her vision, nearly causing her to collapse. She beheld a multitude of people gathered beneath the residential building where she resided. The crowd was a kaleidoscope of attire, comprising men and women of all ages. The singularity that united them was the fury etched upon their faces. Amongst the throng, several banners fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with alarming phrases in stark black and red. "Coward. Humanity's sinner. The disgrace of humanity." As if sensing Jinya's presence at the window, a cacophony of shouts erupted, merging into an unstoppable tide that threatened to overwhelm her. "Why don't you just die? Jinya, you coward. You are the one who has brought our civilization to its end. You have committed unforgivable sins. Even if humanity perishes, your guilt will never be absolved." The clamorous cries persisted like an unrelenting wave, yet Jinya seemed to have become deaf to them. Once more, she broke free from her mother's embrace and crawled to her phone, trembling as she dialed a number. Moments later, Dong Liangjuan's voice came through. "Hello?" Jinya, with a desperate smile and a hoarse voice, replied, "Professor Dong, why must it be this way? If you are truly determined to employ hypnosis against me, how could I possibly refuse? Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Why offer me hope in the open while scheming in the shadows? Very well, I concede to your request. Is it not merely a transformation into madness? It is of no significant consequence." Dong Liangjuan's voice was filled with bewilderment. "Jinya, what transpired? What is amiss? Hello? Yet Jinya remained silent, quietly severing the connection on her phone. Outside the window, the clamorous shouts continued to surge like waves. After an indeterminate passage of time, those cries were suddenly intermingled with anguished wails. With a pallid complexion, Jian Junming struggled to rise, only to witness a multitude of vehicles adorned with flashing lights racing into the community, halting below his building. Countless law enforcement officers wielding riot shields and batons descended, forcefully shackling the hands of demonstrators with handcuffs and callously herding them into the vehicles like livestock. Occasionally, a few individuals attempted to resist, yet they swiftly succumbed to the blows of the batons. The crowd scattered in a panic. It was unclear how many had lost their shoes, how many were disheveled, and some bore wounds that bled profusely, their cries echoing in despair. In a mere span of minutes, the ground was left strewn with scattered debris and uniformed officers, devoid of any other presence. The hundreds of vehicles with flashing lights roared away once more, as though they had never been there. Some officers, however, remained, forming an orderly line at the base of the residential building to deter anyone from approaching. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. When it opened, Professor Dong Liangjun entered, accompanied by 2 uniformed officers. I sincerely apologize, Jianya. Due to the deliberate leak of information by certain individuals, your matters have unfortunately spread throughout society. Please believe that this is neither my doing nor that of Dean He. Rest assured, all those responsible for the leaks will face severe consequences. We respect your decision, and this will not change. Jianya remained silent, merely offering a faint, weary smile. Li Shuhua held her daughter tightly, murmuring indistinctly, lost in her thoughts. Jian Junming then remarked, "What purpose does this serve? Our family of 3 has already been destroyed. Even under the stringent control of the government, no one dares to act openly anymore. However, the insidious nature of silent violence is inescapable." Dong Liangjun slightly bent forward, expressing, "I am truly sorry. Before my arrival, Dean He specifically instructed me to convey a suggestion to you. If you are amenable, I can arrange for cosmetic surgery for your family and provide you with entirely new identities. You will acquire a new hometown, a fresh educational background, and a different social experience. All will be anew. You can choose a new city to embark on a new life, and I assure you, no one will recognize you." Jian Juanming's body began to tremble gradually. After a long pause, he struggled to utter, "What a ludicrous idea." Just as he was about to speak further, he felt his hand grasped by another icy hand. Looking down, he saw his daughter, pale yet resolute, saying, "Father, please agree to his proposal." Chapter 54, Heritage Space Force Base. A probe adorned with 2 wings departed from the launch pad, hurtling into the vast expanse of space at an astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Within the command hall, a military strategist glanced at the data display and solemnly reported to Commander Lu Wenyo, "The 163rd probe has been successfully launched, with an estimated arrival near the target in 2 days." Lu Wenyo nodded slightly. Beside him, another officer added, "Commander, the impact tests and crustal strength tests have been completed, and the data has been transmitted to the Human Academy of Sciences." "Good. Is there any news from Dr. Hong and Dr. Chong?" "Not yet. However, according to Dr. Hong, they have made some progress in their speculations regarding the structure of the ultramassive, non-propulsive engine type. They are currently organizing and validating the findings, and we believe we will receive information within a fortnight." "Understood." After a brief pause and another slight nod, Commander Lu Wenyo instructed, "Gather all captains, vice captains, and the chief officers from the command staff, logistics, engineering, and communications for a meeting." "Yes, sir." In preparation for the impending military offensive, the entire space fleet, comprising tens of thousands of soldiers and personnel, had been tirelessly engaged for nearly a month. The frequent strategic meetings had become a customary affair. The ultimate aim of these efforts was to elucidate the existence and operational nature of the lunar light column, thereby enabling the space fleet to devise targeted combat strategies. The principle of knowing oneself and one's adversaries, ensuring victory in countless battles, remains pertinent even in the age of interstellar warfare. In light of various intelligence reports, the Space Force Command had long ago established the strategic objective for this operation. The aim was singular and unequivocal: to annihilate the colossal non-matter engine, which had been largely corroborated. While there remains a lingering perplexity regarding the rationale behind the installation of such an engine on the Moon, one fact stands out clearly. The Moon's orbit has remained unchanged since the advent of this gigantic non-matter engine, thereby dispelling the speculation that extraterrestrials intended to displace the Moon from its orbit. Moreover, it appears that these alien beings have no motive to relocate the Moon. The mere prohibition of human reproduction suffices to ensure humanity's extinction, rendering any further action superfluous. This possibility is not only plausible but also worthy of exploration. Consequently, the Space Force Command devised an operational plan centered on the destruction of the giant non-matter engine. For this objective, countless simulations and training exercises have been conducted. Several contingency plans have been formulated to address potential unforeseen circumstances during the operation, such as possible counterattacks from the doctors and the corresponding responses from our side. Following the directive from Commander Lu Wenyo, within a mere 20 minutes, all mid to senior level officers of the Space Force had convened in the conference room. After the meeting adjourned, the military personnel hastily departed, rushing towards their respective operational posts. The specter of war looms, and numerous tasks remain to be accomplished. Chen Luo, too, finds himself in a similar predicament. However, as he departed from the space military base and journeyed towards the battleship Vubo, Chen Luo keenly observed that Su Pingtao, who accompanied him, appeared somewhat out of sorts. Even during the recent meeting, he seemed to be lost in thought, which caused Chen Luo to feel a twinge of concern. Pingtao, what is troubling you? Is something amiss? Su Pingtao was momentarily taken aback, then noticed Chen Luo, Su Ziyang, and several comrades gazing at him with genuine concern. I'm fine, really, Su Pingtao replied, forcing a smile. I was just pondering some matters. As long as you're all right, Chen Luo reassured him. The tasks at hand were demanding, and no one could afford to divert their focus to extraneous concerns. Chen Luo and Su Ziyang hurried away, while Su Pingtao took a deep breath, suppressing an inkling of sorrow within. Enough of this. Dwelling on it serves no purpose, he thought. The situation has reached this point. I might as well adopt a more open mindset. I must dedicate myself to training, not only for my own sake, but also for my comrades and the space military. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Su Pingtao's expression regained its resolute composure. In this context, on a certain day, a signal transmission emanated from the capital, reaching the command center of the space military base. Commander Lu Wenyo, holding a secure telephone, rose with a grave demeanor, intently listening to the voice emanating from the receiver. After a protracted moment, he solemnly affirmed, "Yes, I guarantee the completion of the mission." Once the call was terminated, Lu Wenyo slowly resumed his seat, contemplating for a moment before picking up another telephone. With a firm voice, he declared, "Issue the mobilization order." Understood. All mid-level and senior officials of the Space Force once again gathered in the grand conference room, while all junior officers, ordinary soldiers, and logistical and ground staff converged before the display screens of their respective teams. Moments later, Commander Lu Wenyao's figure appeared before everyone, facing over 100 solemn officers, whose eyes subtly gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Lu Wenyao let out a silent sigh. He yearned to articulate something profound, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he opened his mouth. His voice was somewhat hoarse and weighed down with gravity. The chairman has issued the command to commence hostilities. As members of the Space Force, we bear an unassailable duty to defend humanity against the extraterrestrial invasion. I do not wish to dwell excessively on this war. I will refrain from discussing the enemy's might, our own vulnerabilities, or the technological disparities at play. Today, I wish to impart something different. Lu Wenyao turned and, before the assembly of high-ranking officers, approached the control panel. After a moment of manipulation, an image resembling a human skull, albeit with a pronounced jawline, materialized on the screen. This was a depiction of a hominid skull, our ancestral lineage. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of years ago, our forebears embarked on an evolutionary path distinct from other species. They departed Africa, leaving their footprints across the globe. Lu Wenyao paused, adjusting the controls once more, as another scene emerged on the display. It was a tortoise shell, adorned with intricately curved characters. Thousands of years ago, humanity birthed the concept of writing, thus commencing the legacy of our civilization. The scene shifted once more, revealing a colossal bronze cauldron upon the screen. It is difficult to fathom how our ancestors, living millennia ago, managed to create such a masterpiece with their rudimentary tools. Yet, one cannot deny that this is among the greatest manifestations of human intellect. Following the bronze cauldron, the imagery continued to evolve, showcasing bamboo slips, followed by ironware, jade artifacts, porcelain, and so forth, culminating in exquisite scrolls, verses, and melodies that have been passed down through the ages. This progression leads us to the modern era, where towering skyscrapers rise majestically, rockets soar into the heavens, and countless satellites and probes venture into the cosmos. Eventually, the scene settled upon a vast space base, resembling a series of interconnected circles. Indeed, this stands as one of the most monumental edifices constructed by contemporary humanity, our current abode, the space military base. Below Lu Wenyao, all mid to high-ranking officers, along with the lower-ranking soldiers, military personnel, and logistics staff gathered before the display screen, remained in profound silence. From the primal days of raw sustenance and stone tools used to ensnare prey, to the mastery of written language and metalworking, culminating in the creation of a rich tapestry of art, poetry, and music, our journey through human civilization has been arduous and fraught with challenges. From antiquity to the contemporary era, we have even ventured into the cosmos. What a formidable path it has been, littered with thorns and arduous trials. This is our heritage. For millions of years, regardless of the disasters and adversities encountered, our lineage has remained unbroken. Our civilization has endured countless tribulations, persisting in its legacy up to the present day. Now, there are forces that seek to sever our heritage. They aspire to obliterate all that we have created, our culture, our art, our science, and our dreams. In this moment, Chen Luo feels a fierce flame ignite within his chest. It is powerful, a truth I do not shy away from acknowledging. The hope of our victory may be dim, and I do not disguise this fact either. However, my comrades, our space forces stand as the sole weapon available to defend our civilization against foreign invasion, safeguarding the inheritance of our culture, a responsibility that rests upon each of our shoulders. My comrades, let us grasp our weapons and convey the message that severing the thread of human heritage is no simple endeavor. Even if the ultimate outcome may still be defeat, let them understand the formidable strength inherent in our legacy. Let us embark, my comrades. The ground beneath our feet is our homeland, and our homeland lies behind us. There is no retreat left. Forward, let it be known. We, the soldiers of humanity, fear not the spilling of blood nor the specter of death. The vessels Fubo, Jinwu, Pingwu, Yangwei, Taihu, and Huangshan. In total, over 30 warships of the space fleet, with more than 8,000 valiant warriors, depart from the space base, journeying towards the distant cosmos over 300,000 kilometers away. Chapter 55. Combat Report to Command. The Fubo has reached the designated position. Report to Command. The Huangshan has reached the designated position. After a protracted voyage lasting 2 days, the space fleet finally arrives at the predetermined location. This point is approximately 10,000 kilometers from the moon, with the 30-odd warships spaced apart by distances ranging from hundreds to thousands of kilometers, collectively orbiting the distant lunar body at an exceedingly slow pace. Prepare for battle, stand by. Within the Fubo, Chen Luo solemnly affirmed, and then issued a fresh command to the over 200 comrades aboard the vessel. All personnel, stand by. Level 0 combat readiness. In this state of zero combat readiness, all types of missiles disengage their safety mechanisms, poised for activation. With the press of a button, they shall be launched forthwith. The navigation systems are primed and have locked onto their targets, while kinetic weapons are similarly trained on the enemy situated over 10,000 kilometers away. Within the brightly illuminated confines of the space military base, soldiers hurriedly moved about, their expressions grave and solemn. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere pervaded the facility. Inside the Operations Command Center, Commander Lu Wenyo stood impeccably attired in his military uniform, his demeanor serious. After issuing the readiness order, he turned to another officer, deliver the ultimatum. At once, a signal was dispatched from the space military base. Reaching the colossal light column on the lunar surface slightly over a second later, where several massive screens had already been installed. These screens were constructed following the reconnaissance team's on-site investigation, which confirmed that the doctors could communicate with humanity through the varying brightness of the light points. Upon receiving the corresponding signal, several screens positioned around the light column were instantly illuminated, revealing numerous luminous points that flickered in varying intensities. At this moment, the collective will of humanity was once again presented before the super-extraterrestrial beings from the far reaches of deep space. Your actions have severely jeopardized the survival of our civilization. You are encroaching upon and threatening our homeland. We, as a peace-loving civilization, merely wish to exist and thrive in this small solar system without imposing any threat upon other entities. We sternly warn you to cease your aggressive actions immediately and withdraw from the solar system forthwith. Otherwise, in defense of our home, we shall be compelled to take military action against you. This is your final warning. If a satisfactory response is not provided within a single day's time, war shall commence. You shall bear all consequences. This is the final warning. These messages were displayed multiple times on several colossal screens before coming to a halt. Time slipped by quietly. The faint red glow upon the lunar surface swayed gently with the wind, akin to flowers dancing in the spring breeze. All awaited in anticipation. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The radiance remained unchanged, devoid of any transformation from before. Commander Lu Wenyo sighed and stated calmly, "I order. The operation begins." The operation commenced. In that very instant, the captains of over 30 battle spacecraft simultaneously issued the command for engagement. The already prepared Chi-G-3 air-to-ground missiles ignited their bright flames at the rear, hurtling through the vacuum of space at a speed so swift it was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a swiftly moving point of light on the radar display. The Chi-G-3 air-to-ground missile is a model specifically developed by the Military Academy of Sciences for striking surface targets on airless celestial bodies from space. Its maximum velocity can reach several hundred kilometers per second, with a warhead containing hundreds of kilograms of conventional high explosives equipped with an oxidation device, capable of effortlessly flattening a small hill. Guided by a precise navigation system, over 30 Chi-G-3 missiles surged towards more than 30 pre-selected coordinates with remarkable speed. Long before the battle commenced, numerous research teams, led by Professors Hong Mingxian and Chong Lei, meticulously synthesized all available data to conduct an exhaustive simulation and analysis of the colossal non-propellant engine situated on the lunar surface. With the disappearance of this most conspicuous marker, the engines instantaneously vanished into the abyss of space. Without the aid of radar, the soldiers of the Space Force remained oblivious to their whereabouts. They slithered through the darkness like venomous serpents, rapidly approaching the lunar beam. The minute discrepancies in the initial data afforded them a distance of several kilometers, even exceeding a dozen, as they plummeted toward their designated targets. Upon making contact with the lunar surface, they did not detonate. Instead, they burrowed deep beneath the ground like earthworms. Whether it was the loose lunar dust or the hardened lunar rock, both yielded to the overwhelming might of this weapon. Akin to cotton in softness, after penetrating several dozen meters into the subterranean depths, hundreds of kilograms of high explosives, equipped with oxidizers, erupted with a resounding blast. In that fleeting moment, the lunar surface resembled boiling water, as over 30 massive bubbles surged forth from the ground. Countless lunar rocks, illuminated by a faint crimson glow, were propelled into the air, some soaring several dozen kilometers away. The efficacy of this assault would be determined upon evaluation. Yet, the weight in Chen Luo's heart showed no signs of abating. Although the research and analysis team had yet to reach a conclusion, an ominous premonition loomed over him. He distinctly observed that the faint crimson light still lingered above the lunar surface, unchanged in the slightest. The lunar landscape has indeed undergone alterations due to this offensive, with dozens of large craters appearing seemingly out of nowhere, yet the crimson glow persists. I commanded the commencement of the second strike. Commander Lu Wenyo once again issued orders, prompting over 30 captains to simultaneously relay new operational directives. However, unlike the first strike, this second assault employed the Type 5 Giant Axe missiles in place of the Type 3 Red Halberd. The Type 5 Giant Axe, slower in speed with a maximum velocity of merely 80 kilometers per second, boasts an explosive payload 7 times that of the Type 3 Red Halberd, resulting in a destructive power several times greater. The targeted coordinates remained the same as before, yet unlike previously flat lunar rock, these coordinates had transformed into deep craters reaching dozens of meters in depth. Over 30 Type 5 Giant Axe missiles accurately struck the sites previously targeted by the Type 3 Red Halberd, resulting in resounding explosions. In that fleeting moment, the crater, originally exceeding 20 meters in diameter, was instantaneously expanded to double its size, with vast quantities of lunar rock propelled into the air, some soaring thousands of meters high. Yet, the crimson glow remained. The third strike commenced. This time, the missiles launched reverted to the previous Type 3 Red Halberd, albeit with a change in target points. Prior to the commencement of hostilities, the research team had submitted hundreds of potential critical coordinates, and now we were executing strikes on the second batch. One by one, interstellar missiles erupted from the space fleet, detonating repeatedly upon the lunar surface. In the span of a mere hour, an astonishing 200 interstellar missiles had been launched. If the target were Earth, these missiles would suffice to annihilate an entire metropolis. Yet, upon the lunar surface, aside from the emergence of vast craters and numerous shattered lunar rocks, there was no observable impact whatsoever. The combat raged on, and the launch of interstellar missiles continued unabated. Following the completion of the 20th round of strikes, totaling over 600 interstellar missiles fired, a cessation of hostilities occurred. Dozens of small shuttlecraft departed from the strategic supply ship within the fleet, delivering fresh interstellar missiles to the vicinity of each combat vessel. Within 3 hours, the resupply operation was completed and the battle resumed. On Earth, at the Human Academy of Sciences, under the watchful gaze of President He Zhongqi, Hong Mingxian, with a grim expression, picked up the phone. Commander Lu, our assessment indicates that the operation of that engine remains unaffected. All our assaults have proven futile, entirely ineffective. Commander Lu Wenyo murmured these words, gradually placing the secure phone down. After a few seconds of silence, a fierce determination surfaced on his countenance. I command the initiation of the 37th strike, employing Abyss Type 1 missiles. The coordinates are as follows. Upon hearing the name of the Abyss Type 1 missile, Chen Luo's heart instantly leapt. He understood that the warhead of the Abyss Type 1 missile was not laden with conventional high explosives, but rather a nuclear bomb. Chapter 56. Two plans. Although the destructive power of nuclear weapons is significantly diminished in the vacuum of space, they remain the most formidable armament known to humankind when compared to conventional explosives. After all conventional weaponry had been rendered utterly ineffective, the Space Force had no choice but to unveil this final trump card. At that moment, a subtle tension began to permeate the various combat vessels. As the warriors operating the missile launch systems felt their arms grow heavier with the weight of impending action. System check, Chen Luo bellowed. In an instant, several soldiers sprang into action, scrutinizing the data on their screens, and shouted in unison, fuel levels normal, propulsion system operational, detonation system functional, anti-jamming system intact, calibrating coordinates, target locked, check separation system, verify vessel stability, all systems normal, launch. Simultaneously, over 30 warships of the Space Force unleashed a dazzling array of light from their missile launchers. More than 30 Abyss 1 missiles, each armed with high-yield hydrogen warheads, soared away from the vessels, hurtling toward the moon, situated over 10,000 kilometers distant. The radar display flickered with luminous points representing the moon's target, while nearby, the indicators for the interstellar missiles drew ever closer. As the 30-plus interstellar missiles struck their target nearly simultaneously, a fireball erupted on the moon's dark side, illuminating the night with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. Even from over 10,000 kilometers away, the radiance was blinding, a spectacle impossible to gaze upon directly. Large chunks of lunar rock were vaporized, transforming into the finest cosmic dust. Countless fragments of lunar stones were propelled into space. Some achieved the velocity necessary to orbit the moon, becoming its satellites, while others broke free from the moon's gravitational grasp, hurtling directly into the vastness of the universe. Chen Luo understood that perhaps in just a few days, Earth would be graced by a meteor shower. Unlike previous meteor showers, these meteors did not originate from comets, but from the moon itself. At that moment, a lunar quake, more intense than the one that had claimed the lives of hundreds of astronauts, engulfed the entire moon. In this instant, countless mountains were silently obliterated, and numerous canyons emerged abruptly, like gaping wounds marring the lunar surface. Before the eyes of countless instruments and observers monitoring this battle, a faint red beam of light, nearly eclipsed by the brilliance of a hydrogen bomb explosion, surged skyward, rising from less than a meter to several thousand kilometers in an instant. Simultaneously, an indescribable torrent of high-energy particles surged forth, causing chaos and malfunctions among the instruments aboard the spacecraft. Chen Luo's mind raced, without hesitation. He issued the command, Emergency Protocol 3, execute immediately. At that moment, the soldiers, well-trained through countless drills, moved with remarkable synchronicity. Without the need for specific instructions from Chen Luo, they swiftly shut down all non-essential systems aboard the ship, while ensuring that the indispensable systems were placed into safety mode as quickly as possible. Although the radiation was intense, it posed little threat to a well-prepared space battleship. Certainly, Chen Luo understood that the considerable distance played a significant role in the current situation. If the fleet were merely 1,000 kilometers away from the moon, rather than over 10,000, it was likely that all combat vessels would have spiraled into chaos by now. After initiating the safety protocols, Chen Luo commenced a quiet vigil. The data he was analyzing came from thousands of independent research teams situated in various locations, as well as from the consolidated analyses of researchers from Hong Mingxuan's team, subsequently processed through supercomputing calculations. The true state of the battlefield was encapsulated within these ever-evolving figures. The system had entered a mode of semi-power operation, with an energy level classified as 3. Do we have any data on lunar tectonic movements? Quickly, we've detected a high-energy particle flow. No, the intensity is insufficient. Good. Its gravitational generator must have malfunctioned. Suddenly, Hong Mingxuan's gaze fixed intently on one particular datum, his brow furrowing deeply. Beside him, Dr. Chong Lei, who had already recovered and returned to his duties, cast a glance at the same data, his expression growing grave. Shall I relay the information, or will you? Hong Mingxian inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. I shall take the lead. Very well. He seized the telephone, and without the need for dialing. He Jingqi's voice resonated from the receiver. Speak. Director He, the situation is as follows. Our data indicates that the engine has sustained severe damage. However, the extent of this damage is not sufficient to halt its operation. He Jingqi spoke solemnly. Very well. I shall immediately inform Commander Luo of this news and urge him to initiate a new round of strikes. No, it is not that simple. Hong Mingxian exclaimed anxiously. We indeed require a new offensive to utterly annihilate it. However, according to our calculations, due to the malfunction of the engine's gravity generator and the high-energy particle deflection device, the vicinity is now engulfed in intense radiation. The Abyss I air-to-ground nuclear missile equipped by the Space Force can withstand this level of radiation for no more than 2 minutes. Beyond that, its internal instruments will fail, and it may not even detonate. Yet, without a nuclear warhead, conventional bombs cannot possibly meet the energy requirements for its destruction. He Jingqi replied gravely. Is it feasible to urgently modify the Abyss I missile to enhance its radiation resistance? There is no time. Hong Mingxian retorted. That engine must possess self-repair mechanisms. Did we not cause it to malfunction last time? Yet, it was restored in no time. Now that we have finally achieved such results, what if it recovers? Will our luck hold again next time? Do you have any proposals? Hong Mingxian clenched his teeth. The only viable option now is to ignite the Abyss I missile and strike the target within 2 minutes after its internal systems are activated. However, even at maximum power, the Abyss I missile can only travel a maximum of 2,000 kilometers in 2 minutes, and we cannot possibly launch the missile from within that distance. He Jingqi replied solemnly. We can increase the initial velocity of the missile in advance. Before being launched, the missile moves in tandem with the spacecraft, and the velocity of the spacecraft serves as its initial speed. If one could enhance this initial speed, the distance traversed within a fixed time would undoubtedly increase. Indeed, this is the case. However, there remains a pressing concern. The radiation is currently too intense, and proximity to it poses significant risks to our spacecraft. He Jingqi paused for a moment, then slowly remarked, This is not an issue for us to consider. It is a matter for Commander Lu Wenyo to deliberate. After a brief pause, He Jingqi continued, I believe our soldiers are undaunted by death. An urgent call was promptly directed to Commander Lu Wenyo at the Space Force Operations Command. Upon hearing He Jingqi's account, Lu Wenyo's expression grew increasingly somber. In that instant, 2 operational strategies emerged in his mind. The first was to select a Space Force warship to accelerate towards the lunar beam with maximum thrust, striving to augment the initial speed of the Abyss I missile. After imparting an initial velocity of 10 kilometers per second, the missile would then be launched, thereby allowing its travel distance to increase from 2,000 kilometers to over 3,000 kilometers within 2 minutes. This would enable the missile to be launched from a location more than 3,000 kilometers away from the lunar surface, a distance that lies outside the danger zone. At this range, the spacecraft would likely endure the conditions. Additionally, following a strategic resupply from the supply vessel, a spacecraft with 100% fuel capacity could indeed support such a maneuver. Although it cannot be definitively stated that the spacecraft will succumb to the intense radiation, nor that it will be utterly destroyed, it undeniably signifies a considerable risk, indeed, a grave one. A stroke of misfortune could result in the demise of a battle cruiser and the lives of over 200 valiant warriors aboard. In a scenario of dire necessity, Lu Wenyo would harbor no hesitation. As a senior commander, he comprehends the principle that compassion does not govern the battlefield. However, at this juncture, he is presented with an alternative. Yet, in the face of such potent radiation, the likelihood of automatic control systems failing is exceedingly high, necessitating manual operation of the missile launch. Moreover, traveling at elevated speeds, the ferry vessel would lack the time and fuel to decelerate adequately, leading to an inevitable collision with the moon. The soldier tasked with manually launching the missiles would face certain death. Chapter 57. The inevitable mission should the mission proceed with the battle cruiser and its crew of over 200 enduring a certain risk, yet potentially emerging unscathed. Or should it adopt a course where one life is assuredly lost, yet the remaining warriors face no peril? Opting for the first course promises a successful launch, bringing joy to all. However, should fortune falter, it would culminate in catastrophe, complete destruction, and the loss of 200 brave souls. The second option guarantees the death of one individual. While providing recommendations is the duty of the expert team, The responsibility of battlefield decision-making rests solely with Lu Wenyao. This decision must be his alone. Others may evade responsibility, but he cannot. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wenyao proclaimed, "I must announce a special situation. The expert team has informed me that an additional strike on the light column is imperative." However, after succinctly recounting the circumstances conveyed to him by He Jingqi, along with his envisioned 2 combat plans, Lu Wenyao declared solemnly, "I have decided to select the second combat plan. Is there anyone willing to undertake this mission? Only the only child at home is prohibited from volunteering. Those with children are also forbidden from signing up. Those who wish to execute this task should report immediately to their squad leaders, who will compile the names and present them to the captain. The captain will then relay the list to me." At that moment, a shiver ran through the hearts of over 8,000 space soldiers aboard the 30-plus warships. This was a mission certain to end in death. Execution guaranteed demise, leaving not a glimmer of survival. An intangible, oppressive atmosphere permeated the spirits of all present. Chen Luo inhaled deeply, a resolute expression momentarily gracing his features. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the image of Li Shuyun resurfaced in his mind, causing that determination to dissipate. In that instant, Chen Luo was engulfed by a tide of guilt. He glanced at the crisp military uniform adorning him, suddenly feeling unworthy of it. Just then, within the command cabin of the Fubo warship, a combat officer swiftly floated before Chen Luo, his face etched with determination. "Captain Chen, I volunteer," he declared. Chen Luo recognized him as Fei Ying, who, at the tender age of 31, had ascended to a mid-level position within the Space Army, promising a boundless future ahead. However, now, confronted with this seemingly fatal mission, he exhibited not a trace of hesitation. Chen Luo felt as though he had been pierced by a blinding light. Momentarily engulfed by a sense of profound inadequacy, he struggled to steady his thoughts and spoke solemnly, "Very well." Within the repair unit of the Fubo warship, a soldier in his 30s, with a slightly flattened nose and deeply sunken eyes, grasped the nearby communicator. "Captain, I volunteer." In the emergency communication room of the Zhenwu warship, a young soldier in his 20s, with fair skin and an appearance marked by refinement, seized the communicator. "Captain, I volunteer." In the propulsion and attitude control room of the Yangwei warship, a soldier with thinning hair and a darker complexion turned to his fellow comrade and exclaimed, "Captain, count me in. I volunteer." Inside the Zhenwu warship, the operations officer hastily compiled the results and presented them to Captain Su Pengdao. As he gazed upon the list, which boasted over 20 names, Su Pengdao felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, excluding those who did not meet the criteria. The remaining candidates barely numbered 100. Yet, within this scant group, more than 20 individuals had volunteered for this perilous undertaking. Su Pengdao was filled with profound respect for those who were unafraid to sacrifice themselves. Of course, he held no disdain for those who did not volunteer. Life and death are weighty matters. Aside from a few wise souls, even the most exalted of emperors and generals cannot fully grasp the gravity of these words. Those who volunteered are undoubtedly noble, yet it cannot be said that those who refrained are lesser beings. Thus, what of himself? The 2 conditions apply to me as well. I am not the only child in my family. I have an elder sister and a younger brother. I remain unmarried and, consequently, have no children. If given the choice, Su Pengdao certainly desires to live. He is still young, and his future prospects are undeniably bright. However, do those who have signed up not share the same youth and promising futures? I am determined to dedicate my life to the noble cause of safeguarding civilization and its security. I shall not shy away from sacrifice or hardship, but will comply with orders and heed commands. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his hands and firmly grasped the communicator. "Commander, I request to undertake this mission myself." As the captain of a combat spacecraft, he possessed the right to communicate directly with Lu Wenyao. Upon voicing this request, he was met with Lu Wenyao's stern reprimand. "Captain Su, adhere to organizational procedures. If you wish to execute this mission, submit your name. And whether the computer selects you will depend on luck." Su Pengdao's expression remained unchanged, undeterred by the astonished glances of his comrades beside him. "Commander, I have my reasons. The manual operation of the Abyss-class air-to-ground missile launch is not a trivial task. In my previous training history, I achieved excellent results in 3 practical simulations. Assigning this mission to me would maximize the likelihood of success." Lu Wenyao replied gravely, "You are not the only one with 3 excellent scores. Yet, with such a record, I am the only one whose comprehensive psychological assessment results are also rated as excellent. Commander Lu, This mission is undeniably perilous, should one's mental fortitude falter. Even with an unwavering resolve to face death, errors in execution may easily arise. Captain Su Pengtao of the Jinwu battleship, heed my command. I entrust you with the execution of this assault mission. I vow to fulfill the task. Although enveloped in a weightless environment, Su Pengtao elevated his arm, rendering a precise military salute. Upon the dissemination of this news to all soldiers of the Space Force, many felt the sting of tears welling in their eyes. Chen Luo experienced a jolt of emotion, swiftly followed by a wave of anxiety. He yearned to communicate with Su Pengtao, to urge him to reconsider. Yet, he recalled that for those about to embark on urgent missions, communication necessitated the approval of Commander Lu Wenyao. Furthermore, how could one alter what had already been publicly declared by Commander Lu? Even if he could indeed establish contact, would he truly persuade him? No, that is not an option. In this matter, he had already become a coward. For whatever reason, he had failed to inscribe his name on the list. And that alone was a source of deep humiliation. Must he then transfer this disgrace onto a hero? The decision for Su Pengtao to undertake this mission was irrevocable. Chen Luo's hand hovered over the communicator, only to withdraw slowly. Pengtao, you are a hero. We shall fight side by side in our next life. Within the confines of the Jinwu spacecraft, Su Pengtao solemnly transferred the password for the core control system, an emblem of the captain's authority, to the first officer. He collaborated with the first officer to alter the biometric recognition of the authentication system before drifting towards the command cabin. Indeed, a small shuttlecraft, affixed with a Type Abyss interstellar missile, had been secured to the underside of the Jinwu. Su Pengtao donned his spacesuit and swiftly climbed into the shuttle, securing himself before grasping the communicator and stating in a deep voice, "I am ready." Inside the command cabin, the former first officer, now the captain, immediately shouted, "Accelerate." Brilliant flames erupted from the rear of the Jinwu, propelling the combat vessel towards the moon, situated over 10,000 kilometers away. Under the immense acceleration, Su Pengtao's body was firmly pressed against the back of his seat, yet his gaze remained clear and resolute. He fixated on the enormous beam of light emanating from the distant moon, motionless and unwavering. As time gradually passed, the velocities of the Jinwu, the shuttle, and the interstellar missile aboard it steadily increased. When the indicator finally ticked to 5, Su Pengtao understood that the moment had arrived. Separation. In an instant, the shuttle detached from the Jinwu. At that very moment, the brilliant flames at the rear of the Jinwu vanished, and the gravitational force within the spacecraft dissipated, reverting to a state of weightlessness. Simultaneously, the tail of the small shuttle ignited with bright flames, propelling it forward as it continued to accelerate. On the display screen of the Fubo ship, Chen Luo gazed at the tiny luminous point, his heart heavy with gravity. All eyes were fixed upon that glimmer, paying homage to the diminutive ferry spacecraft and the hero piloting it. The ferry's velocity steadily ascended, while the Jinwu ship silently adjusted its posture, commencing to expel flames in the direction of the moon, thereby swiftly diminishing its speed. Just as it approached the perilous boundary, its velocity dwindled to a standstill. However, the engine did not cease its operation. It continued to emit flames, gradually drifting away. At that moment, Su Pengtao completed all essential procedures for the manual launch of the Abyss, one missile, and solemnly pressed the oversized launch button. Chapter 58. Collision at this juncture. The combination of the Jinwu ship and the ferry piloted by Su Pengtao had endowed the interstellar missile with an initial velocity of an astounding 17 kilometers per second. Coupled with its inherent acceleration capabilities, within the 2-minute limit of tolerable conditions in the prevailing radiation environment, it was poised to traverse over 4,000 kilometers. As Su Pengtao pressed the launch button and the missile ignited successfully, propelled by the flames at its rear, it surged forth in an instant. Su Pengtao understood that his mission had been accomplished with finesse. Its sole destiny was to collide thunderously with the lunar surface, creating a significant crater while simultaneously shattering into countless fragments, merging with the moon henceforth. At this moment, approximately 3.5 minutes remained until impact. Approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds remained until the interstellar missile struck its target. At that moment, the voice of Commander Lu Wenyao resonated within the shuttle. Due to the overwhelming radiation, his words were somewhat fragmented and lacked coherence. "Do you still have any wishes?" Su Pengtao understood that Lu Wenyao was inquiring about any remaining aspirations he might possess. However, what desires did he truly hold? His parents enjoyed good health, received generous pensions, and faced no financial troubles. His sister was happily married, and his brother excelled academically. It seemed he genuinely had no wishes left. Just then, a slender figure appeared in his mind, embodying boundless strength and vitality. It was Jinya. A pang of inexplicable sorrow pierced Su Pingtao's heart. He admonished himself not to be too harsh on Jinya. She was not a soldier and had every right to refuse. Su Pingtao was unaware if Lu Wenyao had heard his response, for shortly thereafter, communication was entirely severed. Silence returned to the shuttle's cabin. In the weightless environment, he reclined in his spacious seat, gazing vacantly at the enormous, luminous sphere ahead. His mind felt utterly devoid of thought, yet simultaneously brimming with myriad reflections. It seemed he was striving to contemplate something significant, yet paradoxically, he appeared to ponder nothing at all. In this state of contemplation, a sudden burst of blinding light erupted from the moon ahead. Despite the dimming effect of the shuttle's window, the brilliance remained dazzling and impossible to gaze upon directly. Su Pingtao instinctively shut his eyes, a vivid thought flashing through his mind, a nuclear explosion. After a brief pause, as his vision returned to normal, he opened his eyes once more, only to be greeted by a breathtaking spectacle. A colossal beam of light, towering several thousand kilometers and enveloping the ferry spacecraft he piloted, swiftly dissipated like snow under the blazing sun, vanishing from his sight in an instant, even erasing the faint glow that had lingered on the lunar surface. Barely a meter high. In that moment, the moon truly regained its original visage. The radiance had vanished. His mission had succeeded. Although a more precise assessment awaited the expertise of a specialized team, at that instant, Su Pingtao felt an unwavering conviction in this outcome. He was overwhelmed by an impulse to weep, realizing that his sacrifice had not been in vain. Following a fleeting surge of emotion, he exerted control to calm himself. The moon loomed larger before him, increasingly occupying his field of vision, allowing him to discern the undulating terrain upon its surface. The impact was imminent. He had barely 2 minutes of life remaining. Memories cascaded through his mind, from acquaintance to understanding, from understanding to love, to engagement, to separation, to reconciliation, and ultimately to parting. Each moment unfolded like a cinematic reel in his thoughts. He still cherished the woman who was perpetually consumed by her work. Yet, in the end, he had chosen to part ways. Regarding this choice, Su Pingtao himself could hardly fathom the reasons behind it. When contemplating whether he harbored any regrets about this decision, he found himself at a loss for words. A deep sigh escaped his lips. And what of me? Did I enlist for this mission to prove something? To demonstrate that I could unhesitatingly sacrifice my life for the sake of civilization, thereby highlighting her humility and selfishness? No, that is not the case. She possesses the right to refuse, and no one can compel her. Her decision does not diminish her nobility. Yet, why is it that I find it so difficult to accept? Must I wait until she descends into madness to find satisfaction? No. I would rather perish than witness her transformation into such a state. A torrent of thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind, leaving even him unable to untangle them or arrive at clarity. Damn it. What good is it to ponder such trivialities when death is imminent? Alas, I wonder how she is faring now, whether she is well. Certainly not. How could she be? Damn it. I shan't dwell on this any longer. Death is a release. Su Pingtao chuckled bitterly, only to find the lunar landscape expanding at an indescribable velocity, engulfing his entire field of vision. As he discerned the valleys and mountains, as well as the basins on the lunar surface, he realized that his time had come. Alas, perhaps in the next life. In the next moment. The ferry spacecraft collided violently with the moon's surface. Debris flew, flames erupted, and in the following instant, all fell silent once more. Upon the desolate expanse of the lunar surface, an array of distorted remnants, their original forms obscured, lay scattered. Within the operations command center of the Space Force base, Commander Lu Wenyao stood erect, his gaze fixed upon the image of the immense crater wrought by a violent impact. Gradually, he raised his hand. Behind him, all the soldiers rendered a solemn salute, honoring the gravity of the moment. Once the salute was completed, Lu Wenyao seized the communicator and spoke with a grave tone. Captain Su Pingtao has sacrificed his life. All combat personnel remain on standby. Meanwhile, on Earth, within the supercomputing laboratory of the Human Academy of Sciences, sweat beaded on the foreheads of Hong Mingxian, Chang Lei, and their colleagues, their hands dancing frantically over the virtual keyboard. A continuous influx of data arrived, while an equal flow was dispatched. A vast volume of information was assimilated into the supercomputer, which processed it and ultimately presented the results to the observers. When that pivotal number materialized before Hong Mingxian's eyes, he jolted, nearly leaping from his chair. Instinctively, he grasped the communicator, exclaiming urgently, "Director He, all energy reactions from the colossal non-matter engine have dissipated. It has been destroyed. We have succeeded." "Are you certain?" came the reply. "Absolutely. I am certain. I have hundreds of distinct data channels, each corroborating this fact." "Good." He Jingqi promptly grasped the phone to relay this outcome to Lu Wenyo. Simultaneously, Xiang Lihui picked up the phone as well, reporting to an unknown recipient. In the Operations Command Center of the Space Force Base, Lu Wenyo exhaled slowly, a sense of relief washing over him. Only after the final outcome of the battle was revealed did he feel a slight sense of relief within himself. Regardless of the circumstances, the mission belonging to the Space Force had been fulfilled. As for whether humanity could regain its reproductive capabilities and whether doctors would return, those were no longer matters for him to contemplate. Almost simultaneously, upon receiving the report from He Jingqi, Professor Dong Lianjun, Professor Ma Qingping, and others at the Human Reproductive Research Center immediately commenced a new round of oocyte fertilization experiments. However, due to the time required for the experiments, definitive results could not be obtained in the immediate future, not only at this center, but also dozens of related laboratories across the 7 continents began conducting similar types of experiments. In fact, to ensure the accuracy of the experimental results and to eliminate the interference of time factors, some laboratories swiftly arranged for personnel to acquire the latest samples for participation in the trials. Everyone waited anxiously. At this moment, the fleet of the Space Force had not withdrawn from the combat zone but continued to remain there, maintaining a state of level 0 alert. Just as everyone's nerves were taut, from the distant and dark depths of the cosmos, dozens of faint luminous clusters suddenly emerged, rapidly approaching the moon. In just over an hour, under the astonished gazes of all the Space Force combat personnel, they crashed down upon the lunar surface. At that moment, the entire moon trembled. In that instant, dozens of colossal pillars of light, each several dozen kilometers in diameter and soaring thousands of kilometers high, erupted into the sky. At this moment, Professor Dong Lianjun of the Human Reproductive Research Center trembled as he picked up the secure phone, his voice quivering as he stated, "The experiments indicate that humanity has yet to regain its reproductive capacity." Chapter 59. Houses and tenants. Meanwhile, at the Operational Command Center of the Space Force Base, Commander Lu Wenyo, upon hearing Professor Dong's words and gazing at the enormous beams of light on the lunar surface displayed on the real-time screen, slammed his fist down onto the table. Without the need for a formal command, the military's affiliated research analysis team and the expert group from the Academy of Sciences had already commenced the manipulation of numerous observational and analytical devices to scrutinize the newly emerged colossal light beams. Within mere minutes, the results were compiled by He Jingqi. They were identical to the previously destroyed beam. They were also massive unmanned engines. For the doctors, destroying one engine seemed hardly significant. Destroying one only led to the emergence of dozens more. At that moment, Chen Luo was consumed by a fiery rage. He had come to a stark realization that all the initial assaults by his fleet had been in vain, and his close comrades had perished without any semblance of value. His eyes burned with fury, and his hands clenched into tight fists. Like Chen Luo, an overwhelming fury surged within the hearts of countless Space Force soldiers. Yet, beyond the anger, many felt a profound sense of shock and despair. If dismantling one beam was already so arduous, then what hope was there in dismantling dozens? Moreover, these radiant pillars seemed utterly inconsequential to the adversary. Even if our forces were to obliterate these newly emerged beams, what significance would it hold? Yet, regardless of the tumult of emotions within, the valiant warriors of the Space Army maintained their composure, steadfast in the face of decades of arduous training. Each soldier recalled Commander Lu Wenyo's prior decree to remain on standby. Until further orders were issued, they were bound to inaction, forbidden from taking any steps. Within the Operational Command Center of the Space Army Base, Commander Lu Wenyo grasped the communicator and spoke with measured calm. "The latest operational directives have been disseminated. I command an offensive against the first luminous pillar. Among the myriad colossal beams, a singular target was selected and a multitude of interstellar missiles were unleashed upon it. As before, the initial volley consisted of the Earth-penetrating type, 3 Chi-Ji missiles, followed by the formidable type, 5 Jua axes, culminating in the Abyss type, 1. However, this time, Irrespective of the number of missiles detonating or the immense energy unleashed, the pillar remained unwavering, showing no sign of alteration. It appeared that the previous assaults, potent enough to annihilate a beam, posed no threat to the current one. Yet, without Commander Lu Wenyo's explicit command, the onslaught continued unabated. The battle ceased, not due to an order for cessation from Lu Wenyo, but because the soldiers had no choice but to halt. Every missile had been expended, and even the strategic supply ships were depleted. New supply vessels had embarked from the Space Army base, yet they would require at least a day to arrive. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the fleet of the Space Force. After a lengthy pause, Commander Lu Wenyo's voice resonated once more in the ears of all the captains. "I command a retreat." Chen Luo trembled with urgency, exclaiming, "Commander, we can still fight. Once the supply ship arrives, we will have ammunition. Obey the order." Lu Wenyo's words were laced with severity. This is a directive from the superior. Chen Luo's body quivered slightly, yet he forced himself to endure, managing to utter a single word. Yes. Chen Luo was filled with resentment. Like him, all the soldiers of the Space Force harbored discontent. Yet, in this dire moment, whether they accepted their fate or not mattered little. It could not alter the present circumstances. The evidence had become irrefutable. Their forces posed no threat to the Doctor. In fact, the Doctor had not retaliated at all. It merely observed the battle with quiet detachment. And even when they managed to destroy a beam of light by sheer luck, dozens more immediately surged forth to replace it. The two sides were simply not on the same scale. Under such conditions, continuing the fight held no purpose. Nonetheless, Chen Luo remained unwilling to concede. The thought of Su Pengtao dying in vain was unbearable, as was the notion that the legacy of human civilization might come to an abrupt end, leaving them with no choice but to accept such a fate. In the past, Chen Luo had resolutely executed every command from his superiors, driven more by instinct as a soldier than by genuine desire. Yet, the present circumstances were markedly different. The possibility of having a child with Li Shuyun seems to fade into an eternal void. My close comrade, Su Pengtao, has perished in vain. Without a nation, where lies the concept of home? Without civilization, where exists the individual? The continuity and transmission of civilization form the very foundation of a person's happiness and existence. In this moment, Chen Luo yearns desperately to effectuate a change in the current predicament. This desire is not solely for the noble cause of civilization, but also for himself. Yet, the harsh reality is that even if Chen Luo were willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of civilization, he remains powerless to enact any change. In the face of overwhelming disparities in strength and technology, all struggles seem utterly futile. Gritting his teeth, Chen Luo slowly turned around, forcing the words retreat from his throat. Indeed, at the Human Academy of Sciences, Director He Zhengqi gazed at the latest compiled battle reports, gently shaking his head. Although he had long anticipated that this offensive might yield little result, the reality of the outcome still left him with a sense of disappointment. After all, this was humanity's last conceivable approach. Peace negotiations had failed. Relying on technology to resolve the fertility blockade proved ineffectual, and military aggression was likewise unviable. With all three strategies rendered impotent, what alternatives remained for humanity to explore? After the futility of military action was established, some had suggested the coercive use of hypnosis on the intern researcher named Jianya, yet this proposal was ultimately dismissed. With no viable options left, humanity must now resign itself to the grim reality of inevitable extinction, unable to reproduce, facing demise in a mere century or so. The legacy, truly set to be severed. He Zhengqi gazed at everything around him, observing the grass and trees outside the window, inhaling the ever-present air, and suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. It was the sentiment of a human being, a deep-seated attachment to the ancestral home where generations had thrived and multiplied. He understood that soon, humanity would no longer be the sovereign of Earth. Just as numerous former inhabitants of this planet, such as unicellular organisms, plants, and dinosaurs, had come and gone, so too would the era of humankind draw to a close. Earth resembled a dwelling, and its past inhabitants were merely tenants. No tenant had ever truly owned the place, and throughout their stay, few contemplated the inevitability of their eventual departure. Yet that day would inevitably arrive. Perhaps it would be due to climate change, environmental degradation, an asteroid impact, or even the emergence of super-extraterrestrial life. Compared to its predecessors, humanity might consider itself relatively fortunate. After all, No asteroid was currently hurtling toward Earth to obliterate its ecosystem, and doctors had explicitly stated, "I permit you to perish in tranquility." An era was on the verge of concluding, yet it remained uncertain who would succeed humanity as Earth's next tenant. Sighing softly, He Jingqi shook his head to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind and picked up the freshly delivered document before him. From this moment forth, the government's core policy would shift from leading civilization into the interstellar age to devoting all efforts to maintaining stability and ensuring civilization navigates its twilight years smoothly. All future policies would be crafted around this central tenet. It is imperative for the heads of various departments to achieve a profound ideological unity and to devote their utmost efforts to the preparation and planning for humanity's twilight years. Henceforth, each department shall assign proficient and specialized personnel to collaboratively draft the policy framework for the era of human twilight. The Setting Sun Project Committee will be established, with He Jingqi, the president of the Academy of Human Sciences, appointed as the chairman, entrusted with the comprehensive responsibility for the preparation and implementation of the Setting Sun Project. Additionally, a Social Security Committee for the Twilight Era will be formed to research and formulate security policies for an aging society. An Institute of Automation Technology will also be established. He Jingqi understood that with the issuance of this document, human civilization had irrevocably deviated from its original trajectory, embarking on a path entirely distinct from the past. At the Space Force base, he once again visited Commander Lu Wenyo's office to present his request. "Commander, I would like to request an extended leave," he stated. Initially, he anticipated that Lu Wenyo might not grant his leave request. However, to his surprise, Lu Wenyo agreed without a moment's hesitation. With a somewhat disheartened gesture, he remarked, "Go ahead, there's not much to do here in the Space Force anyway." He didn't even inquire about the duration of the leave, readily approving Chen Luo's application. Chapter 60. Farewell to Earth. It seemed as though the intense battles that had previously unfolded in the shadowy expanse of space, those explosions and flashes of light, those immense beams, were merely a fleeting dream. The human world before him appeared unchanged, yet there lingered a subtle sense of difference. This was a bustling metropolitan area, where towering buildings and open spaces showcased several enormous screens displaying news broadcasts. Despite the throngs of people surging around him, the melodious voice of the host reached Chen Luo's ears, choosing to bid farewell to the Earth, which has sustained us for millennia, may not be as unacceptable as we once thought. Even the stars face their demise. How could we, mere mortals, hope for eternal existence? We have existed. We have forged a radiant civilization, and we have left our mark, our unique culture, upon this vast universe. That should suffice. A faint air of despondency permeated the vibrant cityscape. Chen Luo no longer perceived the defiance and fury on the faces of the crowd. Instead, he sensed a tranquil resignation following despair, a sense of helplessness. As a member of the Space Force, he suddenly felt a pang of shame. He could empathize with the sentiments of the populace. It was a simple matter. Things had reached this point. Even the once celebrated space fleet, which was touted as omnipotent, had faltered. What more could we do? If procreation is no longer possible, then so be it. At least our current existence remains unscathed. Continuing this serene life did not seem entirely unacceptable. Even if we resist acceptance, what difference would it make? With a quiet sigh, Chen Luo casually entered a flower shop, spending 5 human currency units to purchase a bouquet. Just as he was about to depart, he overheard the young female shopkeeper speaking to a nearby young man. "When will old Zhang come by? How much are you offering him?" Old Zhang said he would arrive in the afternoon. "I estimate our shop is worth at most 46,000. I quoted 50,000. Chen Luo paused, intrigued. This flower shop, located in a bustling area, attracted a vibrant crowd of young people, and the business appeared to be thriving. While Chen Luo was making his purchase, at least 5 or 6 other customers were present in the shop. "Are you planning to sell this shop?" Chen Luo inquired. The shopkeeper smiled. "What? Are you interested in taking over?" Chen Luo, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I don't have that much money. I'm just curious, if business is so good, why would you consider selling? Is old Zhang the one looking to take over?" Chen Luo asked, his curiosity piqued. The male shopkeeper, somewhat impatient, responded, enough, you won't be able to make it work now anyway. This will save us from arguing all day long." Carrying the bouquet, Chen Luo made his way straight to the hospital, placing the flowers in a vase outside the glass wall. Inside, Li Shuyun, connected to various tubes, was unable to speak, but managed to smile faintly at Chen Luo. They exchanged silent glances for a moment. And once Li Shuyun grew weary and drifted off to sleep again, Chen Luo quietly left. Dr. Sun, appearing quite talkative, engaged Chen Luo for several minutes. Recounting the entire situation, Chen Luo felt a subtle pang of emotion within him. He did not attempt to judge the rightness or wrongness of the situation. He merely felt that relocating to a new city and starting afresh did not seem to be a negative prospect for Jian Junming and his family of 3. After recounting Jian Junming's circumstances, Dr. Sun, prompted repeatedly by Chen Luo, began to discuss Li Shuyun's condition. It is as follows. I had a conversation with Supervisor Song just yesterday. To put it simply, your wife's treatment has not been without progress, yet there are certain risks involved. The most pressing issues are severe allergies and infections. We have temporarily halted treatment as we are fully focused on addressing these 2 concerns. Treatment will resume once these issues are resolved. This news could not be deemed wholly optimistic, yet it was not entirely bleak either. Chen Luo felt a slight sense of reassurance wash over him. He expressed his gratitude and subsequently left the hospital. In the days that followed, Chen Luo returned to a monotonous rhythm of life, oscillating between the hospital and his rented room. Li Shuyun remained largely unresponsive, sometimes not awakening even once throughout an entire day. Nevertheless, Chen Luo maintained his daily visits to her, regardless of their inability to converse. Even if they could only see each other through glass, he wished for her to behold him as often as possible. Only then would he find solace. Chen Luo understood that the purpose of this public discourse was merely to facilitate a calm acceptance of humanity's impending extinction, ensuring the stability of this process. He recognized that even if people acknowledged this reality, they still required such propaganda and the surrounding atmosphere of public opinion. In a certain sense, this was akin to a form of spiritual opium. Since extinction is inevitable, might it not be permissible to temporarily numb oneself with these mental opiates? To indulge in a little self-deception? Beyond such matters, the introduction of the Sunset Plan and the establishment of a haven for humanity's twilight years, known as Sunset City, has sparked a wave of public discourse. The slogan of the Sunset Plan, which promises a dignified farewell to Earth, has garnered considerable attention. The proposed location for Sunset City is approximately situated at 25 degrees north latitude and 103 degrees east longitude. Historically, this area bore another name, Kunming. Its considerable distance from the ocean mitigates the risk of extreme maritime weather phenomena, and the stable geology alleviates concerns about seismic activity. With a climate that remains temperate throughout the year, suitable humidity levels, and abundant freshwater resources nearby, it is particularly conducive to the elderly. After meticulous site selection, the Sunset Plan Committee ultimately designated this locale for the construction of Sunset City. The initial construction blueprint includes 39 fully automated vegetable cultivation bases. Contrary to common perceptions of farmland or greenhouses, these facilities bear no distinction from the towering edifices that populate urban landscapes. Utilizing advanced, fully automated soilless cultivation technology, these structures can facilitate multi-tiered growth within buildings. State-of-the-art temperature and humidity control systems, alongside equipment for planting, fertilizing, harvesting, and cleaning, enable a continuous, labor-efficient production of a wide variety of vegetables, including cabbage, lettuce, butterhead, mushrooms, various radishes, eggplants, and peppers, among many others. In addition to the food supply bases, there exist warehouses for pharmaceuticals, energy supply stations encompassing various forms such as nuclear, wind, solar, and hydroelectric power, all aimed at ensuring a stable energy supply. Furthermore, there are water source supply bases, fully automated transportation systems, communication and internet hubs, as well as clothing centers, among others. Here, provisions are stored in abundance and reliability. Even those who have aged to the point of being bedridden will find themselves able to live out their lives in comfort and dignity. However, the city of Sunset is merely a residence for humanity when the population has dwindled to less than 1 million at the twilight of the Sunset Project. Prior to this, in response to the comprehensive aging of the population, numerous related facilities will commence construction across major cities where humans currently reside, albeit in a simpler manner than those in Sunset City. It is widely acknowledged that in the foreseeable future, Earth will transform into a vast nursing home, wherein every human will spend the remainder of their days. Chapter 61. Rejection Reaction. Before this moment, Chen Luo was unable to inform anyone of Su Pingtao's passing, let alone visit his parents to offer condolences. A solemn memorial service and commendation ceremony were held simultaneously under the auspices of the Space Force. There, Chen Luo encountered Su Pengtao's parents and relatives, as well as comrades and superiors such as Su Ziyang and Lu Wenyo, along with the chairman himself. Amidst the gravitas of the memorial service, Chen Luo found himself momentarily pondering whether the elegant family, who had relocated to another city to begin anew, might also be viewing this news. He wondered what emotions would arise upon learning of Su Pengtao's sacrifice. Chen Luo was utterly convinced that Su Pengtao's resolute choice had undoubtedly been influenced by Jianya. However, the more specific reasons eluded him. Perhaps Jianya herself remained unaware, as did everyone else in this world. Following the conclusion of the memorial service, Chen Luo's life settled into a tranquil routine, until one ordinary night when a call from the capital tumor hospital jolted him awake from his slumber, urging him to rush to the hospital. Dr. Sun's grave demeanor seemed to herald some unfortunate developments, causing a sense of dread to settle in Chen Luo's heart. Indeed, Dr. Sun's initial words confirmed Chen Luo's apprehensions. Your spouse has encountered some unforeseen complications. In an uncharacteristically concise manner, Dr. Sun continued. A severe rejection reaction has led to multiple organ failure. A joint expert team from Tianhai Biotech Group, the Academy of Sciences, and some specialists from our hospital has been assembled to provide emergency care. They have entrusted me with the responsibility of communicating with you. This news struck Chen Luo like a sledgehammer, landing heavily upon his unsuspecting mind. His body swayed involuntarily, and he grasped the back of the chair tightly to steady himself. How grave is the situation? He inquired, his voice trembling. Dr. Sun hesitated for a moment before responding. If she does not pull through, then... His words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Chen Luo's complexion turned pale. An avalanche of thoughts surged within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Dr. Sun quickly interjected, Here are some confirmation documents. Take a look and sign if everything is in order. The documents were distinct risk notification letters, conveying the notion that only with the consent of the family would the experts employ this life-saving method on the patient. After a painstaking process of signing a stack of papers, Dr. Sun hastily gathered them and swiftly made his way towards the isolation room. Chen Luo followed closely, not daring to stray until Dr. Sun reached the entrance of the isolation area. He could go no further. Dr. Sun, please, I implore you, he uttered, but Dr. Sun did not pause. The isolation door closed, and Chen Luo gasped for breath, leaning against the wall, his body gradually succumbing to weakness. He slumped down onto the cold floor, staring blankly at the bright lights on the corridor ceiling, his eyes devoid of any spark. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until Mr. and Mrs. Li, two elderly figures, approached unsteadily. Chen Luo managed a nod of acknowledgement, but uttered no words. The elderly couple remained silent as they took their seats beside him, each lost in their own thoughts. The atmosphere hung heavy, as oppressive as mercury, nearly stifling. Inside the isolation room, silence reigned, with no sounds escaping to inform Chen Luo of any developments. This very silence tightened the knot of anxiety in his chest, leaving him no moment of respite. It was not until 5 o'clock in the morning that the isolation door creaked open. Dr. Sun's figure emerged before Chen Luo. In that instant, Chen Luo's body reacted as if propelled by a spring, and he leapt up, grasping Dr. Sun's hand with urgency. Veins bulged prominently on his neck, and his eyes shimmered with a fervent light, yet his mouth gaped open, rendering him utterly speechless. In his desperation, he attempted to glean some understanding from the expression on Dr. Sun's face, but amidst his anxiety, he discerned nothing. Both Li father and Li mother trembled as they rose to their feet, with Li father stammering, Dr. Sun, what has happened to Xiaoyan? Dr. Sun let out a deep sigh and replied softly, I am truly sorry, we did all we could. It was as if a thunderbolt had suddenly detonated beside him, causing Chen Luo's mind to spin, and his body swayed involuntarily. Li mother's eyes rolled back, and she nearly fainted. Fortunately, 2 nurses rushed out from behind Dr. Sun to support her, preventing her from collapsing. It seemed the nurses had anticipated such a scenario and were prepared in advance. Li father's voice was as rusty as a worn-out hinge, dry and hoarse. I apologize for the trouble, Dr. Sunday. With another heavy sigh, Dr. Sun gently patted Chen Luo, whose pallor betrayed a complete lack of vitality, shook his head, and departed. Moments later, Song Xiaojun, Lu Amping, and several other experts emerged from within. In the presence of Chen Luo, Lu Amping appeared particularly remorseful, averting his gaze as he could not bear to meet Chen Luo's eyes. Song Xiaojun approached, murmuring, Xiao Chun, I am sorry for disappointing you. I wish to see her, This was against protocol, yet after a brief hesitation, Song Xiaojun exchanged a few words with the hospital officials nearby, and Chen Luo was granted permission. Under the leadership of Song Xiaojun, he traversed the lengthy corridor, ultimately arriving at the resuscitation room, a place he had previously only been able to observe through a glass wall. Unlike before, all of Li Shiyun's tubes and instruments had been removed from her frail body. She lay quietly on the bed, her complexion pale yet faintly tinged with a hint of pink, resembling someone in slumber. Chen Luo trembled as he grasped her hand, pressing it fervently against his face. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, tears cascaded from his eyes in torrents. It was only at that moment that he truly realized that the love of his life had departed from him forever. His desperate struggles and relentless search for hope had ultimately failed to preserve her life. On an evening marked by inclement weather, Chen Luo dialed Dr. Sun's number. Dr. Sun, do you have time this evening? Shall we have dinner together and converse? For reasons unknown, Dr. Sun agreed to Chen Luo's invitation. The two men chose a modest yet acceptable restaurant, securing a quiet private room. After they had both indulged in a few drinks, Chen Luo finally mustered the courage to voice a long-held question that had been weighing on his mind. Dr. Sun, as an expert in oncology, could you perhaps elucidate something for me? I've pondered this for quite some time and have yet to find clarity. After consuming a bit of alcohol, feeling slightly lightheaded, Chen Luo gazed earnestly at Dr. Sun and posed his solemn inquiry. How can a healthy person develop cancer? Why do they contract cancer? Dr. Sun, could you enlighten me? Chapter 62. Inspiration. After posing the question, Chen Luo continued to gaze at Dr. Sun with an extraordinary seriousness. Dr. Sun, oblivious to the subtle shift in Chen Luo's demeanor, seemed invigorated by the inquiry, as it provided him an opportunity to expound upon the vast knowledge he possessed to an outsider. After downing a glass of wine in one swift motion, he began to articulate his thoughts with fervor. Cancer, you see, is an exceedingly intricate ailment. Allow me to explain its mechanisms to you. Throughout one's life, human beings constantly experience the loss of somatic cells, a fact you must be aware of. It is akin to scraping away a patch of skin. When injured, one loses some epidermis. Once these somatic cells diminish, they must be replenished, correct? So, how does the body restore these cells? Through cellular division. This process of cellular division essentially involves the replication of cells. However, the DNA strand comprises billions of nucleotides, making flawless replication virtually impossible, wouldn't you agree? Errors are quite common, frequent, and indeed, unavoidable. Chen Luo nodded slightly. Is cancer a result of errors in DNA replication? Dr. Sun, with a hint of pride, responded, No, you must understand that every cell possesses a DNA repair mechanism. The DNA repair genes utilize templates to rectify erroneous sequences, employing a plethora of repair mechanisms such as base excision repair and nucleotide excision repair. Dr. Sun elaborated on these esoteric technical terms, prompting Chen Luo to interject. If cells possess repair mechanisms, why do cancers still arise? Dr. Sun, taking a bite of his meal, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Guess what? The crux lies in the fact that the DNA repair genes within the cells themselves can become damaged. Once they are compromised, they can no longer function effectively. Yet, this is not the most critical point. The most concerning aspect is that this damage can be transmitted to daughter cells during division, thus exacerbating the issue over time. Chen Luo murmured, So this is how cancer develops. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, Dr. Sun retorted dismissively. You underestimate the human body. There exists another line of defense. At this juncture, DNA repair proteins should spring into action to rectify the errors, preventing any cellular anomalies. However, alas, these DNA repair proteins can also sustain damage. If they become incapacitated, the cell finds itself in a dire predicament. It will completely lose its coordination with neighboring cells, incessantly producing disordered proteins, thereby endangering itself and surrounding cells. At this point, it can be deemed a cancer cell. Chen Luo, apprehensive that Dr. Sun would delve into further complexities, refrained from interrupting. Indeed, Dr. Sun continued his discourse. At this stage, the trouble is still not insurmountable. In the human body, there exist various proteins that can directly eliminate cells, a process scientifically known as apoptosis, whereby cancerous cells are destroyed and consumed by white blood cells. However, the critical issue lies in the fact that these proteins can themselves undergo mutations. Additionally, You may be familiar with the Hayflick limit, which also serves to inhibit cancer cells. Yet, these cancerous cells may mutate and surpass this barrier, representing the final line of defense within the human body. Once this last bastion is breached, cancer cells can proliferate. Chen Luo nodded slightly in understanding. At this juncture, there remains yet another crucial barrier. Within our bodies, there exist adhesion molecules that bind cancer cells together, preventing them from dispersing and consequently inhibiting their growth. This phenomenon results in benign tumors, which, when excised, pose no significant threat. Such procedures can be performed by interns with ease. However, alas, due to the insidious nature of mutations, these adhesion molecules may also fail, allowing cancer cells to roam freely. This phenomenon marks the onset of cancer metastasis, manifesting in forms such as colorectal cancer or laryngeal cancer, which become increasingly difficult to treat. Reflecting on this, Chen Luo quietly counted the defenses within the human body. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 lines of defense, he murmured. Indeed, 5 lines of defense. Yet still unable to thwart the advance of cancer, Dr. Sun continued to express his lamentations, lost in his own reveries. Chen Luo, on the other hand, was enveloped in a profound heaviness, acutely aware that this very process had unfolded within Li Shuyun's body. A minuscule cancer cell had managed to breach all 5 lines of defense, ultimately culminating in the emergence of a malignant tumor. Upon succumbing to malignant tumors, it confronts the 6th and, in the truest sense, the final bastion, the physician. The doctor embodies the medical expertise humanity has acquired, tasked with combating the relentless cancer cells that have breached multiple defenses within the human body. Should the cancer cells prevail and surmount the physician's fortification, the patient succumbs to death. Conversely, if the physician emerges victorious, the patient is granted the gift of continued life. This is an invisible war, devoid of smoke and mirrors. Regrettably, the cancer cells within Li Shuyun triumphed in this ultimate conflict. They commenced their insidious journey from a mere genetic mutation. Overcoming 5 formidable barriers naturally evolved within the human body and ultimately vanquished the final defense, a culmination of wisdom gathered from countless healers over millennia. Thus claiming victory and seizing Li Shuyun's life, Dr. Sun continued to ramble on about something, yet Chen Luo found himself devoid of the will to listen. His questions had been resolved. He understood that the time had come to depart. After escorting the inebriated Dr. Sun to his home, Chen Luo strolled quietly along the tranquil, moonlit street. Ahead lay a convenience store operating 24 hours a day. A sudden impulse stirred within him, prompting him to enter and, disregarding his inebriated state, purchase another bottle of alcohol. He then hailed an empty vehicle and made his way once more to the cemetery where Li Shuyun was interred. Upon locating her grave, illuminated by the gentle moonlight, Chen Luo gazed sorrowfully at the photograph of Li Shuyun beaming with joy upon the gravestone, his heart heavy with grief. After a long while, he finally leaned against the gravestone, savoring the chill of the night breeze while gazing at the dimly luminous moon, which bore faint red spots yet remained bright. He tilted his head back and took a hearty swig of liquor. Shuyun, today I had a conversation with Dr. Sunday Haha. Listening to his tales was quite amusing. It turns out so much has transpired within your body. It was a veritable war. Alas, humanity ultimately succumbed. Do you know? Your wishes may remain unfulfilled, and our children will never be born. I shall endure a life of solitude. Chen Luo once again tilted his neck back, pouring another generous gulp of alcohol down his throat. The fiery liquid coursed through him, warming his entire being, rendering the cold entirely imperceptible. TSK. How foolish those cancer cells are. Why can't they comprehend? What benefit do they derive from your demise? They too shall perish. As for nutrition, do we truly lack sustenance at this point? Are they not the ones deprived of nourishment? Would it not suffice if I slaughtered pigs and sheep daily to sustain them? Why must they stubbornly seize what belongs to you? What is it that they cannot understand? The winter night, especially in the cemetery's vicinity, was eerily quiet. Aside from the occasional honking of distant cars and the whisper of the wind, there was naught but silence. Sigh these days. Many have urged me to see things in a different light. But at this juncture, what more can I do? If I am to come to terms with it, so be it. Regardless, in a few decades, I too shall descend to accompany you. I wonder if there exists an underworld. Do you think, once humanity disappears, the netherworld will also become desolate? Chen Luo was truly intoxicated. He leaned against the tombstone of Li Shuyun, clutching a bottle of wine, murmuring incoherent words meant only for his own ears. At that moment, whether it was the intoxication or some other illusion. The moon above seemed to flicker with a hint of crimson light. A surge of anger welled up within Chen Luo. He abruptly rose to his feet, grasped the remaining half of the wine bottle, and hurled it towards the heavens. The bottle traced an arc across the night sky before crashing somewhere with a resounding thud. Chen Luo, one hand resting on the tombstone, pointed at the luminous moon above, shouting vehemently, "To hell with you, aliens! To hell with you, doctors! Nonsense doctors! Are you trying to show off? High technology, is it? Come down and face me one-on-one." In that moment, the term doctor struck a familiar chord within him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Chen Luo's mind. Yet, having consumed too much alcohol, he found that this fleeting insight eluded his grasp. "Doctor, doctor," he murmured, and in an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had illuminated his thoughts. "Doctor, doctor." In that fleeting moment, it seemed Chen Luo had unraveled a mystery, uncovering elements he had previously overlooked. These fragments converged, presenting themselves with astonishing clarity before him. Cancer cells aim to seize human life, yet they must navigate through numerous hurdles. Likewise, the birth of life requires overcoming formidable challenges. To thwart the emergence of cancer cells, the human body possesses a DNA repair mechanism, DNA repair proteins, apoptosis mechanisms, the Hayflick limit, and molecular adhesion effects. To prevent the emergence of life, the universe is filled with tumultuous stars, inhospitable planets, erratically colliding asteroids, supernova explosions that disperse like insecticides, black holes, various extreme celestial bodies, and cosmic rays. The human body strives to avert the onset of cancer. Might it be that the universe is also endeavoring to thwart the existence of life? Given enough time, cancer inevitably manifests. Does this imply that, should the universe endure long enough, life will eventually arise? Cancer spreads. Life evolves intelligence, transforming into sentient beings. And as technology advances sufficiently, interstellar travel becomes feasible, leading to further dissemination. When cancer emerges, there are physicians to combat it. When sentient life appears, physicians arise as well. These healers represent the final bastion against cancer. Amidst a drunken reverie, Chen Luo's wild thoughts meandered to this point. Instead of fear, he erupted into hearty laughter. In the desolate and frigid cemetery, his laughter echoed like a ghostly wail. As he laughed, he fumbled for his phone, taking quite some time to finally dial. "Hello, doctor." "Home. It's me, Chen Luo." "Haha, I must tell you, I've made a significant discovery." The content of the conversation escaped even Chen Luo's own memory. Before the call was concluded, he had already leaned against Li Shuyun's gravestone and succumbed to slumber. Time passed unmeasured until a piercing siren shattered the tranquil night sky surrounding the cemetery, heralding the approach of a convoy composed of several vehicles. This book is about to be published. Well, that's about it. There seems to be nothing more worth mentioning. Let everyone indulge as they wish. Feel free to subscribe if you desire, and do not feel compelled if you do not. Regardless, the circumstance remains unchanged, and in any case, the tale shall continue to be penned by Rainbow. Chapter 63. Negative entropy within the cemetery. Chen Luo remained in a deep slumber. However, his breaths had gradually weakened, becoming faint, while his body temperature began to uncontrollably decline. He slept soundly, impervious even to the biting cold wind laced with snow, which failed to rouse him. The snowfall intensified, delicately cascading from the heavens, blanketing the earth in a pristine white. The snowflakes settled upon Chen Luo and upon the gravestone of Li Shuyun, creating an illusion of unity between the two. Chen Luo's breaths had become almost imperceptible. The rise and fall of his chest were no longer visible. At this moment, not far from Li Shuyun's gravestone, a group of adept soldiers clad in black uniforms was swiftly dispersing, diligently searching the entire cemetery under the anxious urgings of Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei. The cemetery's night watchman was awakened, donning his coat while trembling as he responded to Hong Mingxuan's inquiries. "This cemetery is a public space. Anyone can come here." I haven't seen anything." "I don't know. Have you found anything?" "Nothing. The mobile signal clearly indicates a location here. Search meticulously. Has the ambulance arrived?" Chen Luo is evidently intoxicated. He may have fallen asleep, and if we delay any longer, he could perish from the cold. The cemetery sprawled vast, covering at least several 100,000 square meters, adorned with thousands of gravestones. Beneath the swirling snowflakes, the beam of a powerful flashlight swept across the scene, illuminating the hurried figures of countless individuals. their voices echoing amidst the cacophony of footsteps. Observing the anxious Hong Mingxian, Chen Luo spoke gravely. Do you truly believe he has uncovered the truth about the doctor's arrival? A drunken man mourning the recent loss of his wife? Hong Mingxian replied solemnly. Even if he has not discerned the reality, his thoughts might still provide us with valuable insights. Regardless of the circumstances, he has saved our lives. How can we stand idly by and watch him perish in the cold? Chen Luo sighed deeply. Moments later, he suddenly lifted his gaze. Chen Luo's beloved had just passed away, and this was indeed a cemetery. The night watchman was promptly summoned once more. After determining the location of Li Shuyun's grave, the two, accompanied by a group of soldiers, hurriedly made their way there, only to discover Chen Luo nearly buried beneath the snow. Had they not been actively searching, one might have easily mistaken the site for merely a snow-covered mound of earth. Failing to recognize the human form beneath, the accompanying paramedic rushed forward, carefully lifting Chen Luo into the ambulance. After a series of urgent medical interventions, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief, stating, "Fortunately, we found him in time. There is no immediate threat to his life. Had we arrived an hour later, no, even half an hour, it could have ended differently." Hong Mingxian waved his hand decisively. "Take him to the hospital, immediately. We must go." In a daze, they moved forward, adrift in the chaos. During what felt like an eternity of slumber, Chen Luo seemed to traverse through a multitude of dreams, encountering an array of surreal images and disjointed events. Yet, all these visions were fragmented and bizarre, devoid of any coherent logic or connection. Thirst. Oh, the thirst. A throbbing pain enveloped his head. His hands and feet itched incessantly, and his ears too were plagued by an unsettling itch. With a soft groan, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, he felt as though smoke were rising from his throat, while his head throbbed with an indescribable, dull ache, as if an iron band were tightening mercilessly around it. His vision was clouded. Beyond a vast expanse of white, nothing was discernible. This was a quintessential symptom of a hangover, yet he had never before experienced it with such intensity. He realized he was situated in a hospital room, lying not on the frigid, unyielding ground, but upon a soft hospital bed. Clad in a patient gown, both his hands and feet were tightly wrapped in thick bandages, offering only the sensation of itchiness, and 4 drip hung from a metal stand beside him, administering a steady stream of liquid into his veins. Nearby, a middle-aged nurse, seemingly in her 40s, gazed at him with genuine concern. "Thirst, thirst." The nurse adjusted the upper part of the bed to allow Chen Luo to recline comfortably, then brought forth a glass of warm water, placing the straw gently at his lips. He gulped it down eagerly, yearning for more. But the nurse shook her head and replied, "You cannot drink too much at once." Chen Luo closed his eyes, taking a moment to steady himself, and hoarsely inquired, "Who brought me here?" "A man with the surname Hong has already been notified." Hong. Chen Luo pondered for quite some time, yet he could not recall, and ultimately decided to relinquish the effort. "Is your head still aching?" "It aches," the middle-aged nurse admonished in a condescending tone. "You young people truly are reckless. How could you consume so much alcohol? You do realize you are suffering from alcohol poisoning, don't you? Do you know why your head hurts? Your brain is nearly dehydrated, leading to atrophy, which is why it aches. Do you understand? You possess quite the talent, venturing out to drink in this frigid weather. Fortunately, you were brought in promptly. Had it been any later, you would have lost your hands, feet, and ears, all of which would have had to be amputated." The nurse seemed poised to continue her reprimand when a hurried sound of footsteps interrupted her. Chen Luo laboriously turned his head and saw Hong Mingxian, Chen Luo, and several unfamiliar faces hastily entering. Upon seeing Chen Luo awake, Hong Mingxian let out a sigh of relief. "Chen Luo, you nearly scared me to death. Do you realize you were on the brink of freezing to death? Thankfully, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, by the next day, you would have become an ice sculpture. I mean, why must you drink? Can't you do that at home? Why wander out to a cemetery in the dead of night, playing ghost?" Chen Luo forced a smile and whispered, "Thank you. How did you find me?" Chen Luo turned to the middle-aged nurse and exchanged a knowing glance, prompting her to quietly exit and close the ward door. Hong Mingxian then remarked in astonishment, "Have you forgotten?" Another individual, unfamiliar to Chen Luo, took out his phone and operated it for a moment. The voice of Chen Luo, infused with the delirium of inebriation, resonated. "Hello. I apologize for calling you at this late hour. I've had a bit too much to drink. Let us not dwell on that." Hong Mingxian waved his hand dismissively. "Yesterday, You mentioned that you had some speculations regarding the true purpose of the doctor's arrival, and you spoke extensively about cancer, cancer cells, and the like. Now, I implore you to share all your conjectures with me. Enduring the dizziness and pain throbbing in his head, as well as the prickling discomfort in his hands, feet, and ears from frostbite, Chen Luo paused momentarily before softly responding. I'm sorry. I was intoxicated yesterday and spoke nonsense. I have no conjectures. Even if I did, they would be utterly absurd. Chang Lei insisted earnestly. Please tell me. Dean, he is also awaiting your response. Chen Luo sensed the gravity and seriousness of the inquiry, which compelled him to adopt a more solemn demeanor. After a moment of gathering his thoughts, he began to recount his experience slowly. My spouse recently passed away from cancer. Last night, I asked Dr. Sun some questions regarding cancer. Then, after a few drinks, I suddenly realized that cancer cells bear a certain resemblance to us as humans. With a hoarse voice, Chen Luo managed to articulate his conjectures after consuming 3 cups of water. A profound silence enveloped the hospital room. Chen Luo lay quietly on the bed, while Hong Mingxian, Chang Lei, and several unfamiliar individuals behind them wore expressions of deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, one of the accompanying personnel suddenly interjected, No, that's not right. Cancer can devastate the human body. How then might humanity bring about the destruction of the universe? If we liken the cosmos to the human form, what is it about the existence of intelligent civilizations that could inflict harm upon the universe? Akin to the way cancer affects a body? It seems illogical, for humanity is but a speck, while the universe is boundless. Yet, humanity thrives and proliferates. Hong Mingxian suddenly remarked, A mere 2 centuries ago, we were confined to a small planet, and now, 200 years later, our unmanned probes have traversed the entirety of the solar system. Perhaps within a few centuries, we shall embark on interstellar colonization, and in a few millennia, we may occupy the entire third arm of the galaxy. In tens of thousands of years, we could dominate the Milky Way itself. And in the grand scheme of the universe, tens of thousands of years are but a fleeting moment. Chen Luo fell into silence. He comprehended these words. Since modern times, the advancement of human technology has been accelerating. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the expanse of human dominion will continue to grow, making the prospect of venturing beyond our galaxy a plausible reality. This signifies that humanity's influence upon the universe is steadily increasing. Although our current impact is minuscule, the anticipation for a more significant future is palpable. Yet, Chen Luo remained perplexed as to why an increasing influence upon the universe would herald disaster. Can humanity, like cancer, truly extinguish the cosmos? Chang Lei spoke solemnly. Such reasoning defies logic. History has demonstrated how remarkably restrained humanity can be when faced with its own peril, and what sacrifices it is willing to make for sustainable development. Were it otherwise, the ecological balance of Earth would have long been obliterated. Humanity possesses the capacity to safeguard the ecological balance of Earth. It is illogical to wait until we have the power to influence the entirety of the universe before we take measures to protect its ecology. Hong Mingxian furrowed his brow, and after a prolonged moment, it suddenly relaxed. He spoke in a grave tone. No, we humans have the potential to annihilate the universe. The physician has already elucidated the reasons, our very nature. Chen Luo remained bewildered. He recalled that his textbooks had taught him that human nature is to seek survival and reproduction, rather than to obliterate the environment upon which we depend. Chen Luo, you may have heard the saying that life feeds on negative entropy. This is the essence of all life, and humanity is no exception. Negative entropy. Chen Luo pondered this term, falling into a contemplative silence. Everyone, including Chang Lei, was enveloped in stillness. The nature the doctor referred to does not pertain to greed, destruction, or other ephemeral and superficial concepts, but rather to something more fundamental, relating to the very form of our existence. Chapter 64. The useful and the useless. Chen Luo understood that the essence of negative entropy is energy. All life must extract energy from its environment to sustain existence. Every human necessity, the entirety of Earth's ecological system, and all conceivable needs of life as understood by humanity ultimately revolve around the pursuit of energy. The more advanced our technology, the greater the energy we can harness. From the bioenergy and chemical energy of ancient times to electrical energy, nuclear energy, and even the theoretical or imaginative realms of antimatter energy and zero-point energy. This is the most fundamental aspect of our nature. In comparison to this inherent nature, all other so-called natures appear superficial. Indeed, The prevailing practice among experts in extraterrestrial civilization studies is to categorize different civilizations based on their capacity to harness energy. A civilization capable of controlling all the energy of a planet is designated as a Type K1 civilization. Those that can harness the energy of an entire stellar system are classified as Type K2 civilizations, while those that manage the energy of an entire galaxy are referred to as Type K3 civilizations. The pursuit of greater energy is an unalterable aspect of intelligent life. However, the crux of the matter lies in the creation of negative entropy, which comes at the cost of expelling a greater amount of entropy into the universe. The more negative entropy created, the more accelerated the process of entropy increase becomes. Due to the existence of life, Earth continuously expels vast amounts of entropy into the cosmos every moment, thereby accelerating the universal entropy increase. This is merely the case given our currently primitive technology. Imagine if one day we were to master the entire galaxy, or even the entirety of our galaxy cluster and supercluster, with our population escalating to thousands or even trillions of times its current size, and our per capita energy consumption similarly increasing by thousands or trillions of times. To what extent would our demand for negative entropy rise, and how much entropy would be expelled into the universe to produce such an immense quantity of negative entropy? Throughout history, the average energy consumption per individual has consistently risen. Lighting, automobiles, mobile phones, exquisite food, clothing, entertainment, and the energy expended in the production of these items have culminated in a per capita energy consumption for modern humans that exceeds that of ancient humans by at least 1,000-fold. This is merely the increase experienced by humanity in less than 200 years since our entry into modern society. So, how much energy will human life consume thousands or even tens of thousands of years hence? What will the per capita energy consumption be in comparison to present times? We are accelerating the rate of cosmic entropy increase. The more advanced our technology becomes, the greater the energy we harness, and thus the more pronounced the acceleration. Once entropy reaches its zenith, it heralds the end of the universe, a phenomenon scientists term heat death. In this state of heat death, all existence will vanish. Every star, every planet, including neutron stars, black holes, galaxies, and even rivers, will cease to be. Time itself may even dissipate, for in a universe devoid of motion, time becomes meaningless. The cosmos will truly perish. Benign tumors do not metastasize, do not grow, and pose minimal risk. Malignant tumors, however, spread indiscriminately, proliferating continuously, and present a significant threat. Thus, the doctor arrived. Liang Lei sighed, remarking, "It is highly probable that this is the truth of the universe, and also the reason why the cosmos appears so desolate." Silence once again enveloped the hospital room. After a lengthy pause, Hong Mingxian rose, forcing a smile as he said, "Chen Luo, thank you. It is through your insight that we have uncovered the truth of the matter. As of this moment, this conclusion has yet to be validated. Moreover, there has been little discussion on a broader scale, and it remains far too premature to assert it as the truth. Yet, at this instant, Hong Mingxian seems to have already accepted it as such, for it is a meticulously structured and self-consistent system. This system aligns seamlessly with the knowledge humanity has acquired, providing a perfect explanation for the actions and decisions made by doctors." Chen Luo suddenly felt a sense of irony. In that moment, he recalled his deceased beloved, and the silent war that transpired within Li Shuyun, a conflict between the human immune system, the doctors, and the cancer cells. This war represented a failure of human doctors alongside the body's immune defenses. Yet, in this cosmic battle, despite the immune system's defeat, it appeared that the doctors would ultimately emerge victorious. After a prolonged silence, Chen Luo struggled to articulate, "What exactly is a doctor?" Eventually, it was Hong Mingxian who shrugged and replied, "Who knows? Perhaps they are remnants of an ancient super-civilization, or maybe they embody the consciousness of the universe itself. It sounds fantastical, yet it is not entirely implausible. With so many mysteries within the cosmos, how much do we truly understand?" Chong Lei sighed. "If things had developed smoothly, we might have had the opportunity to unravel more of the universe's enigmas, even the very nature of the doctor itself. But now, it seems there is no hope." Chen Luo felt increasingly ironic about this. "So, you all have gleaned the truth of the doctor's arrival through my fleeting inspiration, yet this truth holds no practical value, does it?" Hong Mingxian replied with a wry smile. "At present, it seems to be of little use. This group of individuals came and went in a hurry, in just a minute. They departed entirely. Only Chen Luo remained, lying on the hospital bed, enduring the myriad physical discomforts. By this time, the effects of the hangover had gradually subsided. Yet the frostbite on several areas of his body had become increasingly itchy, and he found himself powerless to scratch, which left him in great distress. After listening to the reports from Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei, He Zhengqi closed his eyes and remained silent for a long while. Finally, he sighed and remarked, "If the truth truly is as such, then our submission and compromise will prove utterly futile." Hong Mingxian spoke softly. "Fortunately, we did not proceed with the human self-healing initiative. The purpose of this initiative was to diminish humanity's impact on Earth's ecosystem. However, the ecosystem is composed of life itself. Ironically, the doctor's aim might encompass all life on Earth, not merely humanity. It is highly conceivable that, from the doctor's perspective, the distinction between sentient and non-sentient beings is akin to that between benign and malignant tumors. Both are tumors, both are deemed candidates for removal. From this viewpoint, the human self-healing initiative offers no utility beyond exacerbating chaos. I shall report this matter to the superiors. You both may return to your duties." Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei exchanged a glance, each letting out a quiet sigh before turning to depart. In the hospital room, Chen Luo continued to lie in silence. Apart from a middle-aged nurse who occasionally checked on him and administered medication, and a caregiver attending to his needs, no one else disturbed Chen Luo. The question was simple and direct. Is the truth truly of no consequence? Prior to uncovering the truth, no amount of effort proves fruitful, for the course has been misguided from the outset. Take, for instance, the self-healing plan proposed by individuals in the past. Yet, now that the truth has been unveiled, is it truly impossible to devise even a modicum of a solution? Chen Luo recognizes that the situation has escalated to such an extent that it seems no one is left devoted to finding ways to resolve the issues and salvage human civilization. This notion is evident from the earlier deductions made by Hong Mingxian and Chang Lei, who discerned the truth without delving deeper into their contemplation. The superlative technological prowess possessed by the doctor has led people to instinctively dismiss the possibility of their own ability to combat it. Moreover, the doctor arrives as a representative of the cosmos. The existence of sentient life poses a significant threat to the universe, resulting in a relentless struggle for survival, an unyielding fight where neither side is willing to compromise. In the process of pondering potential solutions to this dilemma, Chen Luo began to sense that amidst the emptiness left by Li Shuyun's passing, a new pillar seemed to emerge within his mental landscape. He had been ruminating for an extended period, until at a certain moment, a recollection struck him. Dr. Jian Junming had once imparted a profound statement, that cancer cells are not inherently difficult to eradicate. The challenge lies in eliminating them without adversely affecting the human body. Thus, with this as a catalyst, further divergent thoughts began to flourish, culminating in a singular idea that surged into his consciousness. No, this truth may not be devoid of significance. Chapter 65. The Deterrence Plan. Cancer cells are, in fact, quite fragile. They do not require excessively extreme conditions. Even in what is deemed the most comfortable environment for humans, isolated cancer cells will still perish. Chen Luo understood that within the confines of a laboratory, to ensure the survival and proliferation of cancer cells that have detached from the human body, researchers must meticulously maintain stable conditions of temperature, humidity, and pressure, while also providing a variety of nutrient solutions, nurturing them as one would tenderly care for delicate infants. Similarly, cancer cells residing within the human body are equally vulnerable and easily destroyed. However, in comparison, normal human cells are even more fragile and susceptible to annihilation. This presents the crux of the challenge. Physicians must engage in the eradication of cancer cells without inflicting excessive harm upon the human body itself. Due to this constraint, from the very outset of this battle, doctors find themselves at a disadvantage. It is precisely for this reason that cancer has claimed so many lives. When confronted with cancer cells, physicians are beset with apprehensions. Thus, when faced with humanity, do doctors harbor similar reservations? A peculiar light gradually gathered in Chen Luo's eyes. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a revelation. There is no doubt that doctors possess superlative technologies far surpassing that of humanity. The instantaneous annihilation of all humans, or even the destruction of the Earth and the solar system, should pose no insurmountable challenge for them. However, why did it refrain from taking such measures and instead opt for the more subtle approach of prohibiting human reproduction? Furthermore, researchers Hong Mingxian and Dr. Chen Luo have established through their studies that the colossal light pillars on the moon are, in fact, supermassive non-material engines. Given the extensive deployment of these engines by the doctors on the lunar surface, it stands to reason that such arrangements serve a purpose. They would not have been executed out of mere boredom. The singular potential outcome of positioning engines on the moon would be to displace it, thereby depriving Earth of its comparatively gigantic satellite. The loss of the moon would unleash catastrophic consequences for our planet. Firstly, the immediate absence of the moon's gravitational pull would lead to a rapid decline in sea levels, subjecting nearly all coastal regions to unprecedentedly massive tsunamis. Secondly, the geological stability of Earth, which has been finely balanced between the gravitational influences of both Earth and the moon, would be irrevocably altered. The sudden removal of the moon would necessitate a complete restructuring of Earth's geological framework, resulting in unparalleled volcanic eruptions and seismic activities worldwide, along with a cascade of subsequent disasters. The ramifications for Earth's climate, ecosystems, ocean currents, and atmospheric patterns are incalculable, potentially leading to the annihilation of humanity and all forms of life within the Earth's biosphere. Yet, why have the doctors never pursued this course of action? The only plausible explanation is that they are unwilling to drive humanity into a corner at this juncture. This aligns with their decision to refrain from the outright extermination of humankind, opting instead for the prohibition of reproduction, allowing humanity to fade away in a state of tranquility. A bold yet reasonable conjecture emerged in Chen Luo's mind. The inability of human doctors to eradicate cancer cells directly may stem from their inherent reservations. If physicians refrain from annihilating humanity, could it be that they too harbor specific concerns? Might humanity exploit this hesitation to carve out a sliver of hope for survival? What are the reservations of the doctors? How can humanity leverage this to its advantage? Struggling to sit up, Chen Luo grasped his phone with the hand that had just shed its bandages and was nearly restored, dialing Hong Mingxuan's number once more. 20 minutes later, Hong Mingxian, Chen Luo, and a contingent of uniformed soldiers entered Chen Luo's hospital room. Dean, he wishes to hear your thoughts. Here, a cadre of experts in game theory and psychology, arranged by the Academy of Sciences, took turns imparting their knowledge to Chen Luo, all aimed at one singular goal: executing a successful deterrence strategy. The essence of deterrence lies in instilling a belief in the opponent that should they fail to meet one's demands, a specific action will inevitably ensue, an action they would rather avoid. Every aspect of the deterrence process serves this fundamental purpose of making the opponent believe. In comparison, whether we genuinely intend to follow through with that action becomes secondary. Of course, during the deterrence process, we must acknowledge that the opponent possesses their own judgment and observation mechanisms. Therefore, to ensure the success of deterrence, it is prudent for us to genuinely resolve to commit to that specific course of action. After all, no deception, no matter how meticulously crafted, can rival the credibility of something that truly exists. Before the serious-faced game theorist ahead, Chen Luo murmured, in order to prevent the annihilation of humanity, I must resolutely decide to destroy humanity, correct? In essence, that is indeed the case. It is somewhat ironic. Yet, it proves to be extraordinarily effective. Another game theory expert, equally grave in demeanor, remarked, moreover, it has successfully withstood the tests of history and time, ensuring that our civilization has evaded destruction by nuclear warfare during the era of nation-states. Oh, when all nuclear nations manage to convince each other that if one suffers a nuclear attack, the others will inevitably retaliate with their own nuclear strikes, then no country will dare to launch a nuclear attack against another. In this deterrence strategy, we shall draw lessons from the methods employed by historical figures. How did the people of the nation-state era instill belief in their opponents regarding their resolve? Was it not through relentless education and indoctrination, much like now? This is merely one facet of the larger picture. In comparison to human nature, we are more inclined to trust in a mechanism that can entirely eliminate the influence of human will. Presently, beyond you, the decision-maker, there are many others diligently constructing this very mechanism. At this moment, at Greystone Natural Park, Site 7, over 3,000 workers are engaged in activity across the 36 pre-selected construction points. Countless large machines have been transported here, executing meticulous work under the guidance of engineers, technicians, and scientists dispatched by the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. During a 3-month construction period, 36 deep shafts, each ranging from 3,000 to 12,000 meters, will be excavated across 36 sites, with thermonuclear warheads, weighing between 30 million and 100 million tons, meticulously installed and equipped with all necessary detonation apparatus. As the excavation and installation of the hydrogen bombs approach completion, the construction of the command center, situated 300 meters beneath a distant safe zone, is proceeding with great urgency. A helicopter descends slowly, and He Zhengqi, Hong Mingxian, and Chang Lei step out with deliberation. Gazing at the towering colossal machines that loom before them like monstrous beasts, He Zhengqi is enveloped in an indescribable sensation. He is acutely aware that the Greystone Natural Park is one of the 59 geologically vulnerable points selected for this operation. The detonation of high-yield thermonuclear devices at these sites could yield profound implications for the Earth's structure. Should the deterrent strategy fail, the simultaneous detonation of 36 high-yield hydrogen bombs would instantaneously shatter the fragile equilibrium maintained by the crust at this location. An unprecedented cataclysmic volcanic eruption would then befall the planet, leading to the annihilation of the entire ecological system of Earth. Beyond this site, there are 58 other geologically vulnerable points, each possessing the potential for equivalent devastation. The detonation of such powerful thermonuclear devices at any one of these 59 sites would yield similar catastrophic results. Humanity now intends to deploy excessive hydrogen bombs at every one of these critical geological weak points, leaving none unaddressed. In a tragic irony, humanity's endeavor to obliterate itself and the environment it inhabits is paradoxically driven by a desperate quest for survival. Only through such drastic measures do they hope to grasp at a slender thread of existence. This notion was irrevocably established when the space soldier named Chen Luo speculated that the doctor harbored reservations, a hypothesis subsequently validated by our intelligence team. Thus, from every conceivable perspective, the repercussions of the deterrence plan were destined to be unwelcome to the doctor. This represented humanity's singular opportunity. Naturally, the execution of the deterrence plan was not devoid of dissent. Some vehemently opposed it, arguing that rather than risking the pursuit of a faint glimmer of hope, it would be preferable to resign to fate and perish in tranquility. Nevertheless, in the final decision-making process, those in favor of taking risks ultimately triumphed by a slender margin, leading to the eventual approval of the deterrence plan. "Let us proceed to the command center," someone suggested. The helicopter ascended once more, slicing through the air towards the horizon. After a moment of silence, Hong Mingxian inquired, "Why must Chen Luo be the one to execute the deterrence plan?" Chapter 66. The listener within the confines of the helicopter cabin. The moment Hong Mingxian posed this question, every gaze converged upon He Zhengqi. Clearly, this was not merely the curiosity of Hong Mingxian alone, but the collective inquiry of all present. A faint smile appeared on He Zhengqi's aged visage. "He is the most suitable candidate." "Oh." He Zhengqi began to count off on his fingers, seemingly engaging in soliloquy. "Firstly, this individual must possess a certain inclination towards annihilation, yet remain under the control of reason. Only then, when the time for true devastation arises, will he be able to bear the psychological burden without faltering. We are all aware that Chen Luo has recently lost his beloved. His profound affection for her is well known. This inevitably cultivates within him a certain sense of nihilism and a propensity for destruction. Secondly, this individual must possess an unwavering will, one robust enough to withstand the pressures of annihilation. Based on Chen Luo's past conduct, we are in unanimous agreement that he is capable of bearing this burden. Thirdly, this person must exhibit commendable discipline and obedience. Chen Luo has demonstrated exceptional performance within the Space Forces and at the lunar base, rendering his discipline and compliance beyond reproach. Furthermore, it is imperative that this individual comes from an untainted lineage and possesses impeccable character. Chen Luo fulfills all these numerous criteria. Tell me, if we do not select him for the role of direct executor, who else could we possibly choose? Upon hearing He Zhengqi's words, Hong Mingxian nodded silently. Beside him, Chang Lei offered a wry smile, remarking that despite Chen Luo's myriad virtues, the officials still mandated a 3-month psychological counseling and guidance program for him. Hong Mingxian murmured, "Do you think that if the deterrence plan fails, Chen Luo would genuinely issue the order for destruction?" "Certainly," Chang Lei replied without hesitation. "Isn't that precisely our objective?" He Zhengqi sighed, stating, "Only by instilling unwavering conviction within ourselves can we persuade the doctor to believe in our resolve." The helicopter flew for approximately several dozen minutes before landing at another construction site roughly 200 kilometers from the Greystone National Park. This location also featured a profoundly deep cavern, Yet in comparison to the thousands of meters deep caves found in Greystone National Park, it seemed relatively insignificant. It descends to a depth of approximately 300 meters, connected to an underground structure below by a high-speed elevator. This location directly oversees the detonation of hydrogen bombs within the Greystone Natural Park. Upon the arrival of He Zhongqi and his entourage, an engineer donning a safety helmet promptly approached, respectfully guiding them to inspect the construction progress of the facility. The building is modest in size, encompassing roughly 200 square meters, with a height of less than 6 meters. Currently, the main framework has been completed, and workers are engaged in the subsequent installation and debugging of equipment. This site is equipped with an independent fission battery for power, alongside ample provisions of food, drinking water, and oxygen. Should the entrances be sealed, it would transform into a realm almost entirely isolated from the outside world. After casually inquiring about several matters from the construction supervisor and conducting a thorough inspection to ensure that the construction aligns with design specifications, He Zhongqi and his party took their leave. He understood that upon completion of this facility, approximately 10 of the most compliant soldiers would be stationed here. Upon receiving the detonation command from the direct executor, they would initiate the explosion of 36 high-yield hydrogen bombs located around 200 kilometers away in Greystone Natural Park. Although this process could theoretically be executed through automated systems, the unique geological conditions of Greystone necessitate constant monitoring and the formulation of specific detonation plans tailored to varying geological circumstances to achieve the intended effects of the hydrogen bombs. This intricate procedure cannot be automated. Thus, the establishment of a command post manned by soldiers became imperative. The geological vulnerabilities designated by the human government are uniformly precarious. Thus, within this deterrence plan, the number of explosive points corresponds directly to the number of command centers. Upon entering these locations, the soldiers are bound solely to obey the commands of the direct executors. Beyond that, they would disregard even the orders of their superiors. This stipulation serves as a guarantee to ensure the seamless execution of the deterrence plan, instilling confidence in the medical personnel that decisive actions will indeed be taken. Upon departing from Command Post 7, a perplexed accompanying expert inquired, "How can we be certain that the soldiers stationed here will faithfully heed the commands of the direct executors? What if they receive the detonation order yet refuse to activate the hydrogen bomb? What if the commander issues a prohibition against detonation?" He Zhongqi replied with a calm smile. "They will execute their tasks as per the established plan." Time continued its silent passage. Approximately half a month later, the construction of Command Post 11, situated on a remote island, was finally completed, welcoming its first contingent of occupants. A total of 10 soldiers arrived, with Zheng Yan appointed as the leader of this group. Prior to being selected for this mission, numerous similar squads underwent rigorous training, which included psychological stress tests and obedience assessments. Ultimately, it was Zheng Yan's team that distinguished itself, earning the moniker of listeners within the ranks of the human military. They would remain vigilant, attuned to the signals emanating from the moon, patiently awaiting their arrival. It is precisely for this reason that they acquired this name. Upon receiving that specific signal, they were to promptly devise a detonation plan based on the real-time geological conditions and detonate the hydrogen bomb. Familiar with their surroundings, 10 soldiers, led by Zheng Yan, swiftly entered a state of readiness. They approached various instruments, immediately commencing observations of the geological conditions. The signal could arrive at any moment, necessitating constant vigilance in monitoring the geological environment. Life within the underground command post was monotonous and dull. However, everyone working here had undergone rigorous training, possessing qualities far beyond the ordinary. The tedium and dreariness did not affect their morale. Time slipped quietly away, and before long, 3 days had passed. This day unfolded like any other. After completing their shift change, Zheng Yan and his comrades took their positions, initiating the monitoring of geological conditions. Yet, scarcely an hour into their task, a piercing alarm reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, a blood-red message flashed across the screens before them. Signal received. Detonate the hydrogen bomb immediately. Signal received. Detonate the hydrogen bomb immediately. In that moment, Zheng Yan's pupils constricted sharply. He felt an instant chill wash over him, his limbs turning numb and immobile. After what felt like an eternity, his heart suddenly surged with a powerful thud, rousing him from his stupor. It was at this moment that the blood-red screen transformed, revealing the figure of a military leader, a visage he had only ever witnessed on television. now appearing before him. Unlike in the past, the expression on the military commander's face was now filled with urgency and dread. He shouted hoarsely at Zheng Yan, "It's a false alarm. Do not detonate the hydrogen bomb. Everyone, remain calm." He turned to his comrades and was met with their equally pale and fearful visages. Taking a deep breath, he trembled as he uttered, "Formulate the detonation plan." Immediately, the soldiers, enveloped in silence, began their task. Taking an extended period of 10 minutes to devise the detonation strategy, a process that previously required less than a minute. The detonation plan was uploaded into the execution protocol. Now, all that was needed was for Zheng Yan to press the red button before him, which would trigger the hydrogen bombs, causing a directed explosion at the geological weak points, thus obliterating the entire ecological system of the Earth in an instant. He closed his eyes, shaking as he reached for the button. However, just before his hand could make contact, a figure lunged at him, tackling him to the ground. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a comrade, face contorted with rage and desperation, glaring at him. "Are you insane? Do you wish to annihilate humanity? You cannot press it. If you do, the Earth is finished. Follow the orders." No, you madman." At that moment, it appeared that reason had abandoned them all, plunging into chaos. Initially, 5 duty personnel engaged in a fierce struggle, followed by another 5 who had been resting, rushing to join the fray. The air was filled with a cacophony of furious roars and anguished cries, rendering the command center more tumultuous than ever before. As time slipped away, another 10 minutes elapsed. Suddenly, the jarring alarm ceased, and a chilling voice resonated in the ears of all present. "The first drill has concluded. Captain Zheng Yan, along with team members Lu Tenghua, He Jia, and 4 others, passed the evaluation. However, team members Li Wei, Cheng Jianxian, and 3 others did not. Those who failed the assessment would face trial by military court for crimes against humanity." Chapter 67. The future. In the wake of this announcement, the entire command center No. 11 was enveloped in an eerie silence. At that moment, the faces of the people still bore expressions of anger and rage. Yet, after a brief pause, these expressions transformed into shock. The entangled bodies that had been locked in struggle stiffly separated. Zheng Yan gasped for breath, his mind a blank slate. His comrade, Li Wei, who had been grappling with him, began to weep inconsolably. "I just don't want to witness the extinction of our civilization. I cannot bear to take so many lives. I can't." Sob. Zheng Yan struggled to rise, gently placing a hand on Li Wei's shoulder. "You must understand. It is only through a resolute decision to annihilate our civilization that we may uncover a glimmer of hope for its survival." This principle resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Indeed, during their extensive training, numerous officers and instructors had reiterated this notion. Prior to arriving here, the soldiers had undergone countless psychological preparations. Yet, when the moment of truth finally arrived, some still found themselves unable to commit to such a resolution. Those who did not pass the evaluation would face trial by military court on charges of crimes against humanity. The implications of this are abundantly clear to all. Sighing softly, Zheng Yan released a breath of resignation. Prior to embarking on this mission, he harbored concerns, apprehensive that there might be dissent when the time came to execute the task. Indeed, during the course of this exercise, someone did indeed emerge to voice opposition. However, at this moment, all his anxieties have dissipated. This is a plan designed to systematically eliminate human influence. It is foreseeable that in the future, there will be many more exercises akin to this one, with circumstances that may vary dramatically. This time, it was a military leader who intervened to request the cessation of the hydrogen bomb detonation. Next time, it may very well be the head of the United Human Civilization government who personally presents such a demand. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the inability of the task executors, including himself, to discern whether the detonation signal or the request from those leaders pertain to a drill or reality. The inability to distinguish leads to a singular course of action as mandated by training, regardless of the authenticity of the signals or the legitimacy of the requests. The protocol dictates that upon receiving a signal, one must proceed to detonate the hydrogen bomb. In past exercises, any participant who hesitated to detonate upon receiving the signal was systematically removed. Those who remain are those capable of executing orders. With a deep exhale, Zheng Yan glanced toward Li Wei and Cheng Jianxian, his comrades who were about to face judgment, his heart heavy with sympathy and sorrow. In orbit around the Earth, at the Space Force base, Commander Lu Wenyun and the entirety of the senior leadership of the Space Force along with several individuals from the affiliated Space Force Equipment Research Institute and the chief scientist of the Space Environment Center, sat solemnly before the holographic projector, their expressions grave and dignified. This conference, led by the Academy of Sciences and attended by numerous departments and research institutions, addresses a complex and multifaceted topic. It is unrealistic to demand that the doctors make unilateral concessions through mere intimidation. We must abandon this wishful thinking and the notion of achieving everything in one fell swoop, and instead, prepare ourselves for the possibility of making concessions, even significant ones. Current research and analysis suggest that the doctors may be attempting to exterminate our human civilization due to the immense entropy generated by the activities of advanced civilizations, which accelerates the process of cosmic heat death. Therefore, to ensure the success of this deterrence plan, we must make concessions that would satisfy the doctors, allowing for the possibility of reconciliation without transgressing their fundamental boundaries. In this context, I find that a comparison between benign and malignant tumors can vividly illustrate the issue at hand. In the realm of medicine, benign tumors are sometimes deemed acceptable. For various reasons, even when aware of the presence of benign tumors, physicians may allow their prolonged existence without intervention, considering the overall well-being of the patient. The primary distinction between the two types of tumors lies in the fact that benign tumors do not grow or metastasize. Similarly, for humanity, this translates to a halt in technological advancement and the cessation of attempts at interstellar colonization, as long as we can adhere to these two principles. Within the framework of the deterrence plan, our strategic research department believes there is a reasonable chance that the doctors may reconsider their decision to annihilate our civilization. The pressing question at hand is how to convince the doctor that we have ceased our technological advancements and abandoned our aspirations for interstellar colonization. The speaker, a consultant from the Government Advisory Office, is Lu Wenyo, who is well aware of the identity of his counterpart, Xiang Lihui. It is evident that he embodies the will of the leader. His statements almost candidly reflect the leader's stance. For the survival and procreation of our civilization, it may be necessary to forsake its future. As a military officer, Lu Wenyo's unique position grants him a seat at this meeting. Yet it only amplifies his sense of humiliation. The reason for this sentiment stems from his role within the military. In the face of external threats, as a soldier, he finds himself unable to protect his civilization. Instead, he is compelled to devise strategies for obliterating its future and making concessions in exchange for the enemy's mercy. Following Xiang Lihui, He Zhengqi slowly interjects. It is imperative to remind everyone not to harbor any illusions or attempt to deceive the doctor. We must genuinely commit to sacrificing our future. Only then can reconciliation be achieved. Thus, what methods can we employ to convince the doctor that we genuinely lack the capability for further technological progress, let alone extraterrestrial colonization? What strategies can persuade it to believe that we are irrevocably confined to this corner of existence, with the entirety of our civilization's trajectory, even in the face of its potential demise, limited to this diminutive planet Earth? The responses from Xiang Lihui and He Zhengqi are met with an enduring silence. In the virtual conference room, silence enveloped the participants. At that moment, Commander Lu Wenyao was suddenly reminded of an antiquated science fiction book he had once read. The ideas and creativity within that narrative continued to astound even decades later. The characters in that story seemed to confront a predicament akin to their own. In that realm, individuals could construct a low-speed black hole to effectuate a secure declaration to the outside world. Regrettably, the technological demands of such a black hole were prohibitively high, and humanity lacked the requisite capabilities. So, what alternative methods could persuade the medical professionals of their sincerity and resolve, suppressing the tumultuous emotions of anger, humiliation, and resentment? Reason began to regain its dominion. Lu Wenyao soon found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. Discussions within the virtual conference room commenced, albeit with a diminishing fervor. Some proposed the annihilation of all scientific data, establishing a regime cloaked in secrecy, and declaring scientific research illegal in the name of religion, thereby stifling scientific advancement and confining humanity to the earth. However, this proposition was swiftly dismissed. The rationale was straightforward. History had demonstrated the futility of such approaches. In medieval Europe, neither the Pyres nor the Inquisition could quench humanity's yearning for science and its progress, let alone these individuals who had already undergone the enlightenment of civilization. Others suggested the deliberate destruction of Earth's ecology, forcibly reducing productivity to ensnare humanity in a perpetual struggle for mere subsistence, thus interrupting technological advancement. Scientific inquiry is an endeavor of considerable expense. Without sufficient productivity to sustain it, progress in science is simply unattainable. However, this proposal was swiftly dismissed for a straightforward reason. It served no purpose whatsoever. The development of productivity is an intrinsic instinct of humanity. Regardless of how adverse the circumstances may be, humanity invariably adapts and revitalizes its productivity, and this process does not take an extended period. Others introduced increasingly bizarre schemes. Yet all proposals met with rejection. Through prolonged contemplation, Lu Wenyo gradually discerned a profound truth. All attempts to create internal obstacles to impede scientific advancement are fundamentally futile. Internal impediments will inevitably be resolved. The only feasible solution lies in external constraints, limitations that humanity's current technological prowess cannot surmount. Only such limitations can instill in doctors a genuine belief that human civilization has transformed from a malignant tumor into a benign one. He vaguely grasped an elusive concept, though it remained unclear, lacking a coherent logical structure. The meeting spanned several hours, after which it was adjourned, and relevant materials were distributed to each participant. With the next meeting scheduled for 3 days hence, Lu Wenyo embarked on deeper contemplation of his nebulous idea, convening numerous smaller meetings among those within the Space Force who held the authority to participate. Regrettably, by the time the 5th formal meeting commenced, the conjecture had yet to surface. On an ordinary day, a space defense application lay upon his desk. The content of the application is rather straightforward. A small asteroid, approximately several meters in diameter, is on a collision course with Earth. Calculations indicate that this asteroid poses a significant threat to human cities, necessitating its destruction in space. This operation falls within the routine defensive activities of the Space Force, and it is not particularly extraordinary. Such applications are submitted almost annually. On this occasion, Lu Wenyo granted approval as well. Consequently, 2 days later, in a live feed, Lu Wenyo observed with clarity as an interstellar missile precisely struck the asteroid, obliterating it at a distance of several thousand kilometers from Earth. Countless small meteoroids cascaded into the Earth's atmosphere, presenting the inhabitants below with yet another meteor shower. Simultaneously, to avert any unintended casualties, all spacecraft along the trajectory of the meteoroids had preemptively executed evasive maneuvers. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Wenyo was suddenly reminded of something. Chapter 68. Meteor. Another symposium convened under the auspices of He Jingqi. Unlike previous gatherings, this time both He Jingqi and the other participants bore considerable pressure. Dozens of explosive points had been meticulously arranged, and the deterrence plan was ready for execution. However, the absence of a sufficiently satisfactory self-restraint proposal necessitated yet another postponement of the deterrence initiative. In light of this predicament, Lu Wenyo commenced his discourse. I have entitled this plan Meteor. The content of the Meteor plan is rather straightforward: to launch trillions, if not more, of hard metal objects into the near-Earth orbit and geostationary orbit, saturating all interstellar space surrounding the Earth, causing them to orbit our planet. However, prior to this, it is imperative to first obliterate all satellites, bases, space stations, and other spacecraft currently in orbit. This plan has already undergone preliminary discussions and reviews within the Space Force, confirming its feasibility and effectiveness. For this reason, Lu Wenyo is deeply convinced of the plan's viability. At this moment, it is evident that all participants have grasped the essence of the proposal. A brief silence envelopes the virtual conference room. Even He Jingqi appears momentarily dazed. Everyone is acutely aware of the implications should the interstellar space surrounding Earth become occupied by trillions of meteors, each traveling at speeds ranging from several kilometers to over a dozen kilometers per second. This would signify that humanity is entirely confined to the Earth, utterly unable to depart. Not only would departure be impossible, but even the deployment of communications satellites and observational satellites, which are essential for civilian purposes, would also be rendered unfeasible. All spacecraft situated in the near-Earth interstellar space would face annihilation, leaving no artificial devices to survive. It would devolve into a genuine realm of chaos, devoid of any passage. After a prolonged silence, an expert seems to murmur to himself, "No, this cannot work. We could still clear them by launching nuclear bombs. We cannot eliminate them." Lu Wenyo remarked coldly, "There exists no known material capable of withstanding such frequent and intense bombardment. Once interstellar missiles exit the atmosphere, they are destined for destruction. Even if we could detonate them just before their obliteration, they would only be able to eliminate a mere few kilometers worth of meteors. In the grand scheme of things, this is but a drop in the bucket. Even if we possessed an abundance of nuclear warheads to eradicate the meteors, the entire ecosystem of Earth would have already been irrevocably devastated, with all life extinguished long before we could clear them away. Another expert whispered, however, the blockade of interstellar space does not imply that our technological advancements will cease. The doctors may harbor concerns that we will eventually develop sufficiently advanced technology to eradicate them. He Zhengqi murmured, the blockade of interstellar space equally signifies the confinement of our technology. The more our technology progresses, the greater our demand for data becomes. Numerous high-energy physics experiments can only be conducted in the absence of gravity or in microgravity, as well as within environments that are uniquely suited in space. If we are unable to access interstellar space, how can these experiments be executed? Without the data obtained from these experiments, how can physical conjectures be validated? How can new theories be proposed? How can science advance? An even more immediate and tangible consequence lies in the loss of space telescopes. How will humanity observe the depths of space? How shall we explore the far reaches of the universe? Shall we rely on ground-based telescopes, severely compromised by light pollution and atmospheric interference? Yet, even if they possess sufficient precision, they will capture nothing amidst the relentless disturbances of countless meteors. Human technology shall forever remain constrained by its current state, and may even begin to regress. Even if a brilliant scientist were to propose an ingenious scientific concept, it would inevitably perish in its infancy, unable to be verified or applied. This presents a paradoxical conundrum, an inextricable knot that humanity has willingly tied around its own neck. In a bid to demonstrate their sincerity to the physicians of existence, humanity shall utilize this noose to seek a means of survival on this diminutive planet we call Earth. However, amidst the myriad collisions, these meteors will incessantly diminish. Some may flee into the cosmic abyss, while others will descend to Earth, becoming true meteors. The gravitational forces of the Moon, the Sun, and other planets will also disturb them, causing a continuous loss. One day, tranquility will be restored around the Earth. Lu Wenyao nodded expressionlessly, indeed. According to computer simulations, with an initial quantity of 200 trillion meteors, it can be ensured that, in every 10 cubic meters of space from near-Earth orbit to geosynchronous orbit, there exists approximately 1 meteor. Considering the alterations in orbit due to self-collisions, the gravitational influences of other celestial bodies, and factors such as solar radiation pressure, it would take a staggering 67 million years to revert to a traversable space environment with our current technology. The virtual conference room fell into a profound silence. Lu Wenyao smiled bleakly. 67 million years ago, dinosaurs reigned supreme on Earth. This figure is immense. The duration unfathomably long, so long that it has nearly lost all significance for us. Ladies and gentlemen present here, who can assure us that humanity can endure for such an extended period within the confines of interstellar space? Can we continue to propagate until that day arrives? No. No one can provide such assurance. Let us not speak of 67 million years. Even if we were to reduce that figure by 1,000 or 10,000 times, to 670 years or even 1,000 years, who can guarantee that human civilization will still exist after a millennium? No one can provide such certainty. Indeed, He Zhengqi might assert that the extinction of humanity within 10,000 years is highly probable. A profound silence once again enveloped the virtual conference room. After a lengthy pause, He Zhengqi somewhat stiffly gestured with his hand and quietly declared, "The meeting is adjourned." Lu Wenyao understood that He Zhengqi would further validate his proposal. If that were indeed the case, then this proposal would become a bargaining chip during negotiations with the doctors. As the meeting concluded, Lu Wenyao rose and glanced back at his colleagues and comrades who had participated alongside him. He remained silent for an extended period. It was evident that if a meteor shower were to be deployed in interstellar space, the Space Force would inevitably face disbandment. An air of solemnity lingered as everyone departed in silence. Meanwhile, at the secret base in the Himalayas, the series of lectures for Chen Luo continued unabated. Unlike before, the number of experts and professors involved had significantly increased, with their specializations spanning a diverse array of fields. Among them, a psychological analysis expert named Xia Zhengqi left a particularly favorable impression on Chen Luo. He was a middle-aged man, slightly balding, with a protruding belly, always wearing a cheerful smile and exhibiting great kindness toward everyone. He was remarkably loquacious, devoid of any ulterior motives. Despite being a psychologist, he divulged an abundance of information, allowing Chen Luo to glean his entire family and personal background without ever needing to inquire. Chen Luo learned that he had 2 daughters, resided in Xianyang City, had a fondness for braised delicacies, was intolerant of the smell of smoke, and faced a monthly mortgage payment of 2,300 yuan. Life within the clandestine base was invariably heavy and oppressive, especially upon the realization that one's mission could potentially annihilate humanity. In such circumstances, who could possibly refuse the company of a kind-hearted, humorous, and straightforward middle-aged man? Less than a week after Xia Zhengqi's arrival at the base, he had forged friendships with all personnel, including Chen Luo, in all of Chen Luo's classes. Only during Xia Zhengqi's lectures did the atmosphere within the classroom exhibit a semblance of ease. Today was no exception. As Xia Zhengqi concluded his witty and engaging lesson, he extended an invitation to Chen Luo. "Shall we go out for a meal?" "Certainly," Chen Luo responded with a smile, tucking away his notebook as he accompanied Xia Zhengqi to the cafeteria. Along the way, regardless of whom they encountered, even the usually stern and unyielding guards, all greeted Xia Zhengqi with cheerful smiles. With genuine enthusiasm, Xia Zhengqi assisted Chen Luo in selecting their meals, then commenced devouring his food as though it were a feast of exotic delicacies. Observing Xia Zhengqi's voracious appetite stirred a sense of hunger within Chen Luo, prompting him to seize a steamed bun and stuff it into his mouth. However, just as the bun was less than a meter from his lips, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed at the entrance of the cafeteria, as if dozens of individuals were racing towards this very spot. At that moment, an anxious and piercing voice reached Chen Luo's ears. "Chen Luo, do not eat." Taken aback, Chen Luo raised his gaze once more, and was met with the sight of Xia Zhengqi, whose typically genial smile had vanished, replaced by a pallor of fear. Large beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. Under Chen Luo's incredulous stare, Xia Zhengqi abruptly stood up and dashed towards another exit with an unexpected swiftness that seemed incongruous with his physique. Yet, within the confines of a clandestine base, where could he possibly flee? Capturing him was merely a matter of time. The guards rushed to Chen Luo's side, and upon seeing the untouched food before him, they exhaled a sigh of relief. Evidence indicated that Xia Zhengqi had infiltrated the base with the intent to assassinate a significant target using ricin, and the time frame was today. "We have just confirmed that the target is you." Chapter 69. Assassination. The scene unfolding before him felt as surreal as a theatrical performance. Just moments ago, Xia Zhengqi, the affable uncle beloved by all, had transformed into a cunning and ruthless assassin. Initially, Chen Luo harbored some doubts. Yet the current manifestation of Xia Zhengqi's demeanor left him no choice but to believe. "Why would you want to kill me? We have no enmity between us. What purpose would there be in my assassination?" Chen Luo bitterly remarked. "I am merely one of the task executors. Do not tell me that the government has no trained backups aside from me. Of course, there are backups, and they are likely numerous. However, if I were to be eliminated, the execution date of the deterrent plan would undoubtedly be postponed by at least a week. In my view, those people are cornered and desperate, seeking to buy time for the remaining assassination schemes. It seems my life is worth merely a week." He understood that if the assassins were indeed in such a desperate state, willing to resort to killing him for a mere week's reprieve, then the execution of the deterrent plan was likely imminent. As Chen Luo had anticipated, merely 3 days later, an order reached the secret base in the Himalayas. Following the final training session, a transatmospheric spacecraft landed on the helipad outside the base. Chen Luo earnestly embraced and bid farewell to each member of the base staff. And then, under the watchful gaze of all, he stepped into the elevator. Shortly thereafter, the elevator doors closed, carrying him through nearly 1,000 meters of mountain rock. Arriving at the helipad outside the mountain, he knew that the staff of this secret base would remain steadfast in their posts. Not only them, but at this moment, there were at least 1,000 such secret bases located underground in geologically stable areas across the entire planet, stocked with provisions sufficient for hundreds of thousands to sustain themselves for a century, alongside ample water and energy resources. Even if the dozens of earthquake-prone zones designated for controlled demolition were obliterated, and the entire ecological balance of the Earth were to be irrevocably destroyed, those bases would remain unscathed. Almost all high-ranking individuals and distinguished figures have sought refuge in underground bases. Due to the limited capacity of these facilities, the deterrence plan remains undisclosed to the public. Ordinary people remain oblivious to the fact that a spacecraft has already launched, embarking on a mission to the moon, where critical negotiations concerning the fate of humanity are set to unfold. The dual-use spacecraft ascends into the sky with remarkable speed, reaching the Space Force base in merely 1 hour for docking. Here, Chen Luo acquires all the necessary equipment for the negotiations and subsequently meets Su Ziyang, a mutual friend of his, and the late Su Pingtao. Su Ziyang continues to serve as the captain of a combat vessel within the space fleet, tasked with transporting Chen Luo to the moon. However, regulations prohibit Chen Luo from engaging in conversation. He silently follows the manual's instructions, entering a pre-prepared cabin aboard the Yangwei spacecraft and sealing the door behind him. After waiting for several hours, the sensation of gravity gradually dissipates, indicating that the spacecraft has departed from the Space Force base and is now free from artificial gravity. Soon after, the sensation of gravity returns, signaling the vessel's acceleration. As time ticks away, Chen Luo remains in silent anticipation. Approximately 2 days later, the manual prompts him to leave his quarters and proceed to the landing module. Following the designated pathway, he arrives at the landing spacecraft. The Yangwei spacecraft has finally docked in lunar orbit, and the indicator light on the lander, signifying departure, has turned green. At that moment, Chen Luo realized it was time for him to take action. He deftly maneuvered the lander, gradually detaching from the Yangwei's cabin. It was only at this juncture that he beheld the moon for the first time during this journey. At this moment, the lunar surface was adorned with a multitude of luminous spots, increasing from a solitary glimmer to dozens, resembling grotesque scars scattered across the moon's visage. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo pushed the control stick, and flames erupted from the lander's rear, propelling it downward towards the vast expanse of the lunar terrain. Throughout this process, Chen Luo did not bid farewell to the Yangwei spacecraft or to Su Ziyang. Both understood that such farewells were prohibited. After the lander's departure, the Yangwei would remain in lunar orbit. The lander descended slowly, ultimately alighting beside one of the many low-light columns. Once Chen Luo donned his spacesuit and ensured all equipment was in order, he exited the lander. Before him lay a scene that was strikingly similar to what he had previously observed. The beams of light continued to shimmer and sway, as if dancing in the breeze. They remained low, barely reaching a height of 1 meter. Due to their proximity, Chen Luo could hardly discern their curvature, whether he gazed to the left or the right. They appeared as a continuous, low wall, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Chen Luo let out a sigh and turned to press a button on the specially designed shell of the landing spacecraft. Gradually, a colossal display screen rose, indistinguishable from the one previously arranged beside the light column for communication with the doctors. From this moment on, every word spoken by Chen Luo would be recognized and transformed into luminous points projected onto the screen. Conversely, if a doctor appeared, the variations of the luminous points would also be identified and converted into the CHNR language, played back to Chen Luo. Yet, Chen Luo did not rush to initiate negotiations. He merely stood there, gazing blankly at the scene before him, entranced by the endless expanse of pale red light, rendered speechless for an extended period. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. He recalled his colleagues from his time working at the lunar base, including Li Gu, Sun Yi, the late director Zhang Wenguang, Li Shuyun, and Su Pingtao. Ultimately, all those images faded from his consciousness. He steadied himself and slowly opened his mouth. "Doctor, greetings. I come as a representative of human civilization, and I hope to establish a transaction with you. If possible, please reveal yourself and engage in conversation with me." The desolate lunar landscape, the blinding sun, the vast starry sky, and the boundless crimson light, by virtue of his extraordinary identity, he inherently possessed the right to claim his place here. At this moment, he was watching the real-time reports from the front lines alongside nearly all the decision-makers within the civilization. He understood that, at this very instant, the data link between the command posts of several geological weak points and the corresponding hydrogen bomb clusters had been established. This implies that if the deterrence plan fails and Chen Luo truly decides to detonate the devices, once the soldiers press the button, the hydrogen bombs will indeed explode. Unlike the previous exercises where they remained unscathed, this process is irreversible. Even the commanding officers have no means to halt this progression. When this mechanism was initially designed, The possibility of interference was entirely eliminated. Firstly, the data link between the command center and the hydrogen bomb array is exceptionally reliable, and it cannot be severed within a mere 10 days. Secondly, the communication between Chen Luo and the command center does not utilize any intermediary channels. Their interaction is not conducted through electromagnetic waves, but rather through a communication technology based on gravitational waves, which is yet to be widely implemented. This completely negates the potential for interference or disruption. Furthermore, after countless exercises and the rigorous scrutiny of myriad commands and demands proposed by senior officials, the soldiers at the command center have become resolute as rock. Even if the commanding officer personally requests them to cease immediately, it would bear no fruit. For in prior exercises, the commanding officer had indeed intervened. On one such occasion, a total of more than 30 soldiers complied with the officer's order and chose not to detonate the hydrogen bombs. Following the conclusion of that exercise, those 30 soldiers faced trial before a military court. The entire design, including the selection of Chen Luo to undertake the final negotiation task, was intended to convey to the physician our resolute determination, instilling in him the belief that should negotiations falter, humanity is indeed capable of undertaking actions that could significantly impact the geological structure of Earth. However, to this day, the reasons behind the physician's apprehensions remain unclear. It is widely believed that these arrangements and designs, given the physician's capabilities, could certainly be perceived. Time slipped away imperceptibly, and the flickering points of light, translated through Chen Luo's words, continued to play, yet the physician had yet to appear. Chapter 70. The response beneath the resplendent sun and the vast expanse of stars. Chen Luo, clad in a spacesuit, stood in silence, accompanied by the landing spacecraft and the display screens upon it, gazing at the boundless crimson light before him, patiently awaiting a response. Nearly half an hour had elapsed without any sign of movement. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo opened his mouth once more. We, as humanity, seek only to coexist peacefully within our homeland, to thrive and procreate. For this, we are prepared to relinquish all else, including our hopes for the future. We surmise that your desire to eradicate us stems from humanity's capacity to generate immense entropy in the future, thereby accelerating the cosmic entropy progression. Rest assured, if you permit us to continue our existence and reproduction on Earth, we shall execute the meteor plan, enveloping all interstellar space surrounding Earth with specially designed sharp metallic objects, thereby entirely severing any hope for civilizational technological advancement and space exploration. In doing so, you need no longer worry that one day our civilization may hasten the process of cosmic entropy. Should you refuse to acquiesce, we shall be compelled to detonate the high-yield hydrogen bombs strategically placed at 59 geological weak points, thus irrevocably obliterating Earth's ecology and altering its geological structure. Such an outcome is one that I trust you too would prefer to avoid. The arrangements we have made are, I believe, transparent to you, as is our unwavering resolve. Our sole desire is to coexist and thrive upon this planet. Chen Luo reiterated this sentiment emphatically, stating that we seek nothing more. Doctor, do not force us into actions that no one wishes to witness. We could have existed in mutual non-interference and harmony. I await your response. I shall give you 1 hour. Should you fail to reply within that time, I will press this button. Ignoring whether the doctor comprehends, Chen Luo merely gestured towards a button located on the left arm of his spacesuit. Once pressed, it would sever the signal link to the high-yield hydrogen bombs positioned at the 59 geological weak points on Earth, resulting in their simultaneous detonation. Should you choose to take my life, the signal link will likewise be severed, leading to the same catastrophic consequence. Doctor, I await your response. All of Chen Luo's words were translated into luminous points of light, continuously playing on the screen of the landing craft. Concurrently, a countdown timer appeared before Chen Luo. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At this moment, Chen Luo exhibited an unwavering resolve. If the doctor failed to respond, he would press the button in 1 hour, unleashing the hydrogen bomb and obliterating the Earth without the slightest hesitation. The extensive training he underwent in the secret base, encompassing courses, psychological counseling, and mental fortitude, served the singular purpose of solidifying this determination. Moreover, his selection as the direct executor of the deterrence plan was predicated on his capacity to make such a decision. It was a matter of life or death. Regardless of what lay ahead or what the future held, Chen Luo remained resolute. This scene was vividly conveyed to the numerous decision-makers at Base 1 through various detection devices. He Zhengqi understood that humanity's fate would be unveiled in no more than an hour. An invisible, weighty pressure bore down on the souls of those present, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. Yet, thanks to their commendable psychological resilience and extensive training, the expressions of the individuals remained unchanged on the surface. He Zhengqi was no exception. Leaning back in his chair with his eyes gently closed, he appeared to be in a state of tranquil repose. As time ticked away, each second felt like a century to the decision-makers. Meanwhile, on the moon, Chen Luo awaited in serene patience. In stark contrast to the decision-makers, his heart was devoid of panic, fear, or heaviness. Instead, he experienced an unusual sense of ease. This was the true manifestation of having made a resolute decision. It is precisely because he has resolutely made up his mind, prepared psychologically for all the consequences of both success and failure, and genuinely accepted that both outcomes, whether the annihilation of the world or the continuation of humanity, lie within the realm of acceptability, that Chen Luo appears so relaxed. With both outcomes being tolerable, it naturally alleviates any mental burden. Simultaneously, this state of Chen Luo is precisely what the experts, scholars, and professors in the secret base wish to observe. As Chen Luo languidly awaits, the boundless crimson light before him suddenly undergoes a subtle transformation. Much like a previous occasion he had witnessed, at the periphery of the red glow, some luminescence suddenly surged upwards, severing its connection with the light below, morphing into a seemingly independent orb of red light, existing without any tangible support in space. It floated gently, akin to a jellyfish drifting in the ocean. Then, the doctor appeared. This is a positive sign, indicating that it still regards the conditions and threats posed by humanity. Otherwise, it could simply remain aloof, allowing humanity's destruction to unfold unimpeded. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, observing it quietly. Meanwhile, within Base 1, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, as if a stone had plunged into still waters, creating ripples of tension. A heavy, anxious breath quietly reached He Zhengqi's ears. He turned to glance at his surroundings, only to discover that the weighty, tense breath emanated from himself. In the unfolding scene, glimmers of light began to flicker across the doctor's body, signifying that it had commenced conveying information to Chen Luo. The members and experts of the Strategic Advisory Board sprang into action in an instant. Within mere seconds, the flickering changes of the light points had been translated into a language comprehensible to humanity. The Meteor Project lacks feasibility. Your civilization does not possess this capability. A low hum resonated throughout the grand conference room of Base 1, which housed all the decision-makers of civilization. A few experts and members of the Chief Advisory Team whispered among themselves for about a minute, arriving at a preliminary conclusion, which they communicated to all decision-makers. Although the total mass of materials required to be launched into interstellar space for the Meteor Project is a staggering 600 quintillion tons, approximately 11 times the total mass of the Earth's atmosphere, the engineering and aerospace departments believe this presents no technical difficulties, merely an immense engineering challenge. We consider it feasible. Why would the doctor assert that the Meteor Project is unfeasible? Su Lihui hesitated for a moment before solemnly stating, "It is possible that there exist certain complexities within the plan that we have yet to uncover, which might prevent us from completing it. It is also possible that the doctor is lying or lacks confidence in our engineering capabilities." These words were conveyed in real time to Chen Luo's ears. Chen Luo furrowed his brows, about to refute the doctor's judgment, when he noticed the light points on the doctor's body flickering once more. Regardless of whether you possess this capability, it is meaningless. Your deterrence plan holds no significance. I am indifferent. Chen Luo's heart began to sink slowly, his expression growing increasingly grave. Life, particularly intelligent life, may be deemed the cancer of the universe. Yet it simultaneously embodies a miraculous phenomenon. It is solely out of respect for existence that I grant you the opportunity to perish in tranquility, not due to any apprehension. My appearance here is merely to ensure that you do not arrive at erroneous conclusions. Should you wish to forfeit this chance, you may do so at your discretion. My formal response is that I shall not acquiesce to your transactions or threats. I permit your extinction in peace, and nothing more. Following this declaration, the figure of the doctor dissipated like mist in the wind, completely dissolving into the boundless crimson light, never to be seen again. Chen Luo glanced at the countdown. Approximately 10 minutes remained. He resumed his silent waiting, having previously committed to waiting for the doctor for an hour. Once spoken, words must be upheld. Time gradually flowed onward. And within the grand conference room of Base 1, all decision-makers remained enveloped in silence. A crucial error had been made. The premise and foundation of the deterrence plan were flawed from the outset. If the doctor possessed no reservations whatsoever, what could humanity possibly wield as a means of intimidation? No, this was a deception, a ruse crafted by the doctor to compel humanity to abandon its deterrence strategy. It would not be so benevolent. It must be deceiving us. Yet, what if the doctor truly harbored no concerns? Would detonating a hydrogen bomb not irrevocably extinguish billions of lives? Conversely, if this were a fabrication, would relinquishing the deterrence plan not unwittingly play into its scheme? What should be done? What should be done? Which point should one believe? What judgment should one make? At this moment, even He Jingqi felt a sense of confusion and anxiety. The expert and advisory teams were engaged in a tense and fervent discussion, while the decision-makers whispered anxiously among themselves, creating an atmosphere of unease that pervaded the conference room, stifling everyone's spirit. Time continued to slip away, second by second. When only 5 minutes remained until the hour mark, Chen Luo sighed. He raised his hand and pressed several buttons on the control panel of his spacesuit. This action was immediately relayed to the main conference room. A few engineers and experts analyzed the situation for a few seconds before reporting. Chen Luo has severed communication with us. Almost simultaneously, a decision-maker in the front row stood up. I have decided to heed the doctor's words and accept the grim reality of humanity's impending extinction. I will cancel the deterrence plan. Chapter 71. Detonation. In response to this decision, the other decision-makers fell into a profound silence. Those who occupied such positions and entered Base 1 had undergone countless training sessions designed to equip them with the ability to make crucial judgments under immense pressure. Their professional careers had demonstrated that they constituted the group with the highest probability of making correct judgments in times of extreme stress within the entire civilization. Not only the aforementioned decision-maker, but the others also instinctively arrived at this judgment upon hearing the doctor's words. There was currently no evidence to substantiate the doctor's claims. However, the vast majority of matters requiring the judgment of decision-makers lack any definitive evidence to substantiate their conclusions. Their sole recourse lies in assessing the magnitude of risks, selecting the path deemed most likely to be correct, or, rather, the one with the highest probability of success. In this world, there exists no infallibly correct path. While it is possible that the physician may be deceiving his own side, his explanations are nonetheless highly logical and possess substantial credibility. Concurrently, the physician's performance has significantly augmented the likelihood of failure for the deterrence plan compared to prior assessments. If previously the estimation of success for the deterrence plan was a 50% probability, sufficient to empower decision-makers to proceed with its execution, now that estimation has plummeted to below 20%. A success rate of 20% is inadequate for decision-makers to gamble the lives of billions of humanity. Even though all are aware that, at most, within a few decades, these individuals will ultimately meet their demise. Yet, the distinction between a natural death and one occurring amidst catastrophe is profound. Among the decision-makers present, no one has voiced dissent regarding this particular decision. However, the pressing question remains: how to halt the deterrence plan? Previously, in the pursuit of ensuring the deterrence plan's success, no contingency was left for themselves. Now, with only a few minutes remaining until Chen Luo detonates the hydrogen bomb, the singular point of breakthrough lies with Chen Luo himself. He has severed all communication with us, rendering it impossible to relay commands to him. The decision-maker fell silent for a moment and inquired, "Do you believe that once the time comes, under these circumstances, Chen Luo will detonate those hydrogen bombs?" The conference room was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Setting aside the fact that contact with Chen Luo was currently impossible, even if communication were established, it remained uncertain whether Chen Luo, whose mind had been fortified like a rock during months of training, would heed the commands of the decision-makers. Without a breakthrough from Chen Luo, the only recourse lay in devising a strategy from the 59 command posts corresponding to the 59 geological weak points. However, everyone was acutely aware that even if the highest-ranking officer personally urged the soldiers not to detonate the hydrogen bombs, it would be utterly futile. The last soldier who obeyed the officer's command to halt the detonation process was still imprisoned, so it was implausible that the remaining soldiers would comply with his orders. The data link between the command posts and the hydrogen bomb clusters also presented a potential avenue for intervention, yet disrupting it would require at least 10 days. Xiang Lihue stated gravely, "We cannot suspend the deterrence program." The atmosphere in the conference room was extraordinarily quiet. so much so that the fall of a pin could be distinctly heard. Meanwhile, on the moon, Chen Luo remained in tranquil anticipation. His demeanor was calm, and he too had contemplated many matters. If Li Shuyun were still alive, Chen Luo was uncertain whether he would possess the resolve to press that button. Fortunately, he need not wrestle with such a dilemma now, for Li Shuyun was already deceased. He reminisced about the myriad individuals he had encountered throughout his life, strangers, colleagues, friends, and family, a multitude of souls. Chen Luo understood that he was about to extinguish the lives of the vast majority among them, yet he bore little psychological burden. He was acutely aware that in order to save humanity, one must resolutely decide to annihilate it. Had the deterrence plan failed? Chen Luo was uncertain. He only knew that one could not draw conclusions until the final moment. He did not ponder the veracity of the words spoken by the doctor. Whether they were true or false, he stubbornly and steadfastly adhered to his predetermined course of action. When negotiations were to be made, he made them. When waiting was required, he waited, and when it was time to press the button, he pressed it. Time ticked away, each second passing as the desolate lunar landscape loomed before him. The vastness of the starry sky remained unchanged, and the sun continued to blaze. It was still daylight upon the moon. At least 5 days would elapse before nightfall would grace the surface. The moment had arrived. The countdown had reached 0. Chen Luo exhaled deeply once more. He turned, casting a lingering and reluctant glance at the immense blue planet in the distance, and ultimately, with resolve, closed his eyes, placing his hand upon the button, and pressed down fiercely. At that instant, inexplicably, he felt as though the omnipresent lunar gravity had suddenly vanished, as if the world were spinning wildly around him, or perhaps as if his body were plummeting rapidly. Yet, that sensation lasted but a fleeting moment. Before he could open his eyes, it had dissipated. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, stumbling as he fell to the lunar ground. It was only then that he realized, unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened. The vast and radiant sun has vanished from sight, leaving the sky adorned solely with a multitude of twinkling stars. The lunar landscape remains unchanged, desolate and frigid. The ethereal red glimmers continue to drift, extending into the unseen distance. Chen Luo feels a twinge of perplexity. It is evident that this should not be a moonlit night. It ought to still be a sunlit day. Something extraordinary appears to have transpired on the moon, occurring at the very instant he pressed that button. Indeed, he had pressed that button. The detonation command has already raced towards Earth at the speed of light, barring any unforeseen events. He will soon witness the annihilation of Earth's ecology with his own eyes. Moreover, this process is irreversible. The moment the button was pressed, Chen Luo realized that the deterrence plan had truly failed. It became clear that the doctors were indifferent to their so-called leverage. Allowing humanity to perish in tranquility was, indeed, their boon. Ironically, it was only when Chen Luo pressed the button that he could ascertain whether the deterrence plan had truly failed. Had he refrained from pressing it, he would have remained forever unaware of its efficacy. Alas, Chen Luo sighed once more. He lifted his gaze towards the brightest star in the sky, Earth, and observed it for several minutes. In his line of sight, Earth still radiated its exquisite hues. The blue oceans were vividly discernible. With a slight adjustment of the visual aid system on his spacesuit helmet to zoom mode, and by squinting his eyes with effort, he could even catch glimpses of vast stretches of green forest and grasslands. It was a vibrant world. Yet, something felt amiss. A chilling realization gripped Chen Luo. He understood the entire framework of the deterrence plan. He knew that if he resolutely pressed the button, the people on Earth would be powerless to avert the cataclysm of hydrogen bomb clusters detonating. Initially, it was the decision-makers within the government who had orchestrated this very scenario, intending to instill in the medical professionals a belief in their unwavering resolve. However, he had indeed pressed the button, and the hydrogen bomb clusters on Earth should have already erupted. The 59 geological weak points ought to have been struck, leading to the utter annihilation of Earth's ecology. Why? Then, did the world he observed remain so full of life? Was the deterrence plan merely a ruse? Had the decision-makers concealed a backdoor, thereby thwarting his command at a crucial moment? Yet, given the capabilities and technology of the medical professionals, how could they remain oblivious to the existence of such a backdoor? And if they were to discover its presence, how could the deterrence plan still hold any efficacy against them? In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through Chen Luo's mind. With a sudden clarity, he raised his arm, activated the control panel, and opened the communications switch. He then spoke in a low voice, calling the Yongwei spacecraft, calling Captain Su Ziyang, calling the Yongwei spacecraft. It was evidently a command from above. Yet, why would the higher-ups instruct Su Ziyang to abandon him and return alone? This made no sense. A flurry of thoughts swirled in his mind, causing Chen Luo a sense of disarray. After initiating everything, he sent out another signal, calling the Yangwei spacecraft, calling Captain Su Ziyang, calling the Yangwei spacecraft. The voice was that of an exceptionally elderly man, at least in his 60s. Who are you? Chapter 72, Examination Who I Am should be a rather obvious matter. Chen Luo mused. Yet, he was taken aback by the sudden astonishment in the old man's voice. What did you say? Chen Luo? The deterrence program? I apologize, I did not catch that. Please repeat. This only deepened Chen Luo's bewilderment. I am Chen Luo. I have completed the deterrence program and request to return. Report your location. Location? Chen Luo operated the controls on the landing craft, intending to generate his coordinates via the positioning system. However, to his surprise, the connection to the positioning system consistently displayed as failed. This was yet another peculiar occurrence, especially since the link to the navigation satellites had been functioning perfectly just moments before. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The sequence of numbers was etched in his memory. He had not forgotten. Transmitting the digits, Chen Luo resumed his wait. This time, it was a full half hour before the voice returned. We have arranged for a spacecraft to retrieve you. The vessel is expected to arrive in lunar orbit in approximately 2 days. At that time, you may maneuver the landing craft to dock with our ship for your return to Earth. The words uttered by this voice unequivocally confirmed that the Yangwei spacecraft he had previously boarded had indeed departed. Otherwise, there would be no need to send another ship. This gave rise to a sense of foreboding within Chen Luo. Pray tell, has the Yangwei spacecraft encountered an unforeseen calamity, or has it embarked on its return journey? What exactly transpired? I have issued the command to detonate, yet the hydrogen bombs remain inert. Chen Luo was at a loss as to what warranted scrutiny. But given the stance of the other party, he realized that no matter what he said, it would bear no fruit. The sole course of action now was to await the arrival of the spacecraft and to return to Earth thereafter. Troubled by a myriad of doubts and perplexities, Chen Luo found the passage of these 2 days to be exceedingly protracted. During this interval, he received no communication, nor did any other anomalies manifest. The crimson glow persisted unchanged, and the doctor had not reappeared. As 2 days gradually elapsed, Chen Luo finally received further orders. This command also emanated from an elderly voice, easily discernible by its tone. In response to this voice's directive, Chen Luo activated the landing craft, gently departing from the lunar surface. As the altitude slowly ascended, the boundless crimson radiance of the moon began to assume a circular form. With the elevation further increased, Chen Luo beheld an array of additional red beams and the blinding sunlight streaming in from the side. Exercising utmost caution, he maneuvered the landing craft into lunar orbit, meticulously adjusting the orbital parameters. It was only after an hour that Chen Luo finally laid eyes on the vessel sent to escort him back to Earth. It is evident that this is neither the Yangwei spacecraft nor any combat vessel familiar to Chen Luo within the ranks of the Space Force, nor does it resemble any crewed spacecraft known to possess lunar travel capabilities. The number of crewed spacecraft with such capabilities is quite limited, totaling no more than approximately 100. It is not difficult to remember this relatively small number of vessels. Any Space Force soldier could accomplish this feat furthermore. Every one of these spacecraft, whether intended for military, civilian, or research purposes, becomes well known among the soldiers of the Space Force upon its construction. After all, under extreme conditions, they must consider the possibility of commandeering civilian vessels for combat. Thus, acquiring prior knowledge of these spacecraft becomes essential. However, this particular vessel is not one that Chen Luo recognizes. Moreover, it does not correspond to any model he is aware of, which raises a sense of intrigue. Could it be that the government has developed new standards and models in secrecy, constructing a new crewed spacecraft with lunar travel capabilities? Such a notion seems implausible. As a mid-ranking officer in the Space Force, matters of this nature should not be withheld from me. It is indeed peculiar. Despite the mystery that lingers in his mind, Chen Luo's actions remained unhurried. He skillfully maneuvered the landing craft closer and ultimately achieved docking. As the hatch opened, the aged voice echoed once more in Chen Luo's ears. Proceed along the indicator lights, and you will find a room. Until permission is granted, you are to remain within that room. This situation bore a resemblance to his departure for the moon. Chen Luo did not resist. Instead, he obediently followed the guiding light into the room. As the door closed automatically behind him, trapping Chen Luo within, he began to survey his surroundings. At that moment, a projector activated, casting a virtual image before him. The image depicted an elderly man, his hair a silvery white and his face etched with deep wrinkles, who appeared to be at least 70 or 80 years old, with a serious demeanor. He gazed intently at Chen Luo and spoke in a deep voice characteristic of the elderly. "What have you experienced on the moon? What have you done?" Chen Luo shook off a peculiar sensation that lingered in his mind and responded with equal gravity. "Who are you? What exactly is happening?" He harbored doubts that this spacecraft might not belong to the united government of human civilization, as he had never heard of an elderly individual serving aboard a vessel. "After our examination, all your questions will be answered. Chen Luo, cooperate with us. It will be beneficial for you." The elderly figure continued. "You should be well aware of what transpired on the moon. Do not tell me that during the execution of the deterrence plan, you did not direct the telescope there. We wish to hear your account," he insisted. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to cooperate. "On the morning of March 9th, I departed from Earth aboard the Yangwei spacecraft, and on March 11th, I reached lunar orbit. In the afternoon, I piloted the landing craft, the very one you just saw, away from the Yangwei." Without any hesitation, Chen Luo recounted his experiences in their entirety. Afterward, the figure of the elderly man vanished. During this process, Chen Luo felt the gravitational force induced by acceleration. Thus, he realized that at that moment, the spacecraft must have begun its journey toward Earth. This inquiry persisted for a full 2 days. Just as Chen Luo sensed that they were nearing Earth, the questioning finally ceased, replaced by an array of physical examinations. The range of these examinations was extensive. Chen Luo had his blood drawn no fewer than 6 or 7 times. After this, he finally felt the opposite gravitational acceleration compared to 2 days prior. Chen Luo understood that the spacecraft had commenced deceleration. Once the vessel had fully ceased its deceleration, having presumably docked into Earth's orbit, the elderly figure reappeared. This time, however, the elder's demeanor was no longer solemn, but rather adorned with a smile. This smile struck a chord of familiarity within Chen Luo, as if a name were on the verge of surfacing in his mind, yet it eluded him just the same. "Chen Luo, congratulations, you have passed our review. From this moment onward, you are free. I will take you to Shiyang City, where the leader wishes to meet you." "Very well," Chen Luo replied in a low voice. "Now, can you tell me what has truly transpired?" "Of course. I will be waiting for you in the lounge. You may come to find me there." The door opened silently, and without hesitation, Chen Luo exited, following the signs toward the lounge. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld the elderly man, who continued to gaze at him with a smile. At that very moment, as if struck by a sudden revelation upon finally encountering a living embodiment of his thoughts, Chen Luo experienced an explosion of realization in his mind. The name that had eluded him for so long finally surfaced: Li Gu. The elderly figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Gu. Chen Luo immediately inquired, "Who are you in relation to Li Gu? Are you his father or grandfather? How old are you? Why do you still serve aboard the spacecraft at such an advanced age?" The old man smiled warmly at Chen Luo and replied, "I am neither his father nor his grandfather. I am Li Gu himself. Long time no see, Captain Chen." Chapter 73. The spark plan. The elder gazed at Chen Luo with a sense of nostalgia, saying, "Captain Chen, it has been 60 years since your disappearance. We have all aged, while you remain youthful." Chen Luo's mind was a tempest of confusion, and he instinctively shook his head, exclaiming, "You are deceiving me. You cannot be Li Gu. 60 years. What 60 years? I have not disappeared. I have not." With a sigh, the old man gently patted Chen Luo's shoulder before grasping the handrail and drifting towards the doorway. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly halted, turning back to Chen Luo and stating, "Captain Chen, do you recall the incident on the moon? Well, at the lunar base, when that bottle of wine mysteriously diminished by half. Now I can confess that it was I who pilfered that half bottle." Indeed, the elder's words rang true. During his time at the lunar base, Chen Luo had indeed experienced the peculiar occurrence of his bottle of wine inexplicably reducing to half its original quantity. At the time, he had suspected it might have been stolen, yet he had kept that suspicion to himself. This matter, aside from oneself, should only be known to the individual who pilfered the wine. Given Li Gu's disposition, it is indeed plausible that he could surreptitiously consume half a bottle of his own wine. However, this does not definitively confirm that the elderly man before him is Li Gu. After all, it remains possible that Li Gu may have divulged this to others. Regardless, the credibility of this situation has undoubtedly been significantly bolstered. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Chen Luo gradually calmed the tumultuous waves of his emotions. A sudden recollection struck him. 2 days prior, while on the moon, he had pressed that button, issuing the detonation command, and in that fleeting moment, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness, causing him to stumble to the ground. At that instant, the lunar day abruptly transitioned to night. The landing spacecraft bore signs of having been moved. He had pressed the detonation button, yet the hydrogen bomb cluster on Earth had not exploded. The various clues coalesced in his mind, allowing Chen Luo to slowly outline a terrifying realization. 60 years, 60 years. He murmured this phrase, his heart brimming with astonishment. Suddenly, he lifted his head, surveying the arrangement of the room, in search of something that could indicate the passage of time. After a moment, he discovered a virtual control panel and immediately floated over to it, beginning to tap on its surface. As the computer powered on, Chen Luo noted that this device was somewhat different from those he was accustomed to. They appeared to belong to the same series. Yet it was evident that this operating system was more attuned to human interaction, and the system itself was significantly more intelligent. He quickly accessed the time display. The series of numbers clearly indicated that it was now April 15th, 2146, at 10:16 a.m. He vividly recalled his arrival on the moon, which had been on March 11th, 2086, at 3:15 p.m. 60 years, 60 years. Chen Luo feebly released his grip on the stabilizing rod, and his body slowly drifted towards the ceiling. Though in a weightless environment, the distinction between ceiling and floor was rendered meaningless, before coming to rest, motionless. If this were not an illusion, then it must be reality. Had 60 years truly elapsed? Suddenly, a pressing question surged in his mind. What had become of humanity? After 60 years, what events had transpired on Earth? Had people triumphed in their battle with infertility? Could humanity still procreate? And would civilization endure? Grasping the stabilizing rod with urgency, he swiftly floated toward the door. There, he shouted, "Li Gu!" in response to his call. An elderly man with a mane of silver hair emerged from another compartment, saying, "I will summon him for you." After a few minutes, the man who identified himself as Li Gu reappeared, still adorned with a smile. He addressed Chen Luo, "Do you believe it now? Nothing dramatic has occurred. It has merely been a matter of proceeding step by step." Despite Li Gu's evident frailty, a hint of vivacity lingered in his speech. Just waiting to die in an orderly fashion. Chen Luo's heart sank. Had humanity still not discovered a solution to the infertility crisis? Was it truly so simple? After the failure of the deterrence program, the scientists initially refused to accept defeat, organizing several large-scale operations with substantial support from the human government. However, the efforts yielded no results, leading to a series of failures. As time passed, even the youngest of the scientists grew old, and the number of individuals dwindled, rendering them incapable of sustaining such an expansive research endeavor. Eventually, the program was abandoned, and no one dared to mention it again. The deterrence program. What transpired after my disappearance? Now, Chen Luo has tacitly accepted the reality of his 60-year absence, though to him, it felt merely like an instant. Chen Luo had once made a rough calculation to achieve a time dilation ratio of 0.1 seconds to 60 years. His velocity would have to approach the speed of light, with a mere difference of less than 0.0001 millimeters per second. This implies that he traveled at such a near-light speed for an entire 60 years, covering a distance that was just shy of 60 light years. Yet, such an extensive period and distance seemed to him but a fleeting moment. Aside from a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, a hint of dizziness, and the memory of a fall, the miraculous 60 years and 60 light years brought him no further consequences. It was evidently the work of the doctors. No one else possessed such advanced technology. But why did they do this? Was it to prevent him from pressing the button to detonate the hydrogen bomb? He indeed pressed the button, but the distinction between pressing it 60 years ago and pressing it 60 years later is significant. Confronted by Chen Luo's gaze brimming with anticipation and urgency, the now elderly Li Gu remarked, "What else could possibly occur? The individuals in the underground command center have been waiting in vain for your detonation order." At that very moment, the decision-makers of the government have also come to terms with the failure of the deterrent plan and have commanded the dismantling of those buried hydrogen bombs. Thus, it is as it is. Chen Luo's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind, rendering coherent thought nearly impossible. After a prolonged silence, he managed to regain a semblance of calm. However, this newfound tranquility quickly unveiled an unsettling realization. The detonation mode of the deterrent plan's hydrogen bombs did not rely on an order to detonate, but rather on the absence of such an order. The moment the signal connection with me was severed, it would indicate that a detonation order had been received. If I were indeed to move at a velocity approaching the speed of light, the signal connection with Earth would inevitably be lost. Li Gu shrugged. In truth, the signal connection has not been severed. Otherwise, those in the underground command center would have already detonated the hydrogen bombs. Even if the entire decision-making body acknowledges the failure of the deterrent plan, they would be powerless to prevent the detonation. Chen Luo pondered intensely and slowly articulated, "Yet, something remains amiss. The decision-makers must have noticed my disappearance. While they lack the capacity to thwart the detonation of the hydrogen bombs, they should still possess the capability to initiate the detonation if they so desired. Therefore, why did they refrain from detonating the hydrogen bombs after my disappearance?" Chen Luo locked eyes with Li Gu and asserted, "The doctor allowed me to traverse 60 years in an instant to prevent me from issuing the detonation signal, which clearly indicates that our deterrent plan has borne fruit. The doctor undoubtedly harbors reservations, unwilling to witness the devastation of Earth's ecology." Li Gu sighed, gazing steadily into Chen Luo's eyes, and slowly shook his head. "Before I located you this time, no one was aware that the doctor orchestrated your disappearance to prevent you from signaling an explosion. Even if they did know, humph." Li Gu offered a silent smile. Speaking softly, "Do you truly believe that the decision-makers could resolutely choose to annihilate Earth's ecology? Who, besides you, possesses the fortitude to make such a decision?" Chen Luo averted his gaze, his eyes cast downward. A multitude of evidence indicated that the doctor genuinely wished to avert the destruction of Earth's ecology. This was humanity's singular opportunity. Indeed, humanity had proposed a deterrent plan, yet it ultimately failed. Perhaps the doctor was also wagering, but it proved victorious. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Luo. He grasped the fixed pole and swiftly propelled himself forward, seizing Li Gu's hand with urgency. "Now that we are aware of the doctor's true intentions, we can execute the deterrent plan once more. This time, we must compel the doctor to retreat. We must seize that singular opportunity." Li Gu regarded Chen Luo with a hint of pity, shaking his head once more. "Chen Luo, accept reality. We cannot execute the deterrent plan again. It is no longer feasible." "Why?" After a prolonged silence, Chen Luo bitterly remarked, "Indeed, it seems utterly impossible now. Decades ago, the decision-makers could not muster the resolve to detonate a hydrogen bomb. Now, to expect those who have long accepted defeat to summon the courage once more is even less likely. Even if the decision-makers could once again embrace the audacity of better to be shattered than to remain whole, the question remains whether humanity possesses the engineering capability for such endeavors." Li Gu offered a faint smile and replied, "Chen Luo, do not despair. Although we lack the courage to execute the deterrence plan once more, we still possess the valor to pursue the spark plan. There remains a glimmer of hope." The bright spacecraft gradually reduced its speed, slowly docking into the Sol space station that humanity currently possessed, a sanctuary of civilization in the cosmos. The two vessels slowly connected, ultimately opening the passageway between them. Under the guidance of Li Gu and several other elders, Chen Luo made his way toward the space dock. Among his companions, Li Gu was not the eldest. Despite having reached the venerable age of 86, 2 other elders surpassed him in years. The remaining 7 elders were, on average, over 70. A remarkable phenomenon. Chen Luo was acutely aware that prior to embarking on his journey to the moon, those septuagenarians had merely been children of 10. Now, they had aged significantly, embodying the years of a grandfather, while he himself remained a mere 27. The crew of the bright spacecraft was entirely composed of such venerable individuals. In times past, at this age, they would have long since retired with their bird cages in hand. Yet now, they stand as the backbone of human society. Much like the bright spacecraft, the personnel within the space dock are predominantly elderly. Observing the frail, silver-haired elders who move slowly, their reactions dulled. Pausing for breath after just a few steps, a pang of sorrow welled up in Chen Luo's heart. Li Gu coughed twice, casually retrieved a pill from his waist pocket, tossed it into his mouth without water, and crunched it down with a dismissive grunt. "These useless fellows can't do anything despite being younger than I am." Chen Luo remained silent, instead meticulously surveying the layout of the space dock. It was evident that the current location resembled a sort of transit hall. The incoming spacecraft, whether carrying cargo or personnel, would funnel through this transit area to reach the various functional modules. As he observed, an unsettling familiarity washed over him. Could it be that he recognized this place? Hesitating, he nodded slightly. Indeed, he recognized it. The space dock had been repurposed from the former space military base. With a deep sigh, Chen Luo felt a rush of memories cascade through his mind, evoking a poignant sense of time slipping away beside him. Commander Lu Wenyao, Commander Lu, had been gone for 40 years. After the disbandment of the space military, Commander Lu had remained in a state of melancholy, no longer concerning himself with military affairs, dedicating all his energy to that so-called meteor project. Chen Luo was well aware of what the meteor project entailed. Just a few days prior, he had attempted to negotiate concessions from the doctor using this plan, only to be dismissed by the physician who deemed it unfeasible. Commander Lu pondered its purpose. Li Gu remarked, "The doctor asserts that the meteor plan lacks feasibility, yet Commander Lu remains unconvinced. He firmly believes that, given our engineering capabilities at the time, we were entirely capable of achieving it." He summoned a group of individuals to engage in simulations and research, dedicating over a decade to the endeavor, yet they could not ascertain precisely where the plan faltered. I heard that Commander Lu contemplated this issue even in his final moments. Chen Luo chuckled bitterly, stating, "What significance does this hold? Even if the meteor plan were indeed viable, what difference would it make? The doctor would still dismiss it. If the doctor declares the meteor plan unfeasible, then even if it were feasible, it remains unfeasible." Li Gu responded, "People, when idle, always seek something to occupy their time." Chen Luo silently nodded, accepting this explanation. The group continued their journey. After a brief interval, a young man, seemingly in his 20s, approached them. He kept his gaze lowered, fixated on what appeared to be a display device in his hands, his expression earnest and focused. The young man brushed past Chen Luo and his companions without lifting his head. Suddenly, Chen Luo's heart stirred. If indeed 60 years had elapsed, there should be young people in this world besides himself, for humanity had long lost its reproductive capabilities. As time marched on, the youngest individuals should now be in their 60s. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Chen Luo's mind. He lifted his head and gazed at Li Gu, who nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, I forgot to mention that our human society is not comprised solely of the elderly. There are also some young individuals. Where do they come from?" "From the hibernation program," Li Gu casually added. "You might not be aware, but when the inability of humans to reproduce was first discovered, the then government officials initiated this program. A team led by Professor Zhuang Yuanliang developed a technique to induce hibernation in fetuses under 2 months of age, secretly executing the procedure by extracting the fetuses from all eligible abortion cases and placing them into hibernation chambers. Approximately 23 years ago, the hibernation program concluded, and those fetuses in hibernation were awakened to implement the Spark program. As for what the Spark program entails, Li Gu did not disclose to Chen Luo, merely assuring him that someone would explain it to him later. Upon hearing Li Gu's explanation, Chen Luo felt the tension in his heart gradually ease. How many fetuses were there in the hibernation program? In total, there were over 80,000, but regrettably, due to the immaturity of the technology, fewer than 10,000 ultimately awakened and developed normally. Li Gu's expression turned reflective. These 9,963 young individuals embody the last hope of our human civilization. Nearby, another elder chuckled. "No, it should now be 9,964 young individuals." Several elders laughed in unison, and Chen Luo managed a faint smile, though he felt no reason for joy regarding this matter. One elder sighed, "Each of them is a treasure. The Spark program cannot rely on us old folks any longer. It is solely this group of young individuals who possess the hope of executing it." Li Gu suddenly seemed to recall something, surveying his surroundings before lowering his voice to Chen Luo. "In your interactions with the young people, be sure never to disclose that their parents once contemplated aborting them. The authorities have stated that such revelations would be detrimental to the young people's sense of belonging." Chen Luo glanced with mild astonishment at the elderly figures before him, suppressing his inner questions and merely nodding in acknowledgement. Passing through the transit hall, the group arrived at another docking station and boarded a different small spacecraft. From the design of this vessel, Chen Luo immediately discerned that it was a space and air dual-use craft, intended for transportation between orbital space and the ground. The cabin was divided into a cockpit and a passenger area. The cockpit was sealed, concealing its interior structure, while the passenger area featured rows of orderly seats. Once Chen Luo and Li Gu settled in and fastened their seatbelts, they waited briefly before an announcement resonated from the front. "Esteemed passengers, greetings. The 561st Space and Air Round-Trip spacecraft is at your service. Please be advised that during landing, the spacecraft will experience significant deceleration, resulting in a certain degree of overload, which may affect passengers with hypertension, heart conditions, pulmonary ailments, or neurological disorders. A selection of commonly used medications is available in front of your seats. Please monitor your physical responses closely and assess whether you may experience symptoms due to the overload. If so, please administer the necessary medication promptly. The symptoms corresponding to each ailment are clearly indicated in the passenger manual. Please refer to it. Following the announcement, oxygen masks suddenly descended from above the cabin. Li Gu deftly donned the mask over her face and retrieved several connected patches from the side, affixing one to her heart, another to her temple, and a third to her wrist. It seemed as though they were not seated in a spacecraft, but rather in a hospital's intensive care unit. As the spacecraft was about to take off, passengers were advised to ensure their oxygen masks were securely fastened and that all physiological monitoring devices were properly applied. After Li Gu equipped herself with the various monitoring apparatus, she turned to Chen Luo and inquired, "Do you know how to use these?" Chen Luo instinctively shook his head and replied, "I don't need to." Li Gu's raised arm froze midair. Moments later, she offered an awkward smile and said, "I forgot you were still young. You don't require these devices." The spacecraft then commenced its flight, rapidly decelerating. Of course, this rapidity was merely relative to the elderly. For Chen Luo, the deceleration felt almost gentle. At least in all the training he had undergone, he had never experienced such a sensation. Approximately 10 minutes into the flight, an elderly man seated beside Li Gu suddenly flushed, struggled to breathe, and exhibited slight trembling. Chen Luo's heart raced, yet he observed that Li Gu remained utterly composed. He skillfully examined several readings on the dashboard before the elderly man, swiftly diagnosing the patient's condition with the aid of the machine's automated analysis. With a mere press of a button, a pale yellow pill was ejected. He seized the pill, lifted the elderly man's oxygen mask, and promptly placed the medication into his mouth. The old man swallowed the pill, and after a few minutes, his breathing gradually became more even. He expressed his gratitude to Li Gu before reclining in his seat, seemingly returning to a peaceful slumber. Li Gu mirrored this calm demeanor, as if the acute medical episode that had nearly claimed a life had never transpired. Throughout this entire ordeal, there was no panic. Everyone remained unfazed, as though such occurrences had become commonplace. Even the attendant from earlier did not return to check on the situation. Chen Luo gazed in astonishment at the scene, while Li Gu remarked nonchalantly, "In an era of comprehensive aging, it is imperative for everyone to be familiar with the symptoms of common ailments and the methods of emergency response. Today you may save another, and tomorrow, that same individual may save you." Chapter 75. The City of Despair. The spacecraft designed for both aerial and space travel gradually reduced its speed, ultimately penetrating the Earth's atmosphere. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated violent deceleration due to friction with the air did not occur. There was even a notable absence of significant turbulence. The vessel landed safely at the ground base. As the hatch opened, passengers streamed out, including the elderly man who sat beside Li Gu, departing as if nothing had transpired. The ground facility does not belong to any known establishment of Chen Luo. It is evidently a newly constructed site, with its various structures and amenities reflecting the indelible mark of a fully aging society. Its most notable feature is the extensive application of automation. From the moment one exits the spacecraft, the journey through the base requires minimal walking, as there are numerous automated vehicles resembling wheelchairs at one's beck and call. The pathways are smooth, and staircases are virtually non-existent. Where they do appear, there are always accompanying ramps for the automated wheelchairs. In addition to the plethora of automated devices, what captures Chen Luo's attention most is the ubiquitous presence of emergency medical equipment. Simple and efficient diagnostic tools, as well as treatment facilities for common ailments among the elderly, such as heart and vascular diseases, are found in every corridor and room. A comprehensive array of medications is readily available for individuals to utilize at any moment. Initially, Chen Luo felt somewhat out of place, but observing the elderly, including Li Gu, deftly maneuvering their automated wheelchairs, he reluctantly joined them. After setting their destination, several wheelchairs departed together and, within mere minutes, delivered them to the base's exit. As Chen Luo anticipated, each autonomous vehicle was equipped with a cabinet stocked with various medications, and every seat featured a vital signs monitoring device. Should any of the elderly passengers experience discomfort during their ride, they could immediately use these devices to assess their health metrics. collaborate with intelligent programs to identify their ailments, and obtain the necessary medications on the spot. Chen Luo sat in silence, accompanying Li Gu as they boarded one of the autonomous vehicles. These machines were products of our youth. The driverless car glided smoothly along the road, while Li Gu first measured his blood pressure and then, with a sense of nostalgia, uttered a remark. It was the morning hour. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, the trees were lush, and fluffy white clouds floated in the azure sky. Even with the windows closed, Chen Luo could almost inhale the refreshing scent of the air. Undoubtedly, it was a beautiful city. Where are we? Xi'an City, the current capital of humanity. Where are you taking me? Li Gu replied with a gentle smile. To see a friend of yours. The autonomous vehicle accelerated steadily over the well-maintained road. Chen Luo turned his head, lost in thought as he gazed at the scenery outside. Apart from the abundance of visible automated equipment and numerous parks, the urban layout of Xi'an City bore little distinction from the metropolitan landscapes he remembered. Towering skyscrapers and interconnected roads dominated the view. Here, there was no struggle. No overtime work, no hurried commuters, and no air thick with anxiety. People lived leisurely and comfortably, passing the time through various forms of enjoyment, strolling, conversing, playing games, dancing, or engaging in calligraphy and painting, awaiting the end of the day and the arrival of tomorrow. Li Gu sighed, expressing relief that in their youth, they had anticipated this day, stockpiling sufficient resources for everyone's consumption, allowing them to avoid the worry of sustaining their lives. Chen Luo murmured, "Is everyone like this? What alternative is there?" He retorted, "Do you expect a group of elderly individuals to pilot a spaceship to attack aliens?" Chen Luo fell silent. After a moment, he inquired again, "How many of us remain?" Approximately over 100 million, dispersed across hundreds of cities and tens of thousands of villages. Xi'an City is the largest, with around 20 million inhabitants. An elderly man seated in the back interjected, "Haven't you seen the news? The latest statistics from a few days ago indicate that the total population has fallen below 100 million. It currently rests at just over 99 million. Li Gu chuckled bitterly. "I thought it would take at least a month to dip below 100 million. The elderly man softly reminded him, "Don't forget. The daily mortality rate has been on the rise. This is quite evident. With the overall average age of society increasing, the daily mortality rate must also inevitably rise. The mortality rate at an average age of 50 cannot be compared to that at an average age of 60. Presently, the average age of human society has likely surpassed 70. If one were to overlook the content of this conversation and merely observe the city's surface, it is undoubtedly beautiful and peaceful. There is no need to fear freezing or starvation, no concerns regarding healthcare, and no threat of harm. The residents here are almost free from worry. All they need to do is live their lives well. In their youth, the savings accumulated are sufficient to allow the elderly to live out their days in peace and tranquility. In some respects, this place resembles paradise. Yet, Chen Luo perceives it as a city of despair. This city possesses everything, yet conspicuously lacks hope. Chen Luo feels as though a heavy stone rests upon his heart. The sky beyond the car window is no longer clear. It appears shrouded by an invisible gloom. Many have spent their lives in this city, and in the future, countless others will conclude their existence here. At this moment, Chen Luo recalls numerous individuals, colleagues, relatives, friends. "Li Gu, have you married?" Li Gu turned her head, smiling at Chen Luo. "Why do you ask me that? I am curious about who someone like you would ultimately choose to form a family with. Or perhaps, remain single until old age? You guess. I only know the you from 60 years ago. The you that followed, I do not comprehend. 60 years have not merely brought about an age gap, but also a rift in emotional connection." Although Chen Luo perceives that he last saw Li Gu merely a few months prior, gazing at her now with her hair turned to silver, he finds himself unable to engage in playful banter, instead feeling an inexplicable shyness. Just as you imagined, Sunny. In an instant, Chen Luo's mind conjures the image of the woman who always bickered with Li Gu, as if they were adversaries, and a faint smile graces his lips. Is she? Well, she left a year and a half ago. Chen Luo's smile froze upon his face. "I'm sorry." Li Gu appeared to be indifferent as she remarked, "It's nothing. Having lived for over 80 years, I have certainly enjoyed a long life." Silence enveloped the carriage, interrupted only by the gentle hum of the autonomous vehicle gliding along the road. "What about Yang Yi?" she inquired. "He passed away 6 years ago." "Ah, but his daughter is still alive. She just turned 61 this year, still quite youthful." Chen Luo continued to inquire about several others. Yet the responses were consistently the same. They had all departed. Chen Luo understood that this was, in fact, quite normal. Most individuals with whom he had shared a connection were either of similar age or older than he. Considering the 60 years he had lost, they had all generally reached an advanced age of over 85. At this stage of life, departing from this world was a most ordinary occurrence. Despite this understanding, a heaviness lingered in Chen Luo's heart, akin to a feeling of being cast aside by the era. For soon, this age would be devoid of familiar faces. Are there still individuals I know who are alive? Chen Luo murmured, to which Li Gu responded with a smile, of course. Do you know whom I am taking you to meet? Chen Luo instinctively asked who. The supreme leader of the human civilization government, Su Ziyang. Chen Luo stood frozen in disbelief. After a moment, he could only exclaim, Ziyang, he has become the leader. Had someone told Chen Luo mere days ago that Su Ziyang would ascend to the position of supreme leader of the human civilization government, guiding the entire civilization forward, he would have found it utterly implausible. Yet now, he found himself instinctively believing this revelation. After all, 60 years had elapsed. In the expanse of such a lengthy duration, anything is indeed possible. An autonomous vehicle came to a halt before a building devoid of any security personnel. The door swung open, and the seat extended once more into the outside world. Li Gu gestured towards the edifice before them, stating, "The leader awaits you inside. You should proceed." His words bore a tone of mentorship directed at the younger generation. Chen Luo, keenly perceptive, sensed this nuance. Yet he could not fathom why it felt entirely natural to him. Although Li Gu had once been his subordinate, he was now over 80 years old, while Chen Luo was merely in his 20s. Upon entering and announcing his name, Chen Luo faced little resistance and soon found himself before an office on the 20-something floor. As he pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, pronounced bags under his eyes, and nearly half of his white hair gone. Yet, within the contours of the old man's features, Chen Luo discerned a faint resemblance to the figure that lingered in his memories. It became clear to him that this man was Su Ziyang, the current pinnacle of human civilization. The elderly gentleman rose unsteadily and approached Chen Luo. At that moment, an ineffable emotion surged within Chen Luo's heart. He yearned to embrace his comrade, yet in the end, he merely extended his hand to shake that of the venerable man before him. Hello. Chapter 76, Pollution. Aside from the subtle resemblance in their eyes, Chen Luo could not perceive even a trace of the comrade who had once trained, rehearsed, celebrated, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him in the past. A newfound air of composure enveloped him, a quality previously absent, while his aging, murky eyes now sparkled with wisdom, exuding the essence of a figure of authority. This transformation rendered Chen Luo somewhat unfamiliar with him. It is truly wonderful to see you again. 60 years have passed. 60 years. Su Ziyang sighed, shaking his head, his words laden with nostalgia. Chen Luo found it challenging to grasp this sentiment. Yet gazing at the now-aged Su Ziyang, he couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship, as if he had indeed been separated from Su Ziyang for an eternity. The passage of time was etched into Su Ziyang's eyes and speech. Chen Luo murmured, "In my perception, it was but a fleeting moment." Su Ziyang chuckled. "Upon receiving the news of your reappearance, our team of scientists has conducted an analysis of this phenomenon. According to our theories, do you have any idea how much energy is required to achieve such an effect? Just to accelerate you, it would necessitate converting the entire mass of the sun into energy." He gazed at Chen Luo with a smile, slowly unveiling a conclusion that left Chen Luo utterly astonished. Even that would be insufficient. The technological prowess of the doctor surpasses our wildest imagination. Chen Luo fell into a lengthy silence before murmuring, "Yet we have not witnessed any stars disappearing." Su Ziyang replied, "That is precisely the terrifying aspect of the doctor." A thought suddenly intruded upon Chen Luo's mind. The application of such immense energy to accelerate me. What kind of entropy increase would that impose upon the universe? Su Ziyang responded, "I have not computed it, but it should be considerable." As he spoke, Su Ziyang seemed to recall something, his eyes narrowing slightly. Here lies a paradox. If the doctor, with utter indifference, casually accelerates Chen Luo with energy surpassing that of an entire galaxy, solely to prevent Chen Luo from detonating hydrogen bombs that would obliterate Earth's ecosystem, is this not an excessive waste? Such a scenario mirrors the absurdity of humanity detonating a cluster of hydrogen bombs merely to eradicate an ant. There must be a flaw in this reasoning. Either the doctor does not care about entropy increase as much as previously assumed, perhaps utterly disregarding it, or there exists an ulterior motive for thwarting Chen Luo's plans to detonate the hydrogen bomb cluster. Alternatively, the doctor might possess an entirely different method of accelerating massive objects, one that does not require the vast energy consumption predicted by human physics. However, this raises another question. With technology as advanced as the doctor's, could he not employ other means to prevent Chen Luo from igniting the hydrogen bomb cluster, aside from merely accelerating him to extend time? This seems implausible. It was only now that Chen Luo realized he had been overly simplistic in his thoughts over the past few days. Chen Luo fell silent, and Su Ziyang too began to contemplate quietly. After a lengthy pause, a faint smile returned to Su Ziyang's face. He patted Chen Luo's shoulder, stirring him from his reverie. Chen Luo, do not dwell on those matters any longer. They are devoid of meaning, utterly meaningless. Do you understand? Chen Luo murmured. If we could truly unravel the intent of the doctor, perhaps we might discover a means to genuinely deter it, thus securing a glimmer of hope for our survival. Su Ziyang rose to his feet, facing the window, his back to Chen Luo, his voice laden with desolation. It is futile. Our galaxy has been tainted, the doctor has departed, and we can no longer intimidate it. Chen Luo, equally astonished, stood up. Polluted? What pollution? The doctor has left? We captured footage of that luminous entity departing the solar system. Yet, the dark matter radiation that renders humanity incapable of reproduction remains within our solar system. We have reason to believe it has indeed vacated. After all, what purpose does deceiving us serve? Indeed, at this juncture, what significance does it hold for the doctor to mislead humanity? Chen Luo's expression wavered, his silence profound. The solar system no longer permits our existence. Thus, we have resolved to initiate the spark plan. Su Ziyang spoke slowly. You should be aware that when Hong Mingxian and Dr. Chang Lei made pivotal breakthroughs in non-mass propulsion, it heralded the possibility of interstellar voyages. Therefore, we plan to construct an interstellar spacecraft, carrying our repository of human sperm and eggs to other star systems where we can perpetuate our civilization. A single spark can ignite a prairie. If we can indeed reach the remaining stellar systems smoothly, even if only a single human remains, there exists the possibility of cultivating a new human civilization through the utilization of sperm and egg banks, should circumstances unfold favorably. This represents the singular hope for our human civilization. For this initiative, we have toiled tirelessly for decades. Fortunately, we completed the construction of the main body of the Spark spacecraft before the onset of an aging society and the consequent decline of productivity to its nadir. 23 years ago, we awakened the dormant embryos within the Sunset Project and nurtured nearly 10,000 young individuals. If all proceeds as planned, these youths will become the backbone of the Spark Initiative. In the aged, murky eyes of Su Ziyang, a flicker of light seemed to emerge. His voice, tinged with tremors, continued. At that time, 118 young people will inhabit the Spark spacecraft, embarking on a grand voyage, while the remaining youth will be tasked with executing various ground support missions. According to our calculations, the Spark spacecraft is projected to reach the Barnard star system in approximately 55 years. Naturally, due to its distance from the solar system, they will have the opportunity to bear their own offspring during this journey. Upon arrival, although they will have aged, their descendants will be capable of undertaking the responsibilities of perpetuating humanity and terraforming the planets. Human civilization shall flourish within the Barnard star system, ignited by the spark of our endeavor. This is the Spark Project. This embodies the only conceivable path for our human civilization, and it is the lifelong aspiration for which our generation has strived. Chen Luo gazed in astonishment at Su Ziyang, as though beholding a madman. It was only at this moment that Chen Luo comprehended the significance of Li Gu referring to the former space military base as a space dock. Clearly, that interstellar spacecraft was constructed there. Utter madness, sheer insanity. Chen Luo murmured. Prior to this, we had not even set foot in the Jupiter system. And now we are constructing an interstellar ship. Ziyang, do you truly believe this is within the realm of human capability? Chen Luo, you must understand that the challenges of interstellar navigation do not increase proportionally with distance. The difficulty of traversing 6 light years is not significantly greater than that of covering 1 light year. In the past, it was not that we lacked the ability to send human astronauts to the Jupiter system or even to Uranus and Neptune. Rather, we were unwilling to embrace a modicum of risk. You should recall that long before the computational power of humanity's most advanced computers surpassed that of a modern smart bulb's chip, we had already sent astronauts to the moon. Now, We are indeed taking a risk, but how much greater is the peril of this plan compared to the initial moon landing? Chen Luo continued to shake his head instinctively, his countenance replete with disbelief. In any case, the leap from one galaxy to another felt excessively monumental. Very well, Su Ziyang replied, raising his hands in exasperation. We need a goal to occupy the energies of the people in this twilight era. Regardless of the significance of this goal, it can fulfill the purpose of ensuring a peaceful twilight for us all. Previously, Su Ziyang's explanations failed to convince Chen Luo. Yet now, Chen Luo finds himself compelled to accept the situation. Though the Spark project appears to be shrouded in uncertainty, it nonetheless offers a glimmer of hope. A plan that not only harbors the potential to ensure the continuation of humanity, but also captivates the energies of the people, providing them with a sense of purpose in their endeavors, ultimately facilitating a peaceful twilight for humankind. Why not embrace it? It is likely that even Su Ziyang, the esteemed leader of human civilization, harbors doubts about the project's success. However, this is inconsequential. He never truly anticipated its triumph. Chen Luo silently nodded in agreement. With a hint of confusion, he lifted his gaze to meet Su Ziyang's eyes and inquired, "What mission?" Su Ziyang replied, "The thoughts of the youth are far too intricate and peculiar. We have grown old and can no longer fathom their mindset. Currently, we have detected some troubling signs, suggesting that certain young individuals are clandestinely orchestrating something. I fear this may adversely affect the Spark project. You must immerse yourself among the youth, discern their genuine intentions, and report back to me." This task, indeed, could only be entrusted to Chen Luo. He nodded quietly, understood. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Luo remains willing to witness the execution of the Spark project. "I will arrange everything for you, including your identity and background. However, there is no immediate rush. Take a few days to rest and familiarize yourself with the current state of our civilization.